orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Except that guy lied to you. It is not Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. It is San Francisco's own. You think Rice a frickin' Roni is the San Francisco treat. They got nothing on Kerry Crowley, who's sitting to my right. You'll hear his bright, chipper, freckle-faced ways in just a moment. But first and foremost, good morning, everybody. We have officially broken on through. We have officially broken on through to the other side. The darkness of February, the darkness of winter. It's over. It arrives with Selection Sunday. Dude, those brackets mean frickin' sunshine. It means opening day. It means St. Patrick's Day. It means frickin' bracket mania. We have broken through, everybody. Congratulations. We're on to springtime. All is well. Birds are chirping. Easter eggs are being hidden in the garden. Chocolate bunnies will be consumed. I'm in a good mood, everybody. Kerry Crowley, welcome to the break on through to the springtime other side. And thanks for getting up early this morning, brother.
Oh, Murph, my privilege. This is the best. Nothing better than morning radio. I walk in, the security guards mistake me for John Curley. It happens every time.
Well, you get a couple of pasty-faced kids from the Sunset West Portal corridor.
Yeah.
And they're throwing some freckles. And with St. Patrick's Day tomorrow, you can understand the guy's mistake. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
He figures this. You guys are just one big St. Patrick's Day to him right now. You know what I mean? I don't know. Just another one of these guys from who knows the Philosophers Club. You know what I mean?
There we go.
Are you a Philly Club guy?
Of course, Donahue family.
Because Curly. Okay, there it is.
There we go.
Right. Well, which parish?
Well, that's a good question. NDV, right?
Oh, right?
Yeah.
You're talking to
NDV,
a kid.
right?
You're talking to a kid from Marin.
Steph Donahue was in my class at SI.
What's NDV?
Yeah. Notre Dame de Victoire. Okay. Down on Bush Street. Yeah. I mean, small local parish, but I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure.
My day is a win already. I got an NDV, buddy. I got an NDV. Well, no, thanks for coming in. It's always great to have you. Ever since the day you took Brock Purdy for Hum Baby, your morning radio legacy is secure, buddy.
There we go. 2022, and I've been living on that ever since.
All right. Marcus will be back tomorrow. He's taking a 3-day weekend, kind of like young Tony did when he took Friday, leaving us in the questionable hands of Jacob the Vigilante Violante on a 90s Friday, no less.
Yeah.
And it was a little sketch, but we got through. So anyway, good morning, brother. All is well. We got a lot going on.
Yeah.
Are you ready? How's your bracket?
I'm locked in. I haven't filled out the bracket yet. Are we going to do this live?
No.
No, you've probably already done three iterations of it.
I generally wait until Wednesday. I kind of like let
so you let the play-in games unfold?
I kind of know what I'm going to do. But hey, man, you never know. Somebody might get pneumonia. Somebody might twist an ankle. You know what I mean? Yeah. Of course, you can always change them now electronically on the thing. But I don't know. I like just holding the bracket.
You're a pen and paper guy?
Dude. You see this thing right here?
Murph plus 8,000 pen and paper.
See this thing right here? Oh, that is a beautiful thing. And it includes 7-seed UCLA, who about a month ago, we weren't even sure they were going to be on this sheet of paper. So shout out Mick Cronin and the roller coaster ride that is the Mick Cronin experience here. But are you, in general, a bracket guy? Like, you get 10 out of 10 enjoyment from the whole experience?
Well, I get 10 out of 10 enjoyment filling out the bracket. By the end of the tournament, it's usually about a 2 out of 10 experience for me. I love picking the upsets, and then they never materialize for me. So.
And here's your early read right now on how you're going. How about the sea change in college basketball in the last couple of years here with the NIL and the transfer portal, where mid-majors, any player who crops up on a mid-major who's any good gets gobbled up by a big school. So early read, folks, go chalk. Last year was 4 number 1 seeds in the Final Four. You'd be strongly considering that again. But, hey, we're not giving away our brackets just yet. But, yeah, it's awesome. I love it. And I would submit that Thursday and Friday are about as good a sports days in America as you're going to get. I mean, those wall-to-wall games, bro. There's going to be a game at 9:15 on Thursday morning. We're doing our show. I think it's like A&M or somebody's playing. But do you feel me on the Thursday, Friday?
I would take that even a step further. Not only is Thursday, Friday the best sports viewing experience you can possibly have, But a lot of people have said for years, Vegas is the place to go to take in March Madness. You got to be in Vegas. You got to be able to gamble there. I would disagree. I would say the tail end of spring training, taking in March Madness in Scottsdale at some of the sports bars around there, going to a spring training game in the afternoon, and then coming back to wrap up your evening with March Madness. That is the proper way to handle Thursday, Friday of this weekend.
Kerry, where were you in 1994?
Oh, good question. Being born.
Was that your birth year?
It was.
Was it 94?
Yeah.
What month?
So I wouldn't have been around for March Madness. June of 94.
Okay,
Yeah.
buddy. So where actually? I misspoke. Where were you in 1993?
Good question. Not a thought.
Zygote City. Zygote City.
Zygote City.
So I was going to say to you that you, my friend, just put your finger on in what my friends and I discovered in the spring of 1993. In 1992 we had the Dream Team, right? The Olympic Dream Team. My buddies and I, being the yokels that we are, began calling everything Dream Blank. We're going to go on a Dream Bender tonight. You know, want to go out to the bars. We got an apartment in the city. We said we called it Dream Pad. And then we said we need to go to Arizona as a group on Dream Trip. By the way, 2026, Dream Trip's still going.
30-plus years now.
Started in 1993, but here's the point of the story is we decided to go to spring training for / Giants baseball spring training / St. Patrick's Day / first 2 days of the tournament.
Wow.
Bro, and we rolled that for 20 years. You are 100% correct. The weather's unbelievable.
Yeah.
The baseball, who knows? Who cares? You're just at the game. We joked about the fact we went 20 straight years because now we've decided to take it on the road. We go to big cities around the nation now. Because one of my buddies said, bro, we know every freaking nook and cranny and pebble and corner of Scottsdale. We got to go somewhere else.
To me, that's not a reason to give up. That's a reason to keep learning.
Well, you know what's funny? I actually, this past spring, when I went with my family, I sent the guys a bunch of pictures. I said, we ready to come back? And everybody said they are ready to come back. I think 2027, we're going back.
There we go.
But anyway, the point of the story is that you go down there, we joked about 20 years of games. We couldn't tell you one result. We don't know a single result. All we remember is that Barry Bonds hit a lot of home runs over the right field berm, which then became the Charo Lodge.
Yeah. Well, you would have remembered a perfect game had you seen one of those.
There you go. Way to bring it back to the present, buddy. So Selection Sunday is obviously a topic. And, Kerry, before we get out and say good morning to Young Tone, are you down with a World Baseball Classic, my friend?
Love it.
Where are you?
Absolutely love the World Baseball Classic. In fact, I've become enraged over the way that the U.S. has represented itself at the World Baseball Classic.
Okay, here we go.
That is how into the WBC I am. Every 3 years I tell myself I'm not going to fall in with this thing. It doesn't matter. It's March. The pitchers are on a pitch count. It's not real baseball. And then I start watching, and the other countries take it seriously. This is their Super Bowl. This is their biggest possible thing they can partake in. And for the U.S., it's just another exhibition.
This is awesome. Hot Button Sports Talk Radio, introduced at 6:08 a.m. Kerry Crowley is pissed at Team USA.
I am.
I'm pissed at those who are pissed at Team USA.
Okay.
I mean, this whole idea, because I talked to Marcus about this at the end of last week, and it could just be my algorithm. Okay, I'm saying that. It could just be my algorithm misrepresenting the masses. But whatever reason, in what I like to call the cesspool of social media, and we talked about this last week too, you really looked at a cesspool. You know what I mean? Really just
I haven't studied them too closely.
The dysentery, the mosquitoes, the bugs, the whole thing. Just look at that. It's a cesspool down there. You know what I mean? That's really, honestly, that's what it's become. You know what I mean? Who knows? I don't know. Maybe somebody bought it a couple years ago and changed it. I don't know. Is that what happened? I don't know. Yeah, that's what happened. Anyway, the point is that I get fed these algorithms now that just enrage me.
Yeah.
And it's all about how a bunch of Americans hate the American team. Let me say that again. A bunch of Americans hate the American team.
Well, can I give you someone who loves the American team but expects more out of their country?
Yes.
Expects more out of the players representing the United States?
Is that the man I'm looking at?
Love the team, rooting for them.
Okay.
Not exactly pulling for the Dominican on Sunday night.
Let me nail this down. Actually, let me open the floor to you. What's your beef?
My beef is these players don't seem to take it seriously. These players don't seem, outside of maybe a Paul Skeens and maybe a Logan Webb and possibly an Aaron Judge, to be all that fired up, to be wearing the red, white, and blue.
Two different things. Can you fired up is one thing, taking it seriously is another. I would submit to you that I thought that this is the team that actually has taken it the most seriously of all. Like, this is the best roster we've ever assembled. Like, this is it, right? I mean, like, we guys
The best roster America's ever assembled, and you got a guy, Nolan McLean, whose name I can't pronounce, in the fourth spot in the rotation.
Well, that's a statement on previous rosters, right? We can still do better, obviously.
Yeah. Ryan Yarborough taking down important innings for you.
And you got Tarek Skubal leaving, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
that's my thing.
That gets back to March, and that gets back to spring training and pitch counts and all that stuff. I understand. But I think there's no question that this is the best roster America's fielded because the team, for whatever reason, we don't take it as seriously as you say, or guys are more worried about their agents telling them not to get hurt because we need to make money, all that stuff. So I hear what you're saying. I'm more focusing on the people who get upset that the guys who are in our dugout don't have enough swag or aura. That's the one that upsets me because it seems to be like you're being judged now on whether or not you have swag or aura. Like I'm starting to push back against those who say, oh, the U.S. is so boring and dull. I'm like, yo, dude, you know what? I mean, listen, that's our team. Those are our boys, and that's kind of how we do it. And I was kind of thinking about the counter narrative here, like the James Bond narrative, right? Like the old cowboy narrative, the old Clint Eastwood narrative. Like it used to be cool to be cool. And now when Team USA acts cool, they get killed for it. Where's my jumping jacks? Where's my calisthenics? Why am I not spilling out of the dugout and tackling a guy from home to first when he hits a homer? I'm like, whatever happened to... Didn't the West Side Story say, stay cool, boy?
Yeah, but a little emotion wouldn't hurt.
Fonzie. Hey, you know what I mean? The great American. They didn't make them. You ever see the movie Paul Newman made? They didn't call him Swag Hand Luke. They called him Cool Hand Luke.
Yeah.
You know
Look, it used to mean something when you could act like you've been there before. But the reality is, for so many of these guys, they haven't been there before. So let's see a little emotion. Let's see a little heart on your sleeve. Let's see that this matters to you.
Well, did you see when Gunnar Henderson hit his home run?
Yeah.
They gave you a little bit, but you don't have to over. And I think I think the U.S. almost prides itself a little bit on let's be the guys who've been there before.
Yeah, let's be the team of decorum. Right.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
The team of decorum.
Is that what you called Clint Eastwood when Dirty Harry had decorum? Or he was just cool?
Okay.
Because he'd been there before.
Okay.
James Bond, although he's not American. I should probably scratch that one. Anyway, point is it's fun discussion, fun debate. Glad you brought it up. Glad you took the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an American who hates the American team.
Oh, wow. There we go. 6:12 a.m. Murph putting words in my mouth. Won't be the last time.
That's what we do, baby.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
All right. Selection Sunday. Congratulations to our Santa Clara Broncos. First time since 1996. That's awesome. I'd say congratulations to St. Mary's, but this is what they do. They're like Team USA. Act like you've been there before.
No emotion from St. Mary's.
They're doing their thing. We got Giants baseball, bro. Are you ready for this? 1 week from today, they're in town.
Wow.
1 week from today.
Next week.
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
Sultanes. And I was at FanFest over the weekend. I can report from that. We got Giants baseball. We got the Warriors showing up on a Sunday night on NBC and almost shocking the world with everybody's forever Warrior, Omar Yurt 7 out there. He was on the court in the final seconds too, by the way. So we got a ton to get to. Kerry Crowley's in for Marcus. It's a Monday. We've broken on through to the other side, and we're cool about it because we've been here before on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Our question of the day is the World Baseball Classic living up to the hype? What do you guys think? You can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-5627, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
Oh, bright and early, but never too early to not think about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, because Amici steps up during tournament time. We just talked about the brackets. Amici's is right there for you. You're skipping work to catch games. You want to eat lunch or dinner somewhere showing the games. Where better? than Amici's. East Coast Pizzeria, because multiple big screen TVs with NC2A action with the best pizza in town, and wings, and pastas, and salads, and more encouragement here. How about new menu items? We're actually going to be bringing these in on Wednesday. We're doing some live taste tests on Wednesday. Spoiler alert, delicious, all right? New menu items for half price. Dine in or pick up on all tournament game days. 3 new pizzas, a new pasta, a new sandwich. Just tell them, Murph, your boy from KNBR. That's me. Tell them I sent you, and you get the deal. Or order for pickup at Amici's.com using their app, and enter the code MADNESS when you place your order, and you'll get the half-price new item discount. So when you want a great lunch or dinner deal on some new menu items for dine-in or pickup while catching the college hoops, Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Arte popped out his first time. He shows off that back with a base hit to right. Tatis heads for third. Throw from Judge. Right there. He's gone. Judge touched around Tatis. Thrilling stuff. Gunnar Henderson starts the fourth for Team USA. 5, 6, and 7 against Severino. The ninth pitch, turns on it, sends a fly ball to right center field. Gunnar Henderson has tied it up. Mark DeRosa pushes the right button, pushing Gunnar Henderson into the lineup. Numbers that you could not deny against Luis Severino in his career. Gregory Soto and the lefties on to face Roman Anthony here. Fly ball right center field. Rodriguez and Tatis going back. Here it is gone. Roman Anthony gives the U.S. the lead. Tyler Rogers comes in, and you cannot swing further from one end of the spectrum to the other. Tatis at second, Marte at first, and Juan Soto's the hitter. Bouncing ball towards the middle. Whip to the bag, off balance, still for a double play. Got it on the ground and got two. Tyler Rogers, welcome to Team USA.
Tyler Rogers, what? He's a great American. Tyler Rogers, man. Turn up Freebird. Tyler Rogers gets the double play. Team USA 2, Dominican Republic 1. If you missed it, if you were watching the Oscars, and shout out Oakland's own Ryan Coogler winning a Oscar for Best Screenplay. That's awesome. He's a complete, absolute local Titan, huge Warrior fan and all that. I watched coach the baseball team with his little brother Keegan on it over in Oakland. So shout out the Coogler family. But while you were watching the Oscars and watching, I don't know, whatever happened at the Oscars, and while you were watching perhaps the Warriors play the Knicks, you might have forgotten that Team USA was playing. We didn't forget here at the Leader. We watched it. I was dialed into almost every single pitch. I did leave in the eighth inning to watch the final minutes of the Warriors-Knicks game. Missed the Juan Soto strike three that people are complaining about, but was back for the Perdomo strike three that will live in infamy in the Dominican Republic. Although I will say this, I read Jeff Passan's piece and some stuff on social media, and the Dominicans, tip of the cap, very minimal whining, crying, and bitching. Like, you know what? We're not going to make it about that pitch. Yeah, it was a ball. Perdomo said 100% it was a ball. But Albert Pujols, the dignified manager of Team Dominican, maybe the greatest Dominican hitter of all time, Albert Pujols, said, I'm not going to make it about that pitch, man. It was a whole tournament, and it happened. It's part of the game. Or is it because we're going to watch Major League Baseball a week from Wednesday in San Francisco when it will be part of the game to challenge a pitch like that? And if people don't know what we're talking about, it's a 2-1 ball game. It's Mason Miller on the mound, the kid, former Oakland A, now current San Diego Padre, I believe, right? Throwing 101, 102, 103 at his leisure. And Perdomo battling him with a full count takes what was ball 4 by any measure, including an actual graphic that shows you that it was ball 4. But home plate umpire Corey Blazer calls strike 3. The game is over. The Dominicans kind of on the Wilmer Flores check swing train. Young Tony, sometimes in life, you're going to get boned.
There's just times in life now you're going to get boned.
Kerry Crowley is in for Marcus. Kerry, you won't know this, but the morning after the Wilmer Flores check swing, when we were just talking about it over and over and over again about how could the Giants-Dodgers series end on a Wilmer Flores check swing? Gabe Morales, I believe, the ump. You were covering that game?
I was, and I did Sports Phone that night. Yeah, double dipped. Bay Area News Group reporting.
Get some applause for this kid on that. That's outstanding work right there. And the next morning, after we kind of talked ourselves into a loop, I finally wound up saying this.
There's just times in life now you're going to get boned.
And that was it. I just determined.
And it lives on 5 years later.
There's just times in life you're going to get boned.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You buy it?
I'm not arguing. I've learned more than that.
What was while you were hate watching the American team, what was your take?
Wow.
While you were
What was my take is I'd like to have seen that played out. I thought that Perdomo took ball 4, and I'd like to have seen Miller go after Tatis to end the game.
Yeah, Tatis was up next.
Yeah,
Tatis.
And that would have been a heck of a matchup.
Yeah, it would have been.
Perdomo earned the base.
Well, it's Padre on Padre crime, too, right?
Exactly. It's a great way to go after it.
There was nobody on base at the time, right?
Runner on third.
Oh, that's right.
Runner on third. Julio Rodriguez standing on third base, and Miller couldn't throw his slider because he kept spiking it.
Yeah, and
Will Smith had trouble with that pitch.
Will Smith had a pass ball earlier in the at-bat, too. Yeah. Oh, boy, you're right. There was a runner on third. Julio Rodriguez. Yes, that makes it even juicier.
Yeah.
So, I mean, will that game be remembered for strike 3, or will it be remembered for just, great, taut, tight baseball? Listen, we can go through the history of baseball before the ABS, which, has been 150 years. And dude, you can pick any number of called strike threes. Dude, I don't know. Do you know the name Eric Gregg?
Levon Hernandez.
Okay, you know what?
1997.
You know what? This kid. You know what? Give more applause to this kid right now. Very, very good. A lot of kids
Eric
born in the
Gregg.
'90s don't know that.
Eric Gregg.
So I bet Young Tony didn't know that, and that could be a what did Young Tony learn today? If he dialed up a YouTube compilation of Eric Gregg in the 1997 playoffs, giving Levon Hernandez not an inch off the plate.
Give him a full plate off the plate.
Not 2 inches off the plate. Not 3. Giving him, as you say, a full plate off the plate. I mean, some of the most egregious stuff. I think it almost either inspired by Leslie Nielsen's umpiring in The Naked Gun, dude. I mean, dude, it was so bad. So we lived, we just live with that.
Yeah.
We just what? Hey, Eric Gregg called a pitch that was literally 2 feet off the plate, a strike. All right, that's all right. What else is on? You know what I mean? That's how we lived, And now we finally devised a way to cure it with the ABS. Are you excited for the ABS?
I watched it down at spring training. I was there last week and sat next to Marty, who told me he's not an ABS guy.
Okay.
He's definitively not an ABS guy.
I could tune in on Sundays at 11 to find out why, but you want to summarize why?
So I sit there and I'm like, oh, this is great.
It's part of the game.
This is
The human
fantastic.
element, yeah.
Patrick Bailey's got an edge right here. I think this is cool. The Giants are going to be able to play this to the best of their abilities.
Yeah.
And then you get to the 4th inning, you're like, come on. 10th challenge.
Yeah.
The umps are getting 8 consecutive calls wrong. Yeah. It's a joke. And so you see it play out in a
so would
game
you
where
rather
the
not
ump is
have it?
egregious. I don't know, but the current system is not good.
My experience down there the weekend with the family, I enjoyed it.
Okay.
We didn't have 10.
Yeah, I had 10 by the 5th inning. It was a brutal watch.
We only had about 5.
Yeah, because after a while, the players stopped being right, and so they run out of challenges. But this game, we had an umpire who was just getting everything wrong.
But I
and
found-
Bailey was working the ump.
Wow. I found the actual play out of the ABS, like the little 3 or 4 second run up where you kind of go, oh, and you find out if it's a ball or a strike.
Yeah.
Kind of a fun little game within the game.
Yeah, it's a little dramatic
Yeah,
the
yeah,
first
yeah.
4 times you do it.
Wow.
The 10th time in the 4th inning, you run out of juice.
Interesting take.
Yeah.
Interesting
Oh,
take.
just-
That's why we
just
brought
wait.
Carrie in here
Just
for these
wait.
edgy takes. Yeah. All right. I like it. All right. Guest list on a Monday, March 16, 2026, 3/16/26. It's sponsored by El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership. We are family. That kid, young Tony, took Friday off work. Now, that doesn't happen often, Carrie. This kid's a worker. He's a worker bee.
I'm aware.
And he took Friday off. My man, how did it feel to not
You guys
do
still got a spot for me? Is my job, still okay?
Yeah, I mean, listen,
The
I don't
vigilante.
I'm not driving a knife into Vigilante's back. I love the man, but you're a little smoother.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah. Buddy, God put you on this earth to work, and then on Friday you chose not to work. How did your?
Well, I didn't choose not to work. We got a comp day because when the Niners, lost in the playoffs, we worked MLK Day, obviously a holiday. So then when we did that, we had to choose a day where we had to, take a day off by the end of Q1. And I chose why not take the Friday, before St. Patty's Day celebration off.
You could have refused the comp day and come to work.
That's what
the kind
Derek
of-
told me, yeah.
You could have. Derek famously has refused all comp days here.
Derek's like, yeah, you can push it off. You don't have to use it by the end of Q1.
Coach takes off for 6 weeks. Derek's in the studio every day.
I say this only because we're breaking balls. Please, Derek, don't curl up into a ball and get so upset. But who's got the laugh track today, by the way? Who's got? It'd be nice if Derek took a few more comp days. I'm riffing. Thank you very much. I'm just riffing, Derek. I'm riffing. All right. But you give me a comp day, I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it. In fact, I'm taking it on a Tuesday in April. How about this? I can reveal the grand plans here because my boys graduated from high school. And so we're just treasuring our days. And so we've carved out a special day. I called Provident Credit Union, and we're going to play Pebble Beach.
That's it. That's a good sponsor right there.
How about that,
That's
buddy?
a good
How about
sponsor
that?
right
So,
there.
yes,
You just give Provident CU a call.
Oh, yeah.
and
They gotta-
you're on the links. You got a tea time.
No, they're not sponsoring me. I need to get a loan. That's my point. That was my point. They're not sponsoring. They're spreading out my mortgage, buddy.
That's amazing.
All right, young Tom, what do we got today, buddy? Well, first of all, how was the 3-day weekend?
It was amazing. There's nothing like a 3-day weekend.
Good weather.
Yeah.
Great weather. I was just sitting out on my balcony, just sitting in the sun on some of those days, too.
Nothing like a 3-day. You ready for the heat wave? I read that it's going to be 80 up to 88 in the city.
Yeah.
Bro.
Get ready.
Yeah, get ready. I heard
John Curley and I have already stocked up on sunscreen.
L.A.,
The
Phoenix.
bodegas in the marina aren't safe.
Dude, I'm not kidding. When I lived in Ireland for that year, when they had like 2 hot days a year, I specifically remember this one day in May. Dude, the people walked in, they were crimson, bro. I was howling. I was like, really, one day? This is what one day does to you guys? Where they were staggering in, maroon. Freaking the sun killed them. killed them. And they were like staggering in for their pints. Like they couldn't even talk. I was like, come on, guys, toughen up. All right, what do we got here, buddy?
Well, coming up early, we got to get going here. Susan Slusser going to join us next. Talk a little Giants baseball. We'll have Hums and Bums at 6:50. Talk a little college basketball with Roxy Bernstein. 8:30 this morning. Cooler content at 9:15. And then everybody's favorite, Dave Fleming at 9:30, ladies and gents.
That's a good guest list, but we better get going because Susan Slusser's waiting next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
By God, that's Susan Slusser's music. Let's go. She's down in Scottsdale where it's supposed to be so toasty. Carrie Crowley's telling me they're moving games to the evening to prevent the heat. I did not know that. I knew the heat wave was coming. We'll ask Susan. She's boots on the ground. She is 1 week away from breaking camp, something she's done since the 1990s, y'all. And now here she is at 2026 spring. Susan Slusser of San Francisco Chronicle. Susan, do you know who's sitting to my right? Carrie Crowley is sitting to my right. So it's an old beat writer trio here. I'm the least decorated of the three. Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. We just saw Carrie down here. It was such a treat. Come back, Carrie.
I'd love to come back, Susan, but 104 on Friday? 104 on Friday? That is, I've never seen that during spring training.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm just looking at my phone. Mine's saying 105. So, yeah.
Stand back.
Please help.
Oh, my God. That is really tough. It is. So, well, listen, World Baseball Classic first and foremost, before we get going to the Giants, I don't know how much it's resonating or puncturing the spring training bubble. How aware are the players and Tony Vitello and the crew? Are you guys talking about it a lot? And if so, what did you think of last night?
Very, very aware. People are talking about it constantly. Like sometimes it's even been like a question right away after games when we gather around Tony Vitello to check in post game. Particularly, of course, everybody's interested in the teams that there are Giants players with, and Logan and Team USA, who isn't interested in that last night's matchup. Huge interest, but a lot of love for Team Italy. Ron Wotus is there, Dave Righetti is there. Obviously, Tony Vitello loves Italy. That's kind of like the sneaky favorite for a lot of people.
That's really fun, and we had Ron Wotus on last week. He was fantastic. Let's stay on that for a second and talk about Logan Webb. His performance Friday night, man, oh man, had to be one of the biggest days of his life wearing that USA jersey, delivering the goods as he did. And then he chose to stay to be in the dugout and be part of. I saw him celebrating with his teammates a couple of times. So tell us a little bit about what the Giants and he decided, what they said about his performance and letting him stay for a couple of days to be there, maybe to win a gold medal.
Yeah, I don't think, first of all, Logan Webb's preparation is never anything that's in question. And he hit exactly, like he did almost exactly what the Giants had requested and had told Team USA, like 71 pitches on the mark, pitched beautifully. Like he is doing everything exactly right there to get ready for the season. So, if he takes the time in between starts to stick with his team and his commitment, I think they're all on board with that. I think there were some people around baseball who look a little bit askance at some of the top-notch pitchers who fly in for one start and fly back out. And it's not really a team thing when you do that. So good for Logan.
By the way, nice use of askance. I like that. Yeah. I'm going to look at Carrie askance today. Yeah, sorry.
That's good stuff.
Good idea.
Susan, pivoting to the Giants in Scottsdale, the big news over the weekend, and you've been reporting on this, Hayden Birdsong and the forearm issue, the grade 2 UCL sprain. Regardless of what's decided in the second opinion with Dr. Keith Meester, and anytime you're getting a second opinion with him, that never seems to be good news. This seems like it's an injury that could keep Birdsong out a long time.
Well, yeah, it's such a bummer, right? He looks like he's just turning things around in that outing at Cleveland, and it turns out that's when he gets hurt. So nobody wants to see that, first and foremost. I will say I've seldom seen an athlete who has taken probably a significant injury. He hasn't decided yet between straight rehab and surgery. But Hayden Birdsong seems to be taking it pretty well. Almost everybody he knows in the pitching community has had Tommy John surgery. This is really simple. It's like, remember that's back when there was that wave of everybody was breaking hamate bones. Obviously, that's a much lesser injury. You're out much less of a time. But almost every hitter knows somebody that's broken a hamate bone. Tommy Johns are just so common now. So he's got an interesting decision like they all do. But on his own team, he's got Eric Miller, who rehabbed an elbow sprain. Looks great. And he's got Robbie Ray, who has, like Birdsong, the sort of full involvement with the flexor tendon too, slightly bigger surgery sometimes slightly out longer. So he can lean on both of them, but he doesn't have all the info yet. He still has to see Keith Meister in Dallas, and I think that will probably tell the tale. He said yesterday essentially like, man, I don't even want to make this decision. So I think that talking to experts will really, really help him. But Mason Miller, obviously everyone saw last night, people remember from the A's, phenomenal talent. He had an elbow sprain and just rehabbed it, and he throws well over 100. I think that people kind of hold their breath sometimes when they see those numbers, knowing he rehabbed that rather than getting the surgery. But you cannot argue with the success he's had.
Interesting stuff, and obviously the coming days will tell us what goes on with Hayden Birdsong, who's just had a really rough spring all the way around. It is sort of like our legal obligation to ask the Bryce Eldridge question. I don't think we've done a single Giants interview this spring without asking about Bryce Eldridge. Over the weekend, I think 1 for 2 with an RBI in one game, struck out 0 for 1 in another game. We're a week away from the team coming to San Francisco and playing the Sultanes de Monterrey. Is that it, I think? And then we're a week from Wednesday. So we're getting down to it, Susan. You're getting a clearer picture of the roster. We know the outfield is crowded with good candidates. Where does that leave Bryce Eldridge, in your estimation, going into the roster sweepstakes countdown?
I don't think anything's really settled, but I will say early in the spring, I think everyone who was looking at the situation thought he's probably on the roster. I think it was going to take a really great spring and then underperformance maybe elsewhere. What's happened is Gerard Encarnacion has just been phenomenal. He potentially could start the year in that he out of options, et cetera. As he's come on so strong, I think maybe as Bryce has kind of not hit quite as much, I think maybe that gives them some reason to go like, hey, no reason to rush Bryce. Let's start him off in the minors. This way we can also hang on to Gerard Encarnacion and also Luis Matos, because that kind of opens up those spots. So that might be the way they go, but gosh, it's really, really hard to tell. All these battles, it's great. All these battles have been so good because people are performing so well. That's what, of course, you want, but it makes the decision-making really difficult.
I was going to follow up, Susan, and ask how far has Gerard maybe edged past Luis Matos in this competition? And do you foresee kind of a bench of Susac being the backup catcher, Koss and Schmidt in the infield, and then Matos and Encarnacion, if that's the case, because then there wouldn't be room for Eldridge? How does this play out? Can you keep both Matos and Encarnacion?
The only way you can keep Matos and Encarnacion is if Eldridge starts off at Sacramento. I think that's probably what happens. I just couldn't, I really couldn't say. After yesterday, I don't see how you leave Encarnacion off. And I will also say he's played some really terrific defense. Remember last spring, he was hurt diving for a ball. He's kind of an all-out defender. You look at him, he's so big. He's a little bit lumbering, but he is a good defender. He does things right, and he is, the effort level is max. So, and I'm not saying the opposite of Bryce. Bryce is working his rear off this spring. He still has a ways to go at first. For me, I don't care that much about Bryce Eldridge and whether he can play first or not. I think he'd probably mostly wind up DHing, with Devers getting the bulk of time at first. Casey Schmidt can play first too. I don't think that's a huge concern. I think, is Bryce ready to hit in the big leagues? That's the question, and I'm not sure we've seen the answer.
Last couple minutes here with Susan Schlesinger and let her go off into the heat of Arizona here. Do you think Tony Vitello will name a closer as Ryan Walker, or will he leave it open?
I think he kind of profiles so far to us, and again, we're just getting to know Tony Vitello, but kind of parsing everything, every word. I think he might be the kind of manager who just never says, but keeps running one guy out there mostly. Now, yesterday, he essentially said, like, the two guys that jump out right now for ninth inning guys are Eric Miller and Ryan Walker. And since one's left-handed, one's right-handed, you absolutely could go with both of those guys and tailor it to the opposing lineup, which I have no problem with. And he said, as most managers do, sometimes it's the eighth inning that's, more important. So with your best high leverage guys, late inning guys, being left-handed and right-handed, you can look at the eighth and the ninth as sort of like, where do I put this one? Where do I put that one? And that makes enormous sense.
Well, Susan, the obvious follow-up to that is, if those are the two pitchers who Vitello certainly trusts in eighth and ninth inning situations, if it's opening day, Logan Webb goes 6 innings, 2 runs, hits 100 pitches against the Yankees, Giants have a lead. Who else is in the mix? Who's in the 7th? Who's in the 8th? Assuming that you can't throw both Walker and Miller. Is it Buteau? Is it Bivens? I'm having a hard time kind of piecing this together.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of question marks still with sort of the middle innings. I would say Buteau, to me, is a later inning guy, so I think he's probably a guy you would look at for the 7th. He could close too if need be. Bivens has been so reliable. One of those young starters is likely to be sort of a long man, swing man type. It's a little bit, Matt Gage has gotten a lot of nice words from the coaching staff. I think we can assume that he's going to be in that mix somewhere. But it's a little bit pick'em for me. That's interesting. Again, this is one of those battles where people have performed really well. Caleb Killian, a name people will remember from when he got traded in the Chris Bryant deal, he's pitched really well. A lot of these guys have pitched so well.
Yeah, last one, Susan, is our weekly Tony V check-in. You know what's funny, man? Seems like the guy's been here so long, he hasn't managed a big league game yet. Oh, my God, we've been through everything. The honeymoon, the controversy, the come out of the controversy, second honeymoon, the dugout rituals, all the stuff that's going on. Any new information on him as a manager and or leader and or sort of face of the franchise? What's sort of the signature? Is there an anecdote, the signature anecdote? Is there something the players are saying? Like, what's the Tony V temperature check?
Well, one thing we've learned is he really dislikes losing, as you might expect, but he gets grumpy after losses. I have zero problem with that. I think that's always a good thing, really, unless, ask a great question and get shot down. But he absolutely, he's been doing something interesting a couple interesting things this week that I really like. And one potentially does not necessarily help winning day-to-day here. Of course, that doesn't really matter, winning here. But he's sort of experimenting with different things with the running game. That's why you've seen some guys get picked off this week. They're trying to find out what people can and can't do in certain situations. Can we push the envelope here? Can we do it there? Who can do that? I love that. But he's also been putting guys in key situations late. And now that we're seeing more sort of big league pitchers in the later innings, that's been really interesting. We've certainly seen Jared Oliva in pinch running situations late, and then everybody knows he's going, takes second, takes third, scores. That's been incredible. I don't see where there's a roster spot for him. This is one of the reasons they should expand rosters. Every team that can have a Jared Oliva should have one. That is exciting. That makes exciting baseball. But for instance, he has Bryce Eldridge pinch hit down late with a runner on. I love that kind of stuff. He's been doing a lot of those kind of things lately. He's really taking a look at who can do things in tough situations late as they present themselves here.
Great observations. Good stuff. Susan, I know we've gone long, but I can't leave without us talking about our colleagues who gave so much to so many in the Bay Area. Everybody in the last 60 years, 70 years knows Dave Newhouse, the legendary Oakland Tribune writer and columnist who died at the age of 87 of heart failure. Unbelievable run. Just you say Oakland Tribune, you say Dave Newhouse. And then tragically, we got the news that Carl Stewart, a longtime baseball writer who covered the Giants, and it was just such a wry, witty, funny, dry, likable Carl from the East Bay, also from the Bay Area News Group, passed away at the age of 72 from cancer. We lost both of them in 1 week, Susan. I know it's a lot to squeeze into one radio answer, but just any thought you wanted to offer on either of those guys? And both of them, please.
Yeah, I adored both of them. This is as rough a week in Bay Area sports writing as I can remember. Honestly, I sort of refused to believe the news about Carl because it came right on the heels of the news about Dave, and I really did love both. Dave is just an icon and a gentleman, so good for so long, and repository of Oakland sports information. And Carl was such a top-notch reporter. Honestly, when he showed up at the A's, I kind of always got a little nervous because I was like, this guy's got so much game. What is he going to come up with today? And a huge music fan. I love talking music with Carl. We have very similar musical tastes. So on a personal level, I'm going to miss both of them, but I'm really going to miss my music. In fact, at our annual baseball writers luncheon, Carl brought along a jam single that he had and gave it to me.
He had tremendous music knowledge. You're right. And Dave was just, you know what, John Crumpacker, another one we lost, the late John Crumpacker used to say that Dave was the Fred McMurray of the press box. I freaking loved that call. Anybody who remembers My Three Sons and Fred McMurray, that's Dave Newhouse, right? So just absolute positive, upbeat, sunny, optimistic vibe. Always glass half full is an understatement with Dave Newhouse, right?
Lovely man.
The glass was always completely full with Dave Newhouse. So, all right, Susan. Well, thanks for all the time, and thanks for hopping on early. Have a great day.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Susan.
Hums and Bums next on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
March Madness always means Amici's East Coast Pizzeria because we dial up specials and they have big screen TVs, and you want to skip work and school on Thursday and Friday to go to lunch and dinner and watch the games and eat the best pizza you can possibly eat. Oh, just give me a large pepperoni pizza right now and give me a big screen TV with the basketball. That's Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. And if you want further encouragement, I'm here for you. Amici's, we are dropping new menu items. 3 new pizzas. a new pasta, a new sandwich. We're going to bring them in Wednesday for a taste test, by the way. Can't wait. These are all going to be half price for dine-in or pickup on all tournament game days. How great is that? All right, just tell them I sent you. Say Murph from KNBR sent you, and you get the deal. Once again, all these new menu items for March Madness basketball. Or we're going to use the word madness for our pickup at amichis.com. When you use their app, you enter the code MADNESS. Now, I've given young Tony an assignment. We'll see if he handles it. When you place your order and use the code MADNESS, you get half price on the new items. So it's a great lunch. It's a great dinner. It's great basketball. It's new menu items. It's madness for dine-in or pickup while catching this year's college hoops. Amichis delivers.
Madness, madness, I call it that. Yeah.
It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? Same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, happy to be here, except Marcus taking the day off, that comp day that Tony took on Friday, the legendary comp day that's floating around. We're passing it around like a joint at Dennis Hopper's estate. Kerry Crowley in. You got to love the freckle-faced kid from the Sunset Districts. Pride of St. Ignatius. You need him. You can catch him at a pub somewhere in the avenues. And you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Great to have you, buddy. There's a rich tradition of you, me, and Hums and Bums that goes back to a legendary day in 2022. You want to recount the story from your perspective, pal? Because my view might be a little tainted. I don't know.
From my perspective, I was tasked with coming up with hums, and the Giants had just been swept in L.A. It was an atrocious series, and I don't think any of the main players got a hit. So I was scrounging around. Who could we possibly list as a hum? And I thought, it's this lovely kid. He gives a nice interview after he gets picked with the last pick in the NFL draft. Might as well just take this guy. He's living a dream. Hum baby Brock Purdy.
Do you remember my reaction?
You were seething. It was an affront to Hums and Bums to include Brock Purdy.
It'd be so great to find that live take where I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
You just took Brock Purdy as a hum? I said, well, how's the guy's last pick of the 7th round get to be the hum baby?
Irate doesn't begin to cover the emotion.
Look at Kerry Crowley now. So I would say pay attention to whoever he takes for Hums
Fear
and Bums.
and loathing on Battery Street.
Because there tends to be some sort of greatness attached to these picks. Unfortunately, you don't get to be happy this time. You get to be angry. You get to find the seamy side of sports, buddy. 3 losers and bums from the weekend, Kerry. The floor is yours, my friend.
Well, you hate to lead things off with a non-roster invitee for San Francisco Giants camp, but the Giants were on the precipice of greatness in the Cactus League on Sunday afternoon. 1 out away from a perfect game before hum number 1, hum baby,
Bum.
Gregory. Bum.
Yes,
Bum baby, that's
yes,
right.
yes.
Bum baby number 1, Gregory Santos blows it, walking a batter, giving up a hit, giving up the shutout. The Giants' perfecto was no more, Tony.
Now a fastball, and that's inside. He walked him. The fans are not buying it.
Well, here's the other thing, and the pitch wasn't that close, but you're out of challenges. I mean, in a perfect world, if you're trying to pitch a perfect game, it would be nice to have a challenge.
And the 0-2 pitch, swing of the ground, ball fair. Pass first and down the right field line, heading into the corner. Coming around second, digging for third is Pratt. He's going to be waved home, and he's going to score easily all the way from first on a ball into the right field corner. A double for Burke. And the Brewers get their first hit of the whole game. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a high fastball. The game is over. They came within an out of a perfect game. And then they were still an out away from a no-hitter. And finally, it was Burke who hit the double for the only hit the Brewers had all day. And it's the second time in the last 3 days that the Giants have had a game down in the Cactus League where they allowed only 1 hit for the whole game.
Might have been the first perfect game in Cactus League history, Murph, but alas, Gregory Santos, bum baby, number one.
I was going to ask you, I can't remember one. I mean, usually 7 guys pitch. Kind of hard to have a perfect game with 7 guys. This is amazing. So the actual roster of pitchers who carved this thing, Robbie Ray, 5 perfectos with 8 strikeouts.
Yeah.
Carson Seymour. You like that kid, Carson Seymour?
He's fine.
How about that?
Gives up too many homers.
Wow. Now we know what it's like to be around Carrie's house when he and his wife are having like a little spat. She's like, how was your day? It's fine. Fine. Tristan Beck, 1 2/3. You like him?
Team Great Britain's own Tristan Beck.
Stanford's own. Matt Gage, 1/3 of an inning. And then Santos, who you just slapped with a bum baby tag.
Yeah.
That's a little tough. St. Greg's, isn't that? Well, Gregory Santos is St. Gregory, right? St. Gregory, that's San Mateo.
I'm sure that's what his parents were thinking.
Isn't that Creative Tony's parish?
Yeah.
So anyway, so bum baby status, but yeah, I think it probably would have been. I mean, I know there's been a lot of baseball in the history of the world, but maybe the first perfecto in spring training history.
Giants said since records had been kept, I think, which was 1994 was the year that they pointed to, no perfect games.
So there it is. Thanks a lot, Greg Santos.
Yeah.
You bum. By the way, the guy who had the double, Blake Burke, De La Salle kid.
Okay. Tennessee, right?
Yeah, one of our devoted listeners, P1 Chuck, who's now moved to Charleston, South Carolina, and listens all the time, texts me almost daily saying that the Giants will rue not drafting Blake Burke because his kid played at De La Salle with Burke. I've been hearing about Blake Burke since he was in high school from P1 Chuck. So shout out to Blake Burke and De La Salle.
Yeah, how about De La Salle having both Blake Burke and Kyle Harris on the Milwaukee Brewers?
That was his point. He said they shouldn't have traded Kyle and kept. He's a big De La Salle guy. So Giants could have had a De La Salle dynasty.
Yeah,
so.
I'll take Devers instead.
Okay. There you go.
Bum Baby number 2. I don't actually have the name of the bum baby, but it's the home plate umpire working the World Baseball Classic.
I have to help you out here, buddy. It's okay. You're working part-time. Corey Blazer.
If that.
Corey Blazer. That's his name.
Corey Blazer, the home plate umpire in Team USA Dominican Republic last night, robbing the Dominican Republic. And look, I'm a Team USA fan. As I mentioned this morning, Murph, when I was talking how much I love Team USA and how much you hate them,
look
Corey
at that.
Blazer.
Clever little twist there.
Corey Blazer.
He knows he has the microphone.
Of some drama and some theater at the end of that game with not only a bad 9th inning call on Geraldo Perdomo, but a bad 8th inning call on Juan Soto, ringing him up. He's our bum baby number 2.
Mason Miller's 8th pitch to Perdomo. Here it is, on to the championship! The United States takes down the powerhouse that is the Dominican Republic. 2-1 the final score.
When you see that last pitch, do you think at all in 10 days with ABS that game ends differently?
I just said it in Spanish. I don't want to focus in the last game, in the last pitch. Obviously, it didn't go our way. Disappointed about the way that the game ends, but I don't want to criticize any of that. It wasn't meant to be for us. I think both teams pitched well, played well. Our bullpen really did an outstanding job. Severino did a great job as well. So I don't really gonna focus the whole game, especially a great game like it was tonight, on that last pitch.
What do you give me for the media training of Albert Pujols compared to Mark DeRosa?
Absolutely fantastic. And speaking not in his native tongue either, but he spent about 50 years in America, though. But we have it on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. It's a slider, and it dips below the zone. What do you give me for the Will Smith, Pat Bailey frame job on that thing, huh?
It's a good frame job.
And Corey Blazer, had he had a lower strike zone all day, that's what somebody was arguing, that it was consistent at least. Do you buy that? It's close. It wasn't like an Eric Gregg level.
It wasn't Eric Gregg level, but that's a pretty egregious strike 3 call.
Yeah.
That's clearly below the knees as we watch here on YouTube,
I would
Twitch, and
probably
Twitter.
tell my kids, stick to Little League. You got to foul it off.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Little League, yeah.
You gotta fight.
Take that lesson from Mill Valley 12 and under out to the World Baseball Classic at Lone Depot Park, huh?
The game is the game, buddy.
Yeah, the game is the game.
That's right.
That's baseball.
So, hey, man, Corey Blazer is or Cody Blazer, pardon me. No, I got his name right the first time. Corey Blazer is now famous. Now, you had a hot take on the ABS earlier. We were talking about this in our opening segment. You're strongly against it as you are the American team.
Oh, wow. Now you're twisting my words on both fronts.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who's twisting whose words?
Yeah. Funny how that works.
So the ABS arrived. You liked it. You sat next to Marty, and you got beaten. You got it beaten out of you. You said, huh?
Marty hates ABS. They didn't have it at Ebbets Field, remember?
It's the human element, the mosaic. Yeah. So you agreed with him.
Well, I gave it a chance. I said, this is great. I see it a couple of times. It's interesting, entertaining. Fourth inning comes around, and we're on our 10th challenge of the ball game. Come on. 10 challenges?
So you should put a hard cap on any number of challenges.
Each team should have a max of 3. You get 3 overturned, and then at that point, you just know that you're dealing with a bad umpire.
I think that's a reasonable thing. You can't have endless challenges.
Yeah.
Because you're saying one home plate umpire's having a bad day, and they overturned several in a row on him. Huh?
Yeah.
And
exactly.
and they retain the challenges.
You retain the challenges, yeah.
So there's an endless, bottomless well of challenges.
It makes for a brutal watch.
Or the ump could tighten up his game a little bit.
Exactly. You'd like to see that, too.
All right,
Spring training for everyone.
So do you feel like, you said earlier in the show, you would have liked to have seen it play out? Give Perdomo first base.
Well, I would have liked to have seen Mason Miller, Fernando Tatis Jr. We saw a couple of years ago Shohei Ohtani, Mike Trout in the World Baseball Classic. That would have been the matchup. Perdomo earned first base. He took ball 4. I would have liked to have seen that Padre on Padre crime, huh?
Young Tony, this is the time we tell Carrie the life lessons we've learned on this show, because after Wilmer Flores was rung up on a check swing that never was by Gabe Morales in Game 5 of the 2021 NLDS, the next morning we came in, we were trying to sort it out, and I came upon this life aphorism here.
There's just times in life now you're going to get boned.
That's it. There's the end of the story, kids. Don't ask any more questions. There's just times in life you're going to get boned.
There's just times in life now you're going to get boned.
And that's my message to the Dominican Republic right there.
There we go.
All right, Bum Baby number 2 is Corey Blazer. Who's Bum Baby number 3?
Bum Baby number 3. How about the entire Golden State Warriors at the moment? 5 losses in a row, a season high in terms of their losing streak. They go into New York. They are playing with absolutely no one. 8 of their top 9 scorers unavailable. $190 million in salary unavailable. Listen to this starting lineup that the Golden State Warriors rolled out on Sunday evening at the Garden.
So many of the big names like Steph Curry and Draymond Green, Kristaps Porzingis, Al Horford out of the lineup. Here are the 5 who are starting. Pajensky, Will Richard, mentioned earlier, Guy Santos. Malafai Leons will get his first career start here tonight. Second-year man out of Bradley via the Netherlands. And Quentin Post will go, also second-year man out of the Netherlands. As a matter of fact, this Warriors team so thin, they signed Omer Yurtseven from Turkey, spent some time in the NBA. They signed him to a 10-day contract. This morning, he is here tonight for Steve Kerr. Gets it to Post, and to Santos, he's free. Pops to Post, couldn't clean catch it. Knicks take it away and win. The Warriors unable to get the shot, and the Knicks, who once trailed by 21 in this game, have their largest comeback win of the season as they defeat Golden State 110-107.
Blown away by these guys. Their effort, their intensity, their connection is it's really beautiful to watch. And like I said, it's we're going to get rewarded for this. We're going to stay with it and continue to get better, and we're going to start winning some of these and get some guys healthy. And it's a really, really good connected team. They compete, they play hard, but beaten up right now. And shorthanded, but they keep giving themselves a chance to win night after night. It's beautiful to watch.
Yeah, Bum Baby number 3, give me the state of Golden State right now. 3 of those starters, picks in the 50s. Will Richard, Quentin Post, and Guy Santos. And then Malafai Leons. I don't know where he came from.
Great Bum Baby. First of all, Warriors gutty effort. They were up by 21 in the first half, dude. And they had that final possession was so sad. It was guys who've never been in that situation. Santos and Post like trying to pass it to each other. Ball didn't even get a shot off. It was so sad. That said, I agree with your Bum Baby situation. Here's my rule. When your starting 5 includes not 1, but 2 Dutch, we got problems. All right. I know the great Dwayne Kuiper told us, if you ain't Dutch, you ain't much. And we love Kuip and the
If you ain't Dutch, you ain't much.
If you got that, that's great. But as Michael Caine told us, there's 2 things we can't. Oh, and what did Michael Caine tell us?
There are only 2 things I can't stand in this world. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures and the Dutch.
What? Bro, this will go down as the 2 Dutchmen and Yurt 7 game, bro.
Oh.
This is flat early OOs Cohan era type stuff, bro. 2 Dutchmen and Yurt 7.
Omer Yurt 7, 12 scoreless minutes
but
for the
4
Warriors.
Four boards.
Yeah, rebounding machine.
And he was on the floor of those final Anunoby free throws, too. So, bro, Yurt 7 was getting key minutes, too. Poor Steve Kerr. Listen, here's the deal and it's a great bum, baby. Here's the deal. They're just about to fall into the 10 spot. They're not going to fall to 11, guys. That's just too big of a gap. Memphis has 43 losses, and they ain't going anywhere soon. So they're not going to catch Memphis for the 11 spot. Here's the best case scenario for the Warriors. Be the 10 seed, go to Portland in the 9-10 game, lose, and hit the lottery.
Okay.
That's the best possible scenario, all right? Other than that, it's 2 Dutchmen and Yurt 7. Bro, so...
we will not forget
so
this
recapping
lineup.
Your bum babies again, kid. Who were they?
Yeah, we got Gregory Santos.
That was a tough one.
Yeah, Gregory Santos is getting the bum baby for ruining the first Cactus League perfect game. We got Corey Blazer, the home plate umpire for the World Baseball Classic, Team USA, Dominican Republic. And then we got Guy Santos in the state of the Golden State Warriors as bum baby number 3.
By the way, shout out Mike Tirico. Santos catching a stray there, huh?
He and Gregory kind of tying things together. Neither really deserve.
By the way, how about Tirico? He goes from the Super Bowl to the Olympics to 2 Dutchmen and Yurt 7. And you're like, what the hell, dude? I used to be doing the Olympics and the Super Bowl, man. I was in the penthouse.
He was talking
bro.
about the best Dutch athletes out there.
By the way, 808 KNBR, greatest Dutch NBA player of all time. It's got to be the Duncan Dutchman, Rick Smits, right? No other candidate, right? No other candidate. All right, good job, guys. Good job. 3, I'm going to lift you guys up. After Kerry dragged you down into the cesspool, I'm going to rinse you guys up. We're going to shower off and shine a light on the hum babies next on the Sports Leader.
Gold member, I don't speak freaky deaky Dutch.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, listen to you, buddy. This isn't even our traditional hums and bums music. This is, by God, March Madness music. You want to know a little Coach Brian trick? So my CYO team made the playoffs every year. Bragging, because you don't have to. We made it every year, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. And I had a tradition. I would bring in the boombox on the first practice after Selection Sunday. And as the kids entered the gym, blasting this. And I'd be like, kids, do you know what's going on? And they'd all like, no. I'm like, dude, it's March Madness. They're like, oh, I didn't know. I was like, yo, guys. And I had it on loop because it ends, play it again. And we play it again. I'm like, guys, do the layups to the March Madness. They're like, what's going on? I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah.
They weren't buying it, buddy.
Yeah, what they don't tell you is 6 out of the 8 teams in CYO make the playoffs.
That's incorrect. 26 teams in our league, only 12 make it every year.
Wow.
It's like an NBA, NHL thing.
That's tough.
Yay.
Only 12?
You're either in or you're out. And we made it every single year, buddy. Yep.
That's coaching acumen right there.
Harry just poking the bear today.
Championship, Final Four.
Final Four.
Elite
We're
Eight,
celebrating Final Fours?
Four. Oh, yeah. Because then you don't get to pick your roster, buddy.
Yeah, believe me, I know.
Yeah.
Former 3-time coach of the year for the St. Stephen's B team.
Look who's bragging now. Look who's bragging.
I don't put that on the resume,
Did you ever
though.
play the March Madness music for the lamp line?
I did not.
You did not.
Did not.
3-time coach of the year.
Yeah.
Oh, but they actually have a coach of the year award? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Self-nominated.
All right. Did you get out there on the hardwoods?
Yeah. Bob Sarlott had the A team. I had the B team.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about that? Bob Sarlott once told me, he said, hey, if you need an inbounds play, I got you.
Oh, yeah. Bob Sarlott learned all his inbounds plays from yours truly.
Did he, is Sarlott still doing it?
I don't know, but he would go on Letterman and talk CYO.
Yeah, it's incredible.
That's the best stuff.
What parish?
This was St. Stephen's. Was St. Stephen's. But then Sarlott, he got moved to St. Cecilia's. He was always on the move,
all right,
searching for better talent.
And then when you're on St. Cecilia's B team and you see John Curley come out, you're like, oh,
St. Cecilia goes down to the D team. They got depth.
You're like, what's the minimum number of minutes I can play this guy and still not be DQ'd here, right? Dude?
There's a minimum?
Oh, yeah.
All good coaches know that, Tony.
I can't believe you just diminished
Curly goes 2 quarters every time.
I can't believe you diminished our playoff streak. I'm very proud of it. All right, guys, here we go, guys, because like I said, it's not always ideal circumstances. Here's the deal. Hum baby number 1. You're hearing it right here. Selection Sunday. Come on, man. To me, I opened the show by saying we have broken on through to the other side. It is truly the marker of spring. It's not Jim Nance on the Masters. It's not Easter Sunday. It's Selection Sunday. It's when we get those brackets. The sun shines a little bit later in the evening. You get your brackets out. We got them out. In fact, we have them right freaking here. If you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, look at that beautiful thing. Oh, look at that beautiful thing. I love a bracket. And so Selection Sunday is awesome. And I'm going to use the Santa Clara Broncos as our hum baby to lead the way because I love 3 p.m. on Sundays in mid-March. It's hallowed ground for sports fans, including those who hawk men's college basketball as far back as the Maui Invitational and those who parachute in this week not knowing the difference between Prairie View A&M and Texas A&M. But all are welcome, Carrie. All are welcome because it means springtime is nigh. And starting Thursday, we get a bonanza, the Field of 64, after the play-in games. I feel about the play-in games the way you feel about the ABS. A shout out to heavily favored 1 seeds, Duke, Arizona, Michigan, and defending champ Florida. But this special shout out is staying local. St. Mary's makes it for the 5th consecutive year. That's what Randy Bennett does. He wakes up in the morning and he makes the bracket. That's all he does every morning. But the real shout goes to Santa Clara, where Herb Sendek, who kills every year at the Olympic Club tip-off dinner with his dry humor, he's taken the Broncos and big three-point shooter Alan Graves to the dance for the first time, Carrie, since Steve Nash took him in 1996. You were in diapers, brother. 10-seed Santa Clara tips Friday at 9:15 in the morning in St. Louis. Again, 7-seed Kentucky. Spoiler alert, I got the Broncos. And Randy Bennett's familiar 7-seed Gales play 10-seed Texas A&M at 4:35 p.m. Thursday in Oklahoma City. Spoiler alert, I got the Gales. Herb Sendek will join us tomorrow at 9:30. We're also endeavoring to book Randy Bennett. We are your March Madness leader. Baby, number 1.
In the East region, the overall number 1 seed is the Duke Blue Devils. We are going to the upper right quadrant now, where Arizona is the 1 seed here. We are in the lower white quadrant now, the Midwest region, where the Michigan Wolverines are the 3rd overall number 1 seed. We are now going to the lower left quadrant, and it is Florida, the 4th overall number 1 seed. 10-seed Santa Clara, first time in the tournament in exactly 30 years when Steve Nash ran the offense.
And that's an excited group, well deserved by the Broncos. And this team is one of the most efficient offensive teams in the country.
Another bubble team on the 10 line.
Celebrating like they've been waiting.
We realize, we're very aware that we come to this moment standing on the shoulders of many who have come before us. Coaches, former players, alumni, supporters, the administrations. And to make this season in particular possible, it took the support and hard work of so many, not the least of which obviously are the players. My heart's full of gratitude for the opportunity to be shoulder to shoulder with these men every day.
That's the man, Herb Sendek, who bears a little resemblance to our security guard down in the lobby in the morning. You know what's funny about Herb? He's very solemn, serious, sober.
Like a robot.
You get him at a banquet, bro? Yeah, baby. Let's let Herb cook, because he's got some jokes. Herb's got jokes. You have history with the man.
I covered Herb Sendek back at Arizona State 2012 to about 2014. I covered the end of the Herb Sendek tenure, and I thought, Herb's done. There's nothing left for him in college basketball.
Yeah.
And he goes on to Santa Clara and goes to take the Broncos to far greater heights than my Sun Devils have gone to in recent years.
But did he ever take you guys to the tournament? Because I'm asking ChatGPT.
Well, he had James Harden at ASU. That was his claim to fame.
He's taken 4 different schools to March Madness. Took Miami, University of Ohio in 1995. He took the NC State Wolfpack 5 years in a row. He took you guys in 09 and 14. And now he's taken the Santa Clara Broncos.
4 different Conference Coach of the Year awards for
Incredible. Plus, he's got jokes. So, Herb Sendek, congratulations to Selection Sunday. It's the harbinger of spring. That's Baby number 1. Baby number 2, shifting out of that music there, back to the traditional Baby music. Team USA. Carrie doesn't like us. USA. Murph does like us. Carrie doesn't like us.
Incredible slander.
USA. Carrie is a communist. USA.
Wow. The Red Scare hitting the airwaves this morning, Murph.
I'm calling them the Swagless Wonders.
Yeah.
The Swagless Wonders.
Oh, okay, and I'm the one who doesn't like them.
They're here. No, that's an ironic nickname because I like them. Who cares? Be cool, man. Was Dirty Harry doing jumping jacks between home plate and first base? Was Paul Newman? They didn't call Paul Newman over-celebrate Hand Luke. They called him Cool Hand Luke, baby. So Team USA does their thing. They stifle the party and the celebrations. They have no fun, and they win baseball games. They stifled out the Dominican Republic party thanks to an epic 2-1 win last night. You heard Carey make home plate ump Corey Blazer a bum baby, but there were other parts of the game, including solo home runs from, how about this kid Gunnar Henderson, huh? And how about this kid Roman Anthony? My 18-year-old has him as his dark horse AL MVP. That's the hot tip from the Murphy breakfast table there. So this kid can play.
He's really good.
Yeah. He's only 21, I think. How about an outfield assist from Aaron Judge, who also had a home run taken away from him by Julio Rodriguez in an epic play. How about Paul Skeens going 4 1/3? Okay.
Yeah. Logan Webb 4 2/3, I believe.
Let's say it.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure. An incredible cameo from Forever Giant Tyler Rogers. 2 pitches. He got a double play. How about shutout relief from Griffin Jacks, David Bednar, Garrett Whitlock, and Mason Miller, and a big strike 3 call from home plate ump Corey Blazer. On to the gold medal game. My hum babies, my team, my Americans, Team USA.
Marte popped out his first time. He shows off that bat with a base hit to right. Tatis heads for third. Throw from Judge. Right there. He's gone. Judge, touchdown Tatis. Thrilling stuff. Gunnar Henderson starts the 4th for Team USA. The 9th pitch turns on it, sends a fly ball to right center field. Gunnar Henderson has tied it up. Mark DeRosa pushes the right button.
I felt like I've seen his pitches well, and it's just something that gives you confidence going into the game. And yeah, was able to fight off a couple good pitches, and then got one more over the plate and didn't miss it.
Gregory Soto and the lefties on to face Roman Anthony here. Fly ball right center field. Rodriguez and Tatis going back. Here it is gone. Roman Anthony gives the U.S. the lead. Tyler Rogers comes in, and Tatis at second, Marte at first, and Juan Soto's the hitter. Bouncing ball towards the middle. Went to the bag, off balance, still for a double play. Got it on the ground and got 2. Tyler Rogers, welcome to Team USA.
That was high-level baseball at its finest. I mean, for our bullpen to come in and do the job they did, Tyler Rogers coming in, getting the double play, David Bednar having traffic, Griffin Jacks on down the line, just getting it to Mason. Garrett Whitlock is absolutely nasty. Just a game we'll remember forever, right?
Growing up, watching games here, watching guys like Stanton, Yelich, the team that they had here, and coming to these games as a kid, it's something you dream of, not only to play here and then coming to the WBC here, you dream of representing this country and being here the next time around or whenever that time may be. And when I got this call from D-Row, it was an absolute no-brainer to be here and to represent this country and just to be around these guys. It's been unbelievable.
That's Roman Anthony. I didn't know he's a Miami kid.
Yeah.
How about him saying, growing up here, coming to games, see Stanton and Yelich? I'm like, oh, so you were the one who went to the Marlins game here. But I mean, literally nobody goes to Marlin games. There's one 13-year-old Roman Anthony just sitting in the crowd like, I'm here. Is anybody else here? But anyway, that kid can play. The Red Sox love him. Tyler Rogers. How about Joe Davis? Welcome to Team USA. What a performance. I was a little nervous for the kid.
Yeah,
I really
no
was. He got dropped into a boiling pot of water and got Juan Soto to ground him into a double play. So shout out Tyler Rogers.
Most valuable pitch of the WBC?
Yeah. I'll buy that. I will buy that for $1. Gunnar Henderson with a bomb. And Judge, even though he struck out in a couple key at-bats and had a home run rob, does come up with the outfield assist to hose down Fernando Tatis at third base. So a lot of fun. Yes, the third strike call was unfortunate, but there was a lot of great baseball. Otherwise, you can hear the crowd going crazy. See, Aaron Judge said after the game, better crowds than the World Series. He's now going anti-Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
And he just fed after the game last night. He said, this is bigger and better atmosphere than the World Series. He can
finally, someone got through to him.
He can thank
They finally got some media training here.
Oh, man, there you go. Listen to that. See?
Mark DeRosa, hot seat for you, Murph?
America
hot
hater.
Hot seat for the Team USA manager job.
Yeah, give me Boach. Give me Boach all the time.
Seriously.
And finally, hum baby number 3 is, listen, I'm just going to go back to Saturday. Can you guys remember how good Saturday? First of all, Saturday is always the best day of the week. Sun was out. I did Fan Fest. Shout out Copes. Give me the Copes chuckle. You don't have it on the soundboard. Me and him on the dugout with Richie. By the way, I was on a Richie kick. Richie showed up. Thank you very much, buddy. Yeah, there it is. Richie showed up to do our interview. I was like, freaking Rich Aurelia. Give me Rich Aurelia 10 times out of 10, man.
Yeah, you and Aaron Judge.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah, it was his favorite player.
Yeah.
Right. I was just like, give me Richie all day, man. Give me the wine, give me the baseball, give me a few bombs, you know what I mean? Give Richie. Then Sergio. Dude, the crowd went nuts for Sergio. It was like Mick Jagger took the stage. So it was awesome. So we had Sunshine, we had Richie and Sergio, and then all the while we had great games on Saturday, making Hum Babies number 3 our Saturday WBC winners. Team Italy, our buddies, Ned Coletti. We had him on Friday. He was fantastic. And then, dude, what an electric game between Venezuela and Japan. I don't know if you were watching when Wilyer Abreu, another Red Sox outfielder, hit a 3-run bomb. That was bonkers. Do you want to talk about celebration? First of all, it was a no-doubt tank. Yeah. And they were down 5-4. It was a 3-run bomb. The Venezuela lost their minds. Shout out Luis Ariz. Hope he didn't get hurt in the celebration. Registered on the Richter scale. They beat Japan 8-5. They knock out the defending champs. They play tonight, Italy, Venezuela. Awesome stuff. So I'm going to give Saturday's winners, Hum Baby number 3, Team Italy and Team Venezuela.
Back-to-back singles from Tovar and Torres, and now it's Abreu. Base hit ties the game. moment of a lifetime for Wilyer Abreu. He might sent this to Caracas. Holy cow. Fastball. Watch this. This isn't even that's a bad throw, by the way. That thing might hit the roof. Look at that. His teammates are ducking for cover. What a moment. This game is awesome. Just when you think one team seizes all the momentum, it completely flips Abreu.
Può esserci un'occhiata in seconda, caricamento, batte Rosario, alza una volata.
Cadi dentro, cadi
Adesso
dentro.
Morabito. Sì! L'Italia vola a Miami. L'Italia è in semifinale al World Baseball Classic. È tutto vero, Italia.
Wow.
Oh, that is awesome. Hey, that one's for your cousin, or your buddy, my cousin, Matty
we go.
DiBenedetti. There you go, buddy. Yes. Has he come out in favor of Team Italia?
He was down in Scottsdale this weekend, so I think he was coming out in favor of the orange and black this weekend.
Did you not go to... Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Did you not... Yeah, okay, good. So you did not go to Scottsdale with your buddies then?
No, I did not. I was down there purely business.
That's what marriage has done to you, buddy.
It was a pre-game show trip. Got to get the warm-up ready for the season.
Marriage has stifled this kid's party. They're like, where's Carrie? He got married, man.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Is Matty DiBenedetti a candidate to Dupree you and your wife? And to Dupree is to be the, to be living on your couch because things go...
He basically does. He
a
lives
couple
around the
bad
corner
breaks
from
away
us.
from living on the couch. Venezuela, Italy tonight, 5 o'clock. Freaking Michael Lorenzo going for Italy. They got a chance.
Yeah.
They got a chance.
He shoved against Team USA.
Listen, Ned Coletti was great on Friday. If you missed it, go to KNBR.com and hear it. Talked about Sinatra and eating pasta. He told us, this team is so together and led by Pasquantino.
Yeah.
Where's the blank and wine, Tony? As Pasquantino runs into the locker room, the clubhouse. He said it was about 2 hours after the game. They were still in their unis. They were hanging out at the table. They were eating pasta. They had Sinatra.
Where's the fucking wine?
There it is. And he said he walked by and Ned goes, man, this is like 1985, guys. So they got team chemistry going.
Yeah, they have team chemistry. They're fun to watch. Not every WBC team is super fun to watch.
America hater, Carrie.
Look, I just
Crowley.
expect more. I expect
you're
more.
You're what Fox News says about the coastal elite.
I love.
They hate America.
I love
They
my
hate
country.
America and the coastal elite bubbles.
Sorry, I want the best for Team USA. Murph. Sorry, you settle.
Sorry, Dirty Harry.
Settle.
Sorry, Dirty Harry doesn't over celebrate.
Yeah.
All right, guys. There you go. There's your hum babies. You're going Selection Sunday, led by Santa Clara. Team USA, because I love my country, and Team Venezuela and Team Italy, because they gave us some fun on Saturday. Okay, guys, that's leading up to our big hit, which is the WBC delivering for you guys? How much fun are you guys having? Are you okay with Team USA being a little on the quiet side, or are you pissed like Carrie and want to defect to another country?
Defect, Murph.
Roxy Bernstein at 8:30, Dave Fleming at 9:30 on The Sports Leader.
Where's the fucking wine?
All right, let's take care of our bodies at Marin Health. We are active and we're outdoorsy, but then you get a little pain, maybe some joint pain, maybe a sports injury, maybe arthritis, maybe back trouble. This is where Marin Health steps in. Marin Health Orthopedic Care, right across the Golden Gate Bridge in Marin County. Expert surgeons, specialists, and support teams dedicated to getting you back to the life you love. Could be a total joint replacement, a hip, a knee, a shoulder. I know people who've had that done. To hand and upper extremity care, non-operative spine treatment, pain management, sports medicine. They've got you covered. Hey, whether it's helping you recover after a surgery, you got to manage chronic pain, that can happen, or evaluating a new injury, Marin Health's team partners with patients every step of the way, educating you and building a plan that fits your goals and lifestyle. And with convenient orthopedic locations across Marin, from San Rafael to Novato and beyond, world-class care is close to home. So you want to move better, feel better, and live better, visit mymarinhealth.org and click orthopedics to learn more. Better days start with Marin Health.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, happy Monday morning, everybody. Kerry Crowley in today for Marcus, who will be back tomorrow using that comp day. Good to see you, Kerry, despite your anti-American ways.
Glad I can set the record straight, Murph.
Well, it's all good, buddy.
Love my country, love my team.
All right, so, hey, just to get the record straight here on weekends, are you doing Giants pregame for the Kerry Crowley Army out there?
Yeah, we are. Giants warm up every Saturday and Sunday. We follow Talking Baseball on Sundays, so we're back.
I love it. All right, so are you splitting duties with Anthony Garcia?
Anthony Garcia.
Okay, and so you'll be on what, 10 to 12, or was it 2 hours before first pitch? I lose track of this stuff here.
Saturdays, we basically go 10 to 12:30, and then Giants pregame officially starts at noon, so we do that half hour where you're doing all the diamond notes.
This date
in Giants history, which I'm sure you've heard of before. Forgettable segment.
Got a Pedro Feliz segment coming our way, yeah.
Forgettable segment.
And then Sundays, we got Talking Baseball at 10 a.m. Giants warm-up starts at 11 a.m. for typical 1 o'clock home games.
So the Marty heads are at 10 a.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Marty goes,
by the way,
60 minutes.
Mardi Gras is approaching, isn't it?
Tuesday, March 24th, night before opening day. Conflicting with the Sultanas matchup.
He's not going to be Bobby Cox in a week.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
That's good.
How about that one, man?
That's really good.
He gave us that in the, we're like, what do you think of Tony V's? I like him.
He's not going to be Bobby Cox in a week.
I told Tony to cut that. He was on, I caught a slice of you two together maybe a week or two ago, and I got in the car just in time for you saying, yeah, Marty, boy, I noticed you really had that seat right next to Tony V.
Yeah.
You explained that he did what? He sits right next to him?
So, yeah, a manager session in the morning down at spring training. Typically, the beat reporters flank the manager. You've got one beat report on the right, one beat report on the left. Not at spring training, not at Scottsdale Stadium. That's where Marty asserts his dominance, his years of coverage of the San Francisco Giants on these airwaves.
Let me whip it out.
And he sits next to Tony V on the right.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah, I like that. That's what we do. We talk ball.
Exactly. That's exactly
but you
what
said
they
that
do.
to him, and he said, he shows me respect. That's what he said.
Well, Tony famously doesn't answer anyone with the name, doesn't answer anyone with, that much,
He's not doing the whole, when he sees Justice De Los Santos, he goes, well, I'll tell you what, JDLS, that's a good question.
Exactly.
He doesn't do
You don't see that, but
one guy.
When he addresses Marty Lurie, Marty.
He learned. Don't
That's a good
make
question, Marty.
Somebody got in his ear and said, don't piss off Marty.
Yeah.
Get on Marty's good side. Because then Marty will say, you know what? Give him a chance. He's not going to be Bobby Cox in a week.
He's not going to be Bobby Cox in a week. He's not going to be Bruce Bochy in 2 weeks.
He doubled down, dude. He doubled down. That's so
amazing.
good. So
He's
good.
not going to be Sparky Anderson by the end of the month.
All right. He's not going to be
John McGraw after
well, it's
the
funny
end of the
because,
season.
yeah, there you go. Keep going, buddy. He's not going to be Miller Huggins by May. All right, let's go. He's not going to be Tom Kelly by the All-Star break. Hey, guys, so let's talk about, we talked to Susan last hour, then we did Hums and Bums. Just a little bit on these Giants. We're at that point now where we're all done with spring training.
Yeah.
Like, we're done. Okay, I get it. All right, yeah, I get it. Sunshine, orange jerseys, now it's time to come home, right? You know what I mean? But it's always 10 days longer than it should be, and we're in that zone right now, right, where you're just itching to get home. Your analysis, let's start with the biggest fish in the pond. We've been talking about it since frickin' the trade, since the Hot Stove League, when we're like, do you trade this guy? Bryce Eldridge. I haven't worked with you in a while. Give me the Bryce Eldridge rundown, Kerry Crowley style. Soup to nuts, buddy. What you think of the guy, where you see him fitting, what's his future this year? What's the ideal 2026 for Bryce Eldridge?
I mean, if you're talking about the ideal 2026, I think he's on the opening day roster because he is one of the best 26 players, one of the best 13 position players on this team. Will they keep him there? It wouldn't preserve their depth. They'd have to let go of a Luis Matos or a Jara Encarnacion. To me, you can replace those guys. You have other Luis Matoses inside the organization. Jara Encarnacion is Mac Williamson 8 years later. We've seen this deal before, so we know what that looks like. Bryce Eldridge is a completely different player, 21 years old. The question is, do you want him playing first base every day, which he could do at AAA Sacramento, and then come up in the middle of the season and help you, or do you want him in the lineup every day? Because if Bryce Eldridge is on this team, Murph, he's not hitting eighth. Bryce Eldridge hitting fifth or sixth. if he's on the opening day roster.
You okay with the concept of so we saw him last year?
Yeah.
At the end of the year, face big league pitching.
Yeah.
I was at Dodger Stadium with my buddies on aforementioned dream trip, and we saw his first big league. He had a double off the wall at Dodger Stadium, but prior to that, he was 0-for. I thought he showed better than advertised plate discipline last September. That's the story. Is he going to strike out too much? Is he going to get overwhelmed?
But he's going to strike out too much until he's 35 years old. He is a modern baseball player. There's going to be a lot of home runs. There's going to be a lot of walks, and there's going to be 200 strikeouts this season. He will lead the National League in strikeouts, but that doesn't matter. He's going to lead the National League in strikeouts 3 years from now. That's who he is as a player.
So I'm not against the idea of him on the opening day roster, but I do understand. I know you just kind of really just dissed Matos and Encarnacion.
Dad.
I get it with Encarnacion because he's been in the bigs before, and it is what it is.
He's 28.
There remains the hope that Matos. You remember when he came up in St. Louis? Were you on the beat back then?
I was.
And the thrill. I remember doing the show. We had Pat Burrell on because Pat was kind of his godfather. Like he loved the kids since AA or single A. And I mean, Matos was. I don't want to say Bryce Eldridge because Bryce Eldridge was a first rounder, but Matos was like an Elliot Ramos piece. Like. We thought he's going to be a 10-year starting outfielder for the Giants. Is that still alive?
I keep Matos on the opening day roster. I DFA Gerard Encarnacion, even though actually, if you really want me to make the roster, if you want Buster Posey out of the equation, you want me to make this roster, I trade Casey Schmidt for a reliever. Okay. And I keep Eldridge.
With that.
I keep Eldridge and I keep Christian Koss.
Take a Casey Schmidt?
Of course. Yeah. He's hitting like 300 during spring training. He plays all 4 infield positions. Every team could use a Casey Schmidt for a 7th-inning arm, and the Giants don't have nearly enough 7th-inning arms. So I keep both Matos and Encarnacion on the opening day roster as your backup outfielders. Christian Koss is your super utility, backup to Chapman, Adames, and Arise at second base. And Bryce Eldridge is on the team as the first base DH prototype.
I mean, I want to disagree with you for radio conflict and like you're hating the USA and all that stuff, but I like that plan. I really do. The only problem is you got to complete the trade for Casey Schmidt. Easier said than done. I mean, there might be teams out there
Easier said than done, but he's got 4 or 5 years of team control left. The guy can play every position on the infield.
I agree. I totally agree. So, Buster, do your work.
You can get an arm.
Do your work, Buster.
You can get an arm.
Is there a team looking to dump a 7th-inning arm?
Not necessarily a 7th-inning arm, but if your scouting department is good, you can identify someone who's not on a 40-man roster, someone who could be traded, someone who doesn't have to start the season in the big leagues, maybe finishes the year as a 7th-inning arm.
I'll buy that. I'll take it. You offered it to me, I'll sign. I'm signing on the dotted line. That's okay. Because I'm not, again, I do have still harbor a little bit of hope for Luis Matos. I get it with Encarnacion. We've seen guys like this before. He's a nice player, but you don't have to live with Gerard Encarnacion.
And the reason you hope for Luis Matos is because he's in the exact same position that Elliot Ramos was in 2 years ago. Forgotten about, 8th on the depth chart, optioned in the middle of spring training. Matos still a part of the Giants in the middle of spring training. But Ramos comes up in 2024, forgotten man, first-round draft pick failure. He comes up in May, and he makes the All-Star team. He was 24 years old. Luis Matos, 24 years old right now. That's why I don't give up on him just yet. I keep him on the team as your 4th outfielder. Jung-Hoo Lee's not a 162-game-a-year player. I think he's more like 110, 115. Matos, you have him in the lineup against lefties, sit and Lee against some lefties, bring them in late in games. Matos, to me, can be Austin Slater from 3 years ago.
By the way,
guy who just torches left-handed pitching.
Got a text from my guy Platzy, John Platz, the Stanford broadcaster, who's knows all. It says he's keeping an eye on his Stanford guys. Austin Slater's in Tigers camp still and hitting well.
Yeah,
he's still
surprise.
going, dude. He's
no
still
surprise.
going. Okay. All right. You know what? I'll buy it. Now, that said, what if they say, no, Bryce, go to AAA. We want to keep these guys right now as a value. I don't know. Just keep it. Are you going to be crushed if Bryce Eldridge starts the year in AAA Sacramento?
Am I going to be crushed? No.
Well, no. The Giants fan in you, or if you're speaking for Giants fandom,
I don't
should
think
Giants fans be crushed?
Well, here's why Giants fans should be crushed. Because if the season comes down to a game or two, and typically the Giants are within a few games of the wild card race in September, the last 4 seasons, a better September, and they're in the mix. All it would have taken is like 84 wins last year, and you get the spot. The Giants open up against the Yankees, the Padres, the Mets,
and
the Phillies, the Orioles. This is a gauntlet.
Yeah. Tony V's going to get clocked.
And it's going to get brutal if he's bringing in JT Brubaker in the 7th inning, which is right now on the table for Tony Vitello with the way that this roster looks. So that's why I think Giants fans should be disappointed if Eldridge isn't on the opening day roster, because these are games They have to be competitive.
All well said. That said, you know who my Giants prospect crush is Grant McCray.
Interesting.
I love the defense and the speed. I get it. He strikes out too much, but I think he's on the base pass. You talk about speed. They have none of speed.
Zero.
You talk about outfield defense. They have none outfield defense. He provides both. He's performing better this spring. I still don't see a path for him on the opening day roster, though.
He's got options.
He's the kind of guy
he goes down, plays center field in AAA.
And then waits for an injury or something like that.
Exactly. When you have an option, welcome to Sacramento.
You got options, as the great Polymax soundbite used to say. All right, well, good stuff, Giants baseball. Always enjoy chopping it up with our pregame. What do you guys call it? Giants warm-up?
Giants warm-up, yeah.
Hey, I do want to just take a quick moment here to talk about, KNBR. Giants warm-up with Kerry Crowley. It's fun. Well, guess what? We're not even here unless, back in the day, KNBR turns into a sports talk radio station in the late 80s. And it started with Ken Dito, San Francisco's own, a great city guy. He was a great athlete in San Francisco. I remember listening to Ken Dito. And then the next voice before Ralph Barbieri was Dave Newhouse. Dave Newhouse. And that is a name. If you are of a certain age, you know Dave Newhouse. You might have known him through KNBR, or you might have known him through the written word from 1964. 1964. Hey, young Tony, that even predates me, buddy, because I was born in 67. So a man who, you want to talk about Al Davis taking his call? Dave Newhouse. Al Davis is taking Dave Newhouse's call. You want to talk about Charlie Finley taking Dave Newhouse's call? You want to talk about Reggie Jackson taking Dave Newhouse's call? You want to talk about Al Attles taking Dave Newhouse's call? Dave Newhouse was the Oakland Tribune for decades and decades and decades. He wrote any number of books. And we lost him last Friday to heart failure at the age of 87. Great run, unbelievable run, and just what a wonderful, beloved by all. Maybe the nicest man in the history of sports writing. So I want to send condolences to lovely Patsy, his beautiful bride. They were forever in love, man. You could go anywhere. They would be on the dance floor you'd be at Perry's and they'd play up some music, and then Dave and Patsy would be dancing, and he personified that the generation that is no more, the generation that's now pissed off because the U.S. doesn't have swag or aura. Dave would say, well, I don't really, I'm glad the young people are expressing themselves. I don't really agree with that, but, Dave was a gentleman. He's a gentleman, and we don't have gentlemen anymore. So rest in peace, Dave Newhouse. And then we got the news on the heels of that his colleague from the Oakland Tribune, Carl Stewart, passed away, too, at the age of 72. And you knew Carl.
Yeah.
And I knew Carl. And he was a ball writer. He did everything. And he was funny, really funny and dry and witty. And he'd sneak up on you with his humor. And he had a great mustache, and he had a great musical taste. And you and he combined on the Giants beat, right?
Yeah, he helped me out tremendously when I started on the beat for the Bay Area News Group back in 2018. Carl would swoop in. He'd show up on days when I was working. He'd show up on days that I took off, and he always wrote the perfect story. He was the most versatile sports journalist in the Bay Area for decades. He could drop into Sharks. He could drop into Santa Clara basketball. He could show up the next day at Oracle Park. He could show up down in Santa Clara covering the 49ers. He was one of a kind.
Carl was also very active on Twitter all the way up through the Super Bowl, because I was like, he would respond to my tweets, which is great because nobody else does, but he does. And I was like, hey, Carl's reading my tweets. That's kind of cool. So he and I would banter back and forth on tweets. He would have takes. And I was like, God, I thought I just read some. He was giving off Carl Stewart takes all the way up through the Super Bowl. But cancer. Mm-hmm. Freaking cancer, man. Cancer forever. Yeah. We lost him at the age of 72. And condolences to his beautiful family, his two wonderful daughters. And he wrote his own obituary. They posted it on Facebook.
Yeah.
Yeah, he started up in Northern California in the Redding area. And he was just a great, great, great guy. And to lose both of them in one weekend was almost too much for us to take. So
yeah.
Anyway, I just wanted to get that out there because we know a lot of people listening know those names, Dave Newhouse and Carl Stewart. And man, oh man, God bless. It was a pleasure to know him. Pleasure to know him both. Really, just an honor. Absolutely. And particularly Dave with the link to KNBR too. So listen, that's it. That's it. Love those guys and we'll miss them. So we move on the show. The big hit is next. Let's make it World Baseball Classic. Dave and Carl loved baseball. So the strike three call, did it taint it? Or are you feeling Team USA finally? Are you still pissed that they're too boring? 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We're going to make that our question of the day as well. Is the World Baseball Classic living up to the hype so far? What do you guys think? It looks like on YouTube, everybody's enjoying it. Are you like Kerry Crowley, where you don't feel like the U.S. team has any swag? You guys can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-5627, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
Hey, I love my El Cerrito Honda. I was recently somewhere in a parking lot. Somebody said, which car is yours? I said, look for the one with the El Cerrito Honda license plate frame. That's a true story from this past weekend. Because I love my Honda CR-V hybrid from El Cerrito Honda. And I would go to El Cerrito Honda, if I were you, to get a great car and have a great experience. Sharif understands. He's the guy who runs El Cerrito Honda. By the way, big Bay sports fan. Talk Giants, Warriors, Niners with him. And say, hey, Sharif, man, you run a family atmosphere, huh? He said, yeah, I do. Now you want a car? Let's go. And it's great. I would go there. It's in El Cerrito, California, right on San Pablo Avenue, right off of 80. And it's March, right? It's March 16th. So we're going to call it the March into Savings all month long. You always got a little hook, right? With the Honda Spring event going on right now at El Cerrito Honda. Check out our amazing selection of hybrids with the Civic CR-V and Accord, all with over a 600-mile range. So it's El Cerrito Honda. Tell them Murph from KNBR sent you, because it's a good place to go. El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We're family.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLE.
Gunnar Henderson starts the fourth for Team USA. The ninth pitch, turns on it, sends a fly ball to right center field. Gunnar Henderson has tied it up. Mark DeRosa pushes the right button. Gregory Soto and the lefties on to face Roman Anthony here. Fly ball right center field. Rodriguez and Tatis going back. It is gone. Roman Anthony gives the U.S. the lead. Tyler Rogers comes in, and Tatis at second, Marte at first, and Juan Soto's the hitter. Bouncing ball towards the middle. Went to the bag, off balance, still for a double play. Got it on the ground and got two. Tyler Rogers, welcome to Team USA. Mason Miller's eighth pitch to Perdomo. It is on with the championship. The United States takes down the powerhouse that is the Dominican Republic. 2-1 the final score.
Oh, a lot of fun last night. Sunday night, turn up your Skinner, turn up your Freebird, and argue about a called third strike in the bottom of the ninth, or praise the U.S. for some good old-fashioned pitching and defense, winning baseball in the era of the launch angle, as Paul Skeens leads the way with 4 1/3, but then it was, of course, Tyler freaking Rogers coming in and throwing 2 pitches, getting the ground ball double play from Juan Soto. Griffin Jacks, David Bednar, Garrett Whitlock, and Mason Miller, who benefits from the strike call, as they hold that mighty Dominican team to 1 run. A solo homer by Junior Caminero. The U.S. cranks 2, Gunnar Henderson and Roman Anthony. But more important, the U.S. provided us massive entertainment along with the Dominican Republic last night. And that's where we're at for the big hit, everybody. First of all, good morning. Brian Murphy. Carrie Crowley is the freckle-faced, pale-skinned Irish Catholic you see sitting to my right here, straight out of the Sunset District. John Curley's jealous of how freckle-faced, pale, pasty, and Irish Catholic this kid is right here. We're going to have a Sunset Irish Catholic off between Curley and Crowley. But the point of the matter is, it was damn fun. Unless you guys disagree at 808 KNBR, I think everybody enjoyed the hell out of it. Yeah, we can talk about the called third strike. You made it a bum baby, rightfully. We can talk about life with the ABS. We're not going to have that anymore. We have takes on that, too. But Team USA, who I've found myself defending more and more because of the cesspool of social media, my algorithm has fed me a bunch of anti-American stuff. Young Tony, you can give me some my laugh track here that I need for my jokes, Carrie, here. Man, so much anti-American stuff. Jeez, I thought I was almost watching CNN. All right, there you go. I'm kidding, everybody. I'm kidding. All right. But anyway, you hate your country. You hate your country. No, it's like, okay, everybody wants them to be the Dominicans or the Venezuelans who are always playing baseball with outward joy and everything, and it's awesome. But the Americans have a different way. They're going Dirty Harry. They're going Cool Hand Luke. That's their style. Their swag is that they have no swag. Like, that's their thing, right? So I find myself defending Team USA because I like Aaron Judge. I like Paul Skeens. I like Logan Webb. Oh, by the way, shout him out. So anyway, that's my take, Carrie. I'm find myself actually rooting even more for the U.S. than I usually would because of the all the criticism coming their way. I want to defend those guys because they play baseball pretty darn well. Bobby Witt, Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, Gunnar Henderson, all these guys. So anyway, that's my take. Good morning, young Carrie. Thanks for coming in. How did you process last night?
It was a tremendous win for the United States, Murph, and they have been fun to watch at times throughout this tournament. But my criticism of this team, only because I want more, I want them to resonate more with the fan base. I think this is a great opportunity for young people to fall in love with baseball, is too many Team USA players look like Deloitte and Accenture consultants showing up to the latest retreat in Des Moines, Iowa.
Wow. Who are the consultants again? Deloitte and Touche? Is that it?
Yeah, exactly.
Is it? Okay. Okay, go ahead. Follow that thread there. You just think they're...
And so
give me an example. Is it Aaron Judge?
It feels a little business-like.
Is it Judge?
Yeah, I mean, it all started with Judge's pre-tournament speech.
Which, I'm going to interrupt you here right now.
Less inspiring.
I'm going to jump in right now. That pissed me off to no end that he got criticized for that. First of all, he wasn't speaking to you. the social. He was talking to his teammates. Okay, somebody like surreptitiously recorded it and put it out. Second of all, he's never presented himself as frickin' Jimmy Swaggart. You know, he's not.
Then have someone else be that guy.
It's okay to have, because he earns his respect through his play and the way he carries himself, what a pro he is, his demeanor, all that stuff. So I think you're like, hey, man, Aaron Judge is talking. I'm down with Aaron Judge. He doesn't have to frickin' rip his shirt off or be Bobby Knight or anything like Hulk Hogan or anything like that. So I got very upset at the criticism for that, because I was like, what are we doing here? Like, he's a quieter guy. You don't have to have fire and brimstone guys all the time.
You don't
particularly in the
have
game
to,
of
but
baseball.
maybe the people speaking should be those guys.
Like, for example, who on this team do you think it should be?
Bryce Harper, someone who can get fired up. Although Harper hasn't seemed all that interested in this tournament. Maybe some of the younger guys who are excited to play for the first time. I think Logan Webb wouldn't be a terrible candidate. Webb is someone who's funny, who's entertaining, who's clearly engaged. Wanted to make 2 starts for this team. Wanted to do everything that he possibly could to pitch as much as possible for Team USA. Look, Aaron Judge, if that isn't his strong suit, well, maybe he shouldn't be the guy.
Here's what I say, is that we have Logan Webb on all the time. We had him on in person in Arizona, and I love him. Dude, he's a quiet guy. You know, you've stood in his locker, and you couldn't even hear him over the clubhouse music, right? He whispers.
After losses.
Even after wins, too. But after losses, he really whispers. Yeah, you're right. He does.
He goes into the Crawford-esque voice.
Dude, sometimes, there's another guy, Brandon Crawford. Buster Posey is not a guy who would come out and beat his chest.
But again, maybe it's just American baseball too businesslike. They're playing a sport. They're having fun. This should be a joyful opportunity.
Well, did you see Gunnar Henderson's home run and the reaction
and
there?
maybe Gunnar should have been the guy.
Well, I don't know. I just find myself like, I mean, it's easy to be celebratory, Team Italy, all that stuff with the espresso, who are, by the way, all our American players.
Exactly. And they seem to have no trouble having fun. They seem to have no trouble embracing their country.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's an overstatement that these guys are, quote unquote, not interested or not having fun. By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. 808 KNBR is the phone number. How you guys feel about it? 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lover and Showroom text line here. 415 says, how about Nick Bosa's pregame speeches? Those are kind of similar too. 925 says, USA baseball is boring. All caps. And I again, this is where I'm at right now. I'm baffled by all this. I mean,
what baffles you? Because these are all people who still love this team, love this country, want to see Team USA win. It's not like, Derek and Tim rooting for Team Canada during the Olympics.
Right.
Everyone here wants to see Team USA win. We just want what's best. We just want what's best. We want a better manager. We want a more engaged player, a more engaged roster. We want people who show us that they truly, genuinely love being there and that this is a big deal, because every other country makes the World Baseball Classic look like it is the biggest deal in all of baseball. We'd like to see Team USA treated as more than just a few exhibition games in March.
Here we are in the gold medal match. Aaron Judge agreed to play. Bryce Harper agreed to play. Bobby Witt agreed to play. Kyle Schwarber agreed to play. Paul Skeens agreed to play. Logan Webb. So a lot of great players in baseball signed up for this thing, and they're doing it. And Judge may not have been, like I said, who's the best pregame speech guy? Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis is the best guy, because I'm pissed off for greatness, right? He may not have been Ray Lewis, but he's speaking with his actions. He's there, and he's doing his thing. So I don't know. The fact that they're there, they're wearing the jersey, they say how proud they are. The only thing I find a little odd is the military bent of it, and having the guy who killed bin Laden speak to the team. I definitely found that unusual for sure.
And DeRosa's personal invitation for him.
Now, that was a little bit of a twist, too, because we thought that was the pregame speech before the kid, but it wasn't. It was footage from earlier in the tournament.
Yeah.
So that was an important detail, actually, because that hit the web Friday night, and people were like, this is the pregame speech they're getting right now? But it turns out that had happened earlier in the tournament. But still, it was odd, I will say. Now, it's great that Aaron Judge, believes in his servicemen and women that fight for the country and all. That's particularly right now with what's going on. My God. And so it is a little unusual, though. I would agree with you on that. I'm just going to say this, that I find myself reacting to the criticism and sort of defending Team USA, because there is that, there is that part that you're supposed to be cool, right? I mean, like, I know James Bond's not American, but is James Bond cool? Like, he was the coolest guy of all time because he stayed level, right? Paul Newman, Cool Hand Luke. I mean, this is what we do, right? Dirty Harry, stay cool, man. The West Side Story didn't say, overcelebrate, boy. They said, stay cool, boy, stay cool. So there's something to your swag being chill. There's something to that.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. Well, 808 KNBR is the phone number. Now, to the actual baseball itself, my friend. Paul Skeens on the hill last night got into a little bit of trouble, went 4 1/3. Now, here's the part I agree with you, and some friends have come at me on this too, and there's no defending it, the pitch count. When a pitch count enters World Baseball Classic, and somebody comes at me and says, bro, how can you watch this? It's freaking pitch count baseball. I don't have an answer for that. It is the ultimate WBC killer.
Yeah, it is. It is. And it's why I think you do pool play in March and you do the extended stuff. You do the tournament single elimination bracket like around the All-Star break. That would be really cool.
You know, Jason Stark floated that. I love that. You do the pre-pool, you get your quarterfinals. He suggested Monday home run derby, Tuesday All-Star game.
Yeah.
Wednesday, one quarterfinal. Thursday, another quarterfinal. Friday, the Wednesday semifinal. Saturday is the Thursday semifinal. And then Sunday's the gold medal game.
That's awesome.
We ran that, but we ran that by Jim Leyland. We had him on Friday. Now, Jim's old school, as we know. He must have I think he had a heater on during the interview. But he said, guys, he goes, the All-Star break is so important to these guys to chill out. He goes, it's a grind, and we need that 3-4 days.
But they're
away
already
from the
setting up 2028. The Olympics are already going to interrupt the All-Star break.
Yeah,
they're going to take a break during the season.
Is there a discussion? I'm unaware of that. What's going on?
In all likelihood, you're going to see about a week and a half, 11, 12-day break for the All-Star break and the 6-day Olympic pool play tournament. Well, not just pool play, but 6-day Olympic tournament.
Are we going to be playing the World Series in December? Is that what we're going to be doing? I mean, seriously.
You'll probably see the same thing as you have this year, which is the insanely early March 25th start, and then maybe you extend it into early October.
Dude, we're doing this date in Giants history with the great Danny Dunn back for year 2.
There got to be no days
running
for March
circles
25th.
around Mike Kohler, by the way, who, by the way, showed up at FanFest in shorts. We said we had to give him the Sopranos. The Don doesn't wear shorts, right? But there's no March 25th.
Yeah.
There's none. And there's not even like a March 26th or 27th or 28th. Danny Dunn had to make up this date in Giants history. He's like, here's what might have happened on March 25th in Giants history. So, all right, people are checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. So let's check in on what you guys are saying here. 209 says, to me, watching Team USA play baseball is like watching MLB championship playoff games. This is great baseball. There's somebody positive there. 510 says, if both teams are playing by the same rules, then the pitch count shouldn't matter, is what they say.
The one thing that the pitch count does is it forces you to expose your depth. So it shows how deep these countries actually are. And I'm not advocating for the pitch count.
Talking to every Little League All-Star coach out there, baby, in district play. What are we going to do? We got this guy to 65. We got this guy to 50. And then we got to move the pieces around. It's
that to me is interesting. Like, can the Americans go 15 pitchers deep?
Bro, you're at Joe Wagner Field in the District 3 championship with those pitch counts. 831 says, baseball's a gentleman's game, and we forget that because everything is tick-tock goofy time. I'm going to guess 831 is not 30 or under. 512 says, how about Joe Montana himself? His locker room speeches were kind of awkward. That's what they say.
That's good.
510 says, international players grew up playing with fun. Here, coaches and parents will chew you out for celebrating in Little League. That's not necessarily true, actually, because I've been around this stuff. The younger kids do like to have fun. They do. 916 says, Murph going West Side Story while talking Team USA was not on my bingo card, sir. 510 says, as long as they win, I don't need them to be cheerleaders.
That's fair. That's a completely fair point.
707 says, USA players are coached from the age of 6 to act like you've been there before. I don't agree. High school baseball games are very juicy and spirited. Have you been to a high school baseball game recently? Dugouts are live.
Not since Tony Ryan cut me.
Bro, Tony, creative Tony. Did he cut you from football or base? No, he cut you from base.
He didn't cut me.
Okay, all right. So that's a myth?
Yeah.
That's an urban myth?
Yeah. He was
I believed it. Theater of the Mind?
He was part of the last staff.
I bought for the Theater of the Mind. 707 with a very political tweet. I'm not going to read that one. 209 says, you guys want to talk Ballard College, talk Wilmer Flores' check swing. There you go, for sure. Here we go. 916 says, I could do without the performative patriotism on the U.S. team. While dependent on our badass military, we're supposed to be a little bit more than just our troops. Yeah. I would agree with you.
Yeah.
I'd say let's play for Leonard Skinnard. Let's play for Freebird. You know what I mean? Here we go. 707 says, I just like Kerry Crowley. There you go, right there. 650 says, I'm rooting for Team USA all the way. That being said, I was more excited to watch the Dominicans than the U.S. last night.
So that's a legit question. which teams are you most excited to watch right now in the World Baseball Classic? Because Team USA probably doesn't crack the top 3.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to have to wrestle with that one. 949 says, I love you, Carrie. How about that? You're my favorite guest host by far, but your take is nonsense. Variety is the spice of life. People need to authentically be who they are, and great baseball is what entertains me, not the antics.
Fair enough. I can't argue with that. I think that that's a valid point. It's just not for me. Like, I personally like when you can tell the stakes of the game and the stakes of the situation from the intensity of the players. I like when they wear their heart on their sleeves a little bit and you understand that this isn't just another Cactus League game.
Yeah. Well, there's it was Bednar when I think got out of it, came off the mound screaming a little bit too. So,
which I liked.
Yeah, I agree.
See more David Bednar. And Will's that kind of a guy too. By the way, Will Bednar come through the Giants system?
Oh, he's a little bit fiery?
Yeah.
Good. Who's been the most fiery Giant, like, of late? Any pitchers that come off Johnny? No. Who was it? Not Lincecum? No. Bumgarner? No. Kane? Nah. Who was it? Vogie.
Yeah.
Vogelsong?
Vogelsong for sure, but Bumgarner was a little fiery after some good outings.
Blowing the snots.
Certainly after some bad outings, he'd be fiery.
Staring at Joe West?
Yeah. Getting thrown out of games.
How were you with Bumgarner?
We got along well. He always said he didn't read anything. Guy read more than everyone else on the team. Guy absolutely read every story that people put out.
Did you bust him a couple times?
Yeah, because he came in. He go, I was just sent this. I don't normally read, and then he'd pull out graph 17 of my game story and tell me why he disagreed with the point that I was trying to
make. Funny, these guys use it as motivation. They do for sure. All right, well, listen, fun big hit on the WBC, and we get more tonight. Italy, Venezuela doing their thing, and then the gold medal game. I guess is the gold medal game Wednesday or Thursday? I don't even know.
I think isn't gold medal tomorrow?
By the way,
Tuesday. I think Tuesday. Yeah,
tomorrow night. Wait, and you saw Aaron Nola's pitching for Team Italy now. They've switched things up.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, Aaron Nola will pitch tonight, and they're saving Lorenzen for a potential Team USA rematch because he shoved against Team USA in pool play.
Yeah, so we have an advantage having a day off for our bullpen then, because the bullpen will be key. St. Patrick's night, USA versus TBD. There it is, at 5 o'clock. Good stuff, man. Kerry Crowley's in for Marcus, who's off today. He'll be back tomorrow. If you missed the Hums and Bums, check out Kerry's withering criticism of the bums there. He brought down 3 people there in the Bum Babies. Okay,
is that the job?
Yes,
is that
it
the obligation?
It's 100% the job. By the way, how's the son treating you? Because Marcus, to be honest, for a tough guy, he talks about his fights all the time in grade school, middle school. He had to have security guards around him because he fought too much.
Not surprising.
That he was a bit of a... We found his 8th grade picture was sent to us by a teacher from Sunnyvale Middle School. I said it looked like a prison issue photo. It really did. He can't handle the sun in his eyes.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
It's not ideal, but, you play through adversity.
There it is right there. The kid handled it. Yeah, Marcus, the one time Marcus says he's shown a little weakness. I say it to his face, too. I'm not stabbing him in the back.
No, I listen.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, you're the one who listens. Thank you very much. All right, guys, here's the deal. Roxy Bernstein talking March Madness at 8:30 on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
I remember Marcus saying, Murph, you think I'm tougher than the sun? Kind of a crazy thing. The question of the day is the World Baseball Classic living up to the hype so far? What do you guys think? You can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-5627, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
Let's go, Steve Moskowitz. Dude, it's March 16th. Guess what? Tax day's coming. And he's our tax attorney. So Steve Moskowitz, our tax attorney, is on the line. And Steve, there might be people out there that can't pay their taxes. That sounds like a pretty big deal. How can you help them?
It is a big deal. We have so much help for you. A lot of people make the mistake of thinking if you don't have every penny, that's it, no hope. Wrong. There's so many good deals. And I realize, tax day just a month away now. Here it is, middle of March, middle of April coming up. And folks, don't do what I like to use the technical term, the crazies. Run and hide, stick your head in the sand, don't file the return. All big mistakes. Instead, go ahead and file the return, and then we want to make a deal for you. And if you say, hey, Steve, this isn't the first tax season you haven't paid. You didn't pay last year, or maybe for a lot of years. That's okay too. We want to make a deal for you. Whatever your situation, we're going to talk to you. We're going to listen to you. We understand you have needs and the family and the kids. We want to work something out and hand you back a normal life. Think how you'd feel. We have a free consultation. Just talk to us, and you might be amazed at what we have for you. The only thing you have to do is pick up that phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
That's it. Give him a call. Get your life back. Call him at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Nice. Of course, as Bruce fans will tell you, this was, of course, a protest song. So it's not exactly the most patriotic song in the history of the world. But hey, we are founded on dissent, right? You got to be able to speak your mind and do your thing. But go, Bruce, go. Do your thing. It's a banger, too. So why not? Team USA 2, Dominican Republic 1. Very fun talking points that we talked about. Thanks, everybody, for their calls and their texts. We got Roxy Bernstein coming up in just a few minutes to talk a little Selection Sunday. But just during the break, I was in there, and Curly said, hey, this guy Dino from Pacheco wants to come in. He has beef with me. So that's what we're going to do. Get you through your morning commute with a little beef here. Dino in Pacheco. Dino, good morning. You're on with Murph and Kerry Crowley. How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. First of all, good morning, man. It's another beautiful day in the Bay Area. Just gorgeous. But I don't have beef with you, Murph. Murph, you're the best. Okay? I love you. And speaking of enthusiasm, you guys were talking about the baseball team and all that. You got the best enthusiasm of anybody. You're like a little kid, just like me, Murph. I mean, you're just awesome. Okay, so there's no beef.
Wow, Dino, we're on good terms. We're on good terms. Yeah, what do you got, buddy? What do you got?
Every morning we're on good terms, brother. But all right. I got a birthday in 2 weeks. I'm a 68-year-old kid. Okay, so I've seen a lot in my life, and I was a very blessed athlete, to be honest with, by God. Okay, but I keep hearing this phrase, and you repeated it all the time because other people say it too. I've heard it many times where you said it hands down. Jerry Rice is the greatest football player ever to put on cleats ever, and I just don't understand. I mean, is it number? First of all, I'll get this taken real fast. Even if it's numbers or anything like that, there's just, you can't say that about pretty much anybody almost. I mean, you might be able to say you might be the greatest receiver ever or something like that, but the greatest, there's been Lawrence Taylors of the world, Ray Lewis's of the world, Bo Jackson's of the world. And you're saying he's the greatest football player to ever put on cleats, but not the greatest receiver, but the greatest football player? What does that mean, Murph?
I love it.
How do you say that?
I love the call, Dino. First of all, thanks for tuning in every morning and all that good. Well, first of all, we need to start with the premise right there. Like, the premise you're laying out, you're correct. It's a faulty premise because you can't really compare Lawrence Taylor with Joe Montana. You can't really compare Ray Lewis with Jim Brown, right? So it's a faulty premise to begin with, right? So I admit that there's going to be, at some point, you're like, well, how can you say that Ronnie Lott was worse than Tom Brady? You know what I mean? So I acknowledge that you can't do apples to apples, right? So what I fall back on is how do they compare to their peers? This is why I've always said Babe Ruth. When people talk about Babe Ruth and say, well, he was pre-integration, true, and guys are throwing 100 now when they threw 80 back then, all true. But what he did comparable to his peers was mind-blowing what Babe Ruth did. And so people say, well, it was before integration and guys weren't throwing hard. Yeah, same with Jimmy Fox and Lou Gehrig and all those guys who weren't even within a toll call of Babe Ruth's career, right? So I feel the same way about Jerry Rice. And what he did comparative to his receiving peers, and you're right, you can only compare him to receivers, was Babe Ruth-like. If you go look at when he was playing football, the production, consistency, and numbers he put up is the closest thing I've seen to Babe Ruth's distance from his peers. I think as great as Lawrence Taylor was and as great as Ray Lewis was and Reggie White and Bruce Smith and all those great guys, I don't think either one of those guys was that far ahead of their peers, in my estimation. As great as I love Joe Montana. He's my number one guy of all time. How far is he ahead of Tom Brady? And, you can pick somebody else. All those guys. So I'm going by the distance between him and his peers. That's why I say, like, Jim Brown would have been the other one. Jim Brown was so far ahead of his contemporaries that he was the prior one. So that's what I'm going with, Dino. I understand it's a faulty premise because you can't really compare Dick Butkus to John Hanna, right? You can't. But you can compare Jerry Rice to his peers in what he accomplished in a Babe Ruth style. That's why I think he's the greatest football player of all time.
The greatest football player? You really think he's the greatest football player of all
now
time?
we're back to the original premise, which is I get it. You can't
say that.
Well,
what does that mean? Bo Jackson.
Bo
Jackson had
Dino.
Bo Jackson had no numbers.
Exactly.
Bo Jackson had no numbers.
Well,
Bo Jackson, if you really want to say something, he probably was the greatest player who ever played.
Well, I mean, I got to see him on the field.
He doesn't got the numbers, but yeah, he didn't got the numbers because he got injured. I mean, Walter Payton, Gale Sayers, it goes on and on.
Yeah, again, but Walter Payton and Gale Sayers have comps that are comparable to them. There were any number of running backs, including the late O.J. Simpson, who was just as good as any of those guys numbers-wise. Jerry Rice was a football field ahead of his peers. So again, we can start at the entire premise of you can't say who the greatest football player of all time is because you can't go apples to apples because there's too many different positions. So I understand that, which at that point, we just pull the plug on the argument and we move on. But anyway, Dino, thanks for the call. We got to go because Roxy's coming. Yes.
Okay.
All right, Dino, stay tuned, buddy. Your evaluation of that discussion there, buddy?
Yeah, you got a future host in Sports Phone. Dino and I have some spirited debates.
What does he come at you with?
First off, he was a great athlete, so I give him respect like Tony V gives Marty respect. But any topic, Giants baseball, 49ers football, Dino, one of the great callers in the Sports Phone
You need
hours.
the conflict to get the argument going, right? There you go. Roxy Bernstein, let's argue with him. Selection Sunday, listen, I'm biased. I'm a huge Selection Sunday guy. And this predates me going to UCLA. I know the audience loves it when I talk about my days at UCLA. Dude, forget my days at UCLA. When I was a kid, it's funny, I watched my 14-year-old. He's so into it. And I was getting a little nostalgic. I was thinking I can take you through like the 79 tournament, Michigan State, Indiana State. I can take you through Isaiah Thomas in Indiana. Like, I was so into it back then, man. Louisville beating Kiki Vandeweghe in 1980, Dr. Duncanstein. So I love this stuff. Then I went to a college basketball school that kind of doubled down on everything. And then they won it in 95, and they were into 3 Final Fours in 06, 07, 08, and they won again in 21. So I love this stuff. Now, let's just get into it, man. Let's dive into our brackets. Let's talk to Roxy Bernstein. See this thing right here, Carrie? That's a bracket. Oh, baby. Thursday, baby, Thursday. So Roxy's awesome. Let's talk to him next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Always fun to catch up with Roxy Bernstein, who covers it all for ESPN, college basketball and baseball, and of course, the Bay Area Zone. And man, it's Selection Sunday. We are excited. Santa Clara and St. Mary's make it. And then all sorts of chatter about what's going on, how chalky it will be with the 4-1 seeds looking pretty good. Roxy, good morning. You're on with your buddy Brian Murphy. And I got Kerry Crowley in today. Marcus is off. So how you doing, Roxy? Happy Selection Monday.
Yeah, it's the day after, right? All the drama from yesterday, who gets left out, who is in, surprisingly. But I thought the committee did it right this year. You know, I know there was the argument about Auburn, and I hear Bruce Pearl, and I understand what he was saying, but when you have 16 losses, it's hard to get into the NCAA tournament, even though they have great wins. But I thought the committee did a great job yesterday.
Yeah, that was really the only controversy, and I don't think people were that upset about it. I really don't. I mean, I think it's a beautiful, clean bracket. The only other one may be Miami of Ohio. You know, that undefeated season with a very low sort of net and Ken Palm ranking. I don't know if our listenership audience is dialed into the Miami of Ohio Redhawks, but did you have a thought on them being allowed a spot, even though they didn't have a bustling resume, except for we had 30-1?
Well, the basketball dork in me loved that you brought up net ranking and RPI, because that's basically the formula that the committee is using. They went 31-0 until they lost in their conference tournament. They should have been in. Now, granted, if they played, I think Auburn wins probably 7 or 8 times out of 10. And San Diego State had a little bit of an argument too, I felt, and they're probably a better team. But Miami deserved it. They went 31-0, and okay, they play in a smaller conference, and they lost. But still, that's amazing to do what they did. I felt they deserved to be in, and they're in a play-in game, which is probably the spot they should be in.
Roxy, we're accustomed in the Bay Area to seeing St. Mary's in the NCAA tournament. We're accustomed to seeing Randy Bennett build a great program year after year. But Herb Sendek has got the Santa Clara Broncos in the dance this year. What can you tell us about what you know about how Herb has built up the program down in Santa Clara? And, it wasn't much of a debate that the Broncos would be in.
No, they had a great run, Kerry. When you look at what Herb did this year, well deserving of being Coach of the Year in the West Coast Conference, and ended a 30-year drought. Santa Clara hadn't been since Steve Nash to the NCAA tournament, and the evolution of this program, and not just this year, right? And Jalen Williams and Brandon Pajemski have come through that program, and now they get back to the NCAA tournament. And it's just great for that program. And this is a really good basketball team in terms of the way they play. They're athletic. They have a potential NBA talent in Alan Graves, who was a freshman of the year in the WCC this year. This is a really good team. Now, they struggled. They lost to Gonzaga 3 times. They played them tough all 3 times. They had 2 wins over St. Mary's. But this really was, I think, a much-needed step forward for this program, considering it had been that long since they'd been to the NCAA tournament. And this is going to be, I think, one of the better first-round matchups to watch when they play Kentucky, because these teams are going to want to get up and down the floor. Santa Clara wants to run. They're athletic, and this is going to be, I think, a highly entertaining game.
I agree with you. I mean, listen, local bias, but I got Santa Clara winning this game. I do. Kentucky's been sort of an embarrassment based on, I think, the money spent versus wins. Like, there's a whole new – I saw a great graphic, Roxy, we're talking to Roxy Bernstein, of first-round matchups with the biggest disparity in NIL, and this is one of them. Like, Kentucky spent, I think, $23 million, and Santa Clara spent, like, maybe $1 million, something like that. Did you see that graphic?
Yeah, and then there's the top 5. I saw exactly, Murph, what you saw, and there's certainly that disparity with these two teams. But when I look at them talent-wise on the floor, they're not all that different, even though Kentucky has spent all this money. Now, Santa Clara has been creative about getting guys, and it's crazy to think that Alan Graves for the Broncos could be in the NBA. He redshirted last year. He didn't play. He sat out, and he stuck it out, and he's gradually improved. He's a stretch forward that's, I think, is going to be a problem for Kentucky to deal with. But the guards for Kentucky will be challenging because they're big and physical. That's one area that concerns me for Santa Clara, is dealing with guys like Otega Owe and Aberdeen. They're bigger, more physical guards, and Santa Clara's got the smaller guards. that's one area where I think you pay attention to. Kentucky could have an advantage.
It's fun, though. I mean, listen, certainly Kentucky is Kentucky. And by the way, Herb Sendek's career included a stop at Kentucky along the way as an assistant coach. So it's kind of funny. He's been everywhere, man. He's the Johnny Cash of coaches. Switching over to his WCC rival, and Kerry mentioned it, St. Mary's Randy Bennett. I mean, he just wakes up in the morning and makes the tournament. That's all he does. And it's 5 years in a row now and any number of years. Now, they're a 7 seed. It seems like kind of where they always rest, right? Around a 6-7. And yes, Tony, 6-7. Taking on Texas A&M, a 10 seed. A little bit on St. Mary's. I mean, it seems like, I don't want to stereotype. It seems like the same team every year. Like we can talk about a Euro who plays well for them. You can talk about a guard like Mikey Lewis. You can talk about a 16-2 WCC record. What's your book on St. Mary's? Does anything distinguish this team different from other Randy Bennett St. Mary's teams, or it's just another classic Randy Bennett team?
It's a classic Randy Bennett team, Murph, because they play great defense. They control tempo. They don't make mistakes. They don't beat themselves. They're going to pick and roll and ball screen you to death, and they're going to do what they do. They're going to control the tempo. This is, from the way these teams play, complete opposites going up against Texas A&M. A&M wants to get up and down the floor. They want to fly. They're going to shoot threes. They're one of the highest scoring teams in the country, and they make about 11 threes a game. That's not going to happen against St. Mary's. St. Mary's will not let you run. They're going to try to instill their will and force tempo, and the Gales just won't take the bait. They're going to do what they do. They're going to control this game, and I think they're going to frustrate Texas A&M with the guard play. And that's the one thing, Murph, over the years. Randy's always seemed to have 2 point guards on the floor together. You go back over the years, right, from Patty Mills to Dellavedova to McConnell and Rayhan and all. They've had 2 point guards on the floor at the same time, and that's what they have again with Dent and Mikey Lewis. They're going to control the game. A&M will get frustrated, and Bucky McMillan will try to do everything he can do to get A&M up and down the floor. But St. Mary's is not going to take the bait, and this is going to be a grinder of a game.
You know, Roxy, NIL era, Murph just referenced this with the Kentucky-Santa Clara matchup. There's all sorts of disparities between these teams now and who's paying what for their rosters, who's paying what to the best players. And it's kind of taken some of the intrigue out of March Madness because there's not as many upsets as there have been in years past. As you look at this bracket for the first time, are there any double-digit seeds you could see going on some sort of a miracle run here?
The one team that I think it has potential that I've been intrigued by is SMU. Now, they were one of the last teams in. They're in the play-in, and they struggled the last few games because probably their best defender, B.J. Edwards, got hurt in the game against Cal a few weeks ago. Hasn't played since. If he comes back, and I'm not sure of his status, and they've been cryptic about if he's going to play or not, but SMU's got that potential. We always see one of these teams that is in the play-in game that kind of sneaks through. They're one of those teams to me because of the way they can score. They have size. They have a great point guard in Boopie Miller. So if they're going to play Miami of Ohio, I think they'll handle them. And if they can get through that matchup, and then they get Tennessee, who's a beatable opponent, I think, for SMU. I think SMU as an 11 seed has a chance to get to the second weekend.
That's good knowledge right there. That's really good. You know, it's interesting, and following up on Kerry's question there, I saw this great stat from Chris Felica, the ESPN statistician, that Vegas is who you trust, right? When in doubt, go to Vegas.
Yes.
The 2 through 5 seeds who play seeds, 15, 14, 13, and 12. Those are always the fun ones to take, right? 12-5, right? 4-13. What's my upset? Vegas has this as so historically chalk. For example, this is the first time since 1986, according to Felica, all 4 2 seeds are favored by at least 20 points. So if no 15 twos that Vegas lights. And then we'll go to like the 4-13 spreads. Dating back to 1985, according to Felica, there have only been 20 games with spreads of at least 13 points. All 4-13 games are at least 13 points. 13-point spreads. So Vegas is saying that those fun games, 12-5, 4-13, heck, even 14-3 are not going to happen this year. Roxy, what's your reaction?
I don't see it either, to be honest with you. And I know everybody falls in love, and we usually get the 1-12-5. But I look at the 12-5s, and I'm going, okay. I mean, High Point is playing great, but can they really beat Wisconsin? And then Akron. Akron's the one. If you're going to pick a 12 to beat a 5, Akron is the one for me because I think there's questions health-wise. Texas Tech lost their best player, J.T. Toppin, a few weeks ago to a torn ACL. Christian Anderson, who runs the show for Grant McCaslin in Texas Tech, has been banged up. Now, they say he's good to go and he's ready, but this is the potential 12-5 right there. If you're going to take one, I would take Akron to beat Texas Tech.
Yeah, Murph's taking him. Murph is.
I'm with you, Roxy.
He's the
I'm with
biggest.
You there, John?
I'm with you. Because I have to take one, right? I was like, because I'm raised in the era of 12-5 upsets. Roxy, you and I grew up watching 12-5 upsets, right? So it's like, you got to have one, but Vegas says no. So anyway.
Hey, Murph, has your guy Mick Cronin complained yet about going to Philadelphia and going east again?
There we go. I was going to save it till the end, but let's go in right now, baby. Let's talk about the diabolical genius that is Mick Cronin, because this thing bottomed out so bad. And then they get blown out at Michigan State. He throws his player off the floor. He does just the worst look of all time, barking at that student reporter. Are you raising your voice at me? It's like the lowest, like every alum I know was off the wagon. They wanted him out. They wanted him fired. They found out he got an extension from Martin Jarmon. They were pissed. And he's a diabolical genius because look what happened. Now, first of all, they were playing without Sky Clark, one of the best three-point shooters in the country. He's back, and that's a big difference. And then something happened with him and Donovan Dent. Because Donovan Dent came to UCLA as a $4 million player who played terrible in November, December, and January. We were like, we got sold a bill of goods. He and Mick figured something out. And Roxy, honestly, if you're looking at a non-chalk Elite Eight possibility, do you put UCLA in that category?
The one problem is health-wise, right? Dent, with the hamstring supposedly that hampered him at the Big Ten tournament. And then Tyler Bilodeau went down.
Yes.
UCLA is saying both guys are okay and they're going to be good to go. So, I think they should get past Johnny Dawkins in Central Florida, but then you're dealing with UConn in the second round. And that's going to be a challenge, even though I don't think UConn is as good as they've been in recent years. Danny Hurley's team is still really good. And the health for UCLA is in question. And if Bilodeau is out and he injured that knee at the Big Ten, but they said it was day-to-day as precaution, he didn't play against Purdue, that's a huge problem for UCLA. If they don't have Bilodeau, they can't win. Bilodeau is, to me, he's been their best player this year.
Your Cal Golden Bears beat UCLA without Bilodeau in Chase Center.
Yeah. Yes, they did. And when Donovan Dent played in that game that night.
That was bad,
You're
Donovan.
right. I think he was hurt early in the year.
You're right. He was.
He was struggling. He just wasn't right. With all these new pieces, it takes a while. When you're bringing in these transfers and guys out of the portal, they're not just going to seamlessly fit in. It takes time for these teams to gel, and you see some of the more cohesive teams jump out early. Now that's like, for example, Arizona has been consistent all year, and same with teams like Houston and Iowa State. They've retained guys, and they found a way to keep the core of teams together. And that pays dividends early in the year, and those teams have rolled. And to me, the Big 12 has been the best league in college basketball this year. Mm-hmm. And if you're looking, you have any questions, I would lean toward the Big 12 teams.
Agreed.
Well, Roxy, one of the great transfer portal merchants this year was Mark Madsen over at Cal. And no, the Bears didn't make the tournament, but his name has come up in rumors around the Arizona State vacancy. Bobby Hurley out after 11 years. I don't get it. I'm a Sun Devil alum. I would stay at Cal. Like, if I'm Mark Madsen, to go from 3 wins to 20-plus wins in a span of 3 years, I think it's an incredible turnaround. Why is his name surfacing in this rumor?
Well, he's an attractive coach because he's doing a great job and everybody knows it.
But it's a worse job,
Cal
right?
Cal knows what they have. And look, even if another school flirts with him, because it's not the first time it's happened already that teams have come after Madsen at Cal. And Cal understands what they have and how critical he is to their success right now. And look, I know it's the NIT, but they're in the postseason for the first time in 9 years. This is a big step for this program, considering where they were and what Madsen inherited. Cal is going to make every effort to make sure he's taken care of. Arizona State is an attractive job. Don't get me wrong, Kerry, but do you really want to go to the Big 12 and have to deal? Now, granted, you're in the ACC and you're dealing with Shire and Duke and Hubert Davis at Carolina, Brad Brownell at Clemson, all these coaches who are great. But you're going to have to go nose-to-nose with Bill Self and Scott Drew and Kelvin Sampson and Tommy Lloyd. Do you really want to do that? And I don't think you necessarily want TJ Otzelberger. I don't think you want to deal with that if you're in the Big 12, to be honest with you. And Arizona State, they've never had a consistent winner there. They've had some great teams over the years. Bill Frieder had some good teams. You go back, Herb Sendek was there, Rob Evans, but there's never been a consistent winner at Arizona State. And I think if I'm a coach, I'm a little leery of that situation just because there never has been that run by a coach where you're winning 20 and you're in the tournament every year.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe it's his agent floating it out to get a new deal there.
Yeah.
Buddy. By the way, is that you
Would
banging,
agents
by the way?
do that, Murph? Really?
Okay, all right. No. Hey, last one, Roxy, is, listen, Dave Newhouse and Carl Stewart. We talked about them earlier in the show, losing two absolute titans. Now, you're an East Bay guy. Those are both East Bay guys. These are two sports writers we lost. If people don't know, most who do know, Dave Newhouse, of course, actually was a KNBR host back when this whole thing was starting in the 80s, before Ralph Barbieri, Sports Phone 680. Was joined the Oakland Tribune in 1964, wrote any number of books. What do you want? Al Davis, Charles Finley, Reggie Jackson, Al Attles. These are the guys who trust Dave Newhouse with their lives. And then Carl Stewart is a great baseball writer and great witty, wry, humorous East Bay sports writer. We lost them both this weekend. Dave at 87 to heart failure, Carl at 72 to cancer. I don't know if you had experience with either and or both, just to kind of throw you a little, just a little memory of those two great names.
No, I knew both decently. And look, on top of being tremendous professionals, they were terrific men, right? They were just wonderful people, just gentlemen to talk to and engaging and funny and witty. And I just feel for their families. And look, I grew up listening to Dave Newhouse do Sports Phone 68 way back in the day. So I've been reading them, talking with them for years, and there'll be tremendous losses to the sports community here in the Bay Area just because of the impact they had on people, but not to be overlooked. They're just terrific people, and it's just sad that they're no longer with us.
No, you're right. We all as a community kind of mourn it. So anyway, Roxy, it's always great catching up with you, man. You got assignments? What are you working?
I got NIT because that's at ESPN what we do. Okay. I will have the Cal game Wednesday night, and then I'm actually heading down to Irvine tonight. I got UC Irvine and UNLV, an old Big West rivalry from those like Big Monday games back in the day.
I'm gonna date myself here. Bill Mulligan versus Tark. Do you remember
That's
those?
incredible.
Well, Tommy Tolbert started there.
That is impressive, Murph. That is great there.
So Irvine had a great player named Johnny Rogers was his name, R-O-D.
Oh, yeah.
R-O-D-G-E-R-S, and Bill Mulligan had a great line. He goes, yes, his last name is Rogers. He spells it with a D, which is ironic because he has no D in his game. That's what he said. So back when coaches could rip their own players in the press, you know, and even motivate them there. Although Mick still does that.
You're giving Cronin some ideas there, Murph.
How do you spell Bilodeau? Yeah. All right, man. Always great catching up, Roxy. We'll watch you on ESPN. Thanks for hopping on.
Anytime, guys. Thanks for having me.
There you go. Roxy Bernstein. He's great. He's awesome. Was that his Bing?
That was. Yeah, he was getting blown up during that
I kept looking at my laptop going, what's going on here? All right, guys. Well, listen. Dave Fleming will join us in what we're calling our booking the really skilled and capable Bay Area college basketball guys. Like Roxy and Flem, you want those guys on your college hoop games. You know what I mean? Those are just two great. I mean, of course, we know Flem for the Giants, but I'm talking about you give Flem a college hoops game, he's on it. In fact, you know what he did? The Ivy League championship.
Did he really?
And Penn
I was going to say,
hit a three-pointer at a buzzer to force OT and eliminate Flem's Yale Bulldogs, because I believe he has not one but two daughters in New Haven, Connecticut, bro.
Not a good year for my Princeton Tigers.
Not a good year for his tuition.
Yeah.
Too, by the way, his tuition bill, yeah. But a great year for him to get New Haven pizza, which is any day of the week. The best pizza in the world, other than Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, which has the madness. We're getting 3 new items, right, on Wednesday? Dude, it's going to be cheat day on Wednesday, Tony. You ready to cheat on Wednesday, bro?
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Okay, we're getting 3 new pizzas, a new sandwich, and a new pasta, I think. Bro, you better bring your appetite.
Madness is all in the moment.
Yes.
Is that it?
No. I want the very end. The first time you did it exactly right. Madness.
I'll grab it.
Called it. Were you down with the ska band Madness?
Sure.
You honestly don't know them.
No, I don't.
You honestly don't know them.
No, I don't.
Do you honestly don't know?
I'm not well versed in ska bands.
One Step Beyond.
We're here. We're a '90s Friday show. We're not a ska Friday show like the afternoon show.
Well, you guys would know their entry into the pop charts in the 80s, Our House. You would know that.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
yeah. The Folgers
Look at you
Coffee
guys.
song.
Look at you guys.
Yeah.
I got you guys back.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were a hardcore ska band, and then they were like, we need a pop hit. Let's get some money. Yeah. And they wrote Our House in the middle of our street.
That's how they came after the mainstream.
Yeah, and now you guys both went, oh, yeah. You know this.
Oh, yeah.
This is their pop entry. And then if you want to get the elbows out and the skanking, you'll get into some of their ska stuff. One step beyond. You can come back with one step in if you'd like.
All right.
When are we doing cooler content?
9:15
on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Provident Credit Union, the good people at Provident, local financial institution helping you grow your money. Because sometimes you're like, man, my money's just sitting there. It's not growing the way I'd like and definitely not working as hard as I am. Well, that's why Provident steps in with the Pick a Term certificates. You can choose a 3-month term, a 6-month term, or a 12-month term and earn up to 3.40% annual percentage yield. That's a solid rate that helps your savings do more. Maybe you need some money for a home improvement project. Maybe it's a trip you're planning. Maybe it's a rainy day fund, but you need a little extra money. It's a smart, short-term option to help your savings grow. Providence Pick a Term certificate. Newsweek knows the deal. They named Provident one of America's best regional credit unions, so you can feel good about where you save. Learn more at providentcu.org or stop by a local branch. That rate's effective February 25, 2026. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Start saving today.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yes. 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 Come on, Tony. Get in there. Get the elbows out. Get the elbows out. Start hitting people. Get into the mosh pit and just start taking people out, buddy. Knees and elbows high. This is how we worked out our aggression in the 80s. You got into the mosh pit with a bunch of other white suburban kids and started throwing elbows and knees.
They still do that, by the way.
Oh, do they?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Would you do it to one step beyond? Yeah, you would.
Maybe, yeah.
This is the ultimate ska mosh pit song, and this is Madness. All inspired by Amichis and their Madness promo. Thank you, Tony, for that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Cooler content coming up at 9:15. I'm having a good time. Dave Fleming at 9:30. Kerry Crowley in today for Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher. We're in a great freaking mood. The weather's awesome. It's a heat wave in San Francisco. Are you down with the heat wave, buddy? Are you welcoming it?
To a certain extent.
Okay.
I enjoy the beautiful weather. I every morning I like to walk out my front door, walk down a couple of streets and see the Golden Gate Bridge and see the Golden Gate Bridge unencumbered by fog, which is great. When it's beautiful like this, it's fantastic. But afternoons in the 80s in San Francisco are like afternoons in the 110s in Phoenix.
I was going to say, I'm guessing your spacious pad does not have the gift of air conditioning.
No, it does not.
San Francisco apartments can get pretty stuffy in a heat wave. Young Tone, now you're embracing the heat wave.
Same boat, no AC, yeah.
Now, you grew up in Danville or Kentucky or both, and
similar places.
You were gifted with air conditioning in those places.
Correct, yes, sir.
So this heat wave that you're running towards, because you put your foot down last week.
I'm all in. I'm excited.
You ready for lying on top of those sheets? With
You heard of this thing called a fan? You can just pop it on.
Okay.
Let me tell you, San Luis Obispo is the same way in the summers. I lived down there for college, and I threw the fan on. I throw the fan outside the door, get the cool air at night coming into the apartment. Oh, yeah.
How hot would it get down there?
It's like hundreds.
No.
During the summers, absolutely.
San Luis Obispo?
Hell yeah.
I'm surprised.
Central Coast.
On occasion.
I thought Central Coast was known for its moderate
I
climate.
didn't live on the beach, bro.
Yeah, a little inland there in San Luis Obispo.
So you just turned on the fan and toughed it out, huh?
Yeah, there's a little screen door, and at night I literally put the fan outside my screen door, just blow some cool air in. Whatever.
A lot of science going on there.
All this guy needs is a fan, and he's set.
I guess so.
I remember when I was a kid, and we would have heat wave. My mom would put that fan out. I'm like, it ain't doing it. That ain't
you ever
doing
get
it.
double-barreled action
it's
fans
just-
on both sides of the room?
It ain't working, buddy. It's a
Got your right and your lefty fan.
It's a freaking finger in the dike as the flood comes in here. So, all right, guys. Anyway, enjoy. So we're in a great mood because Selection Sunday. Yeah, we'll have Dave Fleming on at 9:30 talking Giants and all that. But the other thing that happened last night, other than the Oscars, and let me quickly digress. Oscars, Kerry?
Not a needle mover for me.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I was a
watched
baseball classic.
zero.
Yeah. I can say in the last decade, I don't think I've watched any
The last
Oscars.
decade.
Yeah.
Young Tone?
I was flipping between WBC, the Warriors game, and the Oscars in between commercial
Catch a
breaks.
little Oscars. All right.
I mean, I'm a
That's
Conan guy. Shout out Derek Papa, who loves Conan O'Brien as well. I missed the monologue, though. I didn't even realize the Oscars were on, so I tuned in. It's like an hour in.
The gift of today, you can watch those things on social media in a heartbeat. He went for a wild inside joke that had to do with the movie called Weapons. I did not see it. You guys see it? I will say this about Weapons. It provided Conan with his running gag throughout the monologue, which I hadn't seen. It was still kind of funny in an absurd Conan kind of way. You know, he always just makes things really ridiculous, and that's kind of the Conan thing. But I will say this. I did not know that my gal, that's right, I'm calling her my gal, Amy Madigan, was in that movie. And I had to look it up. She's 75. She won the freaking Oscar, Best Supporting Actress. You guys know her as the loving, devoted, and supportive wife of Kevin Costner in Field of Dreams.
Yeah, there you go.
Which I always was like, you know what? You need a gal like that. She never doubted him. She never doubted him. She was like, you know what? You want to build the freaking plow over the cornfield? Let's go.
Field of Dreams win any Oscars?
It was nominated back when it was only 5. It was nominated for Best Picture. Yeah,
That's amazing.
It had a resonant impact in the summer of '89. People were blown away by it. People were caught unawares by Field of Dreams.
Yeah,
they didn't know what they were like. Yo, what? Why am I crying right now? What's going on? So people were affected by it. But Amy Madigan, dude, I get like sentimental when I think about what a gal she is. Because at the end when he's playing catch with his dad, she goes and freaking turns the lights on. Don't forget that little scene because he's playing catch with Pops and she's on the deck. She's like, give him a little light. She flaps the lights on. I'm like, look at that. That's my gal right there. You need an Amy Madigan in your life. So she won the Oscar last night. I was like, yo, that's Costner's gal from Field of Dreams. She's 75 and her speech was awesome. So that was my big takeaway. The other one is Ryan Coogler out of Oakland. Everybody knows Ryan Coogler. We got listeners right now who know Ryan Coogler. He's in and of Oakland. He's around town all the time. He won for his screenplay for Sinners, which I didn't see. Hell, I didn't see almost any of the movies. I saw one battle after another. That's it.
During the commercial break, I faced criticism for not seeing any of the movies. And now Murph comes out and says,
it's hard these days, man.
Oh,
it's hard.
What did I tell you?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
This is exactly my line.
Yeah. Anyway, so
this is unbelievable.
Well, how many of the 10
Gary's
did you
like,
see?
yeah, I don't have time to watch movies,
Well,
bro.
it's not
Now that's what
that.
we're saying.
Well, for me, my job. I mean, if I had your life, I'd see more.
Oh, yeah, my easy
bro, I'm
life.
shutting it down early, bro.
Yeah,
I'm going to bed early. Tony's in bed at 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
man. How can he
most
see
of us
a movie?
are.
Some nights, yeah.
Conan actually did a really funny bit on the new studio that's making movies to fit phones. That one of his bits was great. It was about a new studio producing movies to fit a narrow phone. He takes all the greatest movies of all time and fits them on a narrow. So all these famous scenes are now cut off because you're watching them now. He's like, and now, in an appeal to the new generation and how they watch films, a new studio is making every film for your phone. And it said like, see a classic like to odd font, and it had the Godfather font, but it was cut off on the left and the right, so you could only see and GTFA. So it's making fun of you guys watching everything vertically on your phones there, buddy. So anyway, that was a Conan bit that you will enjoy, buddy. But anyway, and the other one I was going to say is Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. Jordan, who I go back to Friday Night Lights.
Wow.
The TV show.
Yeah.
The TV
Good
show.
show. Good show.
Remember him? Friday. He was in that in that TV show. And then any number of, he's been in so many.
Creed. Great movie, yeah.
I buried the freaking lead. He was Creed. I mean, dude, Creed is one of my favorite movies of the last 20 years, all time. So he's great. I've always liked. He won the Best Actor Oscar. Couple of viral reels going around. One is he hugs Leo DiCaprio after the show's over. Some guy caught him on a hidden camera. Bro, he hugs Leo for like a minute. Leo's like letting go, like he's like crying in Leo's shoulder. And then he's thing going viral this morning is he went to In-N-Out with his Oscar.
I did see that. Was signing the receipts at In-N-Out.
People are going nuts. And he's like, yo, this is cool, but I got to hit my double-double.
Yeah.
He's chomping it down. So anyway, that was going on last night. But the other thing was what we were supposed to talk about this segment, the World Baseball Classic. And, man, that was fun. USA 2, Dominican 1. And can we agree on this, whether or not you agree or disagree with how the U.S. represents itself? The game delivered on its promise?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely delivered. It was high drama, high intrigue throughout all 9 innings, competitive baseball. Some of the best players in the world on the same field as one another. That's why I just wanted one more at bat. I wanted Perdomo, who earned that walk to go to first base so that we could see Mason Miller get Tatis out.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's hard to it's kind of incredible that we're about to enter a world where those are no more.
Yeah.
ABS starts a week from Wednesday, guys. A week from Wednesday, that play will be challenged, and Perdomo will take his walk.
Mm-hmm.
And now Mason Miller will have a first and third facing Fernando Tatis.
And the inability to throw his slider, so it'll just be 101, 102 against Tatis's teammate.
You can say really elite. I mean, I'm trying to think of any other sport where it's so affected. Like you could argue in the NFL, you could call holding on every play.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, was Nick Bosa held in Super Bowl, whichever one it was against the Chiefs?
Yes.
No, the first one.
Oh, the first one.
Because remember, the first one on the 3rd and 15 play, isn't it? Doesn't he get
Super
held?
Bowl 54?
54.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't he get held on that play? Isn't there like a freeze frame of him getting held?
He's held on every play. I mean, Trent Williams was holding everyone on every play, too. So
there you go.
Hard for me to get too worked up about that.
And in the NBA, do you feel like one call, one whistle can change everything? The way that call by Corey Blazer, the home plate ump, just definitively ended the game, and it was wrong.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a comp to any other sport where we've just lived for 150 years with the wrong call, and we all say, yeah, that's baseball. That's baseball. The human element. It's a beautiful thing. You've told me that Marty himself is against ABS because the mosaic, right?
Yeah,
the
because
human
they
element
didn't have it at Ebbets Field.
So, did he literally say that?
No, that's not why he said it. But he did say it's just taking too much time. He's sick of it already.
That's interesting that it's taking too much time. My impression the weekend I was down there was it didn't take too much time. Now, I didn't have a game with too many. I had about 5 or 6 in the game, and I kind of got a kick out of them. I kind of got a kick out of it. Maybe it was because it was the first week in the spring training.
Novelty.
We had the whole family down there. We were all excited, Novelty.
Yeah.
Novelty.
And then you're going to run into a situation where an ump misses 9 calls, and all of these teams are going to get them overturned. He gets 2 right, and all of a sudden, these teams are out of challenges, and you're spending the last 5 innings of the game having watched 11 challenges and then watching the umpire get these calls wrong.
So your solution is fill in the blank?
There is no solution. There's nothing good.
There's the solution. Yeah. What about you, Young Tone? You haven't experienced it yet. So
ABS? I love it. No, I really like it. You were talking about...
What about when you want to be at a game and you get like Kerry Crowley pissed off because there's like 9 in a row?
I really don't think it takes too long, and it's kind of like tennis. We've all seen the Hawkeye system where they challenge a ball in or out of bounds, and everybody gets really excited. There's kind of an intensity in the crowd, and then you look at the screen, and then, overturned or not, or upheld. I like it. I think you want to get the call right at the end of the day. You don't care how long it takes. The game is already too fast anyway with the pitch clock. I want to be there for like 3.5 hours,
Yeah, I'm more of a 2:15 guy.
All right, bro. You got the story to write, dude.
More of a 6:45, home by 9:30, in bed. We can make the morning show.
As of now, I'm supporting it because I found it to be kind of fun, but I am, I'd love to crush Kerry for his takes here just to create conflict here.
You're wary.
But I am understanding that there's a warning sign on the horizon that we might get sick of it.
Yeah.
We might get sick of it.
I wanted to love it. I went there telling Marty I want to disagree with you because, Marty, I hate to agree with him.
He shows me respect. Yes, it's incredible. Hey,
I like that. That's what we do. We talk ball.
Hey, Marty, can Tony Vitello get it done in 1 week?
He's not going to be Bobby Cox in a week.
Okay.
He's not going to be Bruce Bochy in 2 weeks.
Thank you. Okay.
Let him be who he is,
oh, man.
and let's see where it goes.
Let's see where
That's
it
the
goes.
mosaic right there.
That's so good. All right, little WBC USA. And I, for the record, am defending the swagless wonders. No aura is okay by me because that's the way Dirty Harry and Cool Hand Luke did it. All right, guys. USA 2, Dominican 1. They wait the winner of Italy, Venezuela tonight, 5 o'clock on Tuesday, St. Patrick's Day. A little St. Pat's U.S. gold medal game. All right, Cooler of Content is stacked with great stuff, so don't miss it. And then Dave Fleming at 9:30 on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The question of the day is the World Baseball Classic living up to the hype? What do you guys think? You've seen a lot of games so far. There was a lot of really good games over the weekend as well. So what do you think? Is it living up to the hype? You can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-5627, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, hell yeah. You hear this? We're giving away more tickets to great stuff, and Sublime is part of it. We had a 90s Friday on Friday, our last 90s Friday, because we're going to go back to Reggae Fridays starting with baseball season. And we played this, but we had a guest on, Tony. And we had to kind of get out of it immediately into a guest. And Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, said, damn, I wanted more Sublime. So now we're going to play it on a day he's off. So Sublime is part of the Aftershock Festival, Thursday, October 1st to Sunday, October 4th at Discovery Park in Sacramento. Call Curly. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR wins 2 tickets to the Aftershock Festival. Danny Wimmer presents full music lineup for the 14th year of Aftershock, October 1 through 4 at the Scenic Discovery Park in Sacramento. My Chemical Romance, Tool, shout out Tolbert, Limp Bizkit, Pierce the Veil are going to headline the West Coast's largest rock, punk, and metal festival. Featuring 140-plus artists, the largest Aftershock lineup yet. Along with the addition of a 5th stage, the expanded festival site, all types of tickets, including the 4-day, single-day, GA, VIP, and more are on sale now at Aftershock Festival. Other bands on the lineup, I could read them all, but let's just say Sublime, Public Enemy, AFI, The Offspring. We're going to play them all week, and when you hear a band from Aftershock, you can win the tickets. So Sublime is today's band. 2 tickets to the Aftershock. General admission, call Curly, 415-896-KNBR, caller number 10. Whew. There you go.
Impressive.
You got all that?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you at the
Trying to keep
Aftershock
track,
Festival, buddy. You're a Sublime guy?
Here and there.
Oh. What's going on there? You just a shrug on Sublime? Sound of the 90s, buddy.
Yeah.
Sound of the 90s.
Yeah, I wasn't paying too much attention.
Yeah, well, I wasn't around in the 60s, but I liked,
I love
liked
the
Motown.
60s. Motown, undefeated.
Okay.
I could get into a Motown
I still got to give
Mondays.
you guys credit for the incredibly daring yet somewhat successful We Didn't Start the Virus when you and Matt Benetti did that.
Back in 2020.
That was incredible. We should almost put that in the cooler of content right now.
Yeah.
If you can find
We
that.
should
Is it
not
on
do that.
YouTube? Or?
It better not be.
I think we played it on the show at the time.
Not only did you play it on the show, here's how desperate things were in April 2020 when we recorded that song. We did appearances on each KNBR show that day.
Incredible.
Murph and Mac, Gary and Larry, Papa and Silver.
Gary Radnich had you on?
Gary Radnich had us on, yeah.
Gary could have cared less about your We Didn't Start the Virus.
I know, but that's how desperate everyone was to book.
Did he drop a Nobody Cares on you?
I'm sure he did.
Yeah. So, what, Tony, you do know the song We Didn't Start the Fire.
Casey Simpson? Who's the...
No.
The Billy Joel.
We didn't start the fire. Billy Joel, you know
So
it.
it was like a... This is on YouTube, or like where am I looking for this?
You're not looking anywhere. It's been scrubbed from the internet.
Has it been scrubbed?
I took pretty strong efforts to scrub it.
What?
Yeah.
Don't we have it in the system? Look up We Didn't Start the Virus.
In the system.
Gary Crowley. We got to have it.
I hope not.
Did you really scrub? I've never scrubbed anything off of my internet history.
Yeah.
Other than maybe a few searches on incognito or whatever, right? Private. But you really did?
Yeah.
You were embarrassed by it?
No, I'm not. It's just you move on. That's a phase of life that we were all in 2020.
Did you think
maybe
it would
march to about the following January?
Does your wife know about it?
She does know about it. Yes.
What is her take on it?
She thought it was funny at the moment.
It's pretty good.
I don't think it ages that well.
We're on a search here to find this thing by the...
It's not in the system. I just looked. We didn't start the virus. It's not in there. Gary deleted it last time he was here.
Damn it.
Loader remembers. Loader was in middle school. He remembers.
Man, oh man, good stuff. Does he remember it? Loader remembers it?
Yeah,
he says he does, yeah.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah, you couldn't miss it on the airwaves that week.
I was in the car.
I think I did 3 shows on the evening show where I got interviewed about that.
The thing that makes me the least cool guy of all time is that I'm actually a big Billy Joel fan. And
I'm a huge Billy Joel fan.
Well, because you're a nerd too.
Yeah.
And I mean, Paulie Mack just rolls his eyes. He's like, you couldn't be cheesier to be a Billy. All you need to know is Mike Holler's a really big Billy Joel fan.
You see the HBO doc?
Of course.
Oh,
yeah.
One of the best documentaries I've ever watched.
And I saw him at Madison Square Garden. It was an emotional experience.
Yeah.
But anybody who has musical taste will tell you, bro, you suck. Because Billy Joel sucks. They hate. He is the face of. If you're a hardcore music head, Billy Joel is the face of the music you hate. You found it, Loader? Loader found it?
No, this is a screenshot.
Okay. All right.
It's a screenshot.
Anyway, the point is that the song is called "We Didn't Start the Fire," and of all the Billy Joel songs, that's where I drew the lines. Like, Billy, bro, I'm not down with this tune.
That's a good song.
You do like it.
Yeah, but go through the references.
I know. It's pretty impressive.
It's amazing.
But I just remember when he said, my buddies and I used to make fun of him saying, Belgians in the Congo. We're like, bro, come on, back off, buddy. Get me back to still rock and roll to me, all right, buddy?
Yeah.
All right, so what's the matter with the clothes you're wearing? Okay, let's go WBC. Cooler of content, the Italian final call of Team Italy. So people have been joking that the Team Italy has no Italians. Kind of true. They got the one guy, Sam Aldegheri. He was born and raised in Verona, but he's actually pitching in the Bay. He's the one guy. Everybody else, as American as you and me. They're actually probably rooting for America more than themselves. Vinny Pasquantino, American. Jack Cagliani, American. Michael Lorenzen, American. Dave Righetti, American. Ron Wodas, American. Everybody's American. So people are like, do people in Italy really care? And then John Morosi's been trying to keep this thing alive because he speaks Italian. He sent out a screenshot of Gazzetto della Sporta or whatever, the Italian sports page, and they had a front page story on the Italian baseball team.
Amazing.
Now, I'm sure the people who were reading it with their espressos are like, what the hell is this? And just turned the page looking for Serie A, right? But they did do a whole front page thing on the team, and they actually had Italian broadcasters listen to the final out on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. You can see the video. Check it out.
Caricamento, batte Rosario, alza una volata,
cadi dentro,
Messo Moravito, sì!
L'Italia vola a Miami, l'Italia è in semifinale al World Baseball Classic, è tutto vero Italia!
Wow! Prima volta nella storia in semifinale con tanta sofferenza, ma è anche giusto così. Vanno a fare i complimenti.
Ned looks like a Don, doesn't he?
Ned Coletti, ma complimenti a tutti i ragazzi. Erano in vantaggio netto 8-2, poi finisce 8-6, ma finisce 8-6, finisce. L'Italia batte anche Porto Rico che non aveva mai battuto in questo torneo. E la storia, sopra la storia che si aggiunge alla storia. E andiamo oltre.
Dude,
That's amazing.
Okay, couple things on that. Number one, it was awesome. Number two, they cut to Ned Coletti, dude, looking like a straight Sopranos extra. He had the tie, he had the dark suit with the white tie, and he was just shaking hands solemnly, like, yeah, this is what we do. This is what we do. We're on to go get this. And dude, in the background, I could hear it. They were playing Time to Say Goodbye by Andrea Bocelli. They were playing it in the background. That's like their song, which is like, you want to talk about not a hype song. That's like the super romantic ballad, right? That you're supposed to just play at your wedding, right? Or whatever. Or actually more at a service, right? Like at a funeral service. I think it was at Gino, the Bimbo's founder, Mr. Cherokee Eye's funeral at St. Peter and Paul's, and they played Time to Say Goodbye, and everybody's like crying because it's a beautiful song to play at a service for an Italian-American in San Francisco. But they were playing that on the loudspeaker. Yeah, this is the Sarah Brightman. Can you give me the Bocelli?
Yeah.
I need the Bocelli. That's what they're playing.
The Bocelli in Italian is pretty incredible.
Yeah. This is the Brightman. We don't need the Brightman. That's Andrew Lloyd Webber. We don't need that there, buddy. Yeah, that's right. I can do light opera musicals from the 90s. Here we go.
How about Dave Righetti in the dugout there, too?
That's freaking... That's what's playing on the loudspeaker when they're doing their dap-up line. That's classic.
This is amazing.
Do we have to root for Team Italy? To go all the way?
No, I mean, what kind of a question is this from the guy who spent the last 3.5 hours just telling me
based on
that
Bocelli.
I don't love Team USA enough?
Based on
you're
Bocelli.
you're now operating under the assumption that we could just root for Team Italy.
Bocelli greater than Leonard Skinner.
Oh my goodness, this is
First
what an
time
about
I said-
face. This is hypocritical right here.
Tony, you down with this?
Dude, he didn't realize. Murph didn't realize. Of course I'm down with this, dude. Step Brothers.
Yeah.
The Catalina
Yeah.
Blanken wine mixer, dude. Murph had no idea. We had to tell him about it the other day.
Oh, man, so good.
This is so
Ned
good.
Coletti here. All right, down we go.
Ned
Down we go.
Coletti, Dave Rigetti, Ron Wotus all in the dugout. This is amazing.
You just said Ned Coletti, Dave Rigetti. That sounded like Billy Joel. We didn't start Team Italy. It was always burning. Ned Coletti, Dave Rigetti, Ron Wotus. Anyway, move on. Juan Marichal. Dude, so
this is great. This is the best.
Willie Mays' service at Oracle Park, where Bill Clinton showed up. I was lucky enough to be there and was at the reception. And dude, Juan Marichal was standing there. I said to Brad Manager, I go, that's Juan Marichal. He goes, yeah, let's go say hi. Bro, I thought I was talking to a 45-year-old guy.
Yeah.
Maybe the youngest 88-year-old I ever seen. I was like, Juan, bro, what's your secret? He's like, I'm the Dominican dandy. That's my secret. You know what I mean, dudes? He is freaking amazing, and he's the Dominican dandy. He's the godfather of Dominican baseball, and he is with Team Dominican after their win over, who'd they beat in the quarters? Canada or somebody? I forget who they beat. Who'd they beat in the quarters? They beat somebody. Anyway, here he
Korea,
is.
maybe.
Look at him. Look at Juan Marichal. Dude, look at that. Dude, that is so
This is
freaking
what I
amazing.
mean. This is what I mean. You got Juan Marichal, the godfather of Dominican baseball, 88 years old in the clubhouse celebrating, and the U.S. is bringing in who?
The guy who killed Bin Laden.
Yeah.
There's definitely, I will grant to you, that is a better post-game celebration. Well, why, we got to bring in Billy Joel, I guess, and then go, hey, and then Billy Joel dance. I know we got Dave Fleming coming up. Let's get this last one in. This is Christopher Sanchez from the Dominican team. We found this on the web. We're always looking for great laughs, right? This is
I know that about you.
Young Tony. You might want to keep this one around.
I know.
Dude. This is Christopher Sanchez. He's doing the press conference, and a guy asks a question, and what language is it?
I think Chinese. I could be wrong.
It might be Chinese, and Sanchez has no clue what the guy's saying, and then we get almost the baseball Kawhi laugh almost here. So watch it on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter here, and listen to the audio.
조별리그 경기를 좀 Espérate, I'm sorry.
So when Christopher Sanchez says, I can't understand what you're saying, dude, and the laugh in the background, some Dominican guy hits the Kawhi laugh. Do it again here.
Is he throwing on earphones
Translator.
to translate? That's
It's like
incredible.
It's like being at the UN.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted to get that one. Oh, it's making my day. We might need to play for Kerry the Detroit Lion one just to get out of here. This is one that divides the room. Marcus doesn't like it. Some Detroit Lions podcasters were doing a pod on the Lions, and a guy just breaks into a laugh here.
Bro, Shield, damn.
Whoa.
Marcus says it hurts his ears.
Whoa. I can see how this is divisive.
Shield.
He's milking it. Wow.
There's our cooler of content. We didn't get to half of it. All right. Dave Fleming next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, let's talk to our favorite, Dave Fleming. Man, talk to Dave about anything, including his trip out to the Ivy League Championships, Selection Sunday, Giants baseball, WBC, you name it. We can do it with Dave. So, Dave, it's great to have you on. I have your old mate from the ballpark, Kerry Crowley, sitting in today for Marcus, who's off. So, good morning, Dave. How are you, man?
Good morning. I'm good. Did you guys watch that Ivy League championship game I did yesterday?
So I got to see the climax of it.
It was an absolutely amazing game, like an all-time great championship game. So people think I'm a little crazy to fly 3,000 miles. This year's tournament was in Ithaca. Like, why are you doing that? But it was way worth it this year. It was a great game.
It was in Ithaca. Oh, I thought it might have been New Haven to see your daughters. But no, you actually went out. Is it so Cornell hosted?
Yeah, they rotate the sites. That's how the Ivy does it. So they're almost all the way through their cycle. They've got one more to go, I think, before everybody. You know, the Ivy tournament's only 8 or 9 years old. The Ivy League was the last league to hold out, like your regular season champion, you go to the NCAA tournament. That's how they did it for decades. And now they have this little tournament where 4 teams make it in, and they play 2 semis and a final, and it's high-level basketball, and I am a fan of the Ivy League because of my kids, and I just love doing it. It is really, really fun.
Well, it's a good entry into a talking point for Selection Sunday because as recently as just a couple years ago, Yale made a run and beat, I want to say, Auburn in a huge game. I think they went Sweet 16, didn't they? And so there was this belief like, oh, man, watch out, the Ivy's getting better players. But it's funny, in 2 short years now, Dave, the narrative, at least, and you could address this, is that the NIL and transfer portal has sort of ended our mid-major dreams. And the idea of a 14-seed Penn knocking off Illinois isn't going to happen. We talked about this earlier in the show, that it seems like last year's 4-1 seeds making it is a harbinger of the future, like chalk, chalk, chalk. Because of the transfer portal, any good mid-major player leaves. I'll take that ball and run with it. Where's your take on that situation? Do you think we still can see an 11 through 15 seed win, or is it chalk city now?
I think I do believe that it's going to be a lot harder to have those upsets than it used to be. And that stinks. Like that, you know, the magic of the tournament in some ways is even just the possibility of those upsets existing is one of the things, not the only thing, but one of the things that makes that tournament so fun to watch. Yeah, Yale's had really good teams. Yale beat Auburn 2 years ago. Auburn was absolutely loaded. And the next year, Auburn was the number 1 overall seed. I think if Yale's team had won yesterday, I could see Yale, because they're just experienced. The thing that the Ivy League has that all these other mid-majors don't have, except for maybe like St. Mary's and Santa Clara, those are 2 exceptions, is old guys. You know, guys who stick around, don't transfer out, stay. That's the secret sauce for the upset-minded teams. Like, maybe not athletically super talented, maybe not, you know, big-time high school All-American recruits, but guys who play together, stay together, you know, have great team chemistry, and then get in a tournament setting, and they can, you know, lean on that against a team that's maybe more talented. Yale had that. Penn's probably, well, of course, the kid yesterday went for 44. The Penn's player had a 44-14 game. TJ Power, just one of the all-time great performances. He does that again, maybe they can pull off an upset. But the big picture question you're asking, harder for teams now, takes a little bit of the fun away. I don't think there's any solution to it. It's just kind of a reality. But the right team of that sort of ilk can still win a game or 2 or maybe even 3. I think the Final Four kind of runs are going to be more difficult.
Well, Dave, you just brought them up a moment ago. St. Mary's back in the tournament this year, as they've been for so much of Randy Bennett's tenure over in Moraga. You've gotten to know Randy Bennett through the years, calling the Gales games. And I wonder, how have they adjusted to the NIL era, where there's been no drop-off, where they've been able to stay 25-plus wins on an annual basis? What is it about Randy Bennett, what he's done, that's different from the rest of college basketball?
Mostly Randy's just that good, and that's where it's going to be hard to replicate for other programs like that. Randy's just an elite coach, and not just coach, but culture builder. Randy sets a program up where kids want to stay, where they feel like their best development, best path to being a great player is to stay, not to take maybe a little more money. Although I think, programs like St. Mary's in San Francisco and Santa Clara, non-football schools who have a fan base, there's a little bit of an advantage, not being at a football school where you don't have to compete for some of that cash to pay kids. And so that maybe, that could be a little bit of a part of it. St. Mary's might have a few more resources than you would think just because there's no football to cannibalize whatever money there is. But Randy's just really, you look around the country, it's not like he's immune to it, because Aiden Mahaney's the leading scorer for UC Santa Barbara and went to UConn, and Joshua Jefferson might be a first-team All-American. He was at St. Mary's, and Jordan Ross played a lot for Georgia this year. They're in the tournament. So that's three guys who could have been on this St. Mary's team who are, big-time players around the country. So it's not like it's not happening to him. He's just so good at the culture-building stuff and next guy up mentality. He's kind of an outlier that way.
Well, let's stay in the Bay and celebrate Herb Sendek and the Santa Clara Broncos. First time since 1996, and Steve Nash. Kerry covered Herb Sendek at Arizona State. He took the Miami of Ohio Redhawks to the tournament. He took NC State to the tournament. He took Arizona State. What a story. And, listen, Dave, I rate them a real chance against Kentucky in this thing. But I don't know if you have any experience with the Herb Sendek and that program, if you got to cover him this year at all, but your feeling on them making it, what it means for Santa Clara, and their chance to pull off a win.
Yeah, I have a lot of experience with them, and I only got them this year in the WCC tournament, so I didn't have them at all in the regular season. But I spent a lot of time with Herb and those guys in Vegas, and got to see him up close. And I'm shamelessly rooting for Herb and that program because they are a proud program. They have great history. They have great recent history. Brandon Pajemski and Jalen Williams, and they're doing an awesome job at what they can control. In the NIL area of identifying talent, player development. Awesome job. Like very few coaches are doing a better job than Herb at their programs, and they have never been able to break through until now. So good for them to get to experience the tournament, and they run great offense. Kentucky's not exactly a super tough-minded, defensive-oriented team. I think Santa Clara's got a great chance to beat Kentucky in the first round. I think the matchup nightmare for Santa Clara is somebody like super physical, tough team where maybe just take them out of their stuff with sheer physicality. Santa Clara's got some size, but not like huge size. But I think that's a good matchup for them. They have I don't know if it's coin toss game. That might be a stretch, but like a 40-60 chance to beat Kentucky, absolutely.
Yeah, fun stuff with Dave Fleming here, who's covering the Ivy League Championship. As we said, Penn will take on Illinois, a 14-3. St. Mary's takes on Texas A&M, a 7-10, and Kentucky takes on Santa Clara as a 10-7 here. Just for fun, one last one on this. We got to get to WBC and Giants too, but of the four, last year was 4 number ones. I think a lot of people are picking at least 3, maybe 4 this year. Do you have a favorite of Duke, Arizona, Michigan, and Florida? Do you have a favorite team of those 4 that you think might be the best?
Yeah, I do think Duke is vulnerable because of their injuries. Duke's really, really good, and they're the number 1 overall seed. One difference this year is I see a little vulnerability. I think Michigan's more vulnerable than they were. Michigan was hammering people, and they've just kind of lost that. Everybody has adjusted to the way they play. And now some of that is they're playing against Big Ten opponents who know them really, really well. But even Duke in that non-conference game a few weeks ago just handled them fine. And so I think Duke and Michigan are really good and absolutely could end up in the Final Four, but don't come into the tournament feeling like the best versions of themselves. The team that I think does is Arizona. I think Arizona's got – if Arizona can make some threes, they don't have to make a ton of them, but if they make some threes along the way, don't have a game where, your couple shooters go ice cold and you just get blanked from out there. Arizona, I think, is the best team. They've got size, they've got defense, they've got an incredible experienced point guard. I haven't bracketed it out yet. I haven't made all my picks yet. Some of it is matchup based, but I feel like Arizona is the best team in the country.
All right, Dave, I'll pivot to the World Baseball Classic and a guy who we really didn't talk about that much this morning, but Logan Webb, Friday evening pitches for the USA in the quarterfinals. And really, I know that there was some initial concern about, Webb going to the WBC, how long he'd be away from camp, the pitch count. This couldn't have worked out better for the Giants and Webb, huh?
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, and there was concern. There's always concern. He's just so important for the team. It's just natural. Like, the human mind works that way, right? You find the worst case scenario and obsess about it sometimes. And look, was the risk really high? Probably wasn't really high, but I can see why there was some hand wringing about, man, this guy is the whole key to our season. And, what if? And I feel great for Logan. You guys know him. One of the most fun things about Webb is that he lets people get to know him. He's just, he likes everybody. He comes on your show and talks to you guys like he's an old friend. And so I just feel great for him because how much this means to him. And that of all the players on that USA team, he's probably made the most friendships and bonds. And I guarantee you, if Webb's been in the middle of all the team bonding stuff, he's just great at that. And so I feel really good that not only has he pitched well, he's got a chance to play for the championship. I guarantee you he's going to come back with a huge smile on his face about the whole experience.
Dave, to drag you down into the sports talk radio mud here, do you have a problem with Team USA? Do you have a problem with Team USA being quote unquote boring, quote unquote no aura, quote unquote why aren't they like the Dominicans and Venezuelans having more fun? I was telling Kara, I don't know if it's my Twitter algorithm or I'm just following the wrong people, but there were too many people upset at Team USA for not being more fun. Do you have an opinion on that?
That's people who need to have more fun themselves, who are, come on, man. Don't be somebody you're not. If, Aaron Judge isn't going to do that, that's not who he is. Bobby Witt isn't like that. And for the players from the Dominican whose personalities are that way, be who you are. I have no problem with either side of that. So yeah, I think you need to follow some different people.
Just enjoy the game, as Jeff Kent once admonished us there.
Yeah.
Oh,
we
man.
can't quote Jeff anymore. Jeff's new quotes aren't as quotes.
Yeah. No more broadcast appearances for Jeff.
Oh my God, that's funny. Hey, he'll have a day coming up this summer. And then, of course, strike three last night. Love your take because you have not, if I'm correct, you haven't done any Cactus Leagues games yet, right? You haven't?
I haven't. I'm going down on Wednesday to do Wednesday and then the last few games, and then I'll come back here. But I haven't been down for one day, which is crazy, but I've just been too busy.
So Carrie and I have both been down, and we both experienced the ABS. And I was there the first weekend with my family. Maybe we were in a good mood. I thought it was kind of fun and a bit of a novelty. Carrie said it got old fast. He thought it dragged the game down. There were too many challenges. I don't know if you formed an opinion yet because you haven't experienced it live, but sort of your view on how it's going so far in spring training. And then second part of that question is how it would have changed last night too, Dave.
Yeah, last night is the argument for having it, right? And whatever side you're on, to take away the doubt at the very end of a game where but now, of course, there could well be scenarios where teams can't challenge because they've used them up, and you get to that point and you don't have them left. So I think last night is an example of why the system is in place in the first place. Take away that controversy, that doubt, that idea of did we get it right or not in the biggest moment of the game. That's the whole point of this. I have to say I see what Carrie you're talking about because two things. Number one, it's not. We were sort of sold on this as being instantaneous, like the result pops up right now. And I don't feel like it's playing out that way at the moment. It's like a 10-second reveal. And I don't know if that's because they're trying to build up a little drama and make it more fun for the fans, like you're saying, Murph, or if that's just how the system is working right now. But I'd rather it just be right away. And the other thing about it is, let's say Patrick Bailey, now Giants fans might be thrilled with it, but let's say Patrick Bailey turns out to be sort of a savant at this and can just know he's getting it right. If that's the case, I don't think anybody wants infinity challenges. I don't think anybody wants, because you can just keep doing it if you get it right. this to happen all the time. I think the biggest question we still have to answer is, when the regular season starts, our team's going to actually be way less willing to burn those challenges early and save them for potential big spots just in case. I think if that happens, then everybody's cool with that. If we start from pitch one of every game and we're just going to get it and these sort of pauses in the game over and over again, I don't think that's going to make people very happy. At that point, if that's the case, I'd rather go to the system of call every single pitch with the computer and just have it be instant and forget the challenge system. I never thought I would say that, but if we're going to have some of this, but it's going to interrupt the flow of the game, I'd rather just have it be full time. So we'll have to see how it plays out, but I don't think anybody wants 15 of these a game. I don't think that's what anybody wants.
Wow, story's still to be written. Who knows? Maybe they'll get rid of it in a few years. Go back to the humans. Who knows? So
it's possible.
To be determined.
It's possible. I think, the umpires don't totally oppose this. The umpires are okay with the idea of, let's not have it all. We have the technology. Let's make sure one of us isn't blamed for the outcome of a game. So there's more support for it on that side than you would think. But we're like jumping through hoops to keep cheating possibilities away, which I understand the paranoia for. Like we can't have the live feed in the park, and we got to have delays and this and that, and that's where you just start to wonder: what did we do here? Have we thought through all the permutations of this? So I think you're right. The ultimate takeaway is, let's let the regular season games start and see how it plays out in those. My guess is it's going to be less intrusive than it has been in spring training, and everybody's going to be okay.
Yeah, well, we'll see. A week from Wednesday, Giants-Yankees on Netflix Wednesday night. Hey, last one before we go. A somber note, Dave. Over the weekend, man, 1-2 punch in deaths in the Bay Area media. Dave Newhouse is everybody. Dave Newhouse used to be on Sports Phone 68 here in the late 80s before Ralph Barbieri. People remember him from that. But he joined the Oakland Tribune in 1964. You want to talk about Al Davis, Charlie Finley, Al Attles, Reggie Jack. That's the man who knew it all, wrote so many books, died at the age of 87 of heart failure. And then more of a surprise, Carl Stewart at age 72, longtime baseball writer from the East Bay, covered it all. A Bay Area news group, actually worked with Carey too, and just a funny, witty, dry, enjoyable guy. I don't know if you had experiences with either and or both, but just all of us in the media community. And then everybody in the Bay Area who they reached. We lost a couple of great ones, Dave.
We did, and I my thoughts go to their families. I'm going to miss both of them. They are two great people, and they are part of the fabric and the story of Bay Area sports over the last many decades. And in the world that we live in today, are we ever going to have that again? Where those maybe in a different form, maybe it'll just be different. But it kind of makes you nostalgic, and we're all going to miss those guys. So I'm glad you brought that up, because they were two true gentlemen who loved the sport they covered, the sports they covered, the people they covered. They treated people with humanity. They never were out to ridicule anybody. They were truth tellers, but in a human way. Those guys are going to be missed.
Well said, Dave. Well said. All right, we'll look forward to your broadcast this week then. So what's your schedule? When will we hear you?
I'm going to read the rule book again to make sure I haven't forgotten about how the sport works. You get 3 strikes, 4 balls is a walk. I'll go through all that. Then I think, I guess the game Wednesday I'm working. The prospect game I'm not doing. I'll do the game Saturday on KNBR, and then we'll fly back with the team. And Sunday we're up in Sacramento for the sort of inter-squad exhibition, and then the 2 games here on Monday, Tuesday before the opener. So I'm in baseball mode now. The switch has been flipped.
Love it. Can't wait. Thanks for hopping on with us.
Anytime. Talk to you guys soon.
Dave Fleming is awesome. We'll hand it over to Papa and Silva on the other side. Find out what young Tony learned. I think I know on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Look at you, young Tony. I'm very proud of you because we wanted to pay tribute to Carl Stewart and Dave Newhouse, who worked at the Oakland Tribune, and you gave me some. I didn't even ask for this. This kid gave me Tower Power on his own. Well done, buddy. Oakland Stroke, huh?
You've educated me well.
Dude, look, you know what?
This is impressive. To see the evolution of your relationship here. I've been sitting in this chair for a long time.
Used to see us on the golf course, bro. Let me tell you.
And watching you two develop this chemistry and camaraderie, it's inspiring.
This is touching. We need more conflict.
Yeah. Shout out John Joe Curley. Kind of keeps us all together.
Well, just don't ask him to spend time at a game. He's like, do I have to go? That's a long story. Hey, play the young Tony thing. There we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And we lost Carl Stewart, age 72, from cancer. Great Bay Area baseball writer, worked with Kerry, and covered everything.
Yeah.
By the way, one of the great lines, I saw one of his buddies tweet, when the Raiders and Buccaneers qualified for the 0-2 Super Bowl, Carl immediately dubbed it Armageddon.
That's
pretty
excellent.
good, huh? But Dave Newhouse was an absolute titan in the Bay Area in Northern California. We found our last interview with him a couple years ago. He wrote that book with Andy Dolich called Goodbye, Oakland. Tony, you want to set it up here? What do you got?
Yeah, so this was, you asked him about why the pro teams are leaving Oakland, and here's what he said.
Oakland has just been stigmatized, I think, by being San Francisco's, quote, ugly stepsister. You hear that all the time. But Oakland's a very unique sports town in the fact, if the future we're talking about, it looks very doomsday. They could become the only city to lose all of its franchises, including the Raiders twice, which puts it in a very unenviable position historically.
Well, that's kind of depressing cut because it's bad about Oakland. Is there anything good about Oakland there that Dave said?
You want the Raiders connection?
Sure, yes. Let's go. I need more Dave. God, Dave Newhouse. The guy was a freaking encyclopedia. Let's go. Yeah.
Well, I think the Raiders of all the three teams more closely identify with Oakland, kind of a gritty, gutsy city that can, has to stick its chin out, to defend itself all the time. And if you think about the Coliseum, it was like a Halloween party. People would come dressed up in costumes. There was no place like it in America. And architecturally, too, it's in the middle of, 5 counties. It's got a railway going one way, a BART. You got a railway going a second way, a freeway going a third way, 2 giant parking lots. It's 5 minutes from the airport. It's most strategically placed stadium complex.
I love it. Look, Dave Newhouse paying tribute to the Coliseum. That's how I want to end the day. Well done, Tony. Fun, dude. You and I did our first one in
2018 would have been our first time. Yeah.
Feels as fresh as ever. Young Kerry Crowley.
SS Standard Zone, dude.
Let's go.
We all read it.
Papa and Silver are next. Larry Kruger filling in for Papa. You're listening to KNBR, AM and FM. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
L'Italia vola Miami!
Wow!
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Fly ball right center field. Rodriguez and Tatis going back. It is gone. Robert Anthony gives the U.S. the lead. Ball. It is over the championship.
Now a fastball. And that's inside. He walked him. The fans are not buying it.
Well, here's the other thing, and the pitch wasn't that close, but you're out of challenges. I mean, in a perfect world, if you're trying to pitch a perfect game, it would be nice to have a challenge.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a high fastball. The game is over. They came within an out of a perfect game. And then they were still an out away from a no-hitter. And finally, it was Burke who hit the double for the only hit the Brewers had all day. And it's the second time in the last 3 days that the Giants have had a game down in the Cactus League where they allowed only one hit for the whole game.
Gets it to post. And to Santos. He's free. Pops to post. Couldn't clean catch it. Knicks take it away and win. The Warriors unable to get the shot. And the Knicks, who once trailed by 21 in this game, have their largest comeback win of the season.
We're getting to baseball season. We're getting to the end of the WBC. A little NBA still happening in our lives. We're getting to that point of the sports calendar where we're starting to churn it a little bit, and I'm looking forward to it. By the way, a little Selection Sunday for all you college basketball gurus. Whether you're someone like a John Rothstein and you live it and breathe it, or you become an expert the second the bracket drops, hey, we're all in this one together. It is a Monday. It is Papa and Silver, and it is great to once again have Larry Krueger with us. Krug, how was your weekend, man? Good talking to you.
Well, it's always good to be here. Phenomenal weekend. Really a phenomenal weekend. Got a few honeydews done. Drove my kid around. Barbecued some bone-in ribeyes.
Ooh.
Busted out the barbecue. Kind of first barbecue of the spring. I kind of shut down the queue. Right around. Between Thanksgiving and Christmas. And I'm like, no more queuing. And then I busted it back out in March. And we barbecued 3 incredible T-bones. Then I also did I got this recipe for some grilled shrimp. Oh my gosh. It was amazing. I put them on the skewer, bunch of different seasonings on there. And it was very, very popular. A very popular Saturday barbecue. I've enjoyed the heck out of the WBC. My God, how entertaining was it Japan Venezuela?
Yeah.
That was an amazing game.
Defending champs gone down, man.
Oh, and then last night, and you just got, this is my time of year, man. I picked up my 3 draft guides this weekend. Oh my God, I'm like a pig and you give me an NFL draft guide, dude. I'm like a pig in slop. I mean, it's really bad.
Oh, dude. I mean, well, we're going to talk to our good friend Dieter Kurtenbach a little bit later in the show. We can get all into the draft guide discussion, which I can't wait for. But no, this is kind of an interesting time of the year, but it's a great time of the year in the sense that I always feel like once you hit the spring forward daylight savings, everything you just start looking forward to a little bit. You got March Madness and all the craziness that comes with it. You've got, what was I going to say? You got, the WBC is something unique to this year. We're going to have the World Cup over the summer, but now that it's actually getting light past dinner, I can walk home from the gym and not feel like it's just sheer darkness. And I say this with the large understanding that here on the West Coast, in the Bay Area, we are about as spoiled as it gets weather-wise. But still, to get that extra hour of daylight to our days, I mean, this is kind of that time of year where everything feels a little bit brighter. You feel a little bit lighter. You can actually bust out the barbecue and get the bone-in ribeyes going. And I had a great time with Holler, actually. Saturday, we went to see Bay FC, and, we were sitting behind one of the nets for their opening game against expansion franchise Denver Summit, and Bay won 2-1. But we're facing the sun the entirety of the game. And in a way, I'm thinking, I think I just have to embrace it. I've been so pale, we're working indoors a lot. The sun's coming out in Daly City finally. This is helping me. But there was a point last summer where I went back to see my parents for a weekend, and my dad probably called me a ghost 3 different times over the weekend. And I'm like, dude, sorry I work indoors, okay? Sorry I got my priorities for being under a roof where I'm not going to be getting that color. But this was one where I could get a little bit of a color. And now we got 3 days where the high is going to be 80 in the city in a row, at least on my side over by the Mission. So I can't wait for it, man. This is exciting.
Well, that seems like dirty pool by Mike, because Mike is a little bit more, he's a little bit more olive complected. And to go at you, that really, maybe that has to do with his marital choice more than anything. I don't want to interrupt the Silver family, but, skin tones typically are a blend. And it just seems wrong that olive-toned dad would go at his son who's not quite as olive-toned as he.
You know what? He's going for the easy target, and I can respect it at the end of the day. But at the very least, I'm thinking if there's an opportunity where the sun is out and you can get a little bit of heat in San Francisco, well, I got to at least get out of ghost status. I'm not saying I'm going to get tan. I'm not saying I'm going to look fantastic like I got the beach bod ready to go. But I at least got to elevate out of the ghost tier, and then we're talking already an improvement from last year.
Did you ever see the movie with Ben Stiller, Heartbreak Kid? Did you ever see Heartbreak Kid?
I don't think I actually saw Heartbreak Kid. That's one of those seen a few clips.
His new bride, they went to Mexico for vacation on their honeymoon, and she wanted to put oil on her because she wanted a savage tan. She kept saying, "I want a savage tan." Needless to say, she burned, and she didn't need that savage tan. It turned out they weren't right for each other. It's a very good movie. I would recommend it highly, but it just that jogged a thought.
Oh, you know what? I did see this one.
Heartbreak Kid thought it's a damn good movie. She's the ideal girl until she says she's going to marry him, and then it's like she's a nightmare. She won't stop singing. Yep. She's got a deviated septum. She has a coke problem. She's got all. I mean, it's an awesome movie. One of my favorite movies of all time.
No, now that I'm looking at this one, I did watch this sometime late in high school. I got a good kick out of it. So there we have it.
Good.
And look, as we kind of kick off the show going here, I think we got to start it on the baseball front. Niners got a punter, a lefty punter, first time in a while, with Corliss Waitman from the Steelers. So couple more transactions, and I think we're still on Joey Bosa watch to some degree to see if we get that Bosa, Osa, and Bosa sandwich on the defensive line. We've got Danny Dunn hanging out with us today. We'll get Walt back tomorrow. And so here's where I'm at on the baseball front. And I loved what Grant Brisbee wrote as a headline in The Athletic, where the WBC is giving everyone an excuse to talk about Logan Webb. And it's kind of getting me on this train of a couple of things. Number one, more specific to the tournament and what we all watched yesterday. What do we all think about the ABS system? And do you think you should get unlimited challenges as long as you keep getting them right? Like, at what point is it too much? At what point is that a bad product? And if you are getting unlimited challenges, does that say more about the ump rather than the product on the TV? Because I think we could all agree ABS would have come in handy there at the end of that one. I'm glad Team USA is going on. Dominican Republic was a great watch, but look, when you got one pitch meaning so much, whether it's going to be a walk or whether it would have ended the game, that's the kind of thing where you want to get it right if you're an umpire. And if you're an ump, you want to have a little bit of cover if you don't make the right call. And then the second part on the Logan Webb front with Brisbee's headline that I was just enjoying is you think about all the teams here in the Bay Area, and to me it's pretty clear that a playoff berth would mean the most for the Giants. And I'm putting all individual interests, individual fandom aside. I think just looking at it across the board, the Giants are really in need of this thing. And maybe it doesn't have to be in year one of Tony Vitello. And maybe you can look at the offseason and say, well, they didn't go all in to try to make the playoffs. But you also took on the Rafael Devers contract. The core and the nucleus of your team, while I wouldn't say is necessarily old, it's not the kind of thing you look at as, well, we're set for the next 10 years with Chapman, Adames, Webb, etc., Devers. And now I'm thinking, okay, well, let's look at it across the board. The 49ers, of course, every season in the NFL, with how tight windows can close, that's a big deal. 49ers making the playoffs, again, that would be a big deal. You paid Brock Purdy a lot of money. Sure. The NBA is one where, well, number one, a lot of teams make the playoffs, and I think if there's a chance where Steph has a realistic crack at contending and getting his fifth ring, it's a different conversation. But the Warriors right now are sort of trending in the wrong direction, and it's almost like time to think, hey, why not just get into the lottery, and you're going to be a play-in team one way or another. If Steph doesn't come back, we know you're just going to get a lottery pick. Maybe that can get bumped up from, say, the 11 range to a little bit higher. Then you look at it across the board, and I'm not discounting our women. Shout out the Valkyries. Incredible that they made the postseason in year one. Bay FC did it in year 1, didn't do it in year 2. And then the Sharks, if they make the playoffs, man, that would be so much fun for the rise that they have had. But if they don't get in the postseason this time around, Krug, it's like, well, okay, they still had a pretty successful year by all regards. So the Giants is kind of the one I look at where it's like, that certainly would mean the most if they can just crack it, get into the postseason, finish top 2 in their division. And wow, what would that do for somebody like Logan Webb to once again pitch with adrenaline? I mean, we've seen it a little bit in 2021. We were reminded again on Friday. He's a big game pitcher.
I mean, the Giants only finished. First of all, my pick this year is Giants and A's to somehow make the wild card. Now, the A's is a little bit more of a projection, but I do like some of the young talent that they have there. But with the Giants only finished 2 games out of the wild card last year. 2 games. And can they close that and get there this year? I think they can. I mean, it's going to take a golden trip. But I think Tony seems like there's a lot of positives coming out of Arizona. I had a chance to go talk to Tony. I feel like Tony's popular with the players and a new lease on life, a new kind of look at things. I think there's some new energy around the Giants. I think there's some good talent, coming up. I don't know if the pitching depth is enough. In fact, I would almost guarantee that it's not. I even thought maybe today we could, go through, and I think we're at a point right now, Greg, where we could I think today we could go through their roster and pen out 26-man roster. And we can go through that at some point today. I kind of went through the exercise last night of looking at their 26-man roster. I still think they're going to need some breaks and maybe some good fortune. Either somebody's going to have to come out of the minors and really play well or pitch well. They're going to need a couple of breaks, maybe a good midseason trade. But I think they got a realistic shot of being a wild card team in the National League.
All right, well, 808 KNBR, we can talk a little Giants roster, and certainly pitching depth is something they need. Kerry Crowley was in for Marcus this morning and threw out the idea maybe you trade Casey Schmidt and go and get another reliever that you could use in the 7th inning, maybe 8th inning, and then really in the bullpen. I mean, we've said it a handful of times throughout this spring, Krug, which is they got question marks all over because even though you could pen, say, Ryan Walker in as the closer, is it going to be 2024 Ryan Walker or is it going to be 2025 Ryan Walker? 415-808-5627, your number to join the conversation. We are here up until 2 o'clock, and we got to tell you about our contest giveaway. That's right. We're just going to keep stacking it week by week by week. The sun is staying out longer. Your chances to win continue every single day, Monday through Friday. We'll tell you all about it next on The Sports Leader.
I was trying to get a 10.
No, you were trying to get savage.
Whose side are you on, Eddie?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Jam-packed Sunday in the world of sports. Team USA defeated the Dominican Republic on a questionable strike 3 call. March Madness brackets are set, and the Warriors fall to the New York Knicks 110-107. And if that wasn't enough for you, the Oscars were also on last night. Give us your biggest snub in the YouTube chat or shoot us a text at 415-808-KNBR and keep it locked here on the Sports Leader.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Here it is. The championship.
Was it a ball that last we watched in the highlight?
Hell yeah, that was a ball, man. Some bull.
KNBR should have had a chance. We have Fernando Tatis Jr. coming up, bro. Come on, man. That was a ball as hell. That was a strike. No, hell no. You say that as an American.
The Joe Davis final call, Mason Miller strike 3, or was it? And then Karl Anthony Towns with his Dominican roots sticking up for it after the Warriors fell at Madison Square Garden last night. 808 KNBR is the number to join the conversation. It is Silver, Kruger, Danny Dunn hanging out with you for the next 4 hours. And before we get back into the WBC, Logan Webb's Big Friday night, and all your thoughts on the ABS challenge system. Once again, you got chances to win. And once again, we are giving away tickets for you to see the San Jose Sharks this time. It's going to be April 1st, 7 p.m., SAP Center. And just because it's April Fool's does not make this giveaway a prank. It is also Grateful Dead Night. So join Macklin Celebrini and the Sharks at SAP Center Wednesday, April 1st, 7 p.m. They will host the Anaheim Ducks for Grateful Dead Night. Enjoy live performances from Bay Area cover band Aardvark, channeling the spirit of the Grateful Dead live at the Tank. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. But if you want to be the lucky winner and do it for free, you know the drill. At some point between now and 1 o'clock, I will tell you to call, and you just dial up 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627. Krug, what do you give me for a little Grateful Dead night down at the Shark Tank? You're not much of a Dead guy, are you? I feel like we've had this discussion on the air.
Oh, well, first of all, I went to Sac State, and I was a freshman in 1989. My roommate had gone to Miramonte, and he was just the biggest deadhead. This guy was like, he had the VW bus. He was making the tie-dyed shirts. He'd go to a Dead show. This is back when, when I was in college, the Dead were still touring. He'd go to a Dead show on like a Sunday night. He'd like come back to our dorm, and he would sit there strung out on drugs until Thursday, putting together beaded necklaces at it. And I'd be like, dude, I see I'm going to class on like Monday. Hey, bro, you all right? Yeah, I'm good. He'd be still come back. He's still there. I'd go to class on Tuesday. Bro, you good? Yeah, dude, I'm doing good. Just beaded necklaces, more beaded necklaces. Wednesday. Bro, I'm off to class. You good? Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. It's going to be sweet, dude. Just eating some groats and just putting together some necklaces, bro. Thursday. Hey, man, I think I probably should get to a class or two. What do you think, bro? So, yes, this guy was the biggest deadhead. Loved the Dead. Traveled with the Dead. So I've had, dragged me to a show or two. I've been to a couple shows. Bunch of people walking around smelling like patchouli. Doses. I mean, seriously, I went to a show and it was like all these guys walking around. Doses. Dude, I'll sell you this. I'll sell you that. Doses. All these people selling their T-shirts and their wares and their, I don't know, bro. It's, to me, thought they were talented. Nothing more than that. Didn't think it was like super special. Didn't get the specialness out of it.
Well,
Fire on the mountain.
There you go. A little fire on the mountain, indeed.
Fire on the mountain. Tom Tolbert from the University of Arizona. I'm so glad to be here, Tommy. You asked me one question, and I talked for 42 minutes uninterrupted.
Oh, we miss Bill.
To Rod Brooks and Larry Kruger. I fire on the mountain. The great Tom Tolbert from Arizona. My God, that day was just like, what is going on?
We miss the great Bill Walton. We miss Jerry, and we miss the recently departed Bobby Weir, of course. So, hey, if you are Krug's roommate and you're listening out there, telling you we're going to be giving away tickets all week long. 415-896-KNBR is the number to dial us up when I do give you that cue to call. All right, so with the sound we came in with, the ABS challenge system, and everybody's got somewhat of a different opinion on this thing. Now, I think there was a line of thought to if you didn't have the ABS in the WBC, then why are we implementing it everywhere else? We got the Cactus League, the AAA has been dealing with the ABS, the full ABS system for that matter. We have had, pardon me, what was I going for? We had, my point is, there's been the All-Star game is what I was going to say. You had a little experimentation with the ABS challenge system in the All-Star game. So now it's like, okay, it's not going to be part of the WBC. Where do you stand in the sense of, well, there's an extra 17 inches between the computerized strike zone and how a ball might break by the time it gets to the plate. Then there's also the fact of, do you get a limited number of challenges a game? And then once you're out, you're out. I mean, do we feel like umpires need to be held accountable? Or do you feel like human mistakes to some degree are a part of the game where, hey, you should be allowed to challenge a couple here and there, but that's just kind of an element of sports and always has been, whether it's a referee or an umpire or any kind of official, that human error is a part of how history is written.
You know, I've had this debate so many times through the years. Fitz and I used to have this debate. Rod and I used to have this debate. And I understand their side. The whole back and forth is, hey, look, we have the technology. If we don't have the technology, then that's one thing. But we have the technology. We can get these calls right. Why don't we try to get them right? And I get that. But like even in the NBA where, they take a look at things sometimes, but they only do it inside a certain amount of time at the end of the game. Why? Do they not care about the call in the second quarter? Do they not care about the call? Is the call in the first or second quarter inconsequential? No, it's just that there's a flow that has to be developed in these sports. And, yes, you could get everything absolutely perfectly correct. But if it's all wrapped up in a contest that nobody wants to watch because it's so mind-numbingly boring and slow, baseball needs to speed it up. Yes, I get it. Corey Blazer may have called the pitch. It may have been a tad a little low. So what? Are we at a moment now we cannot live with any human error? It's just totally, we cannot stomach it. Everything, our sports must be perfect. It's like, is it really that bad that today we're sitting there going, was it a strike? Was it not a strike? I mean, is anybody losing their life over this? I don't know. I mean, and then at the end of the day, do we really want to make these games? Do we want to make them slower and less action-packed than they already are? I mean, it's bad enough. Baseball, you don't even realize. If you didn't see the Cardinals of the 80s, you don't know what you're missing.
Yeah.
But there was action. Willie McGee, Ozzie Smith, Lonnie Smith, they stole bases. Tommy Herr, they stole 200 bases a year. 200 bases. Nobody even takes 200 probably stolen base attempts anymore in a year. So it's like there's less action. It costs more, and that's a crappy equation for the viewer. I want more action at less cost, not less action at more cost, and that's where we're at with all this replay. So sorry if I'm not appreciating the controversy of not having the electric called balls and strikes for this made, for television event that didn't exist 20 years ago. I don't know. Are we that much control freaks? And, we're at a point where we don't celebrate, it's like nobody celebrates the moment anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, if Montana rolls right and finds Dwight Clark in the corner of the freaking end zone in 2026, we're not jumping up and down in the moment. We're waiting for somebody to be like, well, did he juggle it? Did he get both feet down? And then we wait for some replay, and now we're all holding our phones or everybody's holding a phone trying to capture the moment. Is that better than what we're used to be, where we just caught it in our memory? I don't know, man. There's technology is a positive most of the time, but not all the time.
No, I think there's a lot of layers to this, and I do agree with what you're saying in a lot of regards. And look, it's hard to draw that line when it comes to replay reviews. So, like, with the World Cup coming this summer, I always would get into the summer soccer tournaments with my family. I wasn't a huge club guy or Premier League or Champions League just because there was a lot of intersection with the other sports I followed. But if it was just a month-long summer tournament, international pride, soccer, we loved it. And one of the things that we thought was a great implementation was goal line technology, where the rule is the whole ball has to go over the whole line. That's on the sideline if it goes out of bounds. That's on the goal line if it's going to be counted as a goal. And because soccer's so low scoring, right? Like, a goal is a huge deal. So we loved the goal line technology where it's like, all right, that's objective. Did it go over? Did it not? That tells a big story of the game. But then they started instituting the VAR, the video assisted review. And at first, that kind of drove us nuts in a way where they would just let plays go if it was borderline offside or not, right? Because then they would just let it happen and they could go back and see it. And to your point on that, Krug, it's like, okay, well then how do you embrace the moment? Of course you want it to be right. You want to get it as accurate as possible. But sometimes it's just about everything happening in the moment, and you don't have to overdo it where there's these long breaks and these long pauses. And, March Madness is another thing that's going to be happening this week. Something I couldn't stand last year. The amount of reviews down the stretch of these March Madness games just to see what the clock would be set at in the final minute of a second half would drive me crazy, because you know how once it gets under 60 seconds, the clock does the old decimal points for tenths of a second. I mean, you'd have stoppages at 37 seconds to see if it was 37.1, and then it would get adjusted to 37.7. And look, I get it. You can extrapolate to the point where every second does count. You want to get it as accurate as possible, but it kind of came at a detriment of there wasn't really that much of a flow of a game. Now, if it's the final possession of a game and a ball gets tipped out of bounds and say, you want to know if there's 0.4 on the clock or if there's 1 second. That's a big difference if you're looking to get one shot off that will decide the whole game. But at some point, you do kind of become in this zone of over officiating. And I think it's
selective too,
it's
Greg. I mean, it's really selective. So, like, you're going to put 17.1 on the clock, so we're that exact. Right. But then we're going to let LeBron James take 6 steps across the lane and not call it walking. So are we super exact or are we not? We're going to let lane violations on free throws go routinely just because it's a pain in the ass to blow the whistle. So what is it? Are we going – is 17.3 need to be corrected to 17.1? Or can guys take 6 steps across the lane and all kinds of – it's like – it's gotten, it's kind of like the NFL with the PI thing. It used to be when the ball was in the air, if there was contact between the defensive back and the receiver before the ball arrived, nothing else mattered. It was PI. That's no longer the standard. You see guys show up before the ball all the time, but if it's viewed incidental, it's not significant contact. It used to be if you touched the receiver while the ball was in the air, if the ball if it had not arrived yet, you get there before the ball, PI every time. It's not the case anymore. So we've gotten to the point where we're like calling the games closer in some ways and then looser in other ways. And it's kind of created a lot of unknown overall, and just kind of an altogether kind of like a kind of exhaustion with the whole officiating process and in multiple sports. I mean, we're talking about college hoop, NBA basketball, NFL football. I mean, we're talking about a lot of different sports now.
All right, 808 KNBR is the number. We'll get to some calls and texts when we come on back. Joe Rizzo joining us at 11:50, Dieter Kurtenbach at 12:50. There's also another layer to this, which we can dive deeper into, Krug, and that's just the simple matter that gambling has become a major part of professional sports. And now when people have a lot of money, and you said, is anyone's livelihood on the line? Well, now with all the partnership of gambling, to some degree, it kind of is, and it is a bigger deal. And that's why people do freak out over full objectivity and perfection and making every flow of the game and hurting the broadcast at the cost of getting it right, because we have to get it right. And there's so many good thoughts on this when we come on back that I want to hear from all of you out there. It's Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, a little Sinatra Monday here on The Leader. It's Papa and Silver. Krug is hanging out with us. Danny Dunn is A+ as a DJ right now, going Pearl Jam, Sinatra, and look, we're only like 3 segments into the show. It's beautiful. Let's get out to the phones. Brian is in Sonoma as we've been talking all about replay, the ABS challenge system, where you draw the line, because it's not just what we saw in the WBC. We got March Madness coming up. I cited some of those examples. We've got a whole Major League Baseball season in which this is going to be implemented. And we've got the World Cup coming up where they've instituted their own flaws and successes of the replay reality. So Brian in Sonoma joins us. What's up, man? You're on The Leader.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. Hey, this is a hot topic for me personally because I've thought a lot about how much I hate instant replay. I love it too, but I hate it. But at some point, it's just a game. It seems like there's always one more thing that we can evaluate. And where does it end? When is it just a game? It gets exhausting when games are stopped. And don't get me wrong, I hate it when it goes against my team. But we could evaluate every aspect in every game and have 5-hour baseball games. And how would that feel? I think we just need to hear more of. We need to hear more of Jeff Kent saying, "Enjoy the game."
Enjoy the game.
We've distorted the whole thing. The whole thing's gotten distorted. Not to interrupt you, but like the one that drives me bananas. You've got a hitter. He's in the batter's box. He's facing a pitcher. There's like 5 guys in every staff that throw over 100 now. He's facing like the 4th pitcher he's going to face on the night, who's also super nasty. He rips a double in the gap. He hits the first base bag. He takes off for second. He slides to second. He slides in. But as he transitions his right foot to his left foot from getting on the bag, the shortstop keeps the tag on the entire time, and he's out. I mean, that is so unbelievably lame.
Enjoy the game more.
That is the lamest thing of all time. To have some ticky-tack thing. It's just wrong. It's wrong. I hate the second base bad guy in extra innings. I get it. Baseball, you need to speed it up. You're losing your audience. I get that. You tried 19 things. You only needed really one of them. And now you've got all these garbage mechanisms within your game that are supposed to make the game better, and it's just turned off the real fans to the game.
Yeah, and I never want to hear about player contracts or gambling. Like, that's garbage. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate the call from Brian. And he said he didn't want to hear about player contracts and gambling because it is garbage. But that's sort of – so I was sorting through some of the text in the chat during the break, and actually I brought up the gambling part at the end of last segment without having seen that a couple of our listeners kind of addressed that as well. Like, we got to get to the root of the philosophy of a lot of this, right? Like, I think if you're Brian and you're saying there's got to be a line on where we evaluate it, I think if you're a fan and you are against replay or at least over replay to some extent, I think you could say some of it is about just wanting to have a better product and a more enjoyable product. I think some of it is what we've been had thrown out there already, which is like accepting that human error is a part of the game. And then I think to Brian's point with some of this, like it's just not that deep at the end of the day. It's not that deep, even though this is a multi-million-dollar organization and there's a lot of money involved in sports, and we get it. Like we're talking about this for 4 hours a day, 20 hours a week, because a lot of people are invested and they care. But I think where it does become that deep is that people are gambling and you can do it more openly. And depending on the state you're in, you have the ability to gain or lose a lot of money on the outcome of a given game. And I think that for people, it's a lot harder to accept that when there is some human error to that, knowing that either you got lucky or you were wronged, Krug. You were wronged. And even if it's your own decision, what you decide to gamble, people out there will do a lot of scary things and certainly offer a lot of threats if there is a person that they can blame to and the error they made rather than just the way things shook out. And so I think that with all the pressure and all these leagues getting in bed with gambling, now there is a little bit more of an urge and I don't want to say incentive. I want to say like this intensified reason to have to get it all as accurate as possible, even if it might draw things out or it might make for a bit of an iffy product, or it might take the climax of the moments that we celebrate and turn it into this. Wait, well, before we do that, we got to go to the monitor and check this out for a couple of minutes. After further review, you can now enjoy the game because I said so with this objective review system.
Well, it's bizarre. I mean, and it's arbitrary if you think about it, what we opt to wager on. What if instead of wagering on football, people started wagering like huge sums of money on which of the two talk show hosts would have the last phrase in a segment? And then all of a sudden, you're like, all right, you're listening to the sports leader, and then Pop drops in with, hey, we're going to talk a little Niners next. And then you're like, hell yeah. And now there's just this gigantic wager on, well, who talked last? Was it Silver? Was it Pop? I mean, it's all of a sudden we're throwing importance into something that has no importance really. Because why? Because a third party is throwing an absurd amount of money in a wager on it. So that's kind of where we're at. It's like, should we change our protocols because there's a third party person out there who's betting their life savings on it? I don't know. You know what I mean? And now I'm starting to see, I think we're seeing things we're not really even seeing. Like we've got high definition cameras now where it's like almost all of the greatest catches of our lifetime, would they have really been catches if we could see the football rotate a quarter inch in DK Metcalf's hands, and that tells you either a catch or no catch? And we never saw that before in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. We never saw any of those little, the ball pivoting in his hand. Sometimes I feel like we're now seeing things that we weren't even really meant to see. And we're overturning things that shouldn't even be overturned just because we're that anal. We're that like, oh my God, this has to be analyzed. And it's gotten exhausting. It's killed the flow. It's ruined the fun. And all for we need to get it right. Why do we need to get it right? Why is the flow not the priority of the game? Game flow matters a ton about the enjoyment and about every aspect of the game. Game flow matters, not in officiating. In this world of officiating where it's only about what angles do we have and can we get it right? And there is no inconvenience that is too much in the effort to get it right. And I think that's where we've lost our way.
Well, look, to bring this back to why we got into this discussion in the first place with the ABS challenge system, that's why I like the ABS challenge system, because it is pretty quick. And you have the right, if you think it's wrong, to just be like, hey, I disagree. That was a ball. That was a strike. Okay, cool. They look at it really quickly, and then we move on, and you get a certain number of challenges in a game. And if you're wrong, you lose the challenge, etc. But
Well,
going
here,
full
can I-
ABS, yeah, I was going to say, like, going full ABS is where that's where I'm like, I kind of like the element of having an umpire who generally they do a pretty good job. And I think human error is an important element of professional sports.
How about this? Have you ever been to a racetrack?
Yeah, occasionally.
Okay. So then there's a photo finish. The photo finish is not, hey, guess what? Russell Bayes finished second and he's challenging it. It's not, some jockey, Lafitte Penkai, finished third and he's challenging it. No, it just goes up inquiry. It's not prejudged. It's just telling you that we don't know the answer yet. It's not the one horse won unless there's overwhelming video evidence to overturn that said that some other horse won. So it's just inquiry. That's where I think we're at a point in time now with replay that's all screwed up. I don't want a challenge system. I don't want to run out of challenges. If we're going to take this time to get it right, why would we have a challenge system that allows several calls to be wrong? Why not just, instead of having a challenge system, how about just somebody above say, got it wrong. It was called a ball. Actually, pause. It's a strike. Or you know what? He was called out. Pause. No, he's safe. Not a challenge and an argument and then headsets and a stop down and a 5-minute break and no, that takes too much time. And and if you're going to do this where you're challenging so many damn things in a sport that's 162 games a year, you better come up with the fastest freaking way. And it better be like lightning fast, like so fast that nobody ever debates whether it's worth it or not. You can't have 2-minute breaks, 3-minute breaks, 3 times a game in a sport that plays daily for 6 months. Come on. That's ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. Have an inquiry. We don't know what it was. And then boom, make it right. And no challenges, no limits to it. If you screw up 5 strikes in a row, it's 5 strikes in a row. If it doesn't happen for 5 weeks, it doesn't happen for 5 weeks. No predetermined number of challenges. Oh, we want a challenge, but we're out of challenges. Oh, that can't be challenged. No. The eye in the sky should have all the control. It should not be a game of challenges. It should be get it right quickly.
808 KNBR will continue with your calls and your texts. A lot of great engagement here on hour number 1. And thankfully, Danny is saying we do have a little bit of margin for error on the clock. We're not going full March Madness on you just yet. It's Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger. Back in a few minutes on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger continues here on this Monday, having a blast talking all things ABS Challenge and replay. Logan Webb was shoving on Friday night, by the way, and so that's kind of how we got lost in the weeds on all of this. He's the reason that Team USA went to the semifinal, then in the semifinal against the Dominican Republic, and man, what a game that was. 2-1, runner on third, 2 outs, Mason Miller against Perdomo, and what a way he battled at that at bat. And I think the context of also the 8 pitches, getting it to a full count, and then striking out on a ball that looked a little bit low has everybody riled up today. Let's continue here with the phones, and we'll begin it with our good friend Mark in San Bruno. Mark, my friend, how are you?
I'm doing very good, Greg and Larry. Now, I got to tell you, I'm headed for blood work because I got a crazy thing like Mr. Papa does. So I was all nice and relaxed and mellow until Larry gets me all fired up. Now, here's my big deal. I'm really perturbed about this baloney. The way I look at it is, if you call a strike, it's a ball, a ball. If the guys that are umpired aren't good enough to call a strike, and a ball, they play out in the field. We only have umpires behind the plate that are getting the right call 90% of the time. And if they can't do it, then put an earpiece in them, and the guy tells them it's a strike. It's a strike! It's a ball! Whatever they want. But all the other baloney I could care less about. I want a strike, and a ball. I don't care how they figured it out. But get it done. All right. I got it off my chest.
Hey, love you, Mark. And you know we're always sending you our best. So just to be clear, are you saying that you want the full accuracy? Like you want the challenge system with unlimited challenges or just a straight ABS system that's computerized because you want it to be right rather than the umpires making errors that could theoretically cost a game?
No, what I'm trying to tell you is I guarantee you, they used to talk about, oh, this guy's a low umpire, and they go back and forth with all these things. Get the people trained to do the job right and put those people behind the plate. If you want to go back to just the game, that's the way you do it. Or you say, forget it all, you don't challenge nothing. Somebody's telling that umpire in his head, it's a strike. Or no, it's a ball. And then he calls it just like he's calling it right now, but someone's telling him the right call. He goes, strike 3, you're out of here, because it was a strike.
Gotcha. All right, Mark. Hey, we love you.
So
and,
basically,
yeah, go ahead, Krug.
What he's saying, Greg, is that he'd like the umpires to be almost like not making the calls as much as like announcing the calls, right? I mean, you're basically taking the decision-making out of their hands. They're just saying, the computer tells them it's a strike, it's a strike. Computer tells them it's a ball. And then you just want to see them carry it out. I get that. You know, it's kind of like giving, you got the old school look, but you've got the new school technology. It's the best of both worlds, Greg.
Yeah, or maybe there's an element where it's just like, hey, umps, do your job and do it better, and then accept that there's going to be some human error along with that, like we kind of saw last night in that. So, hey, I mean, what's kind of crazy about all this, too, and ABS in particular, Krug, is like baseball is so incredibly fragile where let's just say that pitch is called a ball. Maybe the thrill lasts for another 60 seconds, and then Fernando Tatis Jr. gets retired, and we're still talking about Team USA advancing. Or maybe he comes up and he hits a walk-off 3-run homer. And the fact that we just simply will never know, baseball being so rare in the sense that, like, it can all end for either squad on one pitch right there. And when you have the fragility of a play like that where it's like, that's probably one you shouldn't have rang him up for a strike 3. Because in theory, when you take a pitch with 2 strikes, you better be damn sure that it's out of the zone. And if it is out of the zone and you get punished for it, well, I could see how that's going to sting you if you're someone like Perdomo.
Yeah, I mean, and then I don't know. I've never gone with the argument of like, hey, look, we're talking about it right now, so that's a good thing. No. It's not a good thing because we're talking about a bad call. But also this, you can't have a system in place. I mean, it's like, why bother having a system in place if you could still and use the technology if you could still have loopholes that make it where you're stuck with the bad call. It's like either have the replay and have everything reviewable and no limits to the whole thing and get all the calls right, or don't and have it all be human error, and we can celebrate how human beings actually are. But we're in this in-between stage where we need to get it right, except if it's this, this, and this. We need to get it right, except if it's not challengeable. We need to get it right, except if you're out of challenges. We need to get it, it's like, well, either let's get it right or let's not have so many interruptions. And if we're going to have the interruptions, and it seems like that part is not going away, I guess then we should get it all right and not have limits and not have a challenge system and maybe not have a back and forth, thing where it's like, let's have a prejudged determination. Let's just go to replay and get it right and know, how it was called on the field, that doesn't matter. How many challenges, that doesn't matter. Where in the game it happens, that doesn't matter. You know what I mean? We should either get it or get them all right or get rid of it.
See, where I'm at, I think, with the challenge system, as far as it goes in baseball in particular and ABS, I'm actually pro challenge system because of how quick it is and the fact that they experimented with it in the minor leagues and in Cactus League. Like, it showed it didn't necessarily add all this time to games. Like, there's a pretty quick resolution to this, but I don't think you get unlimited challenges in that regard, right, Krug? So, like, I hear what you're saying where it's like,
I was at a game the other day. I mean, I literally was at a game the other day, a Giants Cactus League game, where I think it was Bailey. I forget who it was, but they challenged a pitch. But because it was because they decided to challenge it a nanosecond too late, they didn't look at it again because the challenge was called for too late. But I mean, it was like a half a second too late. So I don't know.
I hear you. And I mean, look, anytime you institute a new system, there's going to be the human adjustment factor too. Like, they're going to have to learn, if you want a challenge, you got to make that decision right away. And that's why we're kind of experimenting with it up in the preseason phase. Let's keep it going on the phones. Pleasure Point DeRosa is in Santa Cruz. Hey, Mark DeRosa, for all the heat he's taken, nice job putting Gunnar Henderson in the lineup. That worked out pretty well. Yeah. What's up, Pleasure Point DeRosa?
Yeah, no problem, boys. What's happening?
How are you? How you feel about your Gunnar Henderson decision?
Not stoked on that one, but I'll keep it moving. Is nothing sacred in this world? I mean, seriously, what makes baseball is the human element, right? I mean, baseball really is the game of life. Sometimes you get bad calls, and it's not fair. And this is not a boomer take. I'm 28 years old. I am the purest of purists. I mean, look at the National League. You'll never have a manager making a double switch ever again, or Mad Bum going in and hitting a fucking bomb off Kershaw.
Oh, all right. Hey, Pleasure Point. We appreciate it. But
he wasn't a boomer, but he also dropped an F-bomb.
That's true. Anyway, I think I got enough of what he was saying to get that point across. And nice work. Nice heads up on Danny. Yeah.
I like people who see that is what I would call, Greg, a good F-bomb. See, there's good F-bombs and there's bad F-bombs. The bad F-bombs are when people are just mad at you. You've pissed them off. They're really hacked off. They call up the radio station with all kinds of anger, and then they swear. Okay, that's the bad F-bomb. The good F-bomb is a guy who's just so comfortable because he just feels like we're just dudes sitting around a bar chopping it up that he doesn't even think about it and drops an F-bomb. And I think that's what we had right there.
Yeah, that was a F-bomb of passion for sure.
By the way, hell of a flex. I'm 28.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm gonna start dropping my age too. But hey, no, look, it wasn't.
I'm not a boomer. These poor people, the boomer generation. Occasionally, I'll have people go, "Krug, you're such a boomer," and I'm like, "Wait a second, I'm not a boomer. I was born in 1970. I'm not a boomer. I mean, aren't boomers people born in like the 50s and 60s?"
Yeah, but you got to realize, that's just going to be a slang term that even when people are not in the bracket of a boomer, like at some point, millennials are going to be getting called boomers. Gen Z is going to be there one day too. So I mean, look, that's just kind of how it goes. But hey, pleasure point DeRosa, not a boomer, and I guess also wasn't stoked on Gunnar Henderson, although I think most of the country was, except for like Karl Anthony Towns, who was clamoring for that last ball right there. Let's keep it going. Hank is in Sacramento. All right, Hank, you gotta follow the act. No F-bombs for me. What's going on?
No F-bombs. Well, I'm going to try. The human element, I'm sorry, but screw that. No, we have the technology. Let's use it. So if I were a doctor and I operated on you with my laser and you're, all right, we got your cancer. Good. Congratulations. All right, next guy. Well, no, we're not going to use it on you because, well, just because. We don't use it on everything. I mean, when you have the technology, what are you thinking?
Okay, but wait, can I at least jump in and say, what if that's true, but then the surgery takes 3.5 weeks? What if you can get, they'll do everything that you need done, but it's going to cost you $500,000? There are limits, right? There's limits to cost and limits to time that would also make you, go, I don't know if I want to do that because of the costs and the limitations. And my budget doesn't fit, my timing doesn't fit. So I hear what you're saying, but these are contests. And to get it all right, it has to fit within some time frame that makes it entertaining to the ticket buying and public and the people watching on TV. Otherwise, it's a loser. So I hear what you're saying, get it all right. And that sounds like a really indefensible. Like, how could anybody ever argue with, the notion of getting them all right? But what if getting it all right distorts and destroys the tempo and the time of the competition? Then what?
Hank, Hank's down. He's down.
Oh.
Damn, Krug, you gave him such a great setup for a question, and then we lost Hank. But
we lost Hank.
Here's another question off of what Hank is breaking
you gotta
out,
have
though.
some timing. You got to have the timing of this thing. These games can't go on for 19 hours.
No, but I also think that it's been proven with the ABS challenge system that it is a pretty quick process to where, that's not going to cancel out what we've gotten with the pitch clock. I don't think it's going to add so much time to where we're talking about games getting too long. Major League Baseball saw a problem with their games being long and worried they were going to lose their audience and shorter attention spans, and they institute the pitch clock, and then games got shorter. I think one of the pluses of ABS that I've seen so far when it has been used in the capacity of All-Star or minor leagues, or now we're seeing in the Cactus League, is that it really doesn't add a crazy amount of time. I think my larger question of it is when do you draw the line of do you have the option to challenge, but a limited number of challenges? And then I think back to the betting thing, there's also the question that sort of arises from all this of has sports betting almost backed us into a corner of needing to get it right? Because we can't necessarily always differentiate human error of an honest mistake between cheating and bribery and influence of gambling and manipulation. So yeah,
that's interesting. No, it's totally true. Heck, I was watching a game the other day, college basketball game, okay? And I had some money on it. It wasn't that big a deal, but I think it was UCLA and SC. And it came, I may have get the game wrong, but it came right down to a guy got a rebound. A guy got a rebound with 2 seconds left on the clock in a game that was not a one-score game. And they called a foul, which on the team that wasn't rebounding the ball, which sent the rebounding team to the line for 2 free throws, and that changed the spread. Yeah. So why was that called? Why, with 2 seconds in a game that was being decided by 7 points, why are you sending somebody to the foul line for 2 free throws with 3 seconds on the clock in a game that's a 7-point margin? You know what I'm saying? It's there's all kinds of opportunities to look at this and be like, if somebody had money on that, that would be kind of a manipulation. So I don't know. There's as the gambling becomes more pervasive, those things become a bigger issue.
All right, 808 KNBR is the number. Want to pivot gears a little bit from the ABS and the replay and the larger philosophy of it to also just looking at the San Francisco Giants themselves and what we are seeing. Gregory Santos, we almost had that first perfect game in Cactus League history. Just had that walk.
Wild.
We needed the ABS challenge system on that one, Krug, even though it was a clear ball four. Okay, I watched it. All right, we're chilling. So we'll talk a little bit about the Giants. Let's talk a little bit about roster projections. And Kerry Crowley also thrown out there with the morning show, maybe trade Casey Schmidt and go out there and get a reliever. What are we thinking about all of this? And does Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger? Let's dive into some of the Giants roster next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great, and I do mean great, Susan Slusser of the SF Chronicle. She joined Murph and Kerry Crowley this morning and gave her biggest takeaways from spring training to this point. You can catch that podcast and more on the Sports Leader app and thesportsleader.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
You got a guy like Webb, he's going to get a lot deeper into the game than your average pitcher. He strikes out Black, his third consecutive kill.
Yeah, that's exactly right. In an era where there's max velocity and a lot of foul balls and a lot of pitches around the zone, this is a guy more reliable in the zone and can get you a lot of quick outs on the ground.
Logan Webb did his thing in the WBC quarterfinal. Team Canada goes down, and now Team USA one step closer to taking the WBC. Defending champions Japan went down, and we're starting to get a little bit closer to focusing away from the Team USA side of it and more to the San Francisco Giants side of it. But the reason that we were sort of invested in the WBC to begin with, and I know everyone had varying degrees of interest on the personal level, but it was getting Logan Webb in a situation where he gets to pitch with adrenaline. Now, I know that neither you nor I, Krug, agreed with Murph's take that it was the single biggest start of his career, but I think we kind of were in that middle ground of like, look, he's only made one postseason. Pitching for your country is not nothing, and I was very, very intrigued to see how it all went Friday. I went from intrigued to very satisfied. Logan Webb, big game pitcher, didn't necessarily learn anything new, but it was nice to get that reaffirmation when he had another chance to pitch with high stakes.
Well, I mean, I totally get what Murph was saying. He's saying, hey, look, this is a bigger stage. But is the WBC in March a bigger stage than the baseball playoffs? I would say no. But I hear what he was saying, and he was getting wrapped up into the excitement of the WBC. And I understand that because I totally get. I thought Japan Venezuela was that Saturday night or Friday night. That was an awesome game.
That was Saturday, right?
Yeah, that was an awesome game. And to me, watching how serious these players take these games and the strong nationalism and the different styles of play. It's really interesting. I thought it was really interesting that people were saying that the United States team was a sleepy bunch of guys with no emotion compared to the international teams, which I can understand that because there wasn't a lot of, juice from the American team. I mean, there's some great players there, don't get me wrong, but as far as histrionics and drama and life and emotion, there was way more emotion from the other teams than you saw from Team USA. Be that as it, we take that for whatever it's worth. But overall, I mean, I really enjoy this event. I just push back on the notion that an event that is contrived and is 20 years old and literally nobody can walk down the street. You could ask 100 people who call themselves hardcore baseball fans, and you could go up to them and say, who is the defending World Baseball Classic champion? And how many of them would say Team Japan? Probably very few. So I don't know. I just kind of feel like maybe we want it to have a bigger impact than it's had. We're making it seem bigger than it is, but I'm enjoying it. I'll say that.
No, and I mean, tonight's going to be great to see if Team Italy can continue this magical undefeated run or if Venezuela can sort of push their way into that conversation further of being right there with Japan and the United States and the Dominican Republic. And so Team USA awaits the winner of those. We got a couple more days of this thing. And I know I said that coming into today, this is a great time of the calendar when you start to get toward the March Madness and opening day is right around the corner. WBC is still the thing for a couple of days, right? And then we're getting deep into the college basketball craze of it all. And before we know it, opening day is going to be here. We got, 9 days from now? We got our Giants roundtable, big day, opening night, and then we've got our traditional opening day on Friday after a little day off Thursday. So doing things differently. And Tony Vitello and Aaron Boone, they get Giants, Yankees, and Netflix all to themselves to Major League Baseball on that Wednesday night. I mean, it's going to be a great national story all around here. And I think with Webb, and it was another reminder, Krug, that like this is someone who, think about the 2021 season. Like, yes, they were clutch in every regard possible. They went 107-55, a franchise record of wins. And we don't need to talk about how it ended. I would have taken a little review on the Wilmer Flores check swing, by the way, with all our talk on replay.
Yeah.
But that's come and gone. And it's the reality that, like, this is a team where in 2021 was kind of also the revelation of Logan Webb. That was him coming onto the scene as a guy that could be an ace of a staff. And since then, he has improved his game in a lot of ways. So maybe this is the kind of thing that could also spark somewhat of a Cy Young campaign. But in order to do that, you don't necessarily have to win double-digit games, or you don't have to go crazy and approach 20, as we've seen with some of the recent history and how votes shake out. But it would certainly help if he's not getting the Matt Cain, Justin Verlander treatment, and instead is getting that first half of the year Robbie Ray treatment from last year.
I mean, he's a great pitcher for sure. It's been a weird cactus league for the Giants. I mean, on one hand, you get the World Baseball Classic going on, and that took Jung-Hoo Lee and a couple of their players away. But the Giants are ripping it this spring. They're 16-6-1 in 23 games in Arizona. They won yesterday 7-1 against the Brewers in Scottsdale on the strength of a six-run second inning. Robbie Ray, 5 shutout. I mean, Robbie Ray's hair this spring has to be seen. I mean, it's like a tornado of hair. I mean, this guy's got so much hair. It's unbelievable. And it's just a huge amount of hair, just all like in this like tornado pattern. But he yesterday, 5 shutout, no hits, no runs, struck out 8, no walks. He looks absolutely phenomenal. I think the big question with the Giants is, are you going to go north or not with Bryce Eldridge? He went 1 for 2 yesterday with a bases loaded walk. He's hitting 250 as a player this spring. I mean, that's the question. I mean, should the Giants? I mean, I was looking at the roster breakdown, and I got a pretty good feel for how this roster is going to pan out. But a lot of it's about the big decisions about Eldridge. Do you go north with Eldridge, or do you begin the year with him at AAA? Because if you're going north with him, I mean, I've got 5 starters: Webb, Ray, Hauser, Maley, Roop. I've got 7 relievers: Walker, Wynn, Miller, Bivens, Seymour, Brubaker, and probably 1 more. I got 2 catchers, Bailey and either Susac or Rodriguez. I'm kind of leaning towards Rodriguez because he really swings the bat.
You're not thinking Susac because of the Rule 5?
Well, there's that, too, which you're going to have to give him back. But Rodriguez just is a much better offensive player. I mean, to me, I seem like Rodriguez is a big-time hitter. Rodriguez hits. I mean, this guy can absolutely hit.
He got him more for the ability to hit at the plate and more of a utility guy rather than a defensive catcher, which obviously you got in Patrick Bailey, and I think Susac probably fits more of that mold too.
Yeah, I mean, Rodriguez just looks like a major league hitter. I mean, and then infield-wise, around the horn, Devers, Arise, Adames, Chapman, Eldridge as your DH, Schmidt and Koss as the backup infielders. And then I have 5 outfielders: Jung-Hoo Lee, Bader, Ramos. I'm going with Matos. And then you got a 5th outfielder, and your choices are Encarnacion, McRae, Gilbert, or Will Brennan. So that's basically it. I mean, unless you don't think Matos should be there, and then you've got 2 outfielders to choose from out of a group of 5. But yeah, I mean, they basically have, who's your 5th outfielder? Is Eldridge going to be your is he going to be on the major league roster? And then who gets that last bullpen spot? And that's pretty much it. I mean, unless you see a totally, none of those Penn guys are for sure, right? Walker, Wynn, Miller, Bivens, Brubaker had 3 shutout the other day. Carson Seymour.
I'd say Buto's probably going to be in the bullpen.
Okay, so you got Buto. Yeah. So there you go. There's your 7 guys right there. And unless you're going to bump one of those guys for somebody else, which that could happen. Maybe Brubaker gets bumped. I don't know, maybe Seymour gets bumped. But, you got a couple of decisions in the pen. I would imagine Wisenhunt starts in the minors, right? So he doesn't get a rotation spot. And then it's just like, who do you want to be your backup catcher? I would not trade Casey Schmidt. To me, Casey Schmidt's too good of an offensive player. And you don't know how bad a rise might be defensively at second. And Casey Schmidt is a homegrown player who rakes. I would not move him. So to me, it's just a matter of, are you going with Eldridge or not? Who's the last pitcher or 2 in your pen? Who's the last outfielder or 2 on your bench?
By the way, my guy Encarnacion, a couple of people were tweeting at me this weekend because I was sort of advocating with him on the shows we were doing together. And to be fair, he had been in a massive slump and looked like he might slump his way off the roster because he's out of options.
Good weekend.
He's finally waking up a little bit. He's 783 OPS over the past week, 2 homers, 2 doubles, and he absolutely crushed that one over the weekend. And so, again, I love the potential of the bat and the power, but if we're just talking strictly defensively as an outfield, I would probably take all those other guys over Gerard in terms of Matos as a defender, definitely Gilbert and McRae. But with those 2, you just got to see them not strike out so damn much at the plate. And Gilbert was such a small sample size. We love the energy, but is he a big league hitter? I definitely can't say that to this point. And then McRae, again, love what he got in the defensive outfield. He certainly has a lot of swagger. Can't be striking out that much, though, in a lineup full of guys that do strike out already to begin with. So, I love the ability of an Encarnacion, and I feel like it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Where it's like, we didn't really get to evaluate him last year because every time he started to get hot, he was hurt. But then on the other side of it, it's like, well, we didn't really get to evaluate him, so I have no idea if now at this point when he's out of options, how much I could trust him to help this team because we didn't really get to see it at all, period.
Yeah, and we don't know. There's also every other team in the big leagues that's paring down to 26 guys, and who knows? Maybe the Giants, swing a deal for some bench piece or some bullpen piece that we're not anticipating, and it makes all these numbers kind of obsolete. But yeah, there's 4 or 5 guys on the bubble. 4 or 5 arms that are on the bubble. 4 or 5 bats that are on the bubble. To me, the one guy I'd like to see them bring north is Matos, because I think Matos, he was the player of the week last year, and the next thing you know, he's back in the minor leagues like 10 days later. So I thought they jerked him around a little bit. I think his talent, I think he's got the same kind of talent that Ramos has. We're talking about offensive potential, good outfield arm. I just feel like if they could show Matos a little bit of early love, and that's the other question. It's like, do you go with Eldridge out of spring where he's gotten a bunch of at-bats, or do you farm him out to the minors and wait for him to have like a 10-day stretch where he's ripping it and then try to bring him up in the midst of the year? Or do you let him break north with the club, after he's been playing basically every day all month? There's a couple different ways to look at it. I'm not sure how they're going to play their Eldridge card. Do they believe in him to be able to keep his head above water, or do they have huge doubts and they feel like he needs a full year in the minors?
All right, 808 KNBR. We're going to talk to Joe Rizzo coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll get some football in this noon hour. Dieter Kurtenbach going to join us at 12:50. And the show with a little bit of fun sound from the weekend. We'll do that on the back end around 1:30. But coming up before we talk to Joe Rizzo, I mean, look, how many different ways can we say it? This team has a lot of question marks and certainly needs some reinforcements at the pitching area. Well, I didn't necessarily expect Hayden Birdsong to be on the opening day roster, but now he's got a little bit of an injury concern, and that is troubling for a player with the high upside that we have seen at points for Hayden Birdsong. Let's talk about that when we come on back, and then Joe Rizzo at 12:50 on The Sports Leader.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, thanks for joining us, Papa and Silver. Joe Rizzo coming up in the next segment. Going to be great to catch up with Joe. Haven't had him on in a while, and I think the last time we spoke was probably late last season for Diamond Notes, at least as it goes on the air. And so he's been doing a great job. Was not on the audio cast yesterday for the near perfect game, Gregory Santos, but he is going to be getting back into the flow, and he is doing fantastic work down in Scottsdale. It's all about pitching questions, Krug. And so for the starting rotation, we've got Logan Webb and Robbie Ray and Tyler Mahle, who's going to be pitching today. You've got Landon Roop, you've got Adrian Hauser, and then in the bullpen, we just listed out a lot of those potential names. Now, again, I didn't necessarily expect Hayden Birdsong to be somebody that we would see on the opening day roster, given the struggles he had in the second half of last season and what has kind of continued to follow him to this point in the Cactus League. But now we might have another development. As Alex Pavlovich put out there yesterday, the Giants announced Hayden Birdsong has a grade 2 forearm strain / UCL sprain. He's weighing his treatment options and getting additional opinions. But then, as he adds at the end, that's not great.
And his velocity was up quite a bit. He was throwing 97, 98 miles an hour. But he also was struggling. I saw him pitch 10 days ago or so down in the Cactus League, and he's just struggling with his command. Guys, seems like hitters are waiting on him and taking him to right-handed hitters are waiting on him and kind of shooting it to right field. He just didn't look super sharp, and he doesn't look super comfortable. And now we're finding out that he's not healthy. So, this is the nature of the beast. This is the sport. You've got something, an unnatural motion like pitching, and you just never know, right? You never know how long a guy is, gonna be able to go without getting hurt, without having some kind of ligament issue. And so, yeah, his future very much in doubt right now because of the injury.
Well, and you just kind of laid it out as far as the bullpen arms. I mean, look, starting rotation-wise, I wasn't pinning Hayden Birdsong in anywhere close. If you're looking at the 5 I listed, and then you probably got Carson Whisenhunt, Trevor McDonald maybe as like your 6th and 7th options. I don't think that Birdsong was going to be jumping ahead of those at this current juncture. But as far as bullpen arms, I mean, the reason Kerry Crowley threw out there maybe trading Casey Schmidt to go get a 7th inning reliever, who do you really have as your relievers that you can pen in as this is our reliable option? And Birdsong, that was an area last year where when he began the season, he was on the opening day roster, but it was not as a starter because they went with Jordan Hicks in that 4th slot, and Landon Roop won the competition to get the 5th one. But Hayden Birdsong in those situations early in the year, Krug, when he was pitching, say, 3 innings at a time, he would come in a clean inning and could get you some pretty nice momentum if the starter wasn't able to make it through a full 5 or so. That was a great security blanket to have, to where I was talking about it with Papa, and we're thinking, man, is it almost better to be able to use this option kind of twice a week when you're still figuring out your starting rotation and someone that can give you 3? So where I'm thinking, I know we were getting ahead of ourselves. He was still trying to sort out the command issues, but if he was able to get back into somewhat of a groove, to have that option available in the bullpen, especially as a longer reliever, that was something that I thought could be a really nice option as a turnaround story for both him and to help the team out. And now with this injury and him getting more opinions, we might be looking at something more, dare I say, a Randy Rodriguez kind of situation.
Well, I just don't think that he's a good candidate for that. I mean, you're talking about a big, long kid with probably inconsistent mechanics, and you're not going to ask him to pitch a high leverage 9th inning, even though he's got, overpowering stuff. You're going to ask him to be kind of your long man and, show up in the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th and give them, quality innings. I mean, it could potentially happen. It just seems like it's going to be inconsistent. I kind of think of Birdsong as maybe a back of the bullpen kind of an arm, because he does have such power arsenal. Could he be a 7th or 8th inning guy? Could he be a closer? I think that's something that I've thought about. But Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to piecemeal this thing together. And, I would imagine there's no reason for anybody who's got arm problems in March to, especially now that you got a full arsenal of guys and a number of them are stretched out. There's no reason to put him in harm's way. You slow play it for sure with him, make sure that he's right. But it just kind of goes to show that, you could look at a situation where you have 15 caliber, major league caliber starters, between the minors and what you have slated in the big league rotation, and you could still wind up needing more depth. You could have 20 relievers and you could wind up needing more depth. I mean, if you told me last March that the Giants, who had Randy Rodriguez and Tyler Rogers, two of the most rubber arm guys, from the right side in the game, that they were both, that they were going to run out of relievers by the end of the year, that Rodriguez was going to physically break down. It seemed almost impossible, especially in the middle of the year when he had a 0.83 ERA and he was just blowing cheese, blowing people away with high 90s heat. It just seemed like he was totally indestructible. By the end of the year, he's on the DL, and now his, years. I saw him in the clubhouse. I mean, he's not going to pitch at all this year. He's a 2027 entity. So, it just kind of goes to show there is no such thing as enough pitching. And you might have 15 relievers and it's not enough. You might have 8 relievers and it's enough. You might have 7 starters and it's enough. You might have 12 starters and it's not enough. So it's just a matter of the luck of the draw, who can stay healthy.
Yeah, I mean, they're also one injury away from getting real thin when you look at it. I mean, look, Ryan Walker's the guy I think you can pen in as probably being the closer to start the season. And then you've got Eric Miller. You've got a couple of lefties in Matt Gage, who we saw. Joey Lucchesi just came back on a minor league contract. Jose Butto, we mentioned. Bivens was one of the guys that started the season and ended up being there at the end. It was just him and Walker, I believe, from opening day roster to finish. And then you got guys like Brubaker. Santos had the near-perfect game yesterday. Trevor McDonald, Seymour. You mentioned Keaton Wynn. There's been Juan Sanchez and everything, but it's kind of like you just list all those names and you don't really know who's slotted for what outside of Ryan Walker. And that's a bit, I'm going to use the Tim Ryan word. I have some trepidation over that.
Yeah. No, I mean, nobody knows their role. They just have a bunch of live arms. And there's really only, I would say probably 3 guys know their role, right? Bivens knows his role. He's going to be the long man. Eric Miller knows his role. He's going to be a late inning lefty, high leverage innings from the left side. And then I would say Walker kind of probably knows his role. He's going to be high leverage innings, 8th and 9th inning, depending if he can handle the workload.
Yep.
Everybody else, Wynn, Seymour, Brubaker, any number of guys, they're just kind of like TBD. We'll see how it pens out. We'll see how it shakes out. But to me, the big question is about Eldridge, because I mean, like, what are you going to do? Is Eldridge going to be your guy and he's going to be your DH every day? If not, Devers is going to be your DH who's going to play first base. Who's going to be the guy if they send Eldridge back and say he needs more seasoning? Who's going to be that extra guy? Is it just now they keep one extra? Maybe they keep Grant McCray and Encarnacion. Do they keep, Gilbert, I think's dinged up with an injury, so I don't know what his status is. But I mean, do you keep Matos, Ramos, Bader, Lee, and, another couple guys because you're not going to have Eldridge? Do you look to make a deal for a first baseman who's on the outside? There's probably some decent first basemen that are available. I'll tell you right now, watching Ned Colletti's Team Italy, I wouldn't mind having the pass squatch.
Oh, yeah.
That guy's a hell of a player.
Hey, he hit a bomb at Oracle last year, I remember, when the Royals came into town. Yeah, big old lefty bat.
Yeah, Vinny Pasquantino.
Vinny Pasquantino.
I wouldn't mind having Vinny Pasquantino over there at the one bag. But so it's like, I don't know. I mean, what are they going to do? Is Wilmer Flores on a team, by the way?
I don't know if Wilmer Flores is on a team. Did he sign a minor league contract with somebody? I was going to say the Braves, but that was Dom Smith who did.
Yeah, no, Dom Smith's with the Braves, but I mean, heck, I mean, you might, if you had Wilmer Flores right now, at least you'd have an option to decide, okay, do we want Eldridge? If not, we'll go with Flores. But now with the Eldridge call, it's like if you don't go with Eldridge as your DH, then Devers is your DH, and that means somebody else has got to play first base. Who's that somebody else going to be?
Yeah, looking at it right now, Wilmer Flores is still out there as a free agent. So we knew with the Devers trade that there was going to be somewhat of an overload at that position. But if you think about the way the Giants started hot last year, well, Wilmer Flores was basically Aaron Judge of the National League with the amount of RBIs he was driving in there. So let's talk all about it when we come on back. Joe Rizzo, broadcaster for the San Francisco Giants, the San Jose Giants, and a Cactus League expert will be connecting with us when we come on back. It is Papa and Silver with Krug on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Looks like he is right on the doorstep of making a big league debut as Devers swings, drives a high fly ball deep left. This one heading way back. It is gone! Off the big scoreboard here in very deep left center. Rafael Devers crushes a 3-run home run.
Yeah, we hope Rafael Devers can do that a lot this year, whether it be at opposing ballparks or right here in good old Oracle, which he came to know as home starting June 15th of last year in the shocking trade. And, of course, on the call, the voice you heard right there is the one and only Joe Rizzo, who knows a thing or two about everything that's going down in the Cactus League. He joins us on the UMA guest line. Joe, great to have you. You got Silver, you got Larry Krueger with you. How's it going today?
It's going well. Thanks for having me in Peoria, getting ready for some afternoon baseball. And I think I speak for everybody down here when I say we're ready for the games to start counting again, because it's that time of the spring. We've been down here a long time.
Yeah, we kind of opened up the show today by saying when you get to this point in the calendar, it's like daylight savings hits. Now it's getting lighter later. You're starting to really feel spring. March Madness is coming up at the end of the week. Like, let's get opening day going, and we're slowly chugging our way. So I can imagine how you must feel being someone who prepares for and is calling all these games. I guess let's just start big picture, because this is 2 years in a row now where we've seen a lot of success for the Giants down in the Cactus League. They are currently leading the Cactus League at 16-6-1. So what have you gathered from the Cactus League success so far, as maybe not things that you're going to overreact to, but certainly that aren't worth nothing as they get ready to play games that count for real in 9 days?
Yeah, I think we all can kind of look past the record. The wins and losses doesn't really matter. I think what the record maybe shows and the team numbers show is that a lot of guys are performing quite well down here. And obviously you hope that carries over into the start of the season. And, you don't really pay that close of attention to the veteran hitters. They know what they need to do to get themselves ready. The starters like Logan when he was here, and Robbie Ray and some of the newer guys, they know what they need to do to get ready. I think what jumps out to me is just the improved depth of the organization. I think we're all familiar. The Giants farm system wasn't all that highly thought of in baseball circles a few years ago. There just wasn't enough coming up and helping this team. And I think this spring in particular is showing me that there is a lot more depth in this organization. You're going to need obviously more than the 26 guys you're going to open the year with on March 25th to help you over the course of a 6-month regular season. So I think this is it's an organization that's in a much better spot than what it was in even just a year ago, but especially 3-4 years ago, when you look at the depth, the players that are fighting for roster spots here in camp that may have to begin the year in AAA or AA, but you feel comfortable with, that are going to be able to help this group out at some point over the course of the regular season. So I think when you see the record, you see the numbers, not to get caught up in all of that, but I think it is reflected in just there are more bodies down here that are going to be able to do some things for this team over the course of a long season.
Joe, if you're a gambling man, do you wager that Eldridge breaks north and comes north with the team out of spring, or do you think he starts in the minors?
It's a tough call, and it may go all the way here to the end of spring training. I felt like when camp began that Bryce was really going to have to force the issue, right? We all know and hope that he could be a cornerstone player for this franchise for a long, long time. He's got those skills, and the improvement that he has shown defensively at first base truly is night and day. I mean, I saw Bryce his first year in the minor leagues, right after he was drafted, playing first. He was pretty much new to the position, and there was a lot going on for him on a day-to-day basis. It is so much smoother over there, to the point where I don't think there's any question that the Giants would feel very comfortable with him playing first base. Now, if he's on the team, in a week. He's not going to have to play first every day, but comfortable enough to where he'll spell Rafi Devers a couple days a week and then DH on other days. I still think that could happen, and there's a couple of ways to go about this, right? Do you have him start in the major leagues? You put him in a spot in the lineup, 6th, 7th, whatever it may be, and just you let him play and go through the ups and downs. You're developing at the major league level. That's obviously one way you could go. The other way to look at it is he hasn't necessarily blown the doors off this spring. I think the amount of strikeouts, what you see, 16 strikeouts and his 36 at-bats here in the Cactus League, is that too much of a red flag to say, well, maybe he'd be a little bit exposed at the big league level, playing 5, 6, 7 days a week, and thus you need a little more time in the minor leagues. There's nothing wrong with that. He's only 21 years old. He's hardly played in AAA yet in his career. So he still has time. There's still another week left of games. He's in the lineup today. They're going to keep running him out there. He's going to play a lot here in these final Cactus League games. I think they're evaluating on a day-to-day basis. But I think he's probably got to show a little bit more here in this final week just to make sure that everyone feels comfortable that he can, in fact, be a part of this opening day roster. And then I think once they decide on Eldridge, that's kind of a trickle-down effect for every other kind of extra spot on this team on the position player side and where guys may slot in on that opening day roster.
Talking to Joe Rizzo here on the Yuma guest line. Great to have him joining us here on this Monday. Yeah, as far as Eldridge, how much attention do you pay to the strikeout rate? You mentioned the 16 strikeouts, 36 at-bats, and it's not just the Eldridge factor within himself and that always being sort of the red flag if you were going to move him up too early. You also look up and down this lineup, and the guys that have the potential for big power, your Devers, your Chapmans, your Adames, they all have the tendency to strike out a lot. So how much does a larger picture of the lineup kind of play into how you view Eldridge and that as one of the weaknesses in his game right now?
I think it plays into it a bit, but I think you need to figure out what's best for him. And does that mean having him on this roster on March 25th? And if he's on this roster, he's going to play. I mean, that's part of the thinking here. You're not calling Bryce Eldridge up at the end of spring training and having him be a part of this team at Oracle Park next week to only play 2 days a week. That's not going to help him at this point in his career. So that might be a little bit of the drawback of, well, Bryce is the kind of guy that can change a game with one swing. I've seen it. I mean, he doesn't need to square a ball up to put it in the water at Oracle Park. That's how special the power is, and that's what kind of player that I think we all hope he is going to turn out to be in the coming years. But there are some drawbacks, like you said. I think people are less concerned about the defense because what he has shown this spring and the improvement. But will he get exposed playing every day because maybe there are some contact issues? Now, he's also leading the team in walks here this spring. So you're seeing, I think, a pretty good approach. And when he does square it up, I think we've all read the headlines about these exit velocities where it's almost every day he's hitting the ball 105, 110, 114, 115. I mean, there aren't a lot of guys around baseball, 21, 31 years old, no matter how old you are, that can do what Bryce Eldridge can do on a baseball field. So it's all part of the decision making here. I truly believe it could go either way, and I think it all comes down to what's going to be the best for Bryce Eldridge. If they view that he's ready, that they can withstand some of those ups and downs, which is going to happen for every player, but especially a young guy, then he's going to be up there and he's going to play and he's going to DH and he'll play a little first base. If not, there's nothing wrong with having him go back to AAA for a while, play every day, put up some numbers, and when the time comes, you call him up and hopefully he's here for good. I think the thought of having him start in AAA, why that could still be a good thing elsewhere, is what I was talking about earlier, some of the improved depth in this organization. There are a lot of other guys, whether it be outfielders, DH candidates, that are performing very, very well, which also may play into decision-making on this to where you can feel fine with starting Eldridge in the minor leagues because you feel like you've got others that can step forward and help this team win starting a week from now.
Joe Rizzo with us on the Yuma guest line. Joe, I was just down there about 10 days ago for 4 or 5 days, and the guy who really kind of impresses me is Jesus Rodriguez. I mean, this guy can absolutely swing the bat. What does he look like defensively? I know he plays catcher, but I've heard people say he can play second. Some people said he can play third. I didn't really see enough of him defensively in any one spot to really have anything concrete to say about him defensively. But man, this guy can swing the bat, and that's exciting. What are you? You've been watching him for a month now. What do you think of Rodriguez?
I'm right there with you, and I think it's pretty telling that in a lot of his pregame media sessions, Tony Vitello is lighting up talking about Jesus Rodriguez. I mean, that's a pretty good indicator that you're not alone in what you saw. It's pretty widespread that he is opening some eyes here in camp. For those that aren't familiar, I mean, he was one of the prospects that came over in the Doval trade, AAA guy, but he's hit over 300 just about every level in the minor leagues. And I think he's kind of the wild card for me. You know, if you're figuring out the position player group on the opening day roster, I think you kind of start with Eldridge and then work from there to fill out that 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th spot on the team. And then at the back end, it's kind of Jesus Rodriguez, right? Because he's got that very unique versatility to where maybe he's not the backup catcher, but is he kind of a third catcher option to where he can also play some second base, to where he can also play some left field? He made a great running catch playing second base the other day where he kind of angled out to the foul line, showing off some really impressive athleticism. He's playing second base again here today. Started out in left field a couple of days ago. It feels like he can hold his own out there. But it is the bat that has gotten him to this point, and now it's the versatility that might give him a role on this team. I'm not sure it's on March 25th, but I think there's no question we're going to see him up the major league level at some point this year. Someone that can play 4 or 5 different positions, where catcher is one of them, and you feel like he can play catcher at a pretty high level. There aren't a lot of guys in baseball that can do that either. So he's an interesting piece for the Giants. And I'm with you. I think he's going to have some kind of impact for this team at some point this year.
Joe, what have you learned from your interactions with Tony Vitello that maybe hasn't been talked about much since he was brought onto the scene in October, but that we're going to get to learn real soon?
Well, I love the energy. There's a lot of energy. I get a chance to watch them practice beginning of every morning. Before they open the gates at Scottsdale Stadium, before they take batting practice, they're doing all the spring training drills that you hear about, right? It's the fielding drills, it's the base running drills, and it's his style to be involved. He's coaching these guys up, and then he really commands the whole group when he gets everybody together and goes over everything. It's positive, it's direct, it's a little in your face. It was kind of that way, I think, when he had all the success at Tennessee. And for me, I was curious, well, the veteran guy is going to respond to this. And I think the answer, at least right now, and it's just spring training, is a resounding yes, that if the guys like Logan Webb and Matt Chapman and Patrick Bailey, the real team leaders on this group, it does feel like they're coming together. Now, it's just spring training. Optimism is the name of the game. What happens when you have that first 5-game losing streak? Nobody knows. He's brand new to this whole deal. But the energy is something that has really caught my attention. That does feel different being around this group compared to maybe the last 4 or 5 years that I've been doing this down here.
Joe, 2 guys I got to ask you about. One, I'm a big fan of Matos. I talked to him in the clubhouse, 10 days ago, and he's having a nice spring. He got smoked in the helmet. I stayed in the game, but he got hit pretty hard in the helmet. Almost hit him in the face. What do you think of how he's looking and then on the mound? JT Brubaker is like a name that I think people don't talk that much about, but this guy had 3 shutout innings over the weekend against the Reds. He's pitched well this spring. He's got major league experience. It's the moment's not too big for him. It seems like he's the right guy in the right spot at the right time. What can you tell us about Matos and what you've seen in Brubaker?
Yeah, Brubaker they signed him to a big league contract. So I think the expectation is that he is going to be a part of this bullpen and has been a starter. In fact, that's been his role primarily when he's been at the major league level, notably with Pittsburgh. So, the Hayden Birdsong injury maybe moves up the depth chart a bit to that 6th or 7th starter, whatever it may be, if you need somebody beyond your top 5 guys, and you always need more than 5 starters over a 162 game season. So he definitely could fit that bill. And you need veteran guys like that in your bullpen that can either come in a tricky spot with guys on, maybe in the 5th or 6th inning. I mean, maybe these are the biggest pitches in a game right then and there, to where you feel comfortable with him. Or starter gets knocked out early, given his past experience, he goes through a lineup more than once and saves the bullpen. Maybe you don't win that game that day, but it saves the pen for the rest of the series, and it helps you win a game the next day or the day after that. So having a pitcher or two like that, kind of Spencer Bivens has filled that role as well. I think Bivens and Brubaker could both be a part of this team and could each make solid contributions. With Matos, it's an interesting storyline that also may go to the very end here of spring, because as you guys know, he's out of options. And if he doesn't make this team, somebody else is going to pick him up. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Luis Matos is still only 24 years old. I mean, Elliot Ramos, he didn't break out the big leagues until his age 24 season. So while it may feel like Luis has been here for a long time and up and down and maybe some frustrations that he hasn't shown more yet at the big league level, because he was this big time prospect and because there's these high expectations. Important to remember, again, he's only 24, and there's nothing wrong with a 24 or 25-year-old having kind of that being the year where they bust out as a big leaguer. So I think there are still real possibilities for Matos. Hopefully it's here. Maybe it's not if there's a roster crunch, and that's part of what they're having daily meetings about right now. And I don't know where it's going to land for Luis Matos. I think the Giants need a left-handed outfielder coming off their bench, whether that's Will Brennan, whether that's Grant McCray, maybe Drew Gilbert, although Gilbert's still not throwing in games. So that's one less spot for somebody like Matos. Is it Matos or Encarnacion? If Eldridge doesn't make the team, could Matos and Encarnacion make it? Maybe. We'll see. But he's looked good. He's doing what he needs to do. He's hitting for average. I think he's only struck out one time this entire spring, so he's putting the ball in play. He's doing what he needs to do, and it's not just for the Giants. It's for 29 other teams, because if he doesn't make this group, I think he's going to be somewhere else on opening day.
It's crazy, right? The way we began this interview, Joe, it's like, we're kind of ready for this thing to wrap up. At the same time, 9 days feels like a long time when you're thinking about the fate of an Eldridge, a Matos, maybe an Encarnacion. And so lots to still be revealed, and we will continue listening to you all throughout it. And I'm sure we'll be talking a lot more soon. If not, at the very least, some great diamond notes coming your way.
You bet. Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Absolutely. Joe
Thanks,
Rizzo
Joe.
is always good to catch up with. And again, you can catch him on the audio casts a lot, even on the days where he hasn't been on the Sports Leader. But Joe knows his stuff. He knows his Tony V, and he's starting to figure out, just like the rest of us, Krug, what this roster is going to look like when it gets trimmed down to 26. All right, great first couple hours here. I do want to switch gears. Dieter Kurtenbach's going to be joining us at the end of the hour. So we got to get into a little bit of, all right, free agency week 1 has come and gone. Now a lot has settled, but not everything. Juwan Jennings still remains unsigned. And then also the Warriors had a 21-point lead in Madison Square Garden, and then you kind of were reminded that they were starting a bunch of guys who were two-way picks or picked in the 50s and $193 million in salary. Yeah, not on the court last night. We'll get into all of that. It is coming your way on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. You've worked hard during your career to save money, but is your money growing the way you want it, or should you invest it differently? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KNBR for my show, Protect Your Assets, or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Soldier boy, tell me.
Oh, dude, we haven't used that in forever. That's the Danny Dunn cue to call. Win Sharks tickets right now. If you missed it at the top of the 10 o'clock hour, we are giving away a pair of tickets all week long, Monday through Friday. And today is your chance right now to call 415-896-5627. If you are lucky caller number 10, you will win tickets to see Macklin Celebrini and the Sharks at the SAP Center Wednesday, April 1st, taking on the Anaheim Ducks for a Grateful Dead night. So all you got to do, dial it up. Again, that's not 808 KNBR. It's 896 KNBR. If you dial the normal phone line, the normal text line, not going to get you anywhere. We want you to be able to win. And since Papa is not here, Krug, he would always do the sound just to kiss Danny Dunn through the phone. And we do send our love to Papa as well, who continues to do as well as he possibly can in this recovery. So it's been nice to still communicate with him. And look, this whole process, even when it was at like probably the lowest of the low when this thing was first going down, he's never lost his sense of humor over text. So that's always a good sign when he's still joking around with us. And so always good news. Always good news.
Absolutely. And we're thinking good thoughts. Greg, if you're out there listening, we love you, brother. Absolutely. Keep fighting. Keep fighting that good fight. Can't wait to hear you call Osa Bosa combo sack or Osa Bosa Osa combo sack. I can't wait for it.
Well, I mean, last week when we fed him the clip, I kind of clipped it up when we talked about Danny's double dips and all the funny pronunciations and mispronunciations that we have used throughout the show. I was like, you feeling good about Osa Odigizua? He just like phonetically sounds, he's like, Odigizua, piece of cake. Can you dig it? I'm like, all right, he's going to be just fine with that. So the real question is, though, will we get two Bosas to have to bookend Osa? And then Papa's got to figure out which one it is. I mean, he can always fall back to Here Comes Bosa. Joey, that is, Krug. Joey, that is.
I think it's going to happen. I really do. Cheryl Bosa, Mama Bosa's, rooting for it on Instagram. I just think that the way this the way this came down, where Bryce Huff walked away and that freed up $17 million in cap space, I think that opens the door for Joey. Joey's, I think, is probably on a very, very short list of guys who can set the edge at defensive end on first and second down against the run and still kind of burn that edge and hunt quarterbacks on third down and do it, with a lot of talent. So there's some guys that can set the edge, but they can't rush the passer. There's other guys who can rush the passer, but they really can't give you much in the run game. I kind of feel like Joey can give them both some first and second down, run D and some third down pass D. And I think it's a good fit. I think it makes sense. They need to add, 5 or 6 difference maker, fearsome defenders. They added Osa Odigizua. They added Greenlaw. If they added Joey Bosa, that would be 3. If they could find 2 or 3 more in the draft, the Niners could be good to go next year and could compete for a Super Bowl. It's going to take a lot. It's going to take a Herculean offseason But so far, so good. And I think it's doable. And I like the idea of Joey Bosa added to this mix. I think he could help tremendously.
All right, so let's look at both sides of the coin with Joey Bosa coming over, because like Bryce Huff, Bosa's someone that is not necessarily an every down kind of guy. Now, Bryce Huff retires and you say you bring in somebody like Joey Bosa. Well, I would say the areas of caution would probably be limited snaps, history of injury, someone that I think is still effective as a number 2 rusher, but doesn't necessarily separate like he used to. And he has kind of been someone where, I guess, kind of like you could say with a lot of different 49ers and some of their signings, when healthy, you can rely on them. But how many times during a free agency period do you want to go a little bit older? And I've said free agency is not the time where you have to focus on the goal of getting younger. In fact, it's often older players that are still up on the market. But Joey Bosa, is that another one where kind of like Nate Hobbs, where it's like, okay, that's another injury history. Kind of like Mike Evans, okay, that's another older player. Is that someone that we feel like is worth it? Then again, there's also the good side of it, Krug, to all the points you brought up, where this is someone that is coming off one of the better pressure rates in his career. He still can be very, very effective as a number 2 rusher, and he knows how to play both the run and the pass. I guess the question would be, how much can the younger guys come along where if Joey Bosa can be a guy that can contribute on a handful of snaps, you can't rely on him as a 3-down player through every defensive series.
No, I mean, it's going to have to be part of a group effort. But if you look at the way he played this last year with Buffalo, I thought maybe he needed a change of scenery. He played well for 9 seasons there with the Chargers, but then last year with Buffalo, he had his best single season pressure rate since 2022.
That's true.
So he's explosive. Yeah. He gets off the ball. He's got great hand usage. He's a good run defender, though he did miss a lot of tackles last year. He missed about a third of the tackles last year. So, and he's not quite the player that he used to be, but you're also not paying that price tag. And, I think for 1 year at $12 million, something like that, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, right now on the athletic board, the contract projection is 1 year of $11.5 million. I think if there's one thing we do know about the Bosas is he's not going to be wanting to leave any money on the table. We were kind of doing this last year, right? When we're like, is there a chance he'd want to come play with his brother? Well, the bottom line is Buffalo offered him a little bit more money to go over there. So if the Niners are willing to pay that price tag, then I could see it. But the question is, how much would John Lynch have to offer up? And if it's in that 1 year, $12 million range, given that Bryce Huff retired and it did save you a little chunk in the cap space, it's a move I certainly would welcome. But then again, you got to also, it's 2 sides to it, right? Like, the veterans on the defensive side are players that you are happy to have back. Dre Greenlaw can absolutely make an impact. If Dre Greenlaw's taking snaps, we know exactly what they're getting. But you also need, for both the sake of continuing to stay competitive on the fly and also not rely so much on your older players, particularly those with an injury history, it's going to be about the young guys having to take that next step regardless.
No question. And you're still going to have to, even if you sign Joey Bosa, you're still going to have to draft an edge. Probably going to draft at least 2 guys on your front 7. They still need a number of pieces to the puzzle, but Joey can help for sure. And if you look at, potentially Joey and Nick, and you add another rusher in the draft, you've got, Collins and West, and now Odigizua inside. Now you've got the makings of a real daunting, defensive line. Getting Osa away from the Cowboys, a premier interior rusher at age 27. I thought that was an unbelievable trade, but it's still about, can you find another piece or 2 on that front? And maybe Joey's one of those pieces.
It's interesting. I think nobody values draft picks more than in the time leading up to the draft, right? And we're about a month away from all that going down. So it's like, oh, Krug, draft picks. Got to protect every draft pick possible. Well, the 49ers don't have a ton of draft picks. We know they got the comp picks. They traded away their 3rd to go and get Odigizua. But I also think, looking at the depth of this draft, kind of like last year when we were thinking, what are they going to do at number 11? There is some depth at defensive line when you look at the draft, to the point where I'm like, okay, if they don't end up getting a veteran like Joey Bosa, I do think there will be opportunities. The problem is you still got holes you're going to have to fill, and one of those could very well be offensive tackle with this March 20th deadline and Trent Williams and that money set to kick in. That's creeping up on us this week too, where we're like, is this going to be a thing where all of a sudden offensive tackle is a major need, or say they work it out? Well, then you still got to think about another wide receiver. You could always use more defensive linemen. I would say edge would take the priority. I think linebacker room, they're probably okay with Greenlaw coming back in terms of the depth. But secondary is another one that they got to figure out. And then I listed wide receiver too. So it's really all phases of the ball where you're thinking, yeah, you don't have a ton of draft picks, but at least on the defensive line, I trust the level of depth to where I'm thinking, okay, first 2 days of the draft, you might be able to get a piece that's a little bit younger and you feel really good about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how their free agency is going to impact the draft. I mean, they picked 27th in the draft. You would think, do they need a defensive tackle? Well, probably not. I mean, you go with 5 total, but your 3 guys play the most. So you probably need an edge. Linebacker, you're pretty fortified. If you're going to trade Renardo Green, maybe you need a corner. If you're going to trade Ricky Pearsall, maybe you need a receiver. Do you need a tight end? Possibly, but what if Kenyon Sadiq does not fall to you? Then there's no tight end there. It's going to, do you go safety? Niners have some young safeties. Do they have a great young safety, or do they just have, backup type players? Receiver, safety, defensive end, do you go best player available? The nice thing about their situation is that now that they've gone into the free agent market and gotten a few guys like the Mike Evanses of the world, you're not up against it. You're not like, oh, you got to take a this or you got to take a that. You have a little flexibility now because of what you've done in free agency.
Unless there's something that goes wrong with this Trent Williams situation, and then all of a sudden you do have one major dire need.
Yeah, I mean, then the question too is, it's like, are they going to trade Trent Williams, or are they going to, release him? And I can't really picture him. I can't picture them releasing him. And then like, is Kansas City going to take him? Would they take him in a trade? They have a young tackle named Esapole. Would the Niners be willing to take Esapole back? Are the Houston Texans interested? He's living in Houston. He's from, he's in that part of the world. Would they have Arianti Ursary? Would they offer him up he was a second-round offensive tackle? Would the Niners take a player like Ursary and maybe a day 3 pick and get down the road? The Trent thing is interesting because it sounds like they expect him back and they love him. He loves them. It's likely he's back, but it kind of makes you wonder if it was going to get done, wouldn't it have gotten done by now? Something tells me that there may be more bumps in this road before we get to the finish line.
All right, 808 KNBR is your number to join the conversation. We're going to talk to Dieter Kurtenbach coming up in about 20 minutes. Let's continue on with this 49er conversation as far as needs. Then we'll talk to Dieter, get a little note on basketball, and give you some sounds of the weekend. Big winners. All about the sinners, right, Danny? Yeah, anyone get into the Oscars yesterday? It's Pop and Silver with Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
They're at the Bears' 38-yard line, second down. Purdy drops back. Purdy steps up. Purdy throws middle. There's Jennings. He's got it. Inside the 20, the 10. He's gone! Touchdown! 49ers back in front.
Yeah, that was Derek Papa's favorite Guy Haberman call of the season. Can we hear the "gone" one more time? It's like that guy in SpongeBob that's like, oh!
He's gone!
Then again, it was that wild Chicago Bears game in which, I mean, look, if you're going to have so many touchdown calls, you might as well get some variety there. So Jawan Jennings had the go-ahead touchdown. The defense did just enough to survive on that Sunday night thriller when Brock Purdy was doing playground Purdy. And, of course, Jawan Jennings was the leading receiver for the 49ers in this last season. And now he still remains on the free agent market. So, Krug, we've been talking about what the 49ers might do. Joey Bosa is still out there. I mentioned the name Joel Bitonio. If they want to go and get a veteran left guard, assuming that Burford, Ben Barch, they're going to be out the door and all that situation. So what will ultimately happen with Jawan Jennings? And will the 49ers be willing to bring him back? At what price? And does Jawan Jennings want to come back to the 49ers if all things are equal on the price front?
I think he would come back. I just don't think that they're going to bring him back. And I think he would lose face if he came back because he wouldn't come back, at a number that he wants. I mean, if he's back in their budget, he's going to be south of $14 million. I can't imagine they would go for him unless his price tag came south of $12 million, and I don't see that happening.
Yeah, so Jawan Jennings, still remains out there. I think it's been widely reported, and we've talked to a lot of our insiders, Matt Barrows, Matt Mayoko, David Lombardi's been on with the morning show recently, and I think the larger belief is that Jawan Jennings probably is not going to remain a 49er, and they've been bracing for this really since locker cleanout, when the way he was kind of talking was like sort of the tone of somewhat of a goodbye. And Krug, I know you were there at the locker cleanout. I think the general vibe is that it was probably the last time, at least for now speaking, that he was going to be a San Francisco 49er and see himself that way.
Yeah, it was so obvious being there that day that, this guy is not, a guy who's weepy at his locker very often. He's just not. He's just not the way he is. So to see him like that was like a real indication that he knew. He's had his preliminary conversations with Parag and the Niners, and he knew what they were thinking and where they were at. He knew where his market was hopefully going to be, and so I think he knew then that this was the end. So, it's not the worst thing, and he's had a chance to win Super Bowls here. Now, he's got a chance to take care of his family. Where's he going to wind up? Is he going to wind up? I've heard Tennessee, I've heard Seattle, I've heard
San Diego,
Kansas City, Chargers. Yeah, I've heard
or LA. Yeah,
spots.
Wow, look at me, dude. I'm still on the San Diego front, like years later. The Chargers, I should say. Yeah.
Yeah, Chargers love big receivers. They seem to have interest. So, I don't think he's coming back to the 49ers, but he was a great 49er. Now, one guy that I do think is coming back, and it's funny because I've heard Mayoko talk about this, and he doesn't think he's coming back, but I do think he's coming back, and that's Deebo Samuel. I think Deebo Samuel is coming back. Why is Deebo coming back? I think he's coming back because I think he's going to take Sky Moore's return man role. I think he's a very good return man, and he can run the short routes. And I just think they're going to bring him back as, Sky Moore. They passed on Sky Moore at $4.5 million. My guess is because they plan on giving like maybe $6 million to Deebo to basically be Sky Moore and, Sky Moore plus, let's just say. So I think Deebo is probably coming back because he can be the kick returner. That would be my guess.
Yeah, I mean, Debo, I would have projected to make a little bit more money than the $6 million range. So you said Sky Moore, they passed on about $4 million, and that was one of those special teams losses where Sky Moore, for as shaky as it was the first chunk of the season where he's fielding punts inside the 5, and you're like, dude, what are you doing? Then it really clicked for him, and it was a great piece about just the mental aspect of being a returner that he got over, and he really should have had a house call. I know he didn't officially check that box with the milestone, but we all remember how we were kind of joking, and I think you actually had the first tweet I saw in Purdy's first game back down in Arizona when he took it all the way down to the 1, and you're like, hell of an opening drive from Purdy. Step back, nice little handoff to McCaffrey, and an instant 7-0 lead. That's because special teams, it was a much improved and much needed to improve unit for the 49ers in this last year, but I don't think losing Sky Moore was the end-all, be-all, considering you got John Weeks back. You obviously had to get Eddie Pinheiro back with everything that he helped do to save your season, and so I don't know if I like Debo necessarily as a return man still. I still kind of see him as a gadget guy, but with Debo, I'm thinking, okay, it's not – if you can get a value contract, it's not bringing back Debo alone that I'm against, but you better go and draft another wide receiver that can theoretically be your number 2. And JD sort of laid this one out with me. It's like, all right, you got Mike Evans. Now you probably need another guy, and then you've got Ricky Pearsall. And then if you want to bring Debo back as another guy in that mix with the Cowings and Watkins and some of the younger guys, that's fine. But I don't see Debo as a solution being one of your top 3.
I think he's going to be the gadget guy and the return guy. And I think that's why they didn't bring back Sky Moore, is that they're going to pay Debo the Sky Moore money, and they're just going to consolidate the Sky Moore role. And yeah, I mean, Debo's good against zone. He's good on the short stuff. He's not a great route runner. He doesn't separate. He's not the explosive player that he was when he came out of South Carolina. But and he's coming off of his worst, scrimmage yards output since 2020. But I just think that he's a favorite of Shanahan. I mean, you got to remember whose team this is. This is Kyle Shanahan's team. Kyle Shanahan loves Debo Samuel. So I saw the projection on Debo was 1 year, $12.5 million. I don't think he's getting that, but I could see 1 year at $6 million. I could see 1 year at $8 million. I could see 1 year at $6 million with bonuses that take it to $8 million, something like that. But my guess is it's him, it's Evans, it's some of their young receivers, and probably one receiver in the draft.
If you could have one more addition, not what you think's going to happen, but just on your wish list, if you could have one free agency addition left, because I don't believe the 49ers are done in all this, what would be the one name you'd want to go after?
That's a good question. I would go after Darren Waller.
Interesting.
Why? Because you have Darren Waller is a great tight end, and he came out of retirement. He played 9 games last year for the Dolphins. He doesn't have the long speed he used to have, but he's still a big time receiver. And I just think without Kittle, I don't know that Tonjes can do it. And if you look at Waller last year, he ranked 7th in yards per route last season among tight ends with at least 100 routes run. I still think he can do it. I think you can get him for $5 million, maybe 1 year, $5 million for Darren Waller. I think he's the guy. That's the guy that I would probably knock on that door, because I think that you need a significant player to replace Kittle, but you also don't want to give away Kittle's job, right? Because Kittle's coming back. So I don't know that there's you might want to attack it in the draft, but then, that's always difficult. I just think Darren Waller is a major receiving talent. I know he's had problems off the field, depression and substances and this and that, but he played well last year coming out of retirement, and I would say I take a 1 year flyer on him.
Look, I mean, this is one thing I don't like about Darren Waller. It actually has nothing to do with his football capabilities. It's his music making. The song he made after he and Kelsey Plum split up, that was just one piece of art. I guess I'll leave it at that. But that's an interesting note right there. I mean, look, he was a guy who was great with the Raiders. Then he went to the Giants, didn't go well, retired, and then had a nice little career resurrection with the Dolphins this year down in Miami. I still think if I could go one guy, I'm probably going to stick with my left guard filler, Joel Bitonio, for the Cleveland Browns. I think about just figuring it out what you need to do with the offensive line. It's not a long-term solution, but if you can get him and you can get a resolution with Trent, maybe it buys you a little bit of time to figure out how to plug and play some of those pieces that can figure it out in Chris Foerster's system there after the fact. Dieter Kurtenbach of the San Jose Mercury News, and of course you can hear him a bunch on The Sports Leader, is going to join us when we come on back. Got to get his thoughts, of course, on offensive line. And what's he have to say about the tanking Golden State Warriors? He actually put it out there a little bit earlier than everybody else. Maybe they do just go for the tank, even if other teams are way ahead of them in that process. He'll join us when we come on back. It is Papa and Silver with Krug on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Jam-packed Sunday in the world of sports. Team USA defeated the Dominican Republic on a questionable strike 3 call. March Madness brackets are set, and the Warriors fall to the New York Knicks 110-107. And if that wasn't enough for you, the Oscars were also on last night. Give us your biggest snub in the YouTube chat or shoot us a text at 415-808-KNBR and keep it locked here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, moving along, another hour 10, and then we'll get it over to Dirty Work. It is Papa and Silver hanging out with Krug on this Monday and bringing in our good friend of the Bay Area news group, of the sports leader, and one of the best Twitter accounts in all the land, the one and only Dieter Kurtenbach. Looking great on the camera, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing great. We're all going to survive this week, I promise. As someone who spent last week legitimately snowed in the Cascade Mountains with like feet worth of snow, let me tell you. 80 degrees in Alameda sounds incredible. I'm looking forward to it immensely. And then I'm doubling down the end of the week. I'm going to Phoenix, where it's going to be 110 degrees. So bring it all on.
Wow. So, yeah, we're going to have a little bit of delays with the Cactus League time. And I know we're carrying the Giants-Dodgers game, which should, in theory, end our show early on Wednesday. But with the way it's already getting into the triple digits in Phoenix, I'm like, yeah, maybe not. Maybe we'll be with you for the full 10 to 2. And so as far as the things that we need to still see unfold, well, the 49ers in free agency, I would say it's gone fairly well. They've attacked some areas that they certainly needed to fill as holes. And then the other thing is, though, they're getting labeled by all these national columnists as a team that's improved among the most, and they are clearly showing that they're all in. But then there's also this situation with their left tackle where if that doesn't get resolved, that entirely changes the offseason script. I know that we are 4 days away from the wonderful deadline of when the 49ers and that $10 million to Trent Williams will kick in. So what do you ultimately think we're looking at here, and why do you feel like the 49ers didn't necessarily seem to see this coming, given that we've done this song and dance with Trent a couple times already?
No, they absolutely saw it coming. They just know how the song and dance goes, and here's how it ends. It's the same way it always ends. Trent gets whatever he wants. Now, this time, I guess maybe the Niners get a little bit of something because of this earlier deadline. But Trent says how high the Niners have to jump. The Niners say, oh, we would never. We couldn't possibly. Oh, you're not going to actually show up to. Okay, yeah, whatever you need, Trent. Just come on back, big fella. And listen, it's mutually beneficial for both parties to get a deal done here. There's ways to kick the can down the road when it gets to the salary cap stuff. It doesn't behoove anybody for Trent to be in his final year of his contract at the number that it's at. This is all very manageable. It should have been managed, but this is not how Trent Williams and the San Francisco 49ers work. They're stuck in a toxic relationship when it comes to contract negotiation stuffs. They love each other in every other aspect of their relationship, but when it comes to contract negotiations, they just can't seem to ever do what's right for both parties. They have to win between the two of them, and they will come to some sort of a conclusion that will look tidy and neat and unceremonious before Friday. But in the meantime, you have to sit and hold your breath just a little bit. But it was a good date, frankly. I mean, going back to the idea of this March 20th, $10 million bonus guarantee, like that was a clever move by the Niners to get that in there, because there's not that robust of a market for a Trent Williams. If that was March 1, or if that was the new league year, now the Niners have a real problem, because Trent Williams can go and shop his talents, even if they are diminishing, to other teams. There's just not that many other teams who are like, oh yeah, we got $40 million sitting around. Let's go get 38-year-old Trent Williams right now. So the market's already closed up, and Trent's just pulling up saying, hey, does anyone want to go buy something that I have for you? It just works out for the Niners in that way, which is why I just don't expect anything but a tidy resolution here.
You know, you're kind of painting the picture of status quo, and we've seen this before. But Mayoko kind of went the other way and said that this feels different. He didn't necessarily expand that much upon it, but he just basically said that the vibe this year feels a little different. I mean, what do you make of the whole thing here, Dieter? Because like at some point in this, it sounded like the 49ers were like almost advocates for. Like Shanahan and Lynch almost sounded like they were advocates for Trent getting paid the most, and were maybe even willing to send him to whatever team was willing to pay him this ungodly sum. I mean, what was your read on that? Was that just bogus behind the scenes stuff you say in the midst of a contentious negotiation, or do you think that they really were entertaining the idea of just moving off of him and sending him to to whatever team was going to pay him that gigantic sum that he wants.
Well, let's start with the Mayoko aspect of it, because obviously Matt is as respected a voice on the 49ers as anybody. I'm not going to fundamentally disagree with his assessment that it feels different. I'll say that it feels different in two senses. One, we're not doing this with a week one game looming, so it is different in that regard. And two, it's different because this is the last time we're going to be doing this, right? Like, there is no other 49ers contract for Trent Williams. And so Trent has to get everything he can right now. And the 49ers need to be prudent in this process, whereas in the past, they didn't have to be as prudent. They always want to be, right? That is their MO. They want to make sure that they get a team-friendly deal. Who doesn't? But it's ultimately Trent Williams, surefire Hall of Famer, and the best in the game to do it. And so you just give him whatever he wants when it's all said and done. You do your song and dance, but you give him whatever he wants. You can't do that to the same effect anymore, because you do have to give yourself a clean exit route, because this is also the first time that Trent Williams' play has appreciably declined, right? Like, he is not the same Trent Williams that he was. He has a long way to fall to reach the realm of mortals, but this is not the same Trent Williams. We've seen it the last 2 years. So the idea that the 49ers can just cut him a blank check is not prudent for anybody, including Trent, I would argue. So I do think it's different in that way. As for the aspect of, pay him whatever he wants, or we can get you to a spot where you want, that is, again, just, I think, part of this. A lot of this negotiation has played out in public more so than I would say prior iterations. With the tweet just before Lynch goes up there, and then we're actually considering trading him thing. There's a lot of media manipulation in this one, which isn't terribly uncommon when it comes to contract negotiations like this, but pretty uncommon when it comes to Trent Williams contract negotiations, because Trent usually just hangs out in Houston and says, I have nothing to say until you come with my money, and then you come with their money. So it just shows that things are in fact different with Trent this time around, in that he knows that it is a diminishing skill set. He is a diminishing player. He knows this is the last contract, and the 49ers obviously know that, because if it wasn't the case, they would have already given him his money. There wouldn't be anything to negotiate. So I agree with Matt on that. But at the same time, it is still a Trent Williams showdown, in the sense of they'll come to a resolution before the deadline, be that a week one deadline as it's been in the past, or I would say this March 20th deadline and the $10 million. And I just be looking around and sending some texts around the league. Like, if there's a trade out there, I haven't heard it, right? Like the idea that, we could trade Trent Williams. Well, there's another team that would be acquiring Trent Williams, and I can't seem to get anyone to tell me who the hell that other team would be. And a lot of people will say, the Houston Tech. Well, they just signed an offensive tackle for $10 million a year. I'm sure they'd like to have Trent Williams, but are they in a position to really do it? Not really. There's a couple other teams that I guess you can make the case for, but I can't get anybody in the league to tell me who the other damn team would be in a Trent Williams trade. And if there was a Trent Williams trade that was getting worked out right now, that would not be a secret. That would be something that would be talked about a lot. And the fact that, again, we can't find the other party involved makes me think that, in fact, it was all just public negotiation, as we are so want to do in this day and age.
Talking to Dieter Kurtenbach here on the UMA guest line, and joining us on the video stream as well. Let's go from a 37-year-old to a 21-year-old. You have advocated to have Bryce Eldridge be on the opening day roster for the San Francisco Giants. How much of this is about what you've seen in spring training and the personal growth he has made over the camp, and just getting that little stint in the majors last year and kind of getting those nerves out of the way? And how much is it just relative to the competition for Eldridge versus somebody else? As far as everybody else, they haven't made a resounding case to be necessarily in front of this guy who's shown some great flashes.
Yeah, it's both, right? Like, I know that's an easy cop-out answer, but like, at a certain point, if the Giants want to play the options game, that's going to hurt them on the diamond over the course of 162.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this team needs Bryce Eldridge. They can't be skimming games off the front because, we need to see what Gerard Encarnacion can give us. If they want to keep Gerard Encarnacion and Luis Matos, that's A-okay. Right? You can make the argument that both of those guys deserve to stay up. Just don't tell me it was because of the options. And don't tell me it's because Bryce Eldridge needs to go and figure some stuff out, because he has been as good or better than both of those guys. Do it on the merit of their play. And again, what are we proving if they send Bryce Eldridge down to Sacramento? You're really only proving a negative. The only thing that can be proven with Bryce Eldridge down in Sacramento is, oh, he goes down there and he strikes out 50% of the time and he looks like crap. And then it's like, oh, he was never supposed to be up in the major leagues. Well, that's a real feel-good story for the Giants fan base. Look at that. We were so right. Our guy sucks. Like that's not something I want to see. If he sucks, I want to see him suck at the major league level. Then you have a reason to send him down, right? But if he's going to suck in Sacramento, now we got a real big issue with the San Francisco Giants and their long-term trajectory. So just pick the best players in the here and now. I know that there are a lot of very smart people in the Giants organization. There's a lot of very valid spreadsheet baseball reasons to keep certain guys up and to play the options game. I'm looking at a team that is, the difference between them having a successful season and an unsuccessful season is probably going to be 5 games, right? The difference between having 87 wins and going to the playoffs or being, a team that's picking in the top 10 of the draft next year is about 5 games. You win them or lose them. The bullpen, as it is, does not make me feel comfortable about a lot of those 5 games. If it's all going to come down to 5 games with this bullpen, that's going to be an issue. It would make me feel a little bit better having a dude who could hit 40 home runs without even knowing what he does yet, right? Like without having any legs under him. I'm seeing Junior Caminero hit 45 home runs last year as a 21-year-old, and I'm saying I want some of that too. And, he strikes out too much and his batting average is too low. Get in line. Like, his batting average is too low. Have you watched the San Francisco Giants? That's kind of their thing. That's why they got Luis Ariz. Like, you know what this guy does do? Mash potatoes, man. He hits home runs. And anytime he hits the ball, he's doing it at like 115 miles per hour. I'm looking to see someone's glove explode on a random Tuesday night at Oracle Park here. Like, I'm looking to feel excited. And it's not like you're sliding him in at number 3 or number 4. Right? You're not making him the load-bearing wall of the season. You're making him the 7th or 8th hitter in your lineup. If he's doing great, 6. Like that is a force multiplier for your lineup, because now you can turn it over once, twice. Like, now you're in a really good situation where you have some serious oomph. You have some guys that, opposing managers have to really worry about at the bottom with Bader and then Eldridge, and then you get to Patrick Bailey. But like that changes the dynamic of a lineup so significantly to have somebody down there who, if you make a bad pitch to him, he's going to turn it around and it's going to be very loud and it's probably going to result in runs. Having somebody like that in the bottom of the lineup for the Giants is something they haven't had in a long time. And you could tell me that Gerard Encarnacion can do it, but I've seen him to a degree at the major league level. That hasn't really manifested. And in the best case scenario for Gerard Encarnacion, he's doing what Bryce Eldridge is doing right now in spring training. Or you could tell me, oh, this is the right time for Luis Matos. Okay, well, I've also seen Luis Matos take a ton of at-bats in the major leagues, and it hasn't looked like this at all. So we're going to waste an opportunity to win some games with Bryce Eldridge in the bottom of the lineup, or at least to find out if he can do it or not at the major league level, in the same way that we should have gotten a longer run last year. Like, we're going to find out if he can do it or not at the start, or we're going to do some roster manipulation stuff. Like, I can't justify it. I can't justify it. All you're proving is the negative, and that's not where the San Francisco Giants should be in a season where the margins are going to be tight.
A couple more football thoughts. Were very much the Niners are not going to move Mac Jones. They're going to keep Mac Jones.
Yep.
Right now, you look like you're right. Unless the Steelers don't bring back Aaron Rodgers, or if the Cardinals somehow, Garoppolo, Brissett, Minshew, that's not good enough, and they want to make a deal, and they can get a division inside the division deal done, which seems complicated. It looks like Mac's going to stay here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to me, it seems like status quo doesn't seem smart. So, like, you should sign Mac to an extension, and some people are saying that they will, or you should trade him. And then there was this debate going back and forth of, will they actually be able to get a 3rd-round compensatory selection for him if they keep him at the end of the year? So, he's a Niner right now. What do you expect? Do you expect him to be a 49er this year, or do you think that there'll be a trade between now and camp?
Same as it ever was, Larry. If there's a team that's looking to get him, I haven't heard who that team would be, right? And we are now on yeah, the lights are coming up. The music has stopped playing. People are folding up the chairs, and Mac Jones is still standing where he started the dance, man. Like, if someone wants this guy, please make yourself known. The San Francisco 49ers would love to talk to you. They'd love to work out a deal. If the Niners were in any way actually interested in trading Mac Jones at the beginning of the free agency period, the new league year, whatever you want to call it, they sure didn't make that well known to the rest of the league when they said, hey, we'll take a top 50 pick and a player, which, again, we all knew that, at least we should all know that means we'll take a top 50 pick or a player. But you come in hot, and maybe some team's dumb enough to give you both. And every team was like, oh, no, we're not doing that. It's Mac Jones. And the Niners are like, that's great, because now we get to keep Mac Jones. So, Arizona has shown no interest in it. The buzz on the street is that, they might be in on Ty Simpson as sort of their long-term guy. We'll see how that goes. I'm not sold on the idea, but there's a lot of buzz about that. They have no problem with Brissett, because if they're not in on Ty Simpson, Jacoby Brissett will deliver them their next quarterback next year's draft, which is going to be a loaded quarterback draft. As for the Steelers, I mean, good luck guessing what Aaron Rodgers is going to do, but everyone's expecting Aaron Rodgers to go back to the Steelers at this point. I guess that could change, and then that would re-enter the cycle. There's just a lot of quarterbacks laying around, right? There's just a lot of rando dudes laying around that you can go and get who, yeah, they're not as good as Mac Jones, but they sure as hell don't cost as much as Mac Jones, because you have to pay Mac Jones at the front end and the back end.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to give Mac Jones the contract. I mean, I guess you don't have to, but, you're probably in your best interest. Hey, you're going to be our starting quarterback.
Yeah,
Here's
but if you're going to give up
Fields
trade
money.
capital, like, you'd probably think that you would be doing it so you could pay him.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, and it's the same question I've been asking everybody I know, people I don't really know, for the last 3 months. Like, who likes this guy enough to pay to get him off the San Francisco 49ers? I mean, it's one question on who wants to pay this guy if he's available to all. It's another, because then you can at least wait and see if anyone else wants to get him. Maybe you get him cheaper than you thought you could if he's a free agent, but he isn't. So you have to trade for him. You have to give the San Francisco 49ers something. They have an injury-prone quarterback. They just had their season saved by Mac Jones. They're not terribly keen to find out what happens if a Curtis Rourke was in that situation this upcoming season. So I don't expect the trade. I don't disagree with the assessment that many give that it is in the Niners' best interest to move off of a backup quarterback so that they can better fill some of the roster holes on the team. Like, I don't disagree with that assessment. But at the same time, the most important position in football is quarterback. And in theory, then, the next most important position is backup quarterback. Like, if you don't have a good backup quarterback, you have nothing. And I don't think that anyone could trust Curtis Rourke to go out there and win the 49ers games the way that Mac Jones won them. As for the comp pick stuff, it will be interesting, but they only need to get a contract Mac only needs to get a contract that's in the top 5% of the league. Being a quarterback is going to probably get that job done in and of itself. I believe that's over $20 million. It's probably like 25 next year. So it might be right on the line there, but ultimately, he did enough this year that if he does nothing else moving forward, there might be somebody who is willing to throw some cash his way for a year or two to say, hey, help out our young guy, teach him the system, whatever. The NFL is so unpredictable. It'd be ridiculous to say one way or another if someone's really going to want Mac Jones next year. That's the gamble the Niners have to take. And I think that they feel more comfortable gambling on a comp pick than they do their 2026 season.
All right, real quick before we let you go, Dieter, since we're kind of touching on all the subjects and we're going to do a short Warrior segment coming up, what is the realistic offseason priority for this group? And don't say Giannis. And if you say Giannis, and if it's like Giannis or nothing, it's like, okay, maybe that is a discussion. But as far as right now, I'm thinking like, what I'm not going to do is overreact to the fact that, they were off to a great start at Madison Square Garden and then they lost the lead because all their 55 overall draft picks couldn't hold it against Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns. Like, yeah, like they are a very severely under-talented roster right now. That being said, they have a chance after this offseason to recoup and make something of a next season that could have them as a reasonably competitive team. So with that in mind, what should their goal be?
They should bring back Ponce de Leon from the dead and have him find the fountain of youth. That's what they should do. I'm very concerned about the concept of banking on Jimmy Butler to make this team whole in January of next year. I know that it's uncouth to say things like, I'm not betting on Jimmy Butler to look like Jimmy Butler again in the 2026-27 season. I know that's uncouth because he's Jimmy Butler and he's different and all that. But also, I am a man of equal age with far less tread on the tires than those guys have. And my body hurts all the time, and I'm not bouncing back the way I used to. I missed 2 hours of sleep last night with a 1-year-old, and today is completely cooked. So I have no idea how you bounce back from an ACL injury at 36, 37, and I hope to not find out. There's enough nice things on this roster that if you could somehow, some way, magically just sort of get all of them together to play basketball for like one glorious night, they might actually have a pretty nice team. I can see the vision there. The problem is they old as hell or young as hell, and that night is not coming until like January of next year, and who knows what horrible things could happen to the Golden State Warriors between now and then. But yeah, get a good draft pick. Is that an acceptable answer? Like just lose as often as possible and go full Sacramento Kings and get a good draft pick and give the fans something to get excited about for the 2030s.
I guess look, this is kind of the thing where it's like everybody's ahead of you on tanking. So you're not going for a top 10 pick, but at the same time, maybe getting a 12th overall pick could still help you more than otherwise.
Totally, 100%. It's a great draft for that. The people who follow draft stuff tell me. And I'll say this: I don't really trust anything that's going on in the league office. So Joe Lacob, start pushing some people around. Start making some calls. Start getting those envelopes cold. Because if it can happen to Dallas, it can certainly happen to the Golden State Warriors. I think that everyone knows why the NBA's TV ratings are in the dumps. It's because there's no Steph Curry. And if the NBA is looking to make good on some of these new partnerships, how about you give Steph Curry somebody to run with in the meantime until Jimmy Butler gets back, whatever the hell that might look like.
Dieter, always good catching up with you. That. But Krug, I'll let you go finish one more thought.
Yeah. Well, I like that. I like the conspiracy theory on the lottery.
Let's do it.
Dieter, on your way out the door, if you're John Lynch, is John Lynch more likely to give $10 million for Joey Bosa or to trade another draft choice to the Vikings and get a Jonathan Greenard?
Greenard sounds like he's costing a ton. I'm not sure how long that will stick because Minnesota is in a real cap hell, and at some point you're just going to have to take what's given. But they're asking, if you thought Mac Jones was getting a premium put on him, Jonathan Greenard's getting an insane premium, and Danielle Hunter's recent contract ain't helping matters in that regard. The more likely option is Joey Bosa. I don't understand why the Niners, other than friends and family and togetherness and brotherhood and all those good things, Joey Bosa, they don't need another 5-tech. They need someone who can rush the passer on third down so that Bosa can slide, Nick Bosa can slide to 5-tech. You have Mikel there, you got Osa at 1, and then you get somebody who can come around the edge with a little bit of bend and some speed. You need to replace the same thing you've needed to replace since D Ford got injured. You need to have a speed rusher that can come in on third downs. I'm not the biggest fan of these guys they call edges. I prefer defensive ends, somebody that you can put on the field on first and second down when the team's going to run the ball. But they do need some speed. They do need some bend. They do need a guy like a Leonard Floyd in his prime, or a guy like D Ford, or a guy like they've tried a bunch of them. A couple of them have worked out for a couple of minutes, but you got Sam Aquanu already. You got Keon White already. Nick Bosa can slide over to 5 on the. You already have Mikel Williams. Like you're good when it comes to edge setting defensive end, which is a crazy thought for the San Francisco 49ers, but they're good there. They need somebody who can get to the quarterback. So I'm thinking more of like a Hassan Reddick type, something like that, or even just going in the draft because hey, a lot of these defensive ends in the draft, it doesn't look like they'll be able to be 3-down contributors at the NFL level, but you let them pin their ears back and go after the quarterback. They seem to be able to do that at the college level. Tougher at the NFL to be sure, but 27 seems like a nice spot to get somebody like that. Maybe a Zion Young, maybe somebody else. So I'm not so sure about this Joey Bosa thing.
Dietz, not to interrupt you, but I'm seeing this just as we're talking here.
That's right.
Did it just happen? Did it just happen?
Yeah, this just happened. The 49ers are signing Christian Kirk, 1-year deal for $6 million.
Yep.
Former A&M player. This guy, once upon a time, Trent Baalke paid him far, far too much money to jump to Jacksonville in free agency. And he got kind of painted as like a bad player because he really had kind of a contract that didn't fit. But I think that's made people go too far the other way. I think this is a pretty good player who runs a good 40 and can separate. There's not a lot of receivers that can separate, and for 1 year at $6 million, it looks like the Niners might be out of the first round receiver category now.
Yes. And I would say that that's 100% true. It was already looking that way. It was already looking like it was going to be defensive end or offensive tackle after the Mike Evans signing. This is it. Now they know who their 3 receivers are going to be on third down, right? So on third down on offense, they know who's going to be out on the field. It's going to be Tonjes. It's going to be McCaffrey. It's going to be, the 5 offensive linemen and hopefully Brock Purdy. But then you're going to have Pearsall at Z. You're going to have Mike Evans at X, and you're going to have Christian Kirk working in the slot. And that frees up Kyle Shanahan now to not have to worry about getting Jordan Watkins ready. Jordan Watkins can now just train at X to be the backup to Evans. You can figure out some Zs. And by the way, Kirk can play all of those spots. He's actually a shockingly good X receiver because he's such a precise route runner. Kirk is just they needed to get another veteran. This is exactly the kind of veteran they want. He's coming from systems that he'll know exactly how to integrate. This is a very good signing for the 49ers. And yeah, 100%. I mean, I do think he's lost a step or two, but I thought he was really good for the Texans down the stretch last year. He's just been good on every team that he's been on, save for the Jaguars. So it's one of those things where it just makes all the sense in the world. And it gives a level of competence to the 49ers receiving group, which going into free agency, they had like no competence whatsoever. Going from basically Ricky Pearsall and a bunch of children, and Ricky ain't exactly the most experienced, to now having Mike Evans and Christian Kirk, guys who have been through the wars, and now having Pearsall be this sort of wild card at Z where you can move him around and do some fun stuff with him, get him off the line of scrimmage where he can't be bumped around. It's huge. It's a really nice signing, and it allows these young guys under Pearsall on the depth chart to figure out what it is they're good at and to not be thrown into the fire and have to figure it out on the fly, because the Niners offense wasn't going to go anywhere if you're playing Watkins or Cowing serious snaps on a regular basis to start the season. But it absolutely now puts the priority on defensive end or tackle, or we can even get crazy with cornerback or safety at the end of the first round. And I wouldn't be shocked at all if they traded down, Lair.
Yeah. That's a lot of possibilities. Very interesting maneuver this afternoon for sure. Deets, we always appreciate the knowledge, man. Keep it rolling, man.
Thanks, Dieter.
I'll keep this knowledge to myself. Thank you.
Dieter Kurtenbach, Bay Area News Group. You can hear him on These Sports later. He is a guy who's going to be all over the draft coming up. And I just got to say, Krug, if there's one thing, I kind of still holding out hope for KC Concepcion, because they got to go full Texas A&M Aggies here in this wide receiving core. Christian Kirk, Mike Evans, Concepcion. Okay, probably not now.
Seriously, that's not bad. I like the way you're thinking there. And Concepcion fits. I mean, but this guy gives them the downfield threat. Christian Kirk can really run. Dieter's right. He has lost a step or two since coming out of college, but once upon a time, he ran really, really well. I would say he's still very much a go pattern kind of a guy. You got Evans, you got him. Is Pearsall going to be here or not? We don't know. But this definitely takes the pressure off of the Cowings and the Watkinses of the world to perform. It's like these guys, before until they got Evans and Kirk, they were going to need Watkins and Cowing to show up and produce and play. Now it's like, hey, if those guys don't show up and don't produce, they're not going to play and they might not make the roster. So they went from depending on these guys to they're there, but they're really not depending on them. And I think that's probably a good situation.
Well, let's react a little bit further to this signing when we come on back. Then we'll close it out with some sounds of the weekend. Christian Kirk, 1 year, $6 million coming over to join this wide receiving core for the 49ers. It's Papa and Silver with Krug on the Sports Leader.
time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Let's get your week started on this Monday with Steve Moskowitz. It is getting to be that time of year where you got to sort out your taxes. And so, Steve, if you are one of the people out there stressing because you can't pay your taxes, how can you handle that situation?
We have so many good solutions for you. Here it is, March 16th. We have about a month until it's April 15th. And I know people are stressing they can't pay their taxes. And some people say, you know, Steve, it's not just this April 15th, but last April 15th and the April 15th before that. That's okay. There's so many good deals. Whether you qualify to just pay part, if you qualify to get the penalties forgiven, sometimes penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or if we need to make some monthly payments, that's okay too, in amounts you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. We do all this for you. Or maybe the bill is wrong. There's a lot of other maybes too. We go over everything with you. We have a free consultation. We listen to you. We know the kids have to be fed. We know you have to live. We want to strike a deal that works just fine. And then you can have back a normal life and not be looking over your shoulder. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Picking up the phone goes a long way to call Steve Moskowitz. Just dial 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAXDEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. While the economy is unpredictable, your retirement income doesn't have to be. A solid plan is the key to success and peace of mind. Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Here's Colt McCoy, a play action to counter. A lot of time. Deep shot downfield caught. Christian Kirk streaking into 49er territory. Finally run down by the new safety duo of Tavon Wilson and Talanoa Hufanga. But Kirk goes for 50 yards over the top.
Yeah, you knew it was just a matter of time, up 14 points, that Arizona was going to take a shot down the field. And that's where Christian Kirk is really good with that speed and the over route.
2021 Arizona Cardinals 50 yards for Christian Kirk. And it was just announced at the end of our last segment as Krug broke it to both Dieter and I via Jordan Schultz that the 49ers have agreed to a 1-year, $6 million contract with Christian Kirk, most recently of the Houston Texans, to help wind out this wide receiving unit. So still a long way to go in this offseason, but as it stands, the top 6 receivers for the 49ers list as Mike Evans, Ricky Pearsall, Demarcus Robinson, Christian Kirk, Jacob Cowling, and Jordan Watkins. And I think for this contract, and particularly Krug, at a position where guys can get paid a lot of money really quickly, 1 year, $6 million for a veteran that is just still relatively savvy. He helped a guy like CJ Stroud in terms of being able to separate, even if the on paper wouldn't be able to necessarily give you that kind of image. I think Dieter used the right word. This is a much more competent unit than going into free agency, because if you were looking at biggest needs, I think it was probably the singular area that required the most help. And I know everyone wants to say offensive line all the time. Well, hey, now you got some good solutions at wide receiver, and you still have the potential to maybe draft a guy or two and add more.
Yeah, I think this is a really underrated signing. I really do. One, this guy is a late bloomer. He went to Texas A&M. He got drafted by the Cardinals. They had Josh Rosen. He went to Jacksonville. They had a young version of Trevor Lawrence. He went to Houston. And CJ Stroud is just a young player who's very, struggled. And this is a late bloomer player. But if you watched the way this guy played at the end of the year against New England in the playoffs, he had 2 catches for 20 yards and a touchdown. Oh. Against the Steelers in the wild card round, Christian Kirk caught 8 balls for 144 yards and a touchdown in the playoffs. He had his bust-out performance this year in the playoffs. He's entering his age 30 year. He ran 4.47 coming out of A&M. Not the biggest receiver, 5'11", 200 pounds. But this guy is a late bloomer, and he's always had talent. I don't think he's ever played with a good quarterback. Josh Rosen, Kyler Murray, young Trevor Lawrence, young C.J. Stroud. I don't think he's really ever played on a team with a quarterback who really has a good passing attack with all kinds of weapons. Now he's got Mike Evans probably drawing doubles on the other side. I bet you anything Christian Kirk winds up being a very, very nice signing.
Yeah, and look, as we kind of noted with Dieter, this also gives you a little bit of breathing room on the Watkins-Cowling front, to where Cowling didn't play a snap last year because he was hurt, and Watkins looked really nice in the preseason, but we all remember the high ankle sprain he suffered in that first game and never really saw his way to the field after that, outside of like 1 catch he had in the entirety of the season. Now it just gives you a chance to train those guys and see if they can be nice depth pieces rather than expecting it going into OTAs and training camp of like, okay, you got to come along. You got to have a grasp on the offense and be able to figure it out right away. If they can, that's great. And you have the options, because I think that as much as I love the Evans signing, I think counting on him for, 13 plus games is a bit of a gamble with where he's at in his career and the type of injuries that he has suffered. Ricky Pearsall is someone that, for various reasons, but particularly last year in the PCL kind of nagging, you got to be able to see it to believe it, that he can get you through a full season. And so now you have a little bit extra depth pieces, and Christian Kirk can kind of be that somewhat of a security blanket in the way, not saying he's the same type of player as Jawan Jennings, but in the way that Jennings was that security blanket for the wide receiver room. Maybe Kirk can be somewhat more of that role as a veteran now that if Evans or Pearsall has some injury concerns at various points during the season.
I think it's also kind of a statement from Kyle Shanahan that, you know what, no more rookie receivers. Pearsall hasn't done squat. Jordan Watkins hasn't done anything. Cowing's done even less. No more rookie receivers. The level of the layers of complexity between the college game and the pro game at the receiver position, it's night and day. So I don't, you could get a great rookie receiver, but he may not come of age till his third year. For every Randy Moss, there's a bunch of guys who weren't very good as rookies. So I just think I'm looking at this year, they could have gone rookie. They could have gone rookie receiver. But now they bring in Christian Kirk, veteran, Mike Evans, veteran. If they wind up making a trade, they could bring in another veteran receiver. I think they're kind of done with the rookie receiver thing. I think it's too rife with issues. And those guys sometimes they take a year, sometimes they take 3 years. And Shanahan probably doesn't have 3 years to figure out that some first round pick that he took in the, at receiver is going to fulfill his potential. So now I kind of think with the addition of Greenlaw, I don't think linebacker is and they brought back Gifford. And you look at the additions there. I don't think linebacker is probably the call. I don't think wide receiver is probably the call in the first round. So, now with Osa there, do you really need the rusher defensive tackle? Probably not. So you're kind of looking at either a corner, a safety, or a defensive end on defense. I guess you could go tight end or guard or tackle, maybe on offense.
I'm still in favor of taking a tackle, because if Trent and the 49ers get this thing resolved, as Dieter anticipates happening in the next few days, then you still got to have a contingency plan for when Trent Williams does end up walking away.
Right.
Yeah.
So tackle, maybe they go offensive tackle. But, it's funny, Chris Furster is on record as saying, hey, look, if you draft offensive linemen in the first round, they take time to develop, and more times than not, you're back the next year drafting more offensive linemen in the first round again. So my guess is it's either edge or defensive back. And there's some really interesting defensive backs. This Emmanuel McNeil Warren from Toledo is a very special player. Dylan Thieneman from Oregon, after he ran in the 4.3s, a lot of people feel like he's a very special player. Pons, D'Angelo Pons, who played for the national champion Indiana Hoosiers, very special corner, albeit a small player, but he's 43-inch vertical. He runs in the 4.3s. I mean, he's very special. So corner, safety, defensive end, offensive line. Those are probably your first round options.
All right, so Christian Kirk, 1 year, $6 million. He did play 13 games last year, started 3. 28 receptions, 239 yards, 1 touchdown. But then, as you noted, Krug, in the playoffs, he had the 2 catches for 20 yards and a touchdown in the game they lost, in which C.J. Stroud was just all around disastrous. And then, 8 catches for 145 yards in the wild card round against the Steelers? Wow.
Yeah, and a touchdown.
Wow.
So he scored 8 for 144 and a touchdown in the wild card round, then came back with 2 for 20 yards and a touchdown against New England. So, maybe he's coming into his own. I mean, he's always been a talented receiver. Brock Purdy's probably the best quarterback he's ever played with. Does seem very, it seems like they'd rather have the veteran than the rookie. So, this guy's very talented. 4.4 speed, 35.5-inch vertical coming out, 9.7 in the broad jump, 7.09 in the 3-cone. These are all really good numbers. 20 reps on the bench coming out. So he's very strong. Interesting signing today for sure.
All right, 808 KNBR, our number to join the conversation. We'll come back, get a little sounds of the weekend, and what a busy weekend it was on various different fronts. So let's talk all about that. It's Poppin' Silver with Larry Krueger on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
And about 20 minutes to go here on this Monday. It is Papa and Silver. Great to have Larry Krueger in with us. We just reacted to the 49ers adding yet another wide receiver, 1 year, $6 million. Christian Kirk coming from the Texans as a free agent. Now joining Kyle Shanahan and Mike Evans and another Texas A&M Aggie on the squad. Got some sounds from all around the weekend as we've been reacting to a little bit of everything. And we got to start it with the World Baseball Classic because the darlings of it all, Krug. Yeah, I know. We got into Team USA. We got into the ABS. We got into Karl Anthony Towns saying that was some BS on the strike three call. But Team Italy is not quite as controversial. They are undefeated. They've got our guys Ned Coletti and Ron Wotus. And here's the Italian final call for Team Italy reaching the semifinal. They'll take on Venezuela tonight at 5 o'clock for the right to face the Americans tomorrow in the championship.
Può esserci un'occhiata in seconda, caricamento, batte Rosario, alza una volata,
cadi dentro,
verso Morabito, sì!
L'Italia vola a Miami, l'Italia è in semifinale al World Baseball Classic, è tutto vero Italia!
Wow! Prima volta nella storia in semifinale con tanta sofferenza, ma è anche giusto così. Vanno a fare i complimenti a Ned Coletti, ma complimenti a tutti i ragazzi. Erano in vantaggio netto 8-2, poi finisce 8-6, ma finisce 8-6, finisce. L'Italia batte anche Porto Rico che non aveva mai battuto in questo torneo. E la storia, sopra la storia che si aggiunge alla storia. E andiamo oltre.
I know Papa's somewhere listening. Like, you guys want me to translate all that for you? I got you. But no, like, Krug, what is it about international calls that are always so much fun to listen to? I would just say just the sheer energy. But, like, we're coming to that point.
Italians?
Thank you, Jimmy. We are talking Italians. and, like, we're getting to that point with baseball season coming around. You know, we saw the Korean broadcasts when Jung-Hoo Lee did something big. Getting to hear those calls, that was probably my favorite part of any big Jung-Hoo Lee highlight because of just how much energy you hear from the broadcast, even if you can't understand what they're saying word for word. Or in the case of the Italian language right there, it was like, 95% of words for words, except for when they went like World Baseball Classic. So, but no, like, this is huge for Italy. And I think the WBC has been absorbed in different ways of how invested everybody is in this one for the U.S., but there's no doubt that these other countries, it means so much to them, and it's really fun to watch.
It's funny listening to that. Takes me back to my youth. My grandmother was from Genoa, and whenever we were, we spent lots of time at grandma's house as a little boy. Whenever she didn't want you to know what she was talking about, she would just talk in Genovese, and so there was many times I was sitting there at the lunch table at grandma's house, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, she's talking Italian. So it was, but Team Italy is yet to lose, right?
They have not lost. They're undefeated.
I may wager a little bit on Ned Coletti's bunch this year. Or tonight. I like the way Team Italy. First of all, Team Italy, Ned, has got there's a lot of good players there, but there's a lot of good coaches there as well. Francisco Cervelli, I think, is a really underrated manager. I've always liked him. So yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe Team Italy against the U.S. in the final. Wouldn't that be something?
That'd be incredible. Little Ron Wotus showdown. And yeah, so 415 on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line says, Ned Coletti, our guy, he's a dog. Okay, I said our guy in the sense of both of them were guests on Murph and Marcus the last week, I believe. Or maybe they reached out to Ned. Either way, hey, I'm Team Wotus. He was texting me glass emojis of red wine. So him in the Pasquatch, I'll be paying attention to. Krug's guy. All right, let's move over to the college basketball side of things. Selection Sunday did go down, and we're going to get the madness. Now, last year, it was a little bit of a letdown of a tournament in the sense that not only was it all four number one seeds that made up the Final Four, just the games themselves didn't have quite the same amount of drama as we usually get in a March Madness tournament. So I guess in a weird way, Krug, maybe that's the beauty of it, where you got to earn it. Like, not every time it's a given that it's going to be something incredible, but this is a 31-1 team of Miami of Ohio who won out throughout the regular season, and then the conference tournament starts, and boom, they lose their first game. And then the big storyline is, will they get allowed in the tournament? Because if you're a mid-major school in a mid-major conference, usually it's just win your conference tournament, and that decides your fate, yes or no. Well, Miami of Ohio did find out that they would get in, but they got to do it the hard way. As a play-in 11 seed, here's the sound from Selection Sunday yesterday.
Their opponent will be who emerges from Dayton between Miami, Ohio, and SMU.
That's the team everybody's been waiting on, Miami, Ohio, in the tournament. We now know who the last 4 at-large teams, North Carolina State, Texas, SMU. Miami, Ohio was the last at-large team selected. They were 1 spot away, Bruce, from not being in this tournament.
All right, Krug, so here's where I'm at. And I'm not going to get into the analytics of the quad 1, quad 2 victories, strength of schedule. Ken Palm says this. If you're 31-1, then give them a swing at the plate. I'm not saying that Miami of Ohio is expected to be one of the best teams in the country, but they went 31-1, and they I guess they didn't win their conference tournament. That is correct. You also have 68 teams in this tournament. I think you can give 1 spot, which they did yesterday, and they're making them do it the hard way. By the way, they got to play in the first 4 just to be an 11 seed that can play a 6. You deserve a swing at the plate. That's all I'm saying. So I'm looking forward to watching it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they had been left out, that would have been very unsatisfying. You got enough teams where you can throw them in there. My final 4, I'm going Virginia, Purdue, Houston, and Duke.
Ooh.
And I'm going with the Boilermakers to cut down the nets against Houston. Where is the Final 4 this year?
The Final 4 is in Indianapolis.
Yeah. So it'll be very popular. Purdue will have a bunch of. It will almost be the Final 4 might be almost like a home field advantage for Purdue. So I'm going to say Purdue, who just smoked Michigan in the conference final. I'm going to say Purdue gets it done.
All right, let's play.
Boilermakers win it all.
All right, so you got Purdue. I'll give you my prediction in just a second, but we actually have another piece of sound, and sometimes the madness of March, you just realize that the basketball gods decide to do crazy things, and sometimes they're just fully with you or against you in ways you can't necessarily explain. Cal Baptist is going to the tournament for the first time in their program's history. They were up by 2 points late against Utah Valley in their conference tournament championship game. Utah Valley going up for a game-tying dunk. Here's how it played out. Cal Baptist enter the dance.
For Linhart. A screen from Davis. He rolls, puts it up for Davis. He missed the dunk. CBU says save the last dance for me. CBU wins the final WAC championship to go to the tournament for the first time in program history.
So the visual on that was a little alley-oop pass, and big man went up for the slam that would have tied the game. CBU would have gotten a last shot attempt. They didn't need it. He missed the dunk, and CBU, for the first time in program history, gets into the tournament as a 13 seed. Now, if anyone is looking to fill out their brackets and just believes in the magic and the madness of March, that might be one where I'm thinking, hey, I don't know that much about that many teams, but just by the sheer sake of the basketball gods, do I continue this meant to be kind of run and go a 13 over a 4? Cal Baptist, give it up for them.
You know, I love the tournament. I think the tournament is one of the best sporting events of the year. I don't even care if the teams are not identifiable. It doesn't matter if they're not household names. I just love the tournament. And I'll say this, to me, if I could pick a sporting event to go to me, when you can buy those tickets to the college basketball thing where you get like, I don't know if I want 8, if I want 4 games in one day, that might be a little bit much. When you can get the 2 games back to back, I mean, that's pretty cool. I got to be honest. When you go to an NCAA tournament thing and you get the first game and then there's like a 20-minute, 30-minute break and then you get the second game, that's a really cool sporting event. Now, my brother has bought tickets for his boys to go up to Arco, or I guess now maybe Golden One, for when they've had the first round.
Yeah.
It's a 4-game slate.
Yep.
Where you're playing at 2 and noon or 10 and 2 or 10 and noon and 12 and 10 and noon and 2 and 4, I guess, are the breakdown. Maybe it's even later. Maybe there's a break in there. But I mean, I've never done that, but that seems like it would be really cool too. As a kid, I loved going to giant doubleheaders. Loved it.
Doubleheaders were the best, man. And for that reason, going to March Madness, when you get 4 in a day, you don't even have to stay for all 4 to feel like you're getting your money's worth. It's like, cool, let me enjoy the end of one. Maybe there's a game you really want to highlight as the marquee one that you're going for. And then if all goes well and your team wins and then you're still feeling good about the tournament, I'll stay and watch more. It's one big old party, and it's happening Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the first 2 rounds. All right, so you like a team out of the West region to take it all, to cut down the nets. That's Purdue. I also like a team out of the West region, but I'm not going to get too cute with this one. I've been converted by somewhat of force and somewhat of coercion, and maybe a blessing if the Arizona Wildcats can get this one done here, Krug. Let's take me back to our last piece of sound. Friday, Arizona, Iowa State, Big 12 tournament semifinal. Final 11 possessions of this game were buckets. Milan Momcilovic for Iowa State and Anthony Del Orso for Arizona were flamethrowers from beyond the arc. And then it was the Big 12 Player of the Year, Jaden Bradley, which got the last laugh for the game-winning bucket at the buzzer. Danny, let's roll it.
Finds Lipsy. 5 to shoot. Tie game! Tame and Lipsy for 3. They're going to play it out. Remember, it's not just the first shot, it's the offensive rebound. Bradley trying to do it himself. Oh. He does! He hit it! They will look at it to make sure that it beat the clock, but Jaden Bradley appears to have won it for Arizona.
And Arizona is a number 1 seed. They are the number 2 overall seed. Duke takes that category at number 1. But look, I mean, I got to say, it was an incredible game. Great way to spend a Friday afternoon. And I had to wear this hat for our resident Sun Devils, Jack Loader and Austin Scott here in the office today. And even Jack admitted, he said, look, the end of that game between Arizona and Iowa State, that was basketball nirvana. That was his words. So game, respect, game. We'll see if they can get it done.
I think Arizona's got a tough road, though, man. I mean, I don't know about their first-round opponent, but potentially Utah State in the second round. Utah State's good. Arkansas, you're getting Calipari's Arkansas team in the next round. That's going to be a challenge. Then you get the Gonzaga-Purdue, most likely, the Gonzaga-Purdue winner, most likely. And then you probably get I have them going up against Virginia in the national semi. I don't know. That's going to be tough. That is going to be tough. If Arizona gets to the Final Four, they will have earned it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a tough road for everybody, and they had a really brutal non-conference schedule this year, so I've been hurt many, many times as a fan of the Gauchos, as a fan of Cal, as a fan of some of our teams in the Bay Area who've had our hearts broken. But you know what? You get back up, you do it again, and you always find a way to get yourself hyped up when the time comes. So let's do it. Bear down, go Cats. That's my pick.
I like it. Hey, did Cal with Kidd beat Duke?
Yes.
They did, yeah.
They did.
With Randy Duck back then in the boys. Was this under Bozeman?
I think it was Bozeman. But they did beat Duke to get to the Sweet 16. I do know that much. So,
well, I'm rooting hard for Santa Clara. Santa Clara is in this battle. They get a tough matchup too. So Santa Clara, I think, is going to be in for it. But Santa Clara is pretty good. St. Mary's, rooting for Santa Clara, rooting for St. Mary's.
Well, we did not beat the buzzer. We are a little bit behind, so let's go ahead, take our final break. Then we'll sign it off and give it over to Dirty Work. It is Papa and Silver with Krug, wrapping it up on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great, and I do mean great, Susan Slusser of the SF Chronicle. She joined Murph and Carrie Crowley this morning and gave her biggest takeaways from spring training to this point. You can catch that podcast and more on the Sports Leader app and thesportsleader.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, that'll do it for us. Go fill out your brackets. Go become fake experts. And if you're a real expert, go help your people out there. Krug, always a pleasure. Appreciate you hanging out with me, and we will catch up real soon, my friend.
Anytime, bro. Always great to rap with you.
Let's do it. All right. Thank you to our guests today, Joe Rizzo and Dieter Kurtenbach. Thank you to Danny Dunn, as always. And let's get it over to Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb for a Monday edition of Dirty Work. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And wow, I just sound way cooler with an outro with this music in the background. Take it away.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59. We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb, soon as Dan Dunn gets that lovable mug out of my face, man. I love that guy.
So different than Walt.
I love looking at this guy's face.
Look
dude.
at him.
Makes
Look
me
at this
happy.
kid.
Makes me happy, man, to see him.
Look at that smile.
I know, there he is.
When you growing the beard out, though,
yeah.
Dan? Dan, when
Oh,
do you...
go to hell. When's the beard back, Dan?
That's more of a winter thing, huh? Springtime.
Yeah, it's a little hot for a beard, don't you think?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
Springtime for Danny's beard.
I was like, where are you going with this one?
I'm not going to sing the other part.
We got a full show for you today with you until 6 o'clock. We will be in the East Bay at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark on Friday. We'll tell you more about that a little bit later. But that means we're going to I think we're getting some Dan on the board on Friday. Right, Dan?
I think we're getting Dan on the board.
Thursday and Wednesday?
Yep.
Oh, dude, because Tim's off, right?
Tim's off, so we get him starting Wednesday. We won't have much of a show on Wednesday because we're taking the Dodgers and Giants.
Wait, what time is that a night game or a day game?
That's a day game at 1:05, I believe.
So Wednesday I get to come in late?
Yep.
So I'm just hanging.
Oh, yeah.
So you mean I can get after
It's a short show. It's a short show with shorts, I believe, on Wednesday.
Well, I'm wearing shorts today. I think
I'll be with you on Wednesday wearing shorts.
I think it's my first shorts day of the year at work.
It calls for it. It's beautiful outside.
It's beautiful out.
Beautiful weekend.
We're getting like legendary heat wave, I think, coming to the Bay Area.
Oh, dude, the East Bay, it was brutal, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah, and into next week. Anyway, beautiful weather in the Bay. We'll be out at Newark at Jack's Restaurant on Friday. Danny will be on the board. Danny, now I noticed when I was gone, like you put a whole bunch of bells and whistles on for Derek and Krug when I wasn't here. Do we get to play some fun games at your behest while Tim is out?
Yeah, we'll do some Danny's Double Dips with you. The last time I believe I was doing a show with you, Danny's Double Dips didn't exist, so that's a brand new feature.
So I'm saying all of a sudden Danny's got new dips to whip out, dude.
I love the alliteration, but at the same time, like Danny's Double Dip is actually a triple dip.
It's actually a triple dip.
Yeah.
One more question here for Dan, because we were discussing it the other day. Danny, because you came up in conversation, is ketchup your number one condiment, being that you will eat it straight from packet to mouth?
Tim's here. Let's get going.
Oh, that's a yes.
Yeah, he doesn't want to.
But also,
I don't want to talk more pack to mouth.
Danny Dunn playing with fire today. Literally, he got some Wingstop, and apparently his flavor of choice was Atomic. Now I usually go Atomic as well, but not at work, my friend. That is dangerous.
Yeah, I think you guys make too big of a deal of like. I don't. If I know a food item messes up my stomach,
yeah,
I wouldn't really eat it often anyway. There's not really many food items that I think are. Like we joke about,
it's so good.
Well, we joke about Taco Bell. Like, yeah, everybody's got the feeling of Taco.
Yeah.
But it doesn't like make my stomach turn over. Like I'm not like, oh boy, I'm gonna crap my pants now that I had a cheesy gordita crunch.
You got a better digestive system than me, my friend.
I think I probably do because like you and like we joke with Tom. Tom will get that like tikka masala burrito.
Yeah,
before.
and I was like, ooh.
We were like, geez, dude, that's heavy.
You're calling a game too.
Then again, I just
hey Tim, you got the next couple of quarters
I
here.
just had some rice and tikka masala for lunch though.
Yeah,
not bad.
No, but when you make it in a burrito, that's a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. And here's my thing is I just don't eat big amounts in one sitting anyway. I'm more of a grazer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Jay Grazer is what they call me.
Jay Grazer?
Yeah.
Max Crosby's not coming back.
Yeah, dude. And Copes is going to eat that burrito in four or five stops. You know what I mean? He's like breaking news on football.
Yeah,
and he's saying.
And also food.
And also Copes is going to eat that burrito over like 6 to 7 hours. Probably.
Yeah, we'll see when A.J. Brown's traded. And also Derek can work out the pink taco.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're not going to be able to work here. This is for real athletes. Anyway, so I don't really, my food doesn't, or my stomach doesn't really turn over due to food items. Like, I'm not really ever concerned about eating something specific before the show.
I know myself now where if I eat hot wings, it's going to be trouble the next day.
The next day?
Yep. And the next day.
Well, you also got to know where you're getting them from. Like, Danny's probably eaten enough Wingstop that he knows what he's getting with the Atomic.
But Atomic's nothing to mess around with.
He also got it at the end of his shift. He hasn't even eaten it yet.
Yeah, so he's got plenty of time. Are you off
also
tomorrow?
only had 2 boneless Atomics.
Okay, but you're also off tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
So you got
I'll be fine.
You got all day to deal with your toilet problems.
You're not ordering food for lunch today based on whether you work tomorrow, are you?
Sometimes. When I was working at NFL Network, I didn't work every day. I'm like, well, tonight's a Wingstop night.
That's incredible.
Tonight's an Arby's night.
Okay, right. Extra horsey sauce on that.
Yeah,
dude.
exactly.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We'll be with you until 6 o'clock tonight. We do have a couple of guests joining us. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic's going to join us.
Missed him on Friday.
We missed him on Friday. Alyssa Liu. He was following her around, part of her entourage last week.
He was also following around Steph Curry of Del Curry.
Right. Well, he did an interview with them.
Yes.
The Athletic show. They do a video podcast now where he sat with Del and Steph and talked a lot about Steph and kind of where he's going remainder of his career. It doesn't sound like Steph is thinking retirement, at least not yet, according to some of his own comments. So we'll talk more about all that stuff. Team USA advances to the WBC final. All right, cool.
Yeah, just okay.
Yeah, does anybody else really care that much? It's been fun to watch.
Fun.
I'll tell you this. It's fun to watch because it's fun to get baseball that means something.
Yeah.
Almost immediately. Like, again, it has some juice. It's better than spring training. It'll be more meaningful almost than, like, watching games the first weekend in May. You know what I'm saying? Like, because baseball's a big build-up to opening day. Awesome, we got opening day, opening series, a lot of fun, pageantry, excitement. Then you get the home openers for teams you didn't know. But it goes on for about a week, and then you're just kind of in it. And you kind of wait until the All-Star time. And then you come up for air at All-Star, and after that, things really heat up. But baseball is such a slog and such a grind. Don't get me wrong, I'm for it.
Yeah.
I love that grind.
Oh, yeah.
But it's
that grind.
I would agree that there's a, when do stats mean something to you? When do you, it's a war of attrition is a baseball season. So it's much different getting these games. But I was talking about it with like a couple of our digital guys out there with Austin and with Jack, saying Team USA is now into the championship game. They will have played 7 games when it's all said and done. That's it. So it's like, I don't know if I ever felt even an affinity for the team in 7 games. I got hyped more for watching my guy, Logan Webb, pitch than for really any other moment, even yesterday.
Yeah.
I was more excited in watching Logan Webb pitch on Friday than I was anything else. And even then, you and I went and watched the game on Friday.
Yeah, it was fun.
But we were just kind of paying attention. It wasn't like anybody was super
different.
into it. It's fun that it's on, and I like having it. I'd rather have it than not have it.
Yeah.
But to your point on Friday about it being the biggest game Logan Webb's ever pitched, like, I don't care as much as I care about a Friday night start against the Dodgers at any point in the season.
Of course not.
Because
it doesn't mean as much. Like you and I were at, what was it, Louis on Saturday or Friday?
Yeah,
we were watching the game, and people were half paying attention. If this was Logan Webb going up against the Dodgers, then the whole bar is paying attention to that.
By the way, he shoved. He only allowed 10 guys put the ball in play against him in his 2 starts, and 8 of them hit it on the ground. He was brilliant. And by the way, finishes with a 0.69 ERA over his 2 starts.
Not bad.
Like to see that. That boy Logan. So
not bad.
America's ace.
Yeah, and it was fun watching last night. A little controversial with the last strikeout there, but I don't know. We get into the whole ABS system and everything. I honestly think that it's kind of a judgment call when it comes to strikes and balls. But if that leads to us having that moment in the postseason where it's like, all right, let's review that, and then there actually is a runner on first, and I'm like, what are we doing here? That's a little much.
Well, it does make me laugh. It does make me laugh that we spent, and we'll talk more about the ABS stuff, but it makes me laugh that I was a fan of the wild card game. I think that's the best iteration of playoff baseball we had in my lifetime.
Yeah.
Is that we got
the single elimination when you're talking about?
5 teams from each league make it, and the AL and NL, where you get the 3 division winners and then 2 wild cards.
Yeah.
1 game playoff, winner goes on to the next round. It gave an immediate feel of, oh my gosh, like a game 7. And the wild card game was fun. And ultimately what happens is every team that loses it bitches and moans and cries. And I know the A's went like 0-3 in those games. The Giants went 2-0 in those games. You end up in the situation where everybody goes, oh, that's not the way baseball's meant to be played. You played 162 just to get played 1 game and that's it. And I go, well, yeah, but you played 162 to win a division. And now we do that and you win the division and you don't get anything for it except playing a 3-game best of 3 series where you're at home.
Yeah.
Unless you're the top 2 teams. And that same argument is not had by anybody else because you get a 3-game playoff, which I think is lame.
Right.
I'm like, give some merit to winning the division. And that's why if you don't like it, win your division. If not, you're going to play in that wild card game and you try to get hot. What's funny now is we're going to play a 1-game series to determine the best team in the world.
Yeah.
And everybody's okay with it. I'm like, that's not really how baseball's meant to be played.
No, it's not.
But again, we're playing it this time of year, which means it's never going to reach the level of the Olympics. It's never going to reach the level of the World Cup because you're not getting everybody who can play in the World Cup is leaving their club team, and it's in the offseason for a lot of these, to go play. If you're playing in the African Cup of Nations, where their summer is the reverse of what we get for England and the UK, all those African players, Cameroon, and all those they all leave their club teams and go play in the African Cup of Nations. In baseball, it's just like most everybody's American, a lot of Dominicans, a lot of Venezuelans, some Japanese and whatnot, but basically everybody's American. So they're not all just going to leave because there wouldn't be enough, there not enough spots anyway. And even all the best Americans don't decide to go play in the WBC. We got one start of Tarek Skubal because they're like, well, he's too valuable to us, though not valuable to pay him as much as the other starter that we paid this offseason.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's what's so bizarre about this. It's never going to reach that level. So I don't know. Maybe it's as popular as it will be here. I think it's even more popular globally. I think the USA winning it is probably better for everybody else.
Yeah.
I think USA winning it diminishes the value of it in the U.S. Because I think nobody will, again, USA winning it will make everybody go, yeah, that's kind of what was supposed to happen. Yeah. Everybody here, if they don't win it, then we're like, how did we lose that? That's ridiculous.
I just think there's not a strong interest for it right now where, like a year ago, yes, you had Mike Trout going up against Shohei Ohtani. We're not going to have that matchup. I mean, I'm rooting for USA versus Team Italy to have that, matchup with Ron Wotus and everybody, Ned Coletti, but it's just not the same. And you could definitely tell the Dominican Republic values this thing way more than Team USA
I felt worse for them than I felt happy for the Americans last night. I mean,
Julio Rodriguez going on record saying, I'd rather win a WBC than a World Series for the Seattle Mariners. That's saying a lot.
Well, dude, and then he's got his Mariner teammate Cal Raleigh over there, won't talk to anybody. I mean, won't high five anybody. You saw it?
I did.
Randy Arozarena, Team Mexico, was playing in that game last week in Houston, stepped up to
He refused to talk to me?
You didn't see this whole thing was all over social media like last Wednesday.
I didn't see it.
Arozarena goes up to bat, and Cal Raleigh, he goes to like dap up his dude, Cal Raleigh, and Cal Raleigh wouldn't do it. And there was something between them, and after the game, then neither of them would talk anymore. And Raleigh was like, "Hey, man, I love my guys. My brother Arozarena didn't want to talk about it. It's a whole thing. This all last week. This is one of the biggest drama things that come out of the WBC. But yeah, people are like, no, don't try to high five Cal Raleigh while the big dumper's looking to win a WBC.
Just give him a pat on the butt.
The big dumper, dude.
That's a big dumper.
By the way,
there.
did you see who DeRosa had give the pump up speech Friday before the Logan Webb start? You didn't see this?
No.
Dude, there's video. It's like in the WBC locker room, dude. Team USA. DeRosa got the dude from SEAL Team 6 who claims to have killed Bin Laden.
Oh, that's a get. It's a hell of a get.
I saw this and I was like, what the hell is this? I was like, there's got to be some moral code against doing this, right? Whatever this guy's doing.
I mean, well, dude, the analogies,
Murph
plenty.
had a good line to me on Saturday. Murph was like, dude, what? Like Cal Ripken wasn't available?
Yeah, seriously.
I was like, why do we? Dude, they had like what's his name? Dominican Dandy. Had like Juan Marichal out there pumping up the Dominican team. And we got the dude from SEAL Team 6. Holy crap.
Well, he knows his audience.
I was like, what's this about, man? Yeah, but then again, did Marichal kill Bin Laden? No.
No, that's true.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. 49ers have made another signing. Christian, don't call me Charlie Kirk, signs with the 49ers. What? I'm the bad guy?
No, it's bound to happen.
All right. We got the sound, too, from Stephen A., and we will get to that. We're not the first ones to do that.
No, we're not.
Christian.
And we won't be the last either.
Christian. Dude, as much as I mixed up, we talked Mike Evans and Trent Williams all last week.
Mike Williams.
How many times did I say Mike Williams?
About 5.
The Charlie Kirk thing's coming. Christian Kirk is a 49er. He signs for 1 year, $6 million. I like taking a shot on him. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Holland. Will you have enough money in the bank when it's time to retire? That's the big question that's keeping you up at night. Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KNBR for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb.
I'll find the button, okay?
Will you, Tim?
I'll find it.
Tim, will you admit to being checked out already?
Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
I don't
a lot of buttons.
Pushing my buttons already. Tim's going to be off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You're leaving Wednesday to go to... You're taking Wednesday off?
Yeah, I'm taking Wednesday, and I'm also taking Monday of next week.
4 days.
Jesus Christ, dude.
No, we had our break. It's time for Tim to do his thing.
You went to Lubbock. You went to
Tim is off
Burma.
Tim was off last Friday. Or
No, I
2
wasn't.
Fridays ago.
Hold on. I did not go to
You
Lubbock.
took time off and you didn't go to Lubbock, dude. You went to Paris, Texas.
Not quite.
Tim, I mean,
I took the one comp day, yeah, because, you know, that's you know what they say, if you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah.
So it was
I
one
have
of
heard that. I have heard that
You
before.
also, you took that day off to get your Tesla.
Yeah, that was in October.
Yeah.
Actually, in September, technically.
So you took no Christmas vacation. I know.
Not really.
No?
You know, I think I was gone a couple of days while you were gone.
Well, neither did I.
All right, yeah. Neither did Derek, right?
Yeah, I know.
Just a little bit delayed, that's all. No, this is...
Jews work during the holidays.
This is every year, the Tim Webb excursion for March Madness gambling. I don't think I've missed one March Madness since I graduated college, so we're going strong here.
Yeah. You're not married, are you?
No.
No, I didn't think so. I mean, you don't miss one, you get 1 week. I mean, that's a tough thing to get away for 4 to 5 days for a buddies weekend of college hoops every year.
Soak it in, man.
Is B. Smith going? Primetime
B.
Smith?
Smith will be there. My good pal Scott Ryman, Mr. What do we call him? Mr. Pacers or Pacer guy.
Pacer
will be there.
guy?
Mr. Pacers is
Colts guy?
Mr. Pacers, my father.
Please.
Call me Pacer guy. Mr. Pacers is my father.
We were going to call him if Alec Pierce signed with the 49ers, but
He
alas.
did not. I think he's stoked that he did not.
Yes.
I think he's thrilled he probably stayed there. Are you getting a little? Now I've run into Tim before in Tahoe. Well,
My brother's going to be there. It's going to be good.
Oh,
and
nice.
he was with
Nice.
he was with B. Smith and he was once with Brian Peacock when I ran into him.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
Peacock. A man of the people.
Yeah,
quite the
I think I'm
crew.
going to see Peacock tonight on the Diamond.
Happy Mondays.
Is Peacock going?
No, not this year.
Not this year. No. Okay. So Tim, are you flying again? You said?
Now I'm on the fence. I might be taking the wheels. There's been no snow, and there's been no snow for a month, and there's no snow in the. So with the weather clear, it might be time to take the Tesla for a little spin.
And you got that nice ride now.
We'll see.
yeah.
We'll see.
They don't call him Tahoe Tesla Tim Webb for nothing, dude.
They don't call me that at all.
So Tim will be here with us tomorrow. See, I think when he flew last year, I think he was here for. I think he dipped out during the show on Wednesday
did.
to leave.
Yeah,
to
5
fly.
o'clock to get for like a 7 o'clock
And
flight.
we got some mileage out of that.
Yeah,
Oh,
you-
yeah.
well, you did, yeah.
Yeah. You weren't here?
No, I was here. Just, we had fun with it.
You did. 650 checks in.
So focused on it. 650
says, I thought you were. I want to know what's going on. I want to know the details of my guys. You know
No,
what
I
mean?
got you.
I thought you were serious about Lubbock, and I was like, wow, Tim goes to Lubbock, and Copes goes to the Philippines. What's it like being in the 1%, Copes? I think you're thinking of
No, it was
Derek,
me.
and Derek didn't go to Lubbock.
I didn't go to Lubbock. I went to Houston, Texas.
Also,
the bit here is we've gotten it wrong every single time.
And Lubbock, Texas is not like la-ti-da.
Also, tell me how little you know about the Philippines if you think that's being a 1%er.
Yeah, seriously.
How little do you know
Wow,
about
you went to Lubbock, Texas?
Wow.
Nice.
Philippines might be like the Lubbock of, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
we don't
yeah,
need,
no, I hear you.
Manila, a very nice place, but that ain't no 1%er trip. Let me tell you.
No, it's not.
Let me tell you, brother. Anyway, there's some funny texts here coming in on Tim's Tesla. We'll move on. 49ers have made another acquisition. Christian Kirk, the former Arizona Cardinal. Was he in Houston as well?
He was in Houston last year. And he was in Arizona for, I think, the start of his career. Yeah, he was. And actually, he's from Arizona. There's a clip going on right now, a clip circulating of Brock Purdy, I guess 2 years ago, talking to Christian Kirk, saying when I, was, coming up in Arizona sports in high school, I was looked up to you. So he comes over, plays for Brock Purdy now, had a good solid career. He had a big-time contract that he signed with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
That's right. A couple of years ago, they cashed him out. Did he get over like $70 million from them?
He went for a ridiculous amount to reset the wide receiver market.
I remember that, right when the Jags started spending.
Exactly, and that's where Devontae Adams got a new deal and Tyreek Hill got a new deal where I think Christian Kirk was making something like $20 million a year. And they were like, well, if he's making that Devontae needs to make 28 and Tyreek needs to make this amount. So he's had a solid career last year, a lot of injuries, only 28 catches for 239 yards and 1 touchdown. But he did go off in that playoff game against the Pittsburgh Steelers for 8 catches, 144 yards and 1 TD. So it's good to have wide receiver depth. I think this kills any return of Juwan Jennings or Deebo Samuel. They still have to address the wide receiver needs in the draft. But I think you have a good complement of receivers right now where you have Mike Evans, hopefully a healthy Ricky Pearsall, Christian Kirk, and then you still have DeMarcus Robinson on this team. So
yeah,
I'm liking the way it looks right now.
This was definitely in the window of the type of receiver I thought they were going to get. Like last week when I asked you, do you think they're done at receiver? And I'm so glad I asked that and about the D-line, because then I think it was either a mailbag or an article where Matt Barrows has a piece right now in The Athletic saying the 49ers aren't done at wide receiver or at D-line. And that was before they made this signing of Kirk. But when you and I were looking at the receiver market, remember we were going, man, Rashid Shaheed was a guy probably too expensive, but we were looking at who else would be in that window. And not like a window of price point, but in terms of a veteran and a guy who could be another depth piece in case you don't get what you need in the development of Watkins this year. And that's kind of what Kruger was saying to us last week when we spoke to him on Friday. He said, I'd love to get another vet because you want to bank on the ability of Kyle to hit on a receiver. And they have on Debo, they have on Ayuk. We'll see what happens to some of these other guys. Both of those guys made bigger impacts in their first year. Now, I know Ayuk ended up in the doghouse a little bit because Kyle demands so much of the receiver in his offense, and you have to be able to block. No block, no rock. We talk about it all the time. And more to the point, no block, no activation on game day is kind of what it's like. I mean, you're not getting that game day check almost is kind of what it comes down to. So I'm looking at it more like they need this as an insurance policy. And if somebody else outplays a guy like this on a 1-year deal in camp, you don't lose anything by moving off of somebody like this. No, not at all. Or dumping anybody else you have. So I would love this to be Watkins. I would love Watkins to be the guy who's good enough to earn the 3 and 4 spot maybe of receiver snaps. I don't need it to be Robinson. If it's Watkins, you're in your best case or your best situation if Watkins emerges as a true number 3 for you.
No, I mean, you definitely need more from Watkins, and I think that this puts a little pressure on him, but there's a ton of pressure now on Jacob Cowing. Whereas a numbers game, I could see him going the way of Danny Gray or any of these other wide receivers they picked up in the past.
Ronnie Bell.
Yeah, Ronnie Bell. Like any of these guys were like, okay, you better show something in preseason or you're not making the roster. Right now, Christian Kirk, from what he's been in this league, he should make the team. He gives you something different. I remember a game when he was with the Arizona Cardinals, he used to kill the 49ers. There's a game in particular, I want to say against Tennessee, maybe week 1 years ago, where Kyler Murray just runs around doing his usual thing and then throws it up to Christian Kirk. He has the capability of going deep just like Mike Evans. So I think they have more dynamic playmakers. But yes, you need to see more from Jordan Watkins, and there's a ton of pressure on Jacob Cowing now to make the team.
Christian Kirk, 8 passes for 144 and a touchdown in the wild card game against the Steelers.
Yes.
So he did have a nice performance there. 28 passes for 239 and a touchdown all season. So he was not really a factor for them until that big playoff game. Was he hurt part of last year?
Yeah, he was. I mean, the whole Texans offense was terrible. But yes, he was hurt. I remember them making the trade for him a year ago where it's rare you do an in-division trade, but he went from Jacksonville to Houston. And yeah, mediocre numbers a year ago, but he came up big in the playoff game. I think he's a solid wide receiver 2 for the team right now. I need to see more from Ricky Pearsall to make him wide receiver 2. But right now, as far as trustworthiness on this team, I probably would go Mike Evans 1, Christian Kirk 2, And then I probably go DeMarcus Robinson, and then we need to see what Ricky Pearsall brings this season.
I don't think Robinson's your 3. I think it's still Ricky as your 2 or your 3.
But no, I'm saying as far as like a guy you can rely on.
Yeah, I just don't think Kyle relied on Robinson that much this year in that way anyway.
But at times, like the playoff game against the Eagles, he was money.
Sure. Did they have Ricky then?
No, he was unhealthy.
That's kind of my point.
Yeah.
I think if Ricky's out there, he's playing that role. That's sort of where I'm at.
Yeah.
So I'm with you, though. Your top 4 in the receiver room now, Evans, Kirk, Pearsall, and Robinson. Do you feel better about that? I think I've probably still got that as the number 2 in the West.
Well, yeah. In comparison.
You've got Devontae and you've got Nakua.
Yeah, and I guess the A.J. Brown talks with the Rams are dead.
Stalled out.
But he probably will be moved. But, yes, you look at the Rams, and they don't have a wide receiver 3 at the moment because I think Tutu Atwell went to Miami. But Puka Nakua and Devontae Adams are good by themselves. Then you have the Seahawks. They re-signed Rashid Shaheed. So I would say that's number 1 with JSN, Cooper Kupp, and Rashid Shaheed. Not to mention they have a rookie, Torrey Horton, that was pretty good a year ago. But the receiving room for the 49ers, not bad.
Can we, Tim, do we have that piece of sound here from this segment? Just because I was joking, Christian Kirk signed.
Yeah.
Just can we wind it back just a little bit?
This is bound to happen.
To Stephen A. Smith just talking Christian Kirk, just because it was, when you can get Stephen A. talking anything, it can be kind of funny, but especially when he mixes up Christian and Charlie. Here's Stephen A. Smith.
That's what we saw. We saw Charlie Kirk catch 8 receptions for 144 yards.
Yeah.
We saw
Christian Kirk.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh my God, Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
We saw.
It's bound to happen.
It's the oh my God for me.
I'm just waiting the moment that I do it.
Oh my God. When he says, oh my God, dude. One more, too. Guys, get it again there at the end. I think it's funny. Oh my God.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh my God, Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Christian Kirk.
And then launching back into the take.
Christian Kirk.
His first move was a Solomon Odom. It was on crack. Stephen A's ridiculous, dude. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. Again, they ain't getting much younger. I don't know if they're getting much faster. But the 49ers certainly got deeper in the receiver room. Do you like this receiver room more now than you did week 1 of last year? I think I do.
I do, yeah.
I think I absolutely do. I think it's better than entering last season.
I thought it was pretty good a year ago going into training camp, and then for whatever reason, I asked Kyle, I think this is the best wide receiver room you've had? And he goes, well, I don't know, dude. Like, I guess he makes the team. But yes, like, this is better than a year ago with a lot of question marks. You know, we didn't know when DeMarcus Robinson was going to play because he was getting suspended. What was it, the first 3 games of the regular season?
That's right.
And then, you know, training camp, they got Robbie Anderson, and I'm over, was it Robbie Chosen or whatever the hell his name is these days?
He played this year.
No, he did, but like I'm over him as a wide receiver in this league. So yes, I do like their wide receiver room a lot better than a year ago.
Yeah, Evans, Kirk, Pearsall, Robinson are your top 4. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and text. I think they've got enough now in the receiver room. Do they have enough on the D-line? We'll talk more about that a bit later when Matt Mayoko joins us at 4:50. Team USA has advanced to the WBC finals, and the ABS system is coming to baseball this year. We haven't talked much about it, but it started to get a lot of attention after the final strike call from Mason Miller to Rodriguez last night. We'll get into that next. Dirty work rolls on. Team USA into the finals. And apparently, according to the text line, I've got the opposite take of Murph on the WBC.
It was huge.
We'll talk more about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
The ninth pitch, turns on it, sends a fly ball to right center field. Gunnar Henderson has tied it up. Mark DeRosa pushes the right button, pushing Gunnar Henderson into the lineup. Fly ball right center field. Rodriguez and Tatis going back. Here it is gone. Roman Anthony gives the U.S. the lead. To Perdomo. Here it is. On with the championship.
USA into the WBC final. By the way, I mean, no question there were more Dominican fans there last night, right?
Oh, yeah.
From Lone Depot Park. Also, can we add this? There's no question. You won't catch me debating anybody on this. That's the biggest game Lone Depot Park's ever seen. Right? I think the last one against Japan, WBC, USA Japan, I think that was in Arizona. Maybe it was in Texas.
I can't recall, but
Bottom
definitely.
line is I don't think it was in Florida. Lone Depot Park, not seeing a lot of Marlins postseason run.
No, that's definitely the biggest game in that stadium. Absolutely.
Bottom line, and look, my thing is not that I'm not enjoying it. It's not that I don't get excited for it. It's that I don't have emotion one way or the other. And that's how I gauge my personal fandom of something.
Yeah.
Where am I bothered or excited or can't miss this moment? Will I be watching this final? Absolutely.
Yeah.
They're playing it in March, of course. There's not much else going on. I'm a baseball junkie. But I want more for the San Francisco Giants to turn things around in the golden age of Dodger baseball in this century, more than I want a team that features one player from my favorite team. And he's been dominant, by the way. Logan Webb was really, really good in the WBC and deserves all of the credit and praise that he's getting. Grant Brisbee had a good article about that, saying, like, this is an article basically just to say, hey, look what this guy's doing. Because when you do it for as long as Logan Webb has, as consistently as he has, you don't have to write a lot of articles about, like, hey, dude, check out this guy. Look, he's still cruising.
Have you seen this guy?
He's still cruising. He's owning over 20% of your team's innings pitched from the rotation every year, seemingly. So the Giants' rotation will go as far as Logan Webb will take them, but he's shouldering that load every year.
Yeah.
And even when he's elite and excellent, it doesn't mean postseason baseball. So it's really cool to get to see him shine on a stage like this. That said, because of when it's played, even starting pitcher greatness earns you a standing ovation at 4 2/3 innings pitched. It's for the same era of people who are like, I get it. It's a different style of baseball because it's tournament style play and there's pitch counts and all that. But I'm not going to get a dominant, like, postseason Bumgarner-like performance from a dude who's going 7 strong and shutting out the opposition because it's not what it's designed for. So, I mean, even Bryce Harper admits this doesn't reach the level of the Olympics. And that's what he really wants. It's like more Olympic play. I love that this exists. I personally don't get as juiced for this event. Also, there's other little wrinkles in it that are weird. Like, I don't really like that the USA, because they're the only team really with this pool of depth, can just at any one round decide, I guess anybody can do it, but they're like, we're adding Tyler Rogers.
Yeah, that came out of left field.
You only play 7 total games, and you get to add a player whenever you want after Scooble's out. Like, it does seem kind of weird. I'm sure there's a pool of players, but tell me the U.S.'s pool of available talent isn't exponentially better than anybody else's just based on the makeup. So, again, there's no excuse for them to ever lose it, which is why it's hard for me to be excited when I'm like, you have all the players and all the talent. You should. It's kind of nice to see a team like the DR put on the show that they did.
Oh, yeah, dude, they were into it last night.
That was a blast. Like, I mean, it seemed to me on TV that the whatever USA chants were going on by all the dudes in the powder wigs and the wooden teeth and the cummerbunds and everything else they had on, all that stuff. I love when guys do that. That stuff cracks me up. But I think it was kind of getting outshined by the cowbells that were getting getting rang all over the game. You know?
No, I mean you could tell that the Dominican players last night were more into it than the Team USA, and I think that
I don't know if it's more into it because Pete Crow Armstrong said that after the game. He's like, man, we were pretty juiced and excited when
but it's different.
We had that game-tying home run. He said, our goal is to win the championship. That's just kind of it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's it, though. It's not that they're not having joy or having fun playing it.
But Caminero pipping that home run off Skeens, that's totally different than anything we've seen with the Team USA.
That was pretty sick.
Oh, it was totally sick.
It was a pretty fun
He took his time.
And
you know what? That's fun. You know what? For me, like, nothing is going to compete with what we saw 3 years ago with Ohtani and Trout. It's just different. And those guys were the biggest superstars of the sport.
And
going
they
up
were on
against
the same team.
Exactly,
Yeah.
teammates. And I understand like having pride in Logan Webb doing this, but let's be honest. Logan Webb pitching a week from Wednesday on opening day is bigger than what we saw in the WBC.
Yeah, get my guy back. Get him ready. I need him ready for Wednesday night against the Yanks, dude. I need him ready to shove on Judge.
That was the show last night. Like, personally for me, I watched, I had 2 TVs going. I had the split screen going with the WBC. I watched the Warriors game, the Knicks. They had the Oscars going.
Got it all.
Yep, got it
Same,
all.
got it all.
But I watched the WBC because it was fun. It was the only thing going on in sports last night.
You watched the Dubs go up 20 and cough it?
I knew they would. I knew
Of course they did. I was like, what the hell's going on, dude?
It was only a matter of time.
I was like, who are these guys and why are they up so big?
And Steph's doing an interview while they're up so big, and he's like, yep.
Steph's on TV sitting
It's
on the
nice while this lasts.
doing an interview on the bench, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And then I got Steve Kerr afterwards being like, dude, these guys are so damn fun to coach. I'm like, Steve Kerr likes coaching when there's nobody expecting him to do well. He's having a lot of fun with no superstars playing doing whatever he says to do.
He likes the try-hard guys more than Kuminga.
He's all about it. He's like, you see my guy Guy out here getting 20?
Now, I will say, and I usually am in favor of Steve Kerr, you shouldn't be yelling at Will Richard when Brandon Pajemski throws a horrible pass there. But besides that, Steve's fine with me.
Is Copes wearing an American Giant slub shirt? What does that mean?
Slub?
I
don't think you are.
I'm wearing
You're wearing a normal shirt.
I'm wearing a blank T-shirt.
Yeah. I don't think that's a slub. I'm not sure
What's
what the
a
hell.
slub?
I don't know what a slub is.
Is Copes wearing an American Giant slub shirt?
For all we know, that guy,
I don't know what that means.
Didn't text the right thing.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with slubbage.
Is Copes wearing an American Giant slub shirt?
Yeah. It stopped in your tracks,
American
huh?
Giant or Giant I have no idea. I'm fascinated by this, dude. I'm not, but maybe I am.
I don't think so. Did you buy that at a Giants team store?
No, but that's what I'm saying. The Giant isn't capitalized here.
Oh, a Giant slub shirt. So not a giant.
Dude, he texted back in. All right, sorry, move off, move along.
Is this guy a producer?
Just keep it moving, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
Keep the show
no
going.
one cares about my text. Let's move along, guys.
Keep the show going, dude. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Is there anything that would make it more interesting? Like, would a 3-game series be more fun?
No, it's fine the way it is. Like, this is right before the season starts. We don't expand to more games. I will say, did you think the strike on Perdomo last night was a ball or a strike? You're still focused on this text.
No, because he came back with a third one. I think it was a ball. 650 comes back in. He says, American Giant is a company. Slub is a type of shirt. Christ!
Why are you so focused on this? Slub is a type of shirt?
He did not.
We're all not fashionistas on the show.
916 says, I think whoever watches you guys on YouTube are blanking weirdos.
Yeah, probably.
Hey, they're part of the filth, man. We're not here to yuck any yums.
Yeah.
And again, if you're enjoying the WBC, I'm thrilled about it. When I was a kid, I was obsessed with there being something like this.
Mm-hmm.
I actually am thrilled that it's gained as much traction as it has, because the first few were like kind of ho-hum, and it seemed like the U.S. didn't care, and it would be aging guys and dudes who didn't really need to be in it. And now it's like you're getting some of the best, and there's a sense of pride around it. I am down with that. I just, in its current form, it's just not something that excites me to no end. It's a fun sporting event to have. I don't want it to go away. I saw there was an announcement today of like whatever the Hockey World Cup host countries are going to be, and I got kind of excited about that. I'm like, we got more international hockey coming. That's fun.
Yeah.
International competition's a lot of fun.
No, it is.
I embrace it.
Especially this year.
I'm just saying, if it's Team Italy against Team USA, that's just two teams of American dudes, right?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, if it's Team Italy against Team USA, it's just like, by the way, Team USA had the dude who killed bin Laden. What's Team Italy got tonight? What, they got Mike the Situation? You know what I mean? Because it's not like real.
And Rodis is a big fan.
That's right. Yeah, dude. We got Snooki out there and Henry Hill.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine? Henry Hill, may he rest in peace. Ray Liotta and the actually Henry Hill.
Dude, the ghost of Henry Hill is hyping up Team Italy
Scorsese
tonight.
comes out, like, I never watched a baseball game in my life, but you know what? Go out there, guys.
It's a hologram, dude.
Yeah, it's a hologram of Scorsese.
That'd be incredible, man. All right.
Mussolini.
Yeah, we got stop, dude. We got Mona Lisa Vito out there pumping them up. All right, we'll take a quick break. Adam Copeland, Depop. Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Let's get more into some of this ABS system stuff, because it is coming to baseball, and you're fascinated by this, right?
Well, a little bit. I mean, like, I saw people were up in arms last night, and I understand the pitch was low. But also, I wouldn't want that in that scenario. We're going to get this year with the ABS system coming to the regular season and postseason, where I don't want games determined like that. Like that.
What do you mean determined like that?
Like the game was over, but then like if they have the ABS system, you can.
We already have that determined with home runs. The same way a game can end on a home run or an out call. The change. It's already happened. We've seen games end that way.
No, I know.
The worst thing that they say is always that in any. This is the problem. Is replay's already here in any sport, any game or championship ending on a replay is lame no matter what. But we already have replay. So we're beyond it potentially ending a game on that.
Yeah, I know.
ABS wouldn't have ended last night's game. It would have extended last night's game.
And I don't like that. I think that I honestly think that there's too much officiating in baseball and basketball, and I think there's just the right amount in the NFL.
All right, we'll talk more about that. The NFL's a lot of replay or reviewable stuff.
I know,
baseball
but
has
not everything.
Very segmented, and ABS I think ABS is the best compromise between replay and a full-on challenge system. Because I don't want automatic balls and strikes either. So that's not what ABS stands for. It's not automatic. It's a challenge system.
Right.
We'll talk more about this next. Plus, a little update on the latest with the Giants, who almost threw a perfect game yesterday, by the way.
Really? Nice.
Dirty Work rolls on a Monday, 808 KNBR if you want to check in on the ABS system. We'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
Despite a spirited effort, the Warriors lost 110-107 last night to the Knicks. Their 5th loss in a row and 7th out of their last 8 games. Golden State heads to Washington today for a 4 p.m. tilt. Be sure to catch Dubs OT with John Dickinson immediately following the game right here on the Losing Streak Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
0-0 game. 2 on the pitch. Swing. There's a high drive way back into left field. Headed for the McDowell Mountains. Adios, pelota. Over the wall, and I think over the grass-covered hillside, up into the trees, and maybe bouncing toward those mountains in the distance. Wow. 3-0 Giants. What a shot.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm ready for that. I'm ready for more John Miller.
Everyone's in mid-season form right now.
Out near the McDowell Mountains. I was like, dude,
out there in the mountains.
Near the top of those trees up across that grassy berm there. Anyway, Gerard Encarnacion has been kind of red hot, making a case here for a spot in the...
I think so, dude.
On the early roster. Now, here's the deal, and I said this to you when we entered spring. Really, all Gerard Encarnacion had to do was be healthy and play well. I thought Luis Matos kind of the same thing. Early season in baseball gives you the opportunity, and this is something I like to remind myself of, because shout out my mama Susie, reminded me of this every year with Giants baseball. Whenever I was frustrated as a kid about the offseason or pissed about the direction of where they were going, she was like, you know, the team on opening day isn't going to look anything like the team on the final day of the season. And if you're lucky, those changes come because guys force their way onto the roster or things sort of shake out and iron themselves out. When you have guys like Gerard Encarnacion and Luis Matos who are in the final stints or stretches on your roster where if you don't use them, you lose them, you may as well give them a spot, especially when they're hitting well or playing well in spring.
I agree.
And see if they continue to earn a spot. It's only found money. Either they're not good enough after a period of time and you move on and you see if you've got something else, you offer them up to somebody else, you waive them, you DFA them, whatever the case may be, or you found something that's a staple for you for the remainder of the season. They went and they found Dominic Smith last year because they needed some depth.
Oh, I forgot about him.
I think he's a Brave now.
Is he?
Yeah, I think he's going to make the team for the Braves. He and
Nice.
Yaz playing for the Braves now. Anyway, I think, and he ended up, by the way, claiming a spot where it was like, well, you can't take him off the field. He's hitting too well.
Right.
He got to a point where he earned a spot, and you couldn't take him out of the lineup. The same thing happened a couple of years ago, and ultimately this guy didn't work out, but Tyler Fitzgerald was a guy like that. You couldn't take him out of the lineup because he was playing so well versus the guys who you put in out of absolute necessity because you have no other options. And those are the tough spot guys, especially when it's young talent and you're waiting for him. That's why when the Giants have struggled developing guys in the last few years, you go, yeah, there haven't been tons of elite talent players anyway coming through. But when Casey Schmidt got to the majors, he was almost here out of necessity. Like, remember he came up and he had the best exit velocity and the fastest throw on StatCast of any player on the Giants field since StatCast started tracking those numbers. Like, he started being the number one StatCast guy because they really didn't have much other talent, but he probably could have benefited a lot more from another year in the minors. They just didn't have anybody to play third base or shortstop or second or fill whatever void they needed. I think they're better right now in terms of that depth. I think they've got more major leaguers in this lineup. My feeling about this team, and I sort of disagree with what Grant Brisbee was writing about Logan Webb. He said the Giants will go as far as Logan Webb will take them. I disagree with that. I think starting pitchers don't take your team far as individuals. I think the pitching unit needs a guy like Logan Webb to spearhead it. The team needs to know confidence-wise that every fifth day there's a guy who's going to win you that game. And that's how we feel about Logan Webb. We know he's not going undefeated, but we know every 5 days you're going to win or you have a chance to win. And more often than not, that feeling just vaults teams into victory. You're like, I'm going to win because that guy's pitching. Even if he gives up 3 today, we know we can put up 4 because that guy's going to hold him at 3, whatever the situation is. But we've seen the Giants have elite Logan Webb for the last 3 years, and it hasn't resulted in playoff wins. This year is all, in my mind, 100%. They will go as far as Rafael Devers' bat will take them. He was really good in the second half of last year. He needs to be better than really good. He needs to be a top 10 hitter in the game. He needs to be a top 5 hitter in the game. And I think he's capable of that. I think he's capable of hitting for power and for average at Oracle Park. I think getting a guy like Luis Arias to hit above him is going to make that exponentially better. He's going to be a doubles machine. I don't know if he's going to hit 35 or 40 homers a year. I think he's going to hit 50 doubles. I think that's what you need from Rafael Devers. If Rafael Devers hits 320 or 310 with 50 doubles and 30 homers, 80 extra base hits. This Giants lineup's going to look really good. He's going to drive in 100. Luis Ariz will get on base. Willie Adames will have an opportunity to hit with guys ahead of him in scoring position out of the 3-hole or the 4-hole. Same can be said about Matt Chapman. The bottom part of the lineup is still a major concern for me. I'm not confident in like the 6 through 9 hitters. And that's not bottom third. That's like half the lineup. Maybe it's 7, 8, 9. But Bader's a guy who strikes out a ton. Jung-Hoo Lee is still very unproven. Patrick Bailey swung the bat better in the last month of last season, and he's looked better in camp to this point, but still, can he do it for the course of a season? Does he have enough now on that body where he can be the best catcher in baseball? It's tough to say that when Cal Raleigh's a platinum glove winner and a 60 home run guy. But if he hits for if he's like 25% better than he was as a hitter last year, he'll be a top 5 catcher in the game because he's already viewed as the best defensive catcher in all of baseball. He just needs to be a little bit better. But I am wary of Harrison Bader striking out as much as he does, as Jung-Hoo Lee not putting the ball in play or putting it in play for soft contact in the way that he did for most of last year. I'm okay with Ramos. If he's like your 6th hitter, that's all right. What are you doing at DH? I don't think they're opening the year with Eldridge. I think because of Gerard Encarnacion and Matos, Eldridge finds himself on the roster a little bit later in the year.
I'm with you on that one.
That's okay with me. I'm fine with that. That's the point.
Yeah,
find out where everybody else needs to go. See if you can settle guys in. And I think the same can be said about Drew Gilbert, right? It depends on if you...
Well, he hasn't played.
That's what I mean, is if you've got options on guys and you've got the ability to plug in some of these other guys with major league experience, you figure out what works early in the season and you go from there. The bullpen is the biggest question mark because I'll tell you what, the number one thing I think fans are going to use to judge Tony Vitello early in his baseball
How
tenure,
he manages the bullpen?
It's the most tangible thing for baseball fans to look at, right?
Yeah, of course.
You can say, I wouldn't have gone to that guy there. I would have gone to this guy. It's the same way with Monday morning quarterback.
Wouldn't you say that was the biggest criticism of Bob Melvin a year ago?
Yeah, maybe. I would say that, but I would say energy was what people criticized.
Well, yeah, but as far as managing the baseball game.
Yeah, but then it was also offense, right? Then it was what's going on with the offense? And remember, you kept comping it, and you were right to do so, more to Steph Curry being I don't know where to go, guys.
Exactly.
Because that was more of Melvin. Once they traded for Devers, the offense falls flat, and then Buster blew up the bullpen.
Right.
I mean, via trades, he had to.
But there was more blame on the hitting coaches as opposed to Bob Melvin a year ago. I remember that.
Sure. Yeah. There was blame on Matt Williams at third base a couple of times.
There was blame at really ridiculous spots. I'm with you. For weeks while you were out, I was like, you know what? I kind of want to see Bryce Eldridge because I've seen Gerard Encarnacion. I've seen Luis Matos at this point. But you know what? You don't need to rush that. And let's be honest, Bryce Eldridge, yeah, he's at times look good in spring training, but he's striking out at a large rate here with 16. So as you said, Copes, if you don't use it, you lose it. This is your last options with Luis Matos and Gerard Encarnacion. What hurts you by having them on the starting day roster as opposed
opening day roster now?
Yeah, opening day roster as opposed to Bryce Eldridge. As far as Logan Webb, carrying this team, I would say yes and no. He's the strongest guy I believe in as far as in the starting rotation. And there's Robbie Ray, obviously. Landon Roop, I have confidence in, but not as much as the other two starters.
I've got confidence in Roop. I was really, really happy with him in spring last year. He didn't do anything last season to make me feel like I shouldn't be excited this year. It's just that he got hurt.
Right. So, I mean, and I got to see what happens with Adrian Hauser and Tyler Mahle, but it really is the offense. It's not just Rafael Devers. It needs to be Willie Adames. I heard him the other day doing an interview with NBC Sports Bay Area talking about how more comfortable he is at the ballpark now, how more confident he is coming in, brand new team, had to figure things out. So if he gets going and Luis Ariz gets going, I would say this team is better offensively than a year ago, but is going to be on the bullpen. And I really don't know who to look to besides Eric Miller and Ryan Walker at this point, whenever Yoel Peguero's healthy again. But that's the thing. I saw today Kerry Crowley was on with the morning show saying that maybe you could look to trade Casey Schmidt to get a reliever, maybe in time, but I want to see Luis Ariz as second baseman in those late innings before I move off of Casey Schmidt.
Yeah, I'm not really concerned about the second base stuff. I think there's a lot being made about Luis Ariz and his glove at second. Richard Rillier brought this up to us on Saturday at FanFest. He said to Murphy, he's like, 3 years ago he led the league in fielding percentage for a second baseman?
Did he?
He's like, I know that's dumb because he's like, fielding percentage isn't, and he said the analytics guys will look at me and be like, that's ridiculous. If you go back and look at some of his numbers, he's not as bad as a second baseman as people make him out to be. They just stopped playing him at second. They started DHing him a bunch.
Right.
They started playing. He's not an elite fielder by any stretch. It's also not his skill set. It's also the position on the infield diamond next to first base that I'm just not that. I don't need that to be elite. If I've got pretty good play at first, I don't need second base to be elite. The same as it used to be you didn't need huge offensive production from second base or shortstop. Those could be the softer hitters. And then it became, now we've got Cal Ripken Jr. there and A-Rod and Nomar and Tejada and Jeter. And it became an elite position of offense shortstop did. Now it's like build the middle means something that it didn't used to mean. But show me the elite second baseman across baseball offensively and defensively at the same time. They're few and far between. Jeff Kent was like a prime one. There was a handful of other dudes who did it for flashes at a time, but not year after year. So I'm okay with big offense, especially because that's where they've struggled. I'm okay with him being worse defensively because Casey Schmidt's had a chance offensively and is not going to do or give you what Arias has given you. I'd like to hold on to him. Also, I don't see a move like that coming considering they still have two guys in Sam Hentges and Jason Foley who are going to rejoin the team at some point in the bullpen.
Right.
But there's basically 5 guys for 4 spots. There's a couple other non-roster guys. I mean, the only sure things in the bullpen now, I would say, are Walker is going to be your closer.
Yeah.
And then I'm going 3. Tim's going 3 more. I'm going the Killer Bees. I'm going Bivens, Buto, and Brubaker are my 3 who are in.
Eric Miller.
Right. And I said Eric Miller's your first lefty out. Matt Gage is probably going to make it as a lefty. And then you've got McDonald. You mentioned Pagero Hurd. And then Keaton Wynn's actually been throwing really well. He got knocked around a bit the other day. But he's been throwing really, really well, and he's on the 40-man.
So do you feel more comfortable than the way people are talking about the bullpen right now?
Oh, no.
Absolutely not.
No.
But the idea, though, is like they got a bunch of Krug was saying this earlier, so I'm going to steal directly from him. They got a bunch of live arms. They don't really know how to slot them. We're going to figure out how to shake all that out. And, you got a bunch of guys that maybe you're going to be converting from starters or you're going to have them do kind of bulk stuff. But, to that point, Bivens going to be your long guy. Walker's going to start as your closer. Miller's going to be your high-leverage lefty. And then you figure it out. You got, Buteau has, experience and shake one out. I wanted to say that I totally agree with your statement about Eldridge. I don't see any problem with starting him in the minors unless he is absolutely beating the door down right now because you have 2 guys in Matos and Encarnacion who are hitting right now. And, what are you going to do? You're going to just say, okay, well, we're done with this. And it's kind of sucks to be like, okay, well, we've seen these guys 3 or 4 times. And but you can't really evaluate what Encarnacion did last year. He was hurt the entire time. Every time he started hitting, he got hurt. Matos is flash power, but if you're done with that and whatnot, well, you've got a bunch of guys that are going to be kind of waiting in the wings and the Gilberts and, and seeing how you can shift around that outfield and whatnot. But to the point, I don't see the necessity unless he is absolutely beating the door down to not have Eldridge start the season in the minors. Let him get hot and then bring him up. We'll see what happens.
707 says, saying Devers has to be a top 10 or 5 hitter is crazy talk. Maybe a top 5 hitting first baseman. It's a team sport, lots of factors. Right. What I'm telling you, though, is look at every good team in baseball. You've got to have an anchor bat. You have to have a guy who is your anchor bat. If Devers is a top 5 or 10 hitter in baseball, I think the Giants are much closer to a playoff team than you otherwise might think. That would mean he's driving in over 100 runs this year. It means he's hitting close to or over 300. He's hitting for power. He's reaching base at an elite level in the way he had. I don't think that's outrageous because I think that's the player the Giants thought they were getting when they acquired him.
Right.
I don't know how much you'd file 7-7. You were following Devers before this trade, but that's how Devers was viewed. Maybe not a top 5 hitter in baseball, but he needs to perform like the best hitter the Giants have had since Buster Posey, since Barry Bonds on a power scale for sure. I'm with you that a lot of factors are involved, but we can go back and retroactively say, man, looked really good that Willy Adames hit 30 homers last year. Didn't feel like he was driving in runs at that rate. We know how he started. And by the way, somebody on the text line says he's so comfortable right now, he's hitting $108 in spring. So maybe a little
that's spring. Whatever.
I know, but but it's not nothing. It's not nothing. He's taking advantage. You'd rather him, again, if he were hitting 330, we'd be like, damn, that's good. It's spring, but we like seeing that. When it's 108, you're like, all right, we are a week and a half from opening day. Is he going to hit any rhythm? This was how he started last year. So I understand that frustration. I'm not putting too much into it or taking anything out of it, but I do think that the Giants' fortunes this year rely on Devers being an elite player. And I'm talking nationally elite where people look at him and go, he's putting up some of the best numbers in all of baseball. I think they need that because they need him to drive in the runs ahead of him. They need guys at the bottom of the lineup to flip it over and give him a chance to drive in dudes. That's my fear, too, is if he's hitting number 2 and you've got all these guys at the bottom of the lineup that strike out the way they do, how much is he coming up with runners on base? We'll see.
Right. No, I hear you on that. And I'm with you all right now on Bryce Eldridge where, yes, like if he was part of the opening day roster, I would be for just because I want to see him at this point. But then again, it makes no sense. Don't rush it. And I know that he has a lot of potential as far as a power hitter in this league, but at the same time, Just see what you have in Gerard Encarnacion, because a year ago he was so injured we didn't see enough of him.
Or you can trade him for something.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
what I'm saying. Yeah,
exactly. So don't make that move. The first week of the regular season. Like, let's give this time to grow a little bit with Bryce Eldridge. So I do not think you need to rush it right away.
We had somebody check in 530. I was real pissed when we started talking ABS. 530 says ABS is so horrible for the fans because it ruins the flow of the broadcast. I don't care if the calls are right or wrong. I'm not on the team. I'm not there. I'm listening to John Miller paint word pictures. It sounds like NFL on Westwood 1 when the umpire gets on the microphone in the middle of baseball game on the radio. It is so bad. I hear you. That's the nature of the game today. It's not like it's unique to the Giants and John Miller. It's just that's baseball. Here's the thing. ABS, though, is sure, you can say it ruins the flow of the game. Also, we've added a clock. There were pickoffs. I mean, now it's no different than a pickoff throw to first base. He throws over again. He's going to challenge the system. The ABS challenge system is 2 seconds fast. It's like a tennis challenge.
Right.
It's way better than, all right, the San Francisco's challenging the review on the play of the runner out at first. That's not what this is. This is better and faster.
No, I hear you. My thing, though, is yes, you need to challenge if a guy made it to first base or if that's a home run. Calls and strikes, balls and strikes when it comes to baseball, that's just, to me, still like a judgment call. The same thing in the NFL with pass interference. I don't know if we need to be doing that with the ABS system. I think that, it may improve the game a little bit to get the calls right, but it does it does knock off the flow of the game a little bit. I don't know. I just think that last night, if that moment where the game's extended because you go to replay, that's a weird moment to me, and I wouldn't want that in the postseason. 530
checks in, it already exists. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I'll be kicking back on a nice spring afternoon while John waxes on about a homer onto the grassy berm, and he'll suddenly be interrupted by what sounds like an NFL referee at Lambeau in November. This new ABS challenge system is in direct opposition to every MLB rule change in the past few years aimed at making the product enjoyable to fans.
It makes it enjoyable because you get the calls right. But
650 says, you know what, 530, you're ruining the flow of the show with your bomb bugging. I'm down with that. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Monday. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. Maybe you've got big thoughts on the ABS. Maybe you got big thoughts on the Giants. You're welcome to chime in. Or maybe you, like us, caught some of the Oscars last night. We'll jump into some of the Oscars. How about this? The Bay Area continues to shine on the national stage. Ryan Coogler, Richmond and Oakland's own, wins Best Original Screenplay, and he wins he wins something else too. Oh, we got
that was it.
Michael B. Jordan won Best Actor for Sinners, is what it was.
He did.
But Best Original Screenplay. What, you got beef?
Not beef. I want to know. I'll get into it. How about
Mike Kohler saw me earlier? Our boss was like, have you seen Sinner's Copes? And I was like, yeah.
Oh, man.
And then I was like, have you? And he's like, no, not yet. And I was like, Mike probably wanted to wait till it was out of theater so we didn't hear all that talking in the cinema.
Man.
Mike's like, I wanted to watch it at home in some privacy. Didn't want to hear all those talking.
Wow.
No, he didn't say that.
All of those. Jesus.
I just meant the people.
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We'll get into some of the Oscars next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Tomorrow's St. Patty's, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You guys going to get your green on tomorrow?
Yeah. Don't want you pinching me.
No, you don't want me doing that?
No, I don't want that.
I'm not really a pincher. I'm not one to pinch.
What are you talking about? You do it all the time.
I don't pinch you.
When I've done like reads before you come on and
I flip you.
Yeah, or like grab my
I
nips.
try to get under your nip and I flip.
It's the same thing.
That's not a pinch. No, pinch is harmful. I'm a big hit with a pillow guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You walk by me with a pillow, I'll swing one. I mean, I used to wait for my siblings to get out of the shower, then I'd hide by the door and I'd try to slap them in their ass. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I know.
That was a big one.
It's a big brother thing to do.
It's a big bro thing. I wouldn't pinch you, though. Green or no green, I'm not pinching.
Why not? That's like beneath you?
Yeah. I don't like to assault anybody. You know what I mean? That's assault, brother.
Yeah.
You double dare me.
You just like knocking things out of people's hands.
Yeah, no, I'm big on walking by a desk and just like knocking a notebook off a desk like that.
Thank you.
Like exactly how I just did there.
That's assault, brother.
You double dare me? How about that? That's a new one. We haven't been playing that.
I was going to put it in the crap section since we do too many stories about people throwing food at each other. And we just fire one of those off every once in a while.
It's good to have that
assault, brother.
So I mentioned the Oscars last night. You did watch?
I did watch,
yes. I watch almost every award show.
Well, at first I missed it because I didn't know it was on at 4 o'clock. That's early.
I think it's been like that the last few years.
It has been. I figured it would be 5 o'clock simultaneously with the WBC, but not the case.
Well, I always tape it. I always tape the award shows now because then I fast forward like 80% of the speeches. Like, especially if people who, if you give me like the casting, the first Oscar they gave away.
Best casting. Come on now.
Well, they should give that away. It's the first time they've done it. But I was like, once they announced it, I was like, cool. I'm just going to fast forward this stuff. I don't need to see Paul Thomas Anderson speak 3 times or twice or whatever. Because I think you got
it was relatively the same speech.
Adapted screenplay, director.
I will say, one of his speeches, though, he said, like, there is no doubt in my mind, I do deserve this.
That was pretty funny. He was like, as much as it's great, for all you guys, he's like, I'm even happier I'm the one holding it.
He's been waiting a long time. It goes back to Boogie Nights.
So good for him. No, but then Ryan Coogler won Best Original Screenplay.
He did, yes.
And by the way, Coogler's been nominated or shunned a couple of different times. I want to say it's the first. Well, first of all, he did. He kind of burst onto the scene with Fruitvale Station.
Yes, great movie.
And Michael B. Jordan in that one as well. Of course, the Killing Oscar Grant by Johannes Messerly. Anyway, at Fruitvale Station on New Year's Eve, Fruitvale Apart, that one won Sundance and didn't get nominated for Best Picture.
It happens sometimes where it's a really
rare,
indie project like that where it kind of flies under the radar. But yeah, that was a missed opportunity for the Oscars.
Yeah, and then he did have a movie nominated for Best Picture, sort of. Ironically, Black Panther was nominated for Best Picture.
But he wasn't nominated for Best Director, I
don't
think.
believe so for that one.
No.
That was when they expanded the Best Picture nominations, and there was like 10 or 11 of them.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was like, we don't need that. That was my whole thing is, if there's only like 5 to be nominated, nominate 5.
Right.
Which is like what we got this year, like 6 of them or something like that, right? 6 or 7?
No, I think it was, it might have been 7 or 8, but
more.
But regardless, in my opinion, the right movie won.
It was a pretty good field this year, and I was stoked that it was one battle after another. I thought well-deserved. I thought it was a great cast. Sean Penn not showing up. Of course not. I mean, he's got like 2 or 3 now.
He's got 3. One for Milk, one for Mystic River, and one now for One Battle After Another. I did like Kieran Culkin last night being like, all right, so I'll accept this award on Sean Penn's behalf.
Because he's not here or didn't want to be.
Didn't want to be here. I've said it before. Like, I'm sure Sean Penn was there for the right reasons, but he just comes across as a douche to me.
Yeah, whatever. It's all good. He's never there. He never goes to accept that stuff anyway. So.
I'm not, even though I love Spicoli, Sean Penn's just not my cup of tea.
415 says, Coogler just met her. I told you I auditioned for that movie when I was like 3rd grade or whatever.
A Sean Penn movie?
Yeah, ended up it was I have to look at the cast. I think it might have won the Razzie for like worst movie in '98.
And that's high praise.
Which I really wish I was in the worst movie in '98. Wouldn't that have been good?
Oh God, yeah.
Wouldn't that be so much? It'd be so much better if everything played out the same in my life, but I just happened to be in that movie playing Sean Penn's kid.
Yeah.
I made it through a couple of different cuts. I was one of the final ones.
Well,
it's called Hurly Burly.
Hurly Burly. Okay, I've never heard of it, but yeah, like a lot of people have pride in that. Where like I think Sandra Bullock won an Oscar, but the night before she also won a Razzie for like some other terrible movie, but she won for The Blind Side in the end.
Yeah, is that always the night before?
I think so.
Hurly Burly, 1998.
It's rare where the actual actors show up to that thing because they, critics are saying their movie sucks.
Dude, Sean Penn, Spacey, Gary Shandling. Well, maybe I dodged a bullet if I was going to hang with Spacey.
All about Steve. Thank you, Tim.
They may have dodged a bullet, not hanging with Spacey. Dude, Meg Ryan was in this.
Oh,
so was
all-star cast.
Chaz Palminteri.
Oh yeah,
dude, this is a good cast.
Bronxdale.
Terrible movie though.
Yeah, it sounds
apparently.
Like it. But yeah,
dude, Robin Wright was in this movie too.
Holy crap!
Holy crap! This movie had a great cast for being the worst movie of 1998.
Sounds like a piece of crap though, with all these stars. But yeah, dude, I liked yesterday. Paul Thomas Anderson getting his due, and Conan was great. I thought Conan nailed it. Even though they gave out the award for best casting, he had a joke right after that, being like, "Well, I'm glad we're acknowledging that profession in movies these days, but let's not get it twisted. Those people are dream killers."
Yeah, true. So what was your take on? I mean, you had more to say on Michael B. Jordan.
Okay, here's the thing. So Michael B. Jordan wins for Sinners, and I like Sinners. Top 3 movie this year. For a while, and I'm happy that Ryan Coogler won for best original screenplay. That's his movie. Very original idea. We don't see a lot of original movies these days. Michael B. Jordan, I thought, gave a really good performance, but not an Oscar-worthy performance, in my opinion.
You'd be wrong. you would be incorrect. But go ahead.
Well, the thing is, and look, no shade. The guy got his Oscar, so good for him. At the same time, I'm not like pounding the table for Timothée Chalamet in any way. I actually thought that Ethan Hawke had the best performance of the people that were nominated.
Did you watch that? Did you see that movie?
I saw it on a plane. It's okay, but actually, you wouldn't know that it was him. He actually gave a really good performance.
Yeah.
But Timothée Chalamet was the overwhelming favorite for a good deal of time. Did this guy actually lose it because he gave an opinion about the opera and ballet? I'm sorry. Okay, so he says it's boring.
I don't know if that's why he didn't win it. When he made that statement last week, when does the voting happen for the Oscars?
I'm not sure, but a lot of people say that the PR went into it.
I don't know if that's the reason. They even made jokes about it at the Oscars itself and got a laugh. I don't think he didn't win it. I don't think he didn't win because Michael B. Jordan's been winning these awards already leading up to this.
Has he?
Yeah, Michael B. Jordan has won many. He won the Actors Award. He won already several of these awards in the last few weeks.
I just know that Chalamet was the overwhelming favorite.
I don't think he was ever going to win it. I don't think he was an overwhelming favorite. No, I don't think so, man. I think maybe you're. I think you're maybe tunnel vision on Chalamet here.
Not tunnel vision. I like Marty Supreme. I just don't think that. Yes, should he won the award? I don't think so.
I think Marty Supreme won exactly the amount of awards it should have won.
0?
Yeah, I think it was nominated. It was a good movie, and I didn't think it should have won anything.
I thought it was well done.
Relative to its peers, yeah.
I mean, if you're telling me to rank the movies this year, I'd probably go 1 Battle 1, Marty Supreme 2, Sinners 3. That's
510 says, don't forget Derek has a movie, so he knows his stuff.
I do. The critically acclaimed The Legend of Action Man.
Don't forget, everybody, Derek knows his stuff.
I do.
Because he has a movie. Let's get a KNBR screening of Hurly Burly and Derek's movie as a double feature.
A double bill?
I like how they're just calling it now Derek's movie instead of The Legend of Action Man, dude.
Come on.
That's Derek's movie.
Yeah, come on. Put some respect on The Legend of Action Man.
Look, this happens all the time. Was Safdie there, by the way?
No.
He didn't see him either. See, he knew where it was going.
Well,
Safdie knew. I think Safdie's one. I think he wasn't showing up.
He's been in trouble lately.
Yeah, I don't think he was showing up.
Yeah,
I don't think he wanted to be there for that. I don't think he cares about that. Here's the thing: it's funny that art I'm all about the Academy Awards. I'm all about honoring this stuff, and it's cool to have a scoreboard for some of these things, and, and to honor them. It's not why anybody does it when they start getting into it. You know what I mean? It's all about the art. It's all about what story, their storytellers and what it is they want to put out there. I thought we had a really good year of movies in general. You talk about it a lot about getting people back to the theaters.
No, but dude,
I think people go, but I'm just saying, I think there were a lot of really good movies, and I thought it was rewarded and awarded in the way that it should have been. I thought the Oscars was kind of boring last night, to be honest with you.
I don't know, dude.
I thought in general it was pretty boring. I got some good Conan in there. I thought the Conan.
That's all I need.
I thought the end of Conan bit where he redid the end of One Battle After Another.
Fantastic.
Was pretty funny.
With Jim Downey, who's famously like an SNL writer, but he was in that movie as well. No, I thought Conan killed it as usual. The opening sketch he did where he's the lady from Weapons.
Yep.
And Gladys.
Yeah, Gladys. And he's running.
She won Best Supporting Actress. How about that?
And he's running through different movies. I thought it was really well done. It reminds me of like the MTV Movie Awards back in the day where the host would put himself in the films. And I thought his opening monologue was fantastic. Some of the bits along the way. Him and Sterling K. Brown making fun of like the way you have to, reintroduce the plot to a movie these days because people's attention spans suck.
That's pretty funny, yeah.
They did it for Casablanca. I mean, the award, the speeches themselves, who cares? Some of the tributes I thought were well done to Rob Reiner and who else that passed away this year? Diane Keaton, Catherine O'Hara. Who else? They.
Well, by the way, that's to me the funniest thing is every year they get heat. They butcher every year. They butcher the in memoriam segment. They didn't put in Gene Hackman. They didn't put in what's his name, James Vanderbeek, who just passed.
They missed that.
They missed guys. Eric Dane or whatever his name was.
Right.
They missed. 707 says good sports talk, fellas. We've talked for over 20 minutes about how the Oscars are not fun to watch. That's not exactly at all what we talked about. And interesting.
Here's some sports talk for you.
Interesting of you to say that, considering this segment started like 12 minutes ago. How about this? Eat me. What else were you going to say, Derek, about the Oscars?
Some sports tie-in.
About that, yeah.
Ryan Coogler, Sacramento State alumni, played football, backup wide receiver back in the day.
He graduated from St. Mary's, though, too?
I believe so. But he did play football at Sac State.
Okay.
And, so did Tom Hanks, and so did Larry Krueger. So there you go, a little connection between
Tom
the three.
Hanks played football at Sac State?
No. All three of them went to the school.
Oh, well, Hanks went to Chabot, and I went to Chabot, so I'm sticking with that one.
Okay.
Shout out to my bosom buddy. All right, that's going to do it for your Oscar talk. You all right, 707? You make it through okay?
Yeah, calm down.
Jeez, God forbid we
Yeah,
talk
right?
about for 2 minutes.
By the way, you see Begonia?
I did, yes.
Yeah, I thought Begonia was weird.
I thought Jesse Plemons should probably get a nomination.
I don't know. He did for one of the Actors Awards that came out, and he was beaten out by...
The other people?
No, by Michael B. Jordan, his
Michael B. Jordan?
former castmate of Friday Night Lights.
So,
Yeah.
okay, do you think that Michael B. Jordan got it because he played two different roles?
I think maybe. He got it because he put on the best performance
Well,
of
if
any
that's
actor
the
this
case, then Eddie Murphy deserves an Oscar for The Clumps back at the day.
That's not why. It plays a role for sure, and it was a good performance. You don't just get it for doing it.
No, he was good. He was good. I just thought that I was surprised he actually won the award. I was a little surprised.
Yeah, I'm always surprised when a black man wins Best Actor or Best Supporting because there's not very many of them, as mentioned by Michael B. Jordan. There's a short list of them, and he shouted them literally everyone out, including the women, Best Actor and Best Actress yesterday. So it is surprising to me genuinely. So I was a little bit taken aback by that. Never thought it was going to be Chalamet, though. Never did.
All right.
Do you have something, Tim?
I was going to say just a quick shout out again to our guy, Conan O'Brien, for his little bit in the beginning where you guys had mentioned before, but him sitting down with Stellan Skarsgård. I learned Norwegian for this.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Then gets up and runs
pretty good
again.
sketch.
More to come. Dirty Work rolls on. Marcus Thompson going to join us in about 20 minutes. Best sports writer in the country. How about this? He sat down with Steph and Dell in New York, and they were talking about where the Warriors are going next, or where Steph's going next. How does his career play out from here? He's 38 years old. He's still averaging 27 points a game. We ain't seen him in a while, though. And the Warriors pulled a nice lead last night, ultimately fell 110-107 in New York. We'll talk about the conversation on the Athletic Show that Marcus had with Steph, and we'll get into last night's game next. Dirty Work rolls on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Gets it to post, hands to Santos, he's free. Pops to post, couldn't clean catch it. Knicks take it away and win. The Warriors unable to get the shot. And the Knicks, who once trailed by 21 in this game, have their largest comeback win of the season as they defeat Golden State 110-107.
I like hearing "damn it" on a Monday. Sounds good, Tim. Keep it up. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Multiple people on the text line. Multiple. Copes, they put Gene Hackman on last year's Oscars. To which I reply, why do you know that and get a life? Well, come on. I was just reading the headlines I saw today. I was like, look at all these names of people that were left out. Sorry, Hackman died too soon.
Well, I'm trying to remember when Hackman passed away, but I'm sure he was part of that last year.
Yeah. Well, based on... never mind, I won't reference. I had to get... Sorry, I had a dark riff.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Yeah, we'll go. Remind me when we get a break.
Okay,
I'm going to write it down.
All right.
I'm going to write it down because you'll like it, I think. Just, hold on. I got to get my pen.
Are you going to write it down right now?
Dude, yeah, based on I got to write down the joke that I got to tell Derek off air.
I'm sure it was great.
Okay.
All right, so Warriors.
It's pretty good. I think you'll laugh at this later. Anyway, the Warriors played last night with a bunch of guys you don't know in Pajemski.
Yep.
And Guy Santos. Quinn Post is out there.
Yeah.
Actually, Pajemski led the team with, what do you have, 25 in the game?
He wasn't bad last night. He's looking for a new contract.
Quinn Post had like 22, and then...
Yeah, Quinn Post had 22.
He had 20 as well.
Yeah, yep. All of them played pretty well. GP2 off the bench. And, I mean, going into it, like, you thought it was going to be an uphill battle for the Warriors. Again, like, this doesn't change my perspective or anything. Like, they're still going to be probably a 10th seed. And I have no idea when Steph Curry's coming back, but Steve Kerr says he is going to come back at some point. Just a matter of when. Is it a week before the play-in, or is it the play-in when we actually see him again? Who knows?
I mean, why bring him back? Why?
At all? Because Steph's a competitor. He doesn't want to just mail it in this season.
Yeah, of course. So was Max Crosby. But the Raiders shut him down when he was banged up.
Well, but that's much different than having a chance to go to the playoffs.
Right. My thing is, if you bring him back a week before the play-in, it's only to get him up to speed for the play-in.
Well, he needs to,
you want him to play before that.
It's not for him. It's for Porzingis and everybody else to get acclimated
to play
playing with him.
Yeah, exactly. Right. They could be a wild card in terms of, like, nobody's seen them as a unit, really, until he came back.
Yeah, but that's rare, though.
It's just that what's the peak of that unit? If you're coming out of a play-in, you're playing the 1 seed or the 2. They're not going to present any threat to Oklahoma City or San Antonio.
Dude, all these teams in the Western Conference, top 6 and above, yes, or just top 6, they're better than the Warriors. Like last night, it was fun to see them play that hard, and I will say Steve Kerr has them in every single game. Like whether if it's Steph Curry playing or not, like yes, they've been blown out at times, but like they should have just mailed it in last night and not actually cared about that game. Where the opposite was the Knicks didn't care about that game. It looked like the Warriors this year when a big star's out. So they were lackadaisical. That says to me more about the Knicks in the Eastern Conference and how they approach games to me than the Warriors. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to take anything away from last night. Like, bottom line is they're going to be a play-in team, most likely the 9 or 10th seed. And then if they manage to upset 2 teams in the play-in and then get to the first round, they're going to get smoked by OKC. So it's not about that. It's about, Steph Curry when he comes back. It's really not about the season either. It's about, can Porzingis show you enough where you feel comfortable about signing him a contract?
No.
Is it where you
no, I have that answer already.
Are any of these guys in their long-term plans? Like we talked about it with JD on Friday, where it's like Al Horford's talking about retiring already, where he's giving you a lot, but like he was expecting this team to compete.
That's a tough deal when you get a guy to sign a 2-year deal and he's like, I'll stave off retirement for one more run, and then he plays part of one season with you, and he's like, I think I should have. I made the wrong choice, guys.
Should have gone back to Boston. Honestly.
I made the wrong choice. Yeah.
But he's one of their best players right now, along with him and DeAnthony Melton. I know those moves were made later on because of the Kuminga situation, but yeah, at this point, whenever Steph comes back, cool. But I'm not anticipating a whole hell of a lot. 805
checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, "Yeah, dude, Bob Lee shaking his head at your journalism once again." You came to the wrong place, Bob. I don't know what to tell you. This is Inside the Lines. This ain't outside. This is Inside the Lines daily. 925 says Steph Curry sitting courtside dressed like your long unemployed uncle.
Pretty accurate.
That is how he looked. 415 says Tim needs to cut Copes' laugh, cracking up at his own joke. And then 408 says Copes, I need the Hackman joke. On a scale of Elway golf cart to Kobe helicopter landing, where does it fall? In between.
Yeah.
And like I told you before, I
But too dark to tell on air?
Well, I told you before, I wasn't sure if that Kobe helicopter joke would land, but
yeah, no, I got you.
Neither did he. I do have some. I do have some sound. Wasn't sure it would fly, but here's more on the what? I'm the bad guy.
No, it's just a good joke.
Come on, dude. I support women. Here's the Athletic Show.
Yes.
Marcus Thompson was talking to Steph Curry and Del Curry.
Yep.
Hey, Steph, when do you have an idea of when you'll know that it's time to hang it up? Here's Marcus Thompson asking Steph, do you know when it'll be time to retire?
I think your body is the first, just what it takes to get ready for a game is a lot different now than it was a decade ago. When I'm out there on the court right now, I still get lost in the fun. It's still my happy place. It's all the work is worth it because I get to go out there and hoop at the highest level. The competition, the camaraderie, the chasing something that matters, like that still gets me going. And I don't see that stopping anytime soon.
Not stopping anytime soon, but I do wonder if this injury kind of factors into how long he thinks he can play when he has like a long nagging injury like this where it's unpredictable. It's the knee. It's knocking him out for a good deal of time. I think he knows he only has, maybe 3 or 4 seasons left, but like injuries like this are going to impact you going forward. I still think he re-ups with the Warriors after next season. I think, like I bring it up all the time. Everybody brings it up. Like it's all in for next year with Steph, but there's going to be more time. And Steve will probably come back, but I'm not sure for more than one season. But if you listen to the interview with Marcus Thompson, it was great to hear him and Dell together. It's funny because Dell's getting his jersey retired, I think, in a couple days here.
Yeah, with
the Charlotte Hornets. And it's funny because Marcus knows them very well. But he goes, congrats to you, Dell. But I saw a comment online that said, man, Steph Curry's so good that he got his dad's jersey retired.
It's a pretty good one. And look, dude, when Dell retired, and he might still be the all-time three-pointers made leader for Charlotte.
Probably,
I don't know.
Probably
I don't know if they had anybody that good to shoot from distance for all that long like Dell did. That is a funny line. Dell was one of the great three-point shooters in NBA history.
Yeah, he is.
It just wasn't as prolific as a number because there weren't that many guys who did it.
No.
But he was on the short list of the best 10 to ever do it. I think he had to have been top 10 or something all time, right?
No, he's one of their best players in franchise history, so it's long overdue. I was wondering why they didn't do it. I guess it was New Year's Eve when the Warriors played the Hornets this year, so people are not going to care as much, but probably should have done it with Steph in attendance. He probably does go. They're on the road trip this week. I think it's in between the Boston game, wherever they're else playing this week. But, good on Dell. And it's just funny to, listen to that interview yesterday and see just how similar and different both guys are, where obviously Dell played in the 90s, a different approach to how you play basketball and everything, but their grind, their determination is similar as father and son. But just as far as people, I think Marcus brought up at one point, Dell, you played 16 years, Steph, you played 17, and Dell was like, I had enough to prove at a certain point, and Steph feels like, I still have a lot to prove. Not to myself or anybody else, but I just want to know that I can play, well beyond my 40s.
Well, and you heard Steph say, that place is still his happy place on the court. It's more about how long does it take me to get ready to play, right? He's like, you've heard LeBron talk about that what it takes to be able to get your body ready to go out there and play at that level every night. And is it still fun when you do it? And he says that still makes it worth it. As long as that balance is what I'm doing on the court is worth what I have to do to get ready to be on the court, then you continue to play. But Dell had an interesting comment on that where he said, I played 16 years, and he said it went so fast. When you look back, it's incredibly fast how quick the 16 years go. And Steph, I'm sure, feels the same way. We all do. When a guy's career ends and we look back and go, man, Buster Posey won that first World Series 16 years ago?
Yeah.
That seems weird.
Yeah.
Steph Curry was playing, by the way, at that point.
I know.
He's already playing.
Second season.
That's what I mean. That's incredible. But he said, so my rule is this. You play until you don't think you can anymore, and then you play one more year. That's what Dell said at the end of that argument.
You're right.
You empty the tank, and then you say, then you go one more. So, and I wonder if in his mind, in that ilk, is that the way to look at the league in your final year? If you go into that final season knowing this is it, I've emptied the tank and I'm going to play one more. I wonder what that enjoyment feels like for a guy like Steph or a guy who doesn't have the anticipation of this is one more all-in, one more title run. You'd love that to be the case, but I think there's something to sort of sitting back and looking at your work at the end of your career, even if you're still a player, even if it's beyond the scope of a championship. I wonder if that's something that Steph will take to heart. We'll ask Marcus about that, how he heard Dell say that. Did he hear that as like, no matter what, Steph is going to sort of hear that and take that on as I'm going to take a look around the league when I go? Because I don't think Steph will get to the point where he's like no longer good enough to play. I think he'll just call it when he decides it's over.
No, definitely. But if that's the case where he has his father's mentality, then he could play for another 5 or 6 seasons,
and would it be Charlotte?
I don't think he ever wants to go back.
I don't think he's going to Charlotte.
No, like I do wonder about Steph. You know, people say, like, could he leave in free agency after next season? And if they're not doing enough, I doubt that. I think he's a Warrior for life. I think that he values, playing for one team as opposed to a lot of guys in this league, LeBron, Kevin Durant, everybody going from team to team. And his home is here. He's got business here, so I don't see that changing. I just think that if he has his father's mentality where he wants to keep playing, and then you keep playing until the wheels fall off, and then you play one more season, then will he, maybe jump around at the end of his career? I don't know about that. But, yeah, it's just interesting where if that's the case, then I can see Steph Curry playing well into his 40s. Like, if he's just playing like as a three-point shooter, and he even told a guy, Howard Beck, that at one point in his career, he'd be fine coming off the bench if he's that Ray Allen type for a contending team. So that'd be interesting to see. I doubt it would be with the Warriors. But, yeah, I just think that if he has his father's mentality of you keep playing and playing and playing, and then when you know it's over, you play one more season, then we're going to see a lot of Steph Curry.
Dirty Work with you on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop. Tim Webb with you. Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country. That's when he's not like the best sports writer in the world. Traveling the globe with Alyssa Liu. It's part of her entourage, popping collars, hanging with Daniel Radcliffe and Harry Potter. I got to ask him if he met Harry Potter with Alyssa.
Daniel Radcliffe?
Well, I thought that was weird. I was like, I saw a photo of her and Radcliffe like talking to each other, and he had written like meeting Harry Potter, and I was like, is Marcus standing off to the side taking a photo of Daniel Radcliffe and Alyssa Liu? I just think it's really funny to think about all these moments that celebrities may be in, and then just imagine Marcus Thompson.
Yeah, Marcus is there.
Anything she's doing, he's just hanging out. Just Marcus style, you know what I mean?
Well, it would be hilarious because Marcus is a big movie fan. It would be hilarious. He was like, hey, man, I'm a big fan of the Harry Potter movies. And Daniel Radcliffe's like, I'm a big fan of your work as well.
I'm a big fan of y'all. You're the best sports writer in the country. I hear you on Dirty Work every Friday. It is brilliant. He's like, I love that time when you told Copes about the pickles and the Kool-Aid.
By the way.
He's like, you want to hear about some magic, Harry?
By the way, speaking of the Oscars earlier, in Dirty Work, it was cool to see one battle after another win Best Picture, and they played Dirty Work.
That was the song that played as they went up to get the Oscar. They played Dirty Work. That was
I go back to when I saw the movie in theaters. My little brother, and the movie plays, or the song plays, and I'm like, oh yeah. And then my little brother, yep. And then my little brother just turns to me and goes, nobody knows your show, okay?
People very upset at me for saying Hackman should have been in the memoriam, dude.
Are they really?
Well, they were saying, dude, he should have been in. They were like, he was in last year's. Well, based on how long they took to find him, maybe he could have been in 2 years ago. There's the joke. Adam Copeland, Depop. I told you it was good. Tim Webb with you, Dirty Work. I had to get my bearings so I could get it out clean.
It's not bad.
It was a pretty good line, I thought.
No, it's not as bad as, what was it, the John Elway one a year ago by our guy Jacob.
Jake's here. You can ask him. Marcus Thompson joins us next. The best sports writer in America. Or if you're talking to Radcliffe, maybe the Globe. Or maybe even in the Wizarding World. We'll talk about it next with Marcus Thompson on the Sports Leader.
After impressive wins in Boston and Montreal, the Sharks fell on the back end of a back-to-back last night in Ottawa, 7-4. Team Teal wraps up their 5-game roadie tomorrow in Edmonton, as San Jose currently sits 1 point out of the second wild card behind the Kraken. For everything Sharks, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you, joined by the best sports writer in the country. Marcus Thompson joins us of The Athletic. We'll talk some Debs with him as well, but we haven't had a chance to catch up on the Bay Area's own Alyssa Liu.
It's been a minute.
Who, Marcus, I mean, last seen popping collars with you and evading and avoiding paparazzi. Now, I have to know, did you meet Daniel Radcliffe because of Alyssa Liu? What's going on, bro?
I mean, meet him? I wouldn't say I meet him. I didn't, get in all of her moment. Like, hey, yo, what's up, man? This is Southeast. I didn't do none of that. But I was right there. I was close enough to meet him.
Yeah.
He was so enamored with Alyssa, though, that I was like, that's their moment. But, yeah, so basically – when I talk to my grandkids, I'll be like, yeah, I knew Harry Potter. That was my homie.
Yeah, right.
I was close enough.
You were like Wingardium Levioso, Harry, whatever, man. Dap him up and all that. Anyway, I mean, this has been quite the run for her. Pretty cool. I mean, amazing to win gold. She got the whole celebration here back in Oakland, the Bay Area. Steve Kerr spoke, and you brought everybody's attention to it when we spoke to you a couple of weeks ago. We're like, forget the quad god, man. We're out here for Alyssa Liu. I mean, she's got a chance as old and as young as she is to be the star of the sport on this side of things for a generation. I mean, tell us what this has been like for her, because it's been an immediate rocket to international stardom.
Oh yeah, it's insane. And you know what? There is like a level of celebrity you get as a figure skating champion in America. Like that's automatic, baked in. Like, sure. This nation loves the sport. But hers feels like it's like on 10, right? Just maybe how she did it. This time in America, the fact that it's been 24 years, this thing is taking off like crazy. I mean, she was home, and then next thing you know, you get a call, be like, yo, come to Paris for, Fashion Week.
Right.
Like, all right, we out to Paris. Like, that wasn't happening. The best part is, like, when she won the World Championship, she came back, won the World Championships in March of 2025, and I was introducing her to people, like, in a coffee shop and stuff, like, hey, this is the gold medalist. They're like, oh, that's cute, right? Like, so it wasn't that long ago where she was just, you had to like explain who she was to people.
Yeah.
And now they're like, hey man, can you hook me up? Can you get me an autograph? Can you give me something? I mean, just like instantly, and like not figure skating fans, like regular people are just enamored with her. So I don't know how much these Winter Olympic, glow-ups last in America typically, but it feels like her is going to have more staying power because something about her just captivates America.
So what was it like seeing her celebrity grow like that when you go with her to New York for the Today Show or the celebration in Oakland? Just what's it been like post gold medal for Alyssa Liu?
It was just interesting to watch. Like, having seen it with Steph, it felt like, this looks familiar, right? Except hers just happened very suddenly, where Steph's was like a gradual incline, and you have that moment where it's like, oh, this dude is bigger than what I thought. So watching paparazzi jump out on me just because I was standing next to her was crazy. It's like, yo, I'm trying to play it cool because they're shooting like 1,000 pictures, and you don't want to like be digging in your nose or, you know what I'm saying, looking stupid. So it's like, all right, just play it cool. So then I became a model out there. Like, I look more like security though. Watching her handle this has been the interesting part, because really the reason people like her is because she is so genuinely herself, and she's like, I don't need none of this stuff, I'm free. And because she's so famous, like she loses some of that right now. She can't go where she wants now, right? She's wrestling with, what do I do about my hair? Everybody knows me from my hair. Should I wear wigs? Because she likes being able to just go places whenever she wants. But she's so famous, like right now, that she's gotta cool it. And I think watching her experience that live, like, wait a second, this is cool, but there's a side to this that I don't really like. That to me was really interesting to see unfold.
Did you get to meet Al Roker? Like, what did you do? Was it cool at the Today Show? What happened?
Yeah, man, I was in the building, man. Everybody, Craig Melvin, all that. Now, I didn't meet these people. I played the background like a wallflower, you know.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Like, I was, I'm good at that. But I'll tell you the coolest moment that didn't make my article, really. But, hey, man, when I saw Jamie Lee Curtis, that's what I got a little like, hold on.
Yeah.
That's big time.
Let's go. Like, it's Jamie Lee Curtis, and I don't think I don't think the 20-year-old knew like right away who it was.
No.
But then once you got a couple movies, but I was like, hey, yo, I text my wife like, yo, Jamie Lee Curtis is here. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was turned. I was like, hey, I'm with it. This is who I came to see right here. That I was with her the entire time, so it just felt weird to go up to people like, oh,
yeah, of course, of course, yeah. Best sports writer in the country, you know, right?
Derek would have done it, you know. Derek would.
Oh, I have no shame, Marcus.
Like, hey, can I get a safety? You know,
hey,
I didn't go up to Andy Cohen like, hey, watch what happens now. Take this photo. I didn't do that.
Well, you got to do that. It's a missed opportunity with Andy Cohen.
Well, it's a missed Cohen, but do you know Derek's story about walking up to Wanda Sykes at the Super Bowl?
Oh, no, I got to hear this.
Bro, tell him the story, Derek.
So it was the Super Bowl with the Patriots and Panthers.
Dude, it was the Janet Jackson
Janet Jackson
Super Bowl.
Oh, wow. And Wanda Sykes is walking outside, and she's having a conversation with somebody about Michael Jackson at the time. He was going, you know, he was doing his trial and everything. And she just goes, man, I don't want the guy to go to jail. I just want his ass to get beat. And then I interrupt her by going, hi, I'm Derek Papa. I love your work, Wanda. She goes, oh, thank you.
She goes, did you hear any of that?
Yeah, so you were like, hi, I'm Derek Papa, and I heard you were dishing out beatings. Can I get one?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. She definitely would have kicked my ass.
Marcus Thompson of The Athletic joins us on the Uber guest line. It is funny, though, like what kind of stuff at this point in any of your careers, you know, where you cover so much of this stuff, you see so much celebrity, but how different people like Jamie Lee Curtis will catch you off guard. Like, I can't believe Jamie Lee Curtis is here. It's funny who unexpectedly will get you, right, Marcus?
Bruh, it reminds me of the 2007 playoffs when Kate Hudson, Owen Wilson, and Jessica Alba.
Jessica Alba was courtside, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was like, hey, yo, we in the locker room with Jessica Alba. Hey, listen, Jessica Alba was all that in 2007. So, like, that it reminded me of that. That was the last time I felt like, oh, man, look who's here. Or an entire Prince pulled up. So, yeah, I felt like I was a vet, but when I saw Jamie Lee Curtis, I turned into you know what I'm saying? I turned into Derek Papa at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis is to Marcus what Wanda Sykes is to Derek.
Well, Wanda Sykes is a big deal.
Yeah,
Come on now.
Wanda Sykes is a big deal.
Oh, of course. Talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line. So I want to talk about your interview you did for the Athletic show with Steph and Dell, and you know those guys for a long time now. And is it clear to you, like, the differences and how similar both guys are when it comes to their approach to basketball?
Yeah, the similarities is the professionalism, which makes sense because, like, Dale taught Steph how to be a pro, right? Like, that was Steph walked into the league knowing exactly what he should be doing, how to carry himself, and that level of professionalism, like, in the discipline, is how you last a long time in the league. So that similarity really pops, especially as Steph keeps playing. Like, you can see the origins. I remember when he got drafted, they did not want Steph to come to the Warriors at all. They were begging the Warriors not to draft him. They wanted to go to the Knicks. They didn't work out for the Warriors. They're trying to sabotage it. They wanted Steph on the Knicks. But once the Warriors drafted him, Dale Curry's like, hey, you go show up, you do your job, you be a professional. And it really kind of set the tone. So when you start thinking about how is this dude still playing, it's because he don't have a problem working out. Right, he knows how to handle losing and not like kind of losing his way or getting out of shape as far as like how he thinks about the thing. His perspective remains solid. So even though like now they're like basically fighting for a play-in spot, like Steph is like, yeah, I'm trying to come back and play because he's a professional. That comes directly from Dale.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line. The question was asked about when he starts thinking about retirement. He was just kind of talking about how playing basketball at the level that he's still at and averaging over 27 points a game, that's still the happy place for him. And he says, so whatever I have to do to get on the court, it's kind of outweighed by the happiness and the joy that I have from actually getting to play at the highest level. I guess maybe when that starts to outweigh itself, or starts to outweigh the preparing to playing, then you start thinking about retirement. But Dell had an interesting comment where he said 16 years for him went so fast that for him it's about playing until you can't anymore and then play one more year. What did you think of that? Do you think Steph shares that sort of same focus on the future of his career, being that it's already longer than his dad's?
Yeah, I do think we're into that, like where he's adopting it. Like, man, how long can I take this? You know, how does this happen? I don't know if he'll do the and then one more year because the money was different for Steph than Dale.
Of course, yeah.
Right.
Right.
Like Dale's like, all right, well, there's one more because this is my last check, right? But Steph's got, the money is just so much different. But I do think there's a part of him that's like, until it becomes miserable, why would I stop? And I even think if they just say, hey, man, we starting over, I don't think he's gonna quit. I think he's gonna be like, all right, well, let's roll with the next generation. How do we rebuild this thing and get back to the top? Just because he just loves being out there, and that like his dad, obviously his mom is part of that, but his ability to like really find the center, like why he's doing this, while everybody on social media is going crazy about ruining Steph's legacy. Steph is like, yeah, I want to win, but what's better than this, actually, when you really think about it? So I do think he's going to take his dad's approach, like how long can you go? And if it's 40, it's 40. If it's 45, maybe Tom Brady is in his ear, like, hey, man, you can do it. I tell you what, the money crazy, so you might as well keep going.
Yeah, right.
Millionaire.
Make your way to a bill, it'd be fine. I mean, we talked about this with you last season, and maybe even this year, a bit around trade deadline time, about like the next superstar of the game and being stewards of the league and guys who can carry the banner for the NBA. And you were making the case that Steph and LeBron are kind of the last two of that generation. And I would agree with that. Is that kind of what you mean by Steph being there for the next generation? Like he made those comments last year before they traded for Jimmy, saying he didn't want to leave the organization in a bad place. I really do think he's kind of, to your point of the mindset, like if it's a rebuild, it's a rebuild. I'm here for it. I'm just, what do we have to do to get this to a stable spot before I'm out, whenever that may be?
Yeah, I do think Steph is like not planning to leave the Warriors, and even talking to him about, what he's gonna do next, right? Just in like his mind is on how do you get people here moving forward, right? It wasn't like, hey man, let's go somewhere else. Like it's like, hey, how do you get people here? Like in other words, Giannis couldn't be like, man, just come to Milwaukee. Like if you want to link up. That right. Doesn't seem to work with Steph. I do think he takes pride in saying, hey, I'm going to play with the same team. And also, when this new team happens, I'm going to be a part of that part too. Like Draymond shared that same sentiment. Like they feel like when you watch these situations, like, the Kobe with the Lakers, like the Iverson with Philly, Dirk with Dallas, like these are the people they played against, seeing Kevin Garnett reacquaint with Minnesota. Like they've played against these people. This is how it's supposed to end for them. Look at his father, had the best of his career in Charlotte and he's back as the announcer. Like that kind of mindset of, man, once you win championships, like that's them your dogs for life. That's who you're rolling with. I think Steph savors that a little bit too much. The Warriors would have to start doing stuff where he doesn't believe in him anymore for him to leave. But I think Joe's so championship focused that in that way they will always align.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. So Steve Kerr before the game the other day said that Steph will be returning this season. But what do you think is the latest they would do that? Do you think it would be a week before the play-in, or would it be the play-in where we actually see Steph again? Or you think they want an acclimation period with him and Porzingis?
I do think it depends on what's at stake, right? If these 10 days are up and they're like the 12th seed when he comes back, then it's just like, let's come back and have some fun, right? We did see this already in 2020. He came back with 5, remember the season we're done. They were like the worst team in basketball, and he came back, and then the pandemic shut him down. But there's a part of Steph that's like, I just want to play basketball. So I think that part of him wants to play. The other thing is, like, he's got that whole, how Marty McFly don't like when people call him chicken.
Yeah.
Right. Steph hates anything that remotely considers him soft, right? If you could possibly say he's soft for doing it, he just ain't gonna doing it. So like willingly missing games when he can play, like it just doesn't sit well with him. So he'd much rather get out there and play. Like to him, he'd rather say, like, no, I'm riding with my guys then. We going down together, right? That to him is how it's supposed to go. And he's not built for the other way. Like they have to shut him down. That's how it's always been with him. They have to say, Steph, do not come back. Because if he can, he's just going to want to play. And he definitely ain't going to want people saying he out here.
Out here what?
Out here what, bro?
Out here what, Marcus?
Marcus, you
Marcus!
there, dude?
We'll never know. I wonder what he's out here doing.
Cut off at a really funny time. You definitely don't want people out here saying that Marcus it ended it cut off, and you said he definitely don't want people out here saying.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Stop.
I don't want people out here saying he's load managing.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Okay.
Like, yeah, that's hilarious. I heard y'all. I was like, wait a second. What you mean?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to
I
scream.
didn't say anything crazy. Like,
I know, but it just cut us. So we thought we're like,
it was
go
good.
on.
It was good comedic timing.
It was funny timing. Yeah, that's right. Marcus Thompson, the voice here of The Athletic. Marcus, before we let you go, dude, just one more from Oakland and Richmond. He won it last night. Ryan Coogler wins his first Academy Award, his first Oscar. Do you have any background or any run-ins with Coogler?
what? Yeah, that's my dog. You know, I covered him.
Yes, I know, Marcus. Yeah, yeah, bro. I know. Do you know? Are you? Have you heard of this guy? Yeah. Have you heard? He did Black Panther. Did you know he did Black Panther too, Marcus? And Fruitvale Station.
So
Actually, you'd like this guy.
Speaking of not doing a Derek Papa and running all up in people's face, right?
Yeah. I don't do that all. Okay.
Ryan Coogler was at a Warriors game talking to Steph or whatever.
Yeah.
And, you know, I remember literally covering him at St. Mary's, right? I wrote about him and everything when I was at the Contra Costa Times. But, you know, that was a long time ago. So that was like 01 or something. And it was like 2016. It was like, 15 years ago, whatever. I'm sitting on the side. So Ryan is like, hey, Marcus, man, why you trying to act like you don't know nobody? So I was like, man, I wasn't sure. I didn't have the audacity to go to his face and say, hey, man, remember me? I used to write articles about you.
Right.
If he says, I don't remember them little peon articles in the College Conference Times. Then, that part I can't handle, right? So, but he was like, yeah, man, I still got your articles. You know, I still got them. I cut them out my grandma or somebody said got them. So, yeah, that officially, that's my dog. Like, you know, we from the town, and you know, how many people wrote about Ryan Coogler's receiving greatness?
Not many, man.
I'm on a short list. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the short list. Even though he did have a good career at Sacramento State after St. Mary shut the program down. So maybe somebody else did Sacramento. Let me stop claiming that. Joe Davidson might have done it at Sacramento.
I'll tell you what, I don't think JD's got any pieces, though. It's probably just that. That's probably it. JD didn't cover him there. Our guy Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. We do with him every week. Are we talking to him again Friday? We double dipping this week, Marcus?
Is that cool with you?
Yes. Yeah, that's great.
All right.
You know, it was rough out here in these streets. You know, I was doing the Steph thing. So
yeah, Steph, Alyssa Liu, you know, Al Roker. You got business to attend to,
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Jamie Lee Curtis, yeah.
Jamie Lee Curtis, baby. What y'all know about Freaky Friday?
Yeah. Marcus, we'll talk to you Friday, man. A little Freaky Friday.
All right.
Later, Marcus.
Catch you later, Marcus. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. We'll be in the East Bay, by the way, Friday.
We will be.
This Friday, we'll be in Newark at Jack's Restaurant in Newark. Actually, I keep almost saying Pleasant Hill. Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark on Friday, 2 to 6. Dirty Work goes live in the East Bay. I did know that he'd covered Coogler before because we have talked about this on the show when he's filled in.
So did he play also at St. Mary's?
He went to St. Mary's. They shut down the football program, and then he went to Sac State is what happened.
So the last two winners of the Oscar from Oakland, Ryan Coogler and Mahershala Ali, both
played at
St. Mary's as well.
Yeah, he played basketball there.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, pretty incredible.
And by the way, Ryan Coogler won last night. Steve Kerr won an Oscar too.
Dude, I saw this. I didn't know this until. So he was he was a producer.
He was producer of the documentary short that won last night. I don't know the name of the movie in front of me, but
like In Every Room or something like that. Every Room.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Was that one of the ones that tied? Did you see that there was a tie on?
Yeah, and it was fantastic.
Wait, was it the documentary short?
Yes, I believe so.
So Steve Kerr tied for an Oscar last night.
Yes. And
I didn't know that could happen.
I know, like there's someone in the Academy, like 12 Angry Men, and be like, I got to believe that this documentary wins. No, I believe this documentary wins. Like, you're that passionate about documentary short?
Well, I don't think that's how it works, Derek. They vote. It's a ballot.
Yeah, it's a group of people, the Academy.
Yeah, the Academy but everybody there votes. I'm saying they're not sitting in a room arguing like it's the Veterans Committee for the Hall of Fame deciding if
I like to think it's that way.
That's not how it works.
I like to think somebody comes to the room and said, did you see what Timothy Chalamet says about operas and ballets?
That's why you're saying Chalamet is guilty of it. I'm like, dude, I think they all just cast a ballot. Like, Leo gets to vote. You know what I mean? It's like us voting for – you just vote. There's no room. There's no Academy of, like, 5 guys who are like, I don't like what he said about the art, so we're getting out on it.
All right, fair enough.
So I'm
That's why it was
That's why I'm
hilarious.
saying to you, I don't think that has anything to do with
Yeah.
Chalamet not winning.
No, probably right.
Well,
But-
nothing else did either.
No, but that's why, Conan had a great line last night where I think Ryan Coogler refuses to be a part of the academy because he doesn't want to criticize his fellow
He
peers.
doesn't want to rate his peers. Or grade them.
And then Conan had the great line is like, well, all of you pricks in this room want to do that.
All of you sick effers do. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We got to get Alyssa Liu on the show.
All right. Well, we know somebody.
Can we venture to do that?
Maybe Marcus has the hookup.
Marcus needs to get us Lou and Cougar.
Coogler?
No, Larry Cougar. That's who I want. Well, I said exactly
I've been trying to get
what
Ryan
I-
Coogler for a long time.
We can get Ryan Kruger.
Jim Bob Cooter? Ah, Jim Bob Cooter. Where is he these days?
Speaking of Sac State, we couldn't get Kugler, but we got Kruger. He joins us on Friday as well. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, big week for the Sharkies and the Teal. They got a couple of wins this week. They beat the Bruins and they beat Montreal. They lost to Ottawa.
Yeah.
They got Edmonton before they come on home, and we'll be there, by the way, Monday, April 6th. How about that, in the Shark Tank? It's a huge week for the Sharks with 17 games to play before the end of the regular season. We'll get into that next. Dirty Work rolls on. It's a Monday, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, it's tax season. People have questions. What does somebody do if they can't pay their taxes?
They call us. We want to work a deal out for you. Look, it's March 16th today. In about a month, it's tax day. Don't make the mistake of sticking your head in the sand or not filing the returns or the other common mistakes that people make. Let us work something out for you. If you say, well, Steve, it's not just this April 15th you missed, but last one and the one before and so on. That's okay. No matter how many years we have to deal with, it's okay. We'll go ahead, and there's all kinds of deals, whether we can cut a deal where you just pay part and that's it, or we get the penalties forgiven, and sometimes penalties and interest more than the taxes, or get you a monthly payment plan that you can actually afford, not what some IRS agent says you should afford, but what you can afford. Or maybe the bill itself is wrong. That happens a lot of times, especially true if you don't file the returns. The bottom line is, this is what we do for a living. We want to help you. We have a free consultation. Talk to us. We'll listen to you. We know you have kids to feed. We know you have expenses. We want to make everything right for you so you can actually get a good night's sleep, put this behind you. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Just give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Again, Montreal has to tag up, but they do and come up with the puck. Give it up. Here's Graff, empty net chance. Celebrini scores! There it is, number 35 for Macklin Celebrini.
35 goals on the season for the teenager, Macklin Celebrini. With a goal there against Montreal, the Sharks won that game. They did lose yesterday, though. Give up 7. Ottawa.
Yeah.
Ottawa kind of ran away with that one. Anyway, beat Montreal for the second time in 3 weeks Saturday. That was a 4-2 win after their 4-2 win over Boston, which we talked about on Friday of last week. The incredible goal by William Macklin. Celebrini got his 35th goal of the season in that win on Saturday. 3 more points in the game. He's averaging 1.5 points a game on the road this season. Only one teenager in NHL history has finished the season with a rating that high. Just take your pick. It's either Crosby or Gretzky every time you hear about it. This time it's Gretzky, the only other teenager to ever do that. Also, he passed Sidney Crosby for third most road points in a single season by a teenager.
That's rare air, man.
Into the rare air where it's like every time Shohei Ohtani accomplished a feat for like 2-year period there, 3-year period, it was first guy to do this since a guy pitched in a game and did this since Babe Ruth. First guy since Babe Ruth to do X, Y, and Z. That's literally the conversation we're having nightly now about Wayne Gretzky, about Macklin as a 19-year-old. And it's crazy because we're not talking about 19-year-olds who had an incredible year or incredible season. It's 2 guys who became 2 of the greatest and the greatest in the history of the sport. It's like saying anything LeBron James did as a 19-year-old. Like, that's what we're talking about here. It's not a guy who went to college and came out at He did, but didn't come out at 21 or 22 years old or play that many years. Mm-hmm. Came out at 19 as the number 1 pick and is already far and away living up to it.
When you were gone and Ted was filling in, I asked him, are the comparisons to Steph Curry kind of getting old? And he goes, no, because he's transcending the game right now. It's different where, yes, the Sharks had interesting teams back in the day and obviously teams that went to the Stanley Cup final. But this guy's changing things in the Bay Area, and he's in rare air with Sidney Crosby, Wayne Gretzky, Connor McDavid. And again, like the Sharks need to make the postseason for this to happen, but right now he's second for the Hart Trophy. Like we're talking about this guy in MVP consideration. Now he won't get it because who's it? Nate McKinnon.
Nathan McKinnon, Colorado.
Nathan McKinnon's having an unbelievable season right now for Colorado. But this guy's it's an ascending season. If they make the postseason, all the better. But what this guy's doing right now is changing things, in my opinion, in the Bay Area, where the Shark Tank was always filled. But and in the last few years, not so much. But the attention that this guy's getting, and there's a lot of guys on this team that are entertaining. It's a young, ascending team. But Macklin Celebrini's just unbelievable at what he's accomplished on the national level with Team Canada and the Olympics. What he's doing right now with the San Jose Sharks.
Part of that is the Olympic run, right? Part of that is what he did to put his name on the international stage, but on the national hockey stage as well. That anybody who'd been waiting to find out or see him, and I remember this happen. I've seen people, from around the country who are hockey fans tweet at Brody Brazil and say, hey, should I go see them when they come to town? And Brody in the first half of the season was going, do it now, because it's going to be a ticket like that. It's more expensive than Steph Curry when he comes to town. The difference I would say in the Steph comparisons is that Steph Curry, because of his college run, because of what he did at Davidson,
you got to know him.
Getting to the Elite Eight. And again, that was the year before he came out. That was his junior year at college. But before he did that, and then his junior and senior year, he led the nation in scoring. We knew who Steph Curry was coming out.
Right.
Not that we didn't know who Macklin was, but at 19 years old, the number 1 overall pick, there was talk that, it's a great thing that the Sharks got the number 1 pick, but will this kid be as good as some of the previous number 1 picks? Will he be as good as McKinnon? Will he be as good as Crosby was? Is he really that level? And the difference with he and Steph is, it took Steph a minute to come into his own, but Steph changed the game because the style of play and what he was able to do that was better than everybody else. This kid's doing things that are like prodigy level stuff.
Yeah.
At 19 years old, he's been in the league for 1 season, and now he's the best player. We're making a case for him being the best player in the game. He's probably not, but he's top 5.
Short list, he
That's
is.
What I'm saying. And I'm and if we're talking 19-year-old or teenage success, then we're talking one of the greatest 3 teenagers to ever play the game, and we're watching it based on the jump that happened last year. This, to me, the comp to Steph, feels more like what we saw from Steph Curry the last year of Mark Jackson to the first year of Steve Kerr.
Yes.
Were as great as they were, and that championship run, the first Warrior title, as magical as it was, no matter who you swap in that year, whether it was Steve Kerr or you stuck with Mark Jackson, you went another direction, nobody could have predicted that in one offseason, Steph Curry would have come back as the greatest shooter we'd ever seen. And that's what happened. Like, we were kind of hesitant to say it that year because you don't want to take it away from Ray Allen and Reggie Miller.
Right.
But we were already starting to see it. We're like, dude, we knew he was incredible anyway. And now he's going to hit 400 threes damn near every year. Like, he became the greatest, and the MVP became that player. He made that jump in development. That equivalent to me is what's happening right now with Macklin, where last year, yeah, he was good. He was really good. Didn't have the same talent around him. And how could you jump into the league like LeBron James and show up? I mean, LeBron, I think it's the only year he didn't make an all-star team was his first season.
Right.
He still averaged 20 a game or whatever. That's the type of jump where it's like, we knew this kid was coming, but who would have thought, even Brody, before the season started, said, I think we're 2 years away.
Yeah, right.
I think if you asked him now, he'd be like, no. Like 2 years from being, like, not contending, I'm saying being a playoff team. But again, nobody was predicting this jump for Macklin. At 35 goals and going to be at 100 points when, Tim?
Didn't even win Rookie of the Year last year.
No. That's what I'm saying.
But
like,
the jump has been unbelievable. Right now, he's in his, like, if we're comparing it to Steph, we're in, like, Steph's, like, the 51-point performance against the Knicks. Like, that's what Macklin Celebrini is doing on a nightly basis, and it's only his second year. And you want the Steph Curry effect? That's where people go on the road and say, I want to see Steph, and you're in awe of what he does.
Yeah.
That's what's going on with Macklin Celebrini. Go check out Brody Brazil's tweet over the weekend on Saturday, that performance against Montreal, and go look at the picture where Macklin goes to the side of the glass where all the Montreal fans are, and their faces are just like, my God.
He just sort of skates past him, and he says, zoom in on some of the faces, and you see people be like, what the hell is this?
Who is this kid?
Who is this guy?
Yeah, exactly.
It's one of those.
Yeah, there's nowhere, like, it feels like a different planet than San Jose to Montreal and Ottawa. And you have beat writers who are on the train. They're going between and seeing people in San Jose Sharks jerseys.
Yep.
That's the effect. And when you see somebody, again, Montreal might as well be Riyadh. It's the other part of the damn world. And it's like, no, that kid, that Canadian, that unreal what he's doing right now. And I totally subscribe to the Randy Drew Remenda theory, which is keep your eye on him at all times if you can, especially if you're there in person, because the way that he moves without the puck, very similar to Steph Curry. He's always running. You know, Curry's always moving, always based on motion and everything. He makes plays on the offensive side that they're not even goal-scoring plays. Yeah. It's just gathering the way that people describe it as soft hands. You have soft hands and everything.
Right.
It just looks like the puck is an extension of your stick and whatnot. He does it better than anybody I've seen. I mean, you're going to say in 2 years, he's going to be an MVP candidate for sure every single year.
He's already won now. Yeah, legitimately, he has the second best odds, according to...
I doubt he gets it, but the fact that he's in that consideration is unbelievable.
He's got the second best odds. Only 17 to play. It's pretty incredible. He's going to get votes. McKinnon far and away, minus 180. He's the only one at minus money. Then the worst odds at plus money are Celebrini, plus 350. That's 100 to win 350.
Yeah.
Kurashov is at 550. McDavid at 1,200. So
you're talking about the best players in the game.
That's what I mean. He's already like a top 5 player at 19 years old.
No, it's incredible.
Which is unbelievable.
And McKinnon, just to the point of McKinnon having an MVP season, the reason why he'll probably win is because his plus minus, for those who don't know, it's when you're on the ice and you score a goal versus you get a +1 for that. You're on the ice and the other team scores a goal, you get a minus. Nathan McKinnon's plus minus is 57. The highest on the Sharks is Macklin Celebrini. I think he's 8.
Yeah.
So that...
Well, his team's better.
Yeah, that team is by far and away probably, I would say, easily one of the top 2 teams in the NHL, and he is the best player on that team.
No, and I love that right now Macklin Celebrini feels like he's pissed off for greatness since the Team Canada lost. He's taken out on all the Canadian teams except for yesterday. And it's unfortunate. We need Askarov back because, I mean, he was just a fill-in yesterday, but Laurent Brossoit, the goalie yesterday, not fantastic, a veteran player, but we'll see where the Sharks go with that. And then our guy, Igor Chernyshov.
Dude, that was a scary
hell
moment.
Of a hit.
That he took on Saturday. Yeah, it was nasty. He tried to get back up, and he just sort of skated back down. Some people on Twitter, not Sharks fans. I see people now coming at Sharks Twitter. I think Sharks, remember the people who were really mad that, like, we started paying attention to the Sharks?
Yeah.
Like, I think...
Still are a little bit.
I think we're making them look bad nationally. You know what I mean? Like, two diehard Sharks fans who have been here, I think on social media, they now feel like we are representing them loudly and inaccurately. And so people are coming in because we're all like, no! what a cheap hit, what a bad. Yeah. And people are going, no, that was. I'm like, no, that was that was not an okay.
Don't
play.
act like you know more hockey than me, and like in that situation, like, come on, that was a cheap shot. Come on.
530 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Says my friends from Edmonton, Canada, literally just named their newborn son Macklin. That's the Celebrini effect.
Wow.
That's the how many dogs were named Buster. You know what I mean? After the 2010 World Series.
That's like the Dwight Clark effect.
Yeah.
Like, you ever heard that story where the day that he made the catch, there was a baby born that was named Dwight Clark? He was like, wow. Yeah. I don't know if I deserve that honor.
Yeah,
but.
I think you do, man. Yeah, I think you do. And you're heading to Pontiac, bro. 831 checks in and says, you think Macklin will stay with the Sharks like Steve stayed with the Warriors his whole career? Do you think he'll want to go back home to Canada? Well, as former mayor of San Francisco Ed Lee said, if you give Steve Curry an inch, he can take a Golden State a mile. Dude, Steve Curry. Tim's working for it, dude. Do I think he'll stay? I don't know. I think we're far from that. I think if the Sharks are smart, he will be locked up to whatever kind of lifetime contract they can find. Okay. They give long-term deals in hockey, too.
This may be a conversation for another day. Who do you think is a lifetime Bay Area athlete? Steph, Logan Webb, or Macklin Celebrini?
Well, Steph. Well, it's too early with Macklin to say. Logan Webb pitchers are too tough to determine.
Yeah.
For sure. If it was an everyday player, that's no knock on Logan. I mean, that's tough. But Steph's already... We're only a few years.
Steph is close to the end, so that's easy to say.
Stamping Steph as that. So I think Steph for sure. I think second most likely, and who knows how long it goes, could be Macklin based on talent, how early on we're seeing this, how they will pay anything to make sure he stays in building. Logan Webb pitching is just different. Pitchers are so different.
No, it is.
Bumgarner's not even one, right?
Well, Kerry Crowley brought this up while he was filling in for you, saying, like, the Giants need to put it upon themselves to make a competitive team because, again, Logan Webb's under contract, but he's the type of guy that doesn't like losing. So who's to say what happens long term?
That's what I'm saying. Who knows? He may be pissed off. He may want to pitch for Team USA more of those vibes.
Well, you know what they say. You give Steve Curry an inch, and he might take a Golden State a mile.
A mile? Hell yeah.
Steve Curry.
Dude, I get fired up here at Ed Lee, man.
Oh, Ed Lee.
I miss that guy.
Oh.
I miss that dude, Ed Lee. It was just a good time, man.
Yeah.
I don't look, everybody, I don't care where
good
you're
time out.
I don't care if you're out there moaning and groaning. I couldn't tell you a policy thing.
Yeah.
I was in SF State. He's the first San Francisco mayor.
Can't say I recall what his politics were.
I don't even know. I don't even care.
Curry.
But I loved, he was a good vibe, dude.
Steve
He was a
Curry.
good vibe.
Dude, he had another one, too. What,
I got the other
come
one.
on, Tim. Give me that one, dude. I need the key to the city, dude.
Oh, which one was that?
We'll give you the broom to the city.
Hang on.
He was out there. Giants are winning rings, dude. He's doing Gangnam Style. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
it's
Gangnam
all a
Style.
party, dude.
He was cheesy as hell, and it was
all
so
a party.
fun.
Yeah,
It's all
but
about,
you know
what?
Dude,
That's a
came
good
from a good
politician.
place, yeah.
Be cheesy.
dude, kicked
Don't
in the
be
Safeway,
divisive.
man. That's how I want to go. You know what I mean?
You know what they say.
Yes.
What? Go ahead.
He's like Marcus.
No, that's it.
Well, that's
You're
it.
gonna play it, Tim.
Oh, come on.
Let's
Leave me in suspense.
You give Steve
Oh.
Curry an inch, and he might take a Golden State a mile.
You don't have the other one, Timmy?
I'll find it. Give me a sec.
He'll find it later.
All right, we'll take it up. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work with you on a Monday afternoon when we come on back. Are we coming down the stretch now on a potential Joey Bosa joining of Nick Bosa?
I think so.
Maybe nobody are happier that a Kirk was signed to the Niners than Nick Bosa. Maybe Joey's next. Maybe Joey's next. Come on, can we riff? It's nothing going on. It's Monday on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Tim, you got that other Ed Lee sound yet?
How's everybody doing? What about the Warriors? Yes.
That's not the one, but I'll take that, dude. I'll take whatever Lee you got, bro. The other one's about 30 seconds long. Yeah, dude, former Mayor Ed Lee. Why did that even come up while we were talking Sharks? Because somebody said, do you think Steve...
Someone said Steve Curry.
Somebody said, do you think Macklin will say like Steve Curry did? I think they meant Steph Curry.
Yeah.
5-3 says, man, I'd never even noticed the phonetic similarities between Steve Kerr and Steph Curry. And then he said, if you give Steve Curry an inch, that's where we got on that. He also...
And this is the broom to the city.
He also once, instead of giving a key to the city, gave the broom to the city.
All right.
After the sweep. So that's all.
What a sweet man.
That's all good. That was the Giants, though, right? Was that the broom in 2012?
Yeah, that's the broom.
The broom to the city. Very nice. Now, if he did that, too, that would just be perfect fodder for, like, news talk TV.
Oh, God,
dude.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He gave a broom?
It's about time they got a broom in San Francisco. Can you imagine? Dude,
Clean the streets?
People be losing their minds,
Yeah,
dude.
seriously.
How's everybody doing?
How about the Warriors? Huh? All right, let's get into some of this. The potential of the 49ers adding Joey Bosa. Everybody wanted this last year.
Yep.
Yes.
And he signed for way more money with Buffalo than I thought he would. He signed for like $15 million?
No, it was $12 million.
12.
So a little off,
He
yeah.
got more than I thought he would get last year. But I think this year he's projecting at a lower price tag.
I mean, he's not getting a ton of sacks. He had 5 last year and 5 forced fumbles. And the reason why people are putting this together is because over the weekend, Nick Bosa adjusted his contract. He converted $21 million of his salary into a signing bonus, clearing $17 million for the 49ers. So they have over $42 million in cap space. And today they signed Christian Kirk. Joey Bosa would add to the defensive line. You have to know what you're getting in him. He's just a third down pass rusher at this point. He's a guy that gets you forced fumbles because last year, I mean, not eye-popping stats, 5 sacks, but 5 forced fumbles. So you need that. I mean, you need any pass rush at this point where they only had 20 sacks a year ago.
Joey had 5 forced?
5 forced fumbles,
Damn,
yes.
Nick had, what do you have, 2 forced in 2 games and change?
Yeah, seriously.
in 9 quarters played maybe?
Well, he played 15 games a year ago, and he got 5 sacks. But, yeah, the 5 forced fumbles. And his mother over the weekend, too, their mother, put out on Instagram a photo of Nick and Joey playing as 49ers. Now, she did that a year ago as well, so could be misleading. But I wouldn't be surprised if we have this move the next couple of days here because they just need depth at defensive end, and they have the cap space to do it. They're going to make moves in the draft as well. They got to get younger at wide receiver and on the defensive line, but you can never have too much pass rush in this league. Howie Roseman gets a ton of it. I think John Lynch needs to be aggressive as well. And also, I don't know how much longer Joey Bosa has in this league, so why not play with your little brother?
Joey's only a couple of years older, is that right?
Well, he was drafted in 2016, and Nick was drafted in 2019. So
Nick's
maybe
28. Joey's 30, but he'll be 31 in July. So he's like 3 years old.
Yeah, and he's injury prone. So again, like I wouldn't anticipate a ton from him as far as like productivity, but doesn't get anything. And it'd be nice, like, Nick's bought in with a fellow teammate here, so it'd be cool. It'd be nice, a PR thing, better than Taylor and Tyler Rogers, but Nick and Joey Bosa, that's fun. Is it, do they need to get more? Absolutely. They need to address a lot in the draft. But getting Joey Bosa at a veteran rate, if it's 1 year for $10 million, I'd do that.
Yeah, absolutely. They need more. Bryce Huff just retired. They need to replace that player. And if that's it, I was trying to see if they had the same representation. A lot of times
probably do.
Well, I assumed so. A lot of times on the Pro Football Reference, it'll list their agent. It does that for baseball a lot. Yep. And so I looked at Bosa's right now to see if either of them had it listed. Neither had their agent listed because what you were saying is maybe that restructure or the conversion of that money, creating more cap space for Nick is going to allow them to sign Joey, and we'll talk about that. Matt Mayoka is going to join us here in about 8 minutes or so at 4:50. We can talk to him about what this means and what else they'll do with that cap space. I mean, part of this is you got to get rookies under contract.
You do, yes.
You do have to be able to be cap compliant, get rookies under. So I'm interested as to where else they could go, and if he thinks they'll add another defensive lineman, considering Michael Williams theoretically is not going to be ready for day one or week one.
Probably not. I mean, when he suffered that injury, week 11,
it was late, yeah.
Yeah, so he won't be. I mean, you never know. Like, ACL tears are so different these days. Like, people have to prepare for that. Like, we saw today. Like I was saying all the while, like when is Patrick Mahomes coming back next year? And the Chiefs are telling you probably not week 1, week 2. They trade for Justin Fields today.
I didn't think so. And you were saying at the end of the year, like, I wouldn't be surprised. I was like, kind of would be surprised if he was back that early. You got hurt so late. Like, you may as well make sure the guys are ready and that they're back and get them healthy. When you're a Patrick Mahomes level or a Joe Burrow level of guy, you got to be ready.
Some guys are just freaks, though, like Adrian Peterson coming back week 1 after he tore his ACL and rushing for 2,000 yards. You never know. But what?
530 just says, you telling me we're going to have Osa, Bosa, and Bosa on the line? Yeah.
Get ready for
Osa,
that.
Bosa, and Bosa, and Michael Williams.
Love it, Pop. Love it.
That is a funny four. That is a funny way to think about that.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
Anyway, what were you saying?
No, just saying like that would be a good addition to the defensive line. So, and you never know with Michael Williams when he's going to come back. I got to believe they're going to address defensive line. You know, getting Christian Kirk, I don't know if you need to get a wide receiver in the first round now. You know, also, we're still dealing with Trent Williams and the contract situation, and the deadline's this Friday.
Well, that's probably about the money, too.
Exactly. Yeah. So they have the money to do
this.
The
restructure, probably plays into that as well.
Well, I also think that Nick, you know, he doesn't restructure for anybody, so they tell him, like, we could get your brother. He's like, oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, go get him.
Yeah, go get him, man.
I'm down to get my
More
brother.
saccaroonies between me and my brother.
Dude, by the way, what I did notice is they have their Instagrams listed on Pro Football Reference.
Do they?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Can't agree more.
Nick Bosa's, I didn't know what his
I'm
was.
seeing it right now.
Nick Bosa's is at NB Nick Bosa Small Bear. And I was like, his brother's isn't the other one, is it? It is. His brother is at JB Big Bear. I was like, what is this? What are they doing?
Hey, to each their own.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird.
We don't yuck yums, but I'm kind of yucking this yum a bit, dude, you know?
The Big Bear and Little Bear? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Whatever.
Were you a Little Bear guy on Nick Jr.?
Or Little Bill?
No, Little Bear.
What was Little Bear?
Exactly what it sounds like. Little Bear.
I'm trying to remember the show.
It was called Little Bear.
I don't remember Little Bear.
Little Bill was about Cosby.
I remember.
Yeah.
You got Little Bill here. He's eating the Jello pudding pops. Little Bill.
Yeah.
I remember
I'm so sad. I'm Robert Pattinson as Batman. Everything sucks.
Mike Cosby's a little better. Didn't Gruden reference Little Bill? He's talking about Bill Krosky Merritt. I got to tell you, man, I like this Bill Krosky Merritt. It reminds me of Little Bill.
Yeah, I don't think
He probably didn't do that. I don't think Gruden was making videos referencing Little Bill.
I tell you what, man, before Cosby went down, that Little Bill was good, man. I tell you what, I like that spider.
Why did he go down again? I can't remember.
Spider through Bill Banana, man. Yeah, dude. No, you remember Little Bear though, huh?
I don't remember Little Bear, honestly.
It was right around the time Franklin was blowing up.
Hey, it's Franklin
coming over to play. Yeah, it was right around
Little Bear. Yeah, of course I remember Little Bear.
Oh, Little Bear. That's what I.
You meant Little Bear.
Oh, that Little Bear. Yeah. I remember.
No, of course I remember Little Bear.
I just remember his mom and dad were both Mama Bear and like Papa Bear or Father Bear or whatever. And I was
and he was Little Bear.
I was like, so their names were that when they were kids? I was like, I don't get it.
They grew up to be.
I was like, boy, you really found
so for the rest of your life, you're going to be Little Bear.
Found the right career. Yeah, because one time he finds a tree that they carved their names into.
So Little Bear doesn't wear any clothes, but the Bernstein Bears, they wore clothes.
Did they wear pants too, or just
They did,
tops?
yes.
Some animals.
Well, the kids wore the shirts and no bottom, if I remember correctly. The parents wore clothes.
Yeah, 530 says you got to be careful about identifying as a bear in the city. That means something different. Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, something the sisters would be into. All right, Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work with you on a Monday. We'll take a quick break. We got to pick Matt Mayoko's brain about a few things. First and foremost, did he like us Sinners falling short at the Oscars to one battle after another? Then we'll talk about
Chances Matt has seen that movie.
Contract stuff as well. We'll get into to whether or not Joey Bosa's on his way. Will Trent Williams get sorted out? Because a week ago, Matt said it did feel a little bit different. Yeah. And we got to see if they're done now at receiver after the addition of Christian Kirk. More to come. Dirty Work rolls on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
What about the Warriors? Yes.
Well, according to Jordan Schultz, the 49ers have agreed with wide receiver Christian Kirk on a 1-year, $6 million contract. This will be the 29-year-old's fourth team after spending 1 year in Houston, 3 seasons in Jacksonville, and 4 in Arizona. For everything 49ers, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. And a pleasure to be joined by our next guest, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, Matt Mayoko, joins us on the Uma guest line and on our video stream. Great to talk to you and see you, Matt. How you doing, man?
What's up, man?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Doing well, man. When we talked to you last Monday, I think that was the start of free agency last Monday,
Yes, it
right?
was.
We had just started free agency.
Yes, that was the opening day of the negotiating period.
The negotiating
It
period.
was a legal
right.
tampering
And so
period.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I think when we talked, 90 minutes in, the 49ers had already locked up Mike Evans, but then everything else happened after that. So, yeah, I mean, they've done a lot of work in a week, and I guess kind of bookended. Last Monday, Mike Evans. This Monday, Christian Kirk. So, they have their outside receiver. They have their slot receiver. First time I think they've really had a slot receiver, like a true slot guy in a long, long time. So kind of an interesting situation of what they wanted to, put together for Brock Purdy, maybe even for the offensive line, guys, when they see the blitz coming or, just by design, there might be an unblocked pass rusher. I think they have more options now for Brock to just play pitch and catch and get the ball out quickly.
Well, I wanted to ask you about that sort of exactly, is that we joked last Monday when we first had John. You said, well, they said they wanted to get younger and faster, and signing Mike Evans is a funny way to do that. Christian Kirk kind of falls into that same boat. Now, what Derek was saying is and I'm not totally opposed to this, he asked, do you think this sort of means Ricky's almost the 3? Like, is Christian Kirk the obvious number 2 now?
No, I think Ricky Pearsall's the obvious.
You think Kirk is the 3? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I don't know that Christian Kirk can play really outside.
Yeah.
And I think Pearsall kind of has that versatility. Like the way I would see it, all things being equal, would be Mike Evans line up at the X, the boundary receiver on the line of scrimmage, Ricky Pearsall at the flanker position, and then Kirk coming in on nickel situations or passing downs and play the slot and almost be exclusively the slot. I think almost every one of his receptions, if not all of his receptions last year, came when he was lined up in the slot. So it does give the 49ers, I don't think you'll see those guys moving around as much. I mean, Pearsall can still play the slot on occasion, but I think it gives these guys pretty defined roles. And I think that once they have that kind of defined role, maybe it kind of limits a little bit what the defense can do, because I think 49ers will know play to play or have a good idea of what kind of defenses they're going to be facing.
Yeah, I was talking more as far as like a number 2 option, where I think he's one of the more reliable receivers on the team now. And you just don't know Ricky Pearsall's health. But as far as the wide receiver room now, you have all those guys we just mentioned, not to mention Jacob Cowing and Jordan Watkins and Demarcus Robinson. With that wide receiver room right now, Matt, do you think they would address the wide receiver position in the early rounds of the draft, or maybe later on where they feel more comfortable with their room right now?
Yeah, I would say all things being equal, it's not that need at number 27. It's not that need in the second round. So all things being equal, I'd say no, that they can wait until the 3rd round or use one of those picks in the 4th round. That might be maybe the more likely scenario. Yeah, I know that when last year started, as far as the offseason program going into training camp, I think the 49ers felt that Jordan Watkins had a chance to get out there and contribute. And as it turned out, he got banged up, kind of fell behind, and never made any kind of contribution to the team last year. So it might be with that system, the complexity of it, what a wide receiver is required to learn. I could definitely see them doing something similar where they get a wide receiver in the 4th round and it's basically a redshirt year. You keep him on the 53-man, but he probably doesn't suit up. Because right now, I mean, I wouldn't put it up there with the best wide receiving cores in the league, but, your top 3 guys of Evans, Pearsall, and Kirk are just fine. And then, you look at, like I said, Demarcus Robinson is the number 4 or 5, and Watkins being the 4 or 5. There's plenty there to work with, but I think it's always good business because of how that wide receiver market has exploded to always be addressing that and, always have options at wide receiver every year, because there is attrition. None of those guys are going to play 17 games or they're not all going to play 17 games. So you're going to need the depth, and you need to always be grooming guys to take over and become big time players into the future.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line as he does every Monday, talking some 49er football. Sticking on the offensive side of things, when we spoke to you Monday about Trent Williams, I'd sort of felt like your tone, and I was trending this way too, that it seemed like things were different this time around just based on how it was being reported, that negotiations between them were not where they needed to be for him to feel comfortable about coming back. Since then, I guess they've gotten back together about negotiating, and I'm of the mindset that no news is good news. How are you interpreting what's gone on in the last week with Trent?
Yeah, I would say the same thing. I mean, it certainly sounds like from Trent Williams' side, his representation, if there's little snags, they're going to want to put that out there. Like, there's been no progress made. The 49ers aren't budging, and try to maybe ramp up the external heat on the 49ers, everybody knowing, of course, how important Trent Williams is to that team. I think it should be settled this week. Deadlines spur action. And it just seems like with the 49ers and all of their negotiations with players under contract, not under contract, whatever the case may be, whenever there's a deadline, then something gets done right up against that deadline. And the deadline for this situation would be the $10 million option bonus that he is due on Friday. So I would think that something will happen at some point in the next 4 days that will kind of solidify where that stands with Trent Williams and the 49ers heading into the 26th season.
Real quick, Matt, I saw over the weekend that the Philadelphia Eagles and Dallas Goedert were trying to do contract negotiations that kept kicking that deadline down the road. Is there any chance the 49ers could do that with Trent Williams?
Yeah, yes, there is. So yeah, maybe that's wishful thinking on my part to say that, hey, something's going to be done on Friday. We can close the door and there will be some finality and a conclusion and a resolution to this. But yeah, I mean, it is possible. But also from Trent's standpoint, because there is a $10 million option bonus due, it has to be two sides working together on that and agreeing to, hey, let's kick the can down the road a week or two or whatever the case may be. And, with Trent Williams at 38 and probably at this point in his career, kind of just, no nonsense and let's get this thing done and, don't leave me twisting in the wind. They could clearly and obviously say, you know what? No, we're fine where this is. You owe us $10 million on Friday. And, you either going to pay it to us or you're going to release, and then I can go and get a bigger contract and more guaranteed money somewhere else. So I could see it working both ways, but I think the inclination would be more for Trent Williams to use that as the impetus to get something done.
Yeah.
Matt, do you know, did it ever get to a point or has it gotten to a point where he was allowed to shop around, or did the Niners get to a point where they said, get us a 1, and if somebody will pay you what you're looking for and we get a 1, then we're okay? Did we get to that point?
Yeah, it's my understanding that, yes, they said, hey, if you don't like this or whatever, feel free.
Yeah.
But also remember, to go ahead and gauge the market. But also remember that any team that is willing to pay big money for Trent Williams, the 49ers are going to look at that and go, wow, if you're willing to pay that much money to him, just think how much we can get from you as far as draft picks or player compensation in a trade. So it kind of swings both ways. The more, the bigger market there is for Trent Williams as far as teams wanting him, then that means the more the 49ers can use that to their advantage. And if it comes to that, Trent Williams not being on the team, then it kind of lines it up for the 49ers to be able to use the compensation back from another team to, I was going to say, fill the spot of left tackle, which is what they would do. But, talking about this, nobody's going to fill Trent Williams' shoes probably for as long as the 49ers are a football organization.
Talking about Mayoko on the UMA guest line. So over the weekend, the 49ers converted $21 million of Nick Bosa's salary into a signing bonus, clearing up $17 million in cap space. And people put two and two together, thinking that it might be Joey Bosa, his mom putting out stuff on social media about them playing together. We saw that a year ago, and ultimately he signed with the Buffalo Bills for $12 million. But do you think that's on the table this year for a lower rate?
I would think so. And you look at, if you've seen how the 49ers structured that deal with Mike Evans, to me, that's kind of the template of how they can make this work. And it really is interesting to see how the 49ers have used this offseason thus far. and it's only been 8 days compared to last year. This year you definitely get the sense that they're building for this year, that this is it. They know that there's going to be a lot of veteran guys. I shouldn't say a lot, but I don't think they're going to keep the team together in its entirety next year in 2027. So whoever those big time names are that we've talked about for years and years and years as being the nucleus of the 49ers, I don't think they're all coming back in 2027, but they are, it appears, with Trent Williams being the question mark, that they're all coming back this year. So with that, instead of saying, hey, let's go get a project who might be a good player year one, but he could be a really good player year 3, 4, whatever, by going and getting Mike Evans and Christian Kirk and bringing back Dre Greenlaw and going and getting the defensive tackle from the Dallas Cowboys, Osa Odigizua. That to me shows that the 49ers want to win now. And you don't get Mike Evans and give him that contract, which if you look at it, it's basically a 1-year contract for $14.3 million. Next year, they'll cross that bridge when they get to it. But the cap hit is only $4.25 million. So that tells you right there that, they're working it so they still have room on the cap. And it is quite possible that I think they could go out and get Joey Bosa on a contract that's not even quite as big as the one they just gave Mike Evans, and where a cap hit could be, $3.75 million or $4 million. So I don't think cap-wise it's going to take a whole lot, the way they can structure it. It's not going to take a whole lot to get Joey Bosa. The question is, do they want him? And when you look at the edge rushers available, and that continues to be an area of need. 49ers are right now, they're putting all their eggs in the basket of Nick Bosa and Michael Williams being completely healthy. So there is the opportunity for them to do that. They always are very good about coming up with the price that makes sense for them and then going out and making it work. So I would think that if the 49ers can match or come in with an offer that Joey Bosa doesn't feel he can get anywhere else, then I think there's a decent chance that he's lining up opposite of his younger brother.
Talking to Matt Mayoka, a few more minutes here, joins us on the UMA guest line. The Bryce Huff retirement and the Dre Greenlaw signing happened almost within minutes of each other in terms of how they were announced. I mean, Bryce Huff put that out himself, I guess, but did it catch the 49ers off guard? Is this something that was happening or they thought was coming? And then just your reaction to the Greenlaw signing, because a little bit surprising for me, I thought.
Yeah, well, the Greenlaw thing happened because he had hit the wire, and so he was available, and the 49ers really didn't wait too long. So they got him at basically the first available point where they could get him when he became officially a free agent. For Bryce Huff, the 49ers ended up releasing him, and he was due a roster bonus that day, or I think the day after. So they actually released him. I don't think he would have been on the team regardless. And, he's made his millions. He has outside interests. He got a lot out of football. Football got a lot out of him. And so from what I understand, the 49ers were quite aware that he was going to do that. But even if he hadn't, I don't think I could have envisioned him being on the team just because of the contract that he was due. 49ers are, it's a brutal business. And just because you have the contract, if it's non-guaranteed, it is not guaranteed. And so I don't think that they were figuring on him being on the team in 2026 regardless.
Matt, we knew for quite some time that Brandon Ayuk is not going to be part of this football team back in November when that story broke. And I guess the expectation he was going to be released the first day of the new league year, but that has not happened yet. And I guess the Niners are waiting, maybe getting a trade in the end with the Commanders because everybody's linking him to Jaden Daniels and Adam Peters. How long do you think the Niners are willing to wait on a trade for Brandon Ayuk?
Sounds like right up until the draft or, beyond the draft. Yeah, it is very interesting because you wouldn't think that Brandon Ayuk would have a trade market. This year is a very reasonable cost. Any team that trades for him would inherit that contract. Now, obviously, the team could also rework the contract, but this year the price isn't much. Next year the salary jumps up tremendously. Next year, meaning 2027. There's an element where you look at this and you go, would a team really be willing to trade for Brandon Ayuk when he's going to be available anyway? If Washington really wanted him, they might feel like they'd have to trade for him because maybe another team would trade for him. You look at this and you kind of look at it objectively and you go, is the team really going to trade for him? So therefore, just holding on to him and controlling his rights and not allowing him to get out there and find a new opportunity, is that a little bit petty? Right? I mean, it's a fair question.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the way the 49ers have handled their business, I think they've, by and large, always tried to do right by the player. And I don't think that's good business to be seen as a team that, hey, we're going to keep you from your next opportunity because we don't like the way you handled this situation. I don't think they would do that. I think they feel like there's a good chance that they can get something out of that. And, it'd probably be what, a 7th round pick in 2027? Right? I mean, it's probably might not even be a 7th round pick this year. Maybe there would be, but I guess anything that they feel like they can get for him would be a plus. So that's clearly, they want to exhaust that possibility before officially cutting ties with him and allowing him to sign with whomever he wants.
And maybe they're just holding out hope because Adam Peters did that a year ago where they're the only team willing to trade for Deebo Samuel. I got to believe they were going to release him either way. Speaking of a former 49er wide receiver, we're a week into this with free agency. I'm surprised Juwan Jennings hasn't signed yet. We all know that at one point in time with the 49ers, he wanted a good deal of money annually. And you just look across who signed this offseason. Alec Pierce is the only one to get over $20 million. As far as AAV, everybody else, Wan'Dale Robinson, Rashid Shaheed, Romeo Doubs in the teens. Are you surprised, though, that Juwan Jennings hasn't signed yet and that his market's kind of, not what he anticipated?
Yeah, I am surprised. I thought that would happen pretty quickly. When you look at it objectively, he's what was his market going to be? And to me, that was going to be like one of the great mysteries of this offseason was just how do other teams view him? Quite clearly the 49ers signing Mike Evans the way they did, as quickly as they did, the way they today get Christian Kirk. So, there's really not a spot for Juwan Jennings, but you kind of wonder looking back and who knows how this whole thing shakes out. Maybe he ends up signing a 2-year, $50 million contract. I kind of doubt it.
Yeah.
But it kind of makes you wonder if he overplayed his hand a year ago, because I think the 49ers were ready to do business, but definitely not at the price that Juwan Jennings wanted heading into the final year of his contract. The numbers I had heard were certainly more than $20 million a year is what he wanted, and maybe even upwards of $25 million. So, that was never going to be done. A year ago, I think we probably would have said, $15 million, that's probably a good number. I think that was pretty close to what Jacoby Myers signed for.
Yeah.
So that was kind of seen as like, okay, that's a good comp right there. But we'll see. I'm surprised. I mean, I thought that when you looked at it, the Tennessee Titans made all the sense in the world, and it still might happen. And I guess until we see the actual contract with whomever he signs with, that's when we can make the determination of whether it's a good move or not. But right now you have to wonder because, the teams that spend money usually spend it right out of the gate. And then if there's a lull, and then right now we're entering that second wave of free agency when usually all the big contracts are already spoken for. So very curious to see how that ends up, just like you guys are curious to see how it ends up too.
Matt Mayoko joins us every Monday, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Matt, always appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the sunshine, Matt, and we'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. The great Matt Mayoko. Interesting there. Yeah, everything he says could be pointing towards Joey Bosa with that restructure, the Trent Williams thing, he says, yeah, theoretically it has to get done this week, but they're made-up deadlines. Like, they could decide together, hey, you know what, we still want to negotiate this thing. And I would think that if it got moved back, like if they were to push back the deadline on Trent Williams and the $10 million, that said, he's owed the 10. Why would he be willing to push it back?
Right.
But if they did agree to do that, that would point to positive things.
Yeah, exactly.
That would mean they're working towards a deal.
Same thing with Dallas Goedert, where it kind of knew that he was going to go back to Philly, where they kept pushing back the deadline because they were negotiating.
Right.
Although with Matt saying that Trent and his agent are kind of, going around the league and saying, are you willing to match,
He said he did confirm that they were given permission to be like, yeah, go see if you can find what you want. But whatever they're willing to do, we're able to say, hey, we want this compensation.
So I got to believe that teams are willing to offer not only the contract for Trent Williams, but the draft compensation for him.
I would be saying that they're not willing to offer it. If he's in negotiations still with the Niners, that would tell you that he is not getting the price that he thought he was going to get around the
But I still think the Niners are willing to match whatever teams are offering.
Maybe.
I mean, it's a lot. Like, you're asking for a second-round pick and to give a guy, whatever it is, $30 million a year.
I think the only reason he's back is he didn't get the asking price. That means teams are not willing to give that up. Otherwise, he'd be taking the money and the pick, and the Niners would have said, fine, we'll take the money and the pick.
Yeah, I just got to believe that.
So I don't think he's getting what he thinks he was going to get, the same as Juwan.
Yeah, probably not. I would think that maybe he would get the same ballpark as a Laramie Tunsil. I got to believe there's some teams, though, like the Texans or the Chiefs, that are like, we'll give you a second-round pick for Trent Williams because we're in that same window where we're trying to win right now.
Maybe,
and
but then they've got to pay him also, and it's more than 1 year.
I get it. I do get that. I just wonder if the 49ers are like, do we value more Trent Williams to make us win for the here and now or that second-round pick?
Well, that's what I'm saying is they can't be reaching the asking price because the Niners wouldn't reach it themselves.
Right.
So if the Niners wouldn't reach it themselves and Trent says, well, they're giving it to me and they'll give you the one, got to believe the Niners just pull the trigger on that because they're not going to reach the asking price.
Yeah.
You don't turn back around and go, okay, well, how about we offer you lower than that again? So that's what I'm saying is he can't be getting what he thinks he was going to get. And I think that's what happens, except there is that deadline, the 20th.
Yes,
4 days away this Friday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We got some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. We also got a big old Pat H. crap session coming your way at 5:30. When we come on back, the Sound Soiree featuring some Steve Kerr, some Karl Anthony Towns, and the best of Conan at the Oscars. More to come. It's Dirty Work on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
It's Dirty Work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you till 6 o'clock. Larry Krueger, not to be confused with Ryan Coogler.
Oh,
Larry Krueger not on. It's Carlos Ramirez tonight.
No.
At 6 to
You
7.
wanted Kugler, you got Krueger.
Yeah.
He was
Sorry,
at the
I
midday
just-
show today.
That's right. I forgot. Krug
Yeah.
filled in today. So get a little Carlos Ramirez tonight from 6 to 7 with the
Nice.
Niners Nightly. And then Sports Phone, the sports leader. By the way, we have the other WBC semifinal underway, top of the second, Venezuela and Italy. It is 0-0 right now, scoreless in the top of the second. I told you the other day I'm rooting for Italy.
No, dude, we want Italy. We want their revenge.
We're looking for a little.
Let's go.
Italy's the reason USA is here.
Yes.
They believe. I mean, they're the reason they got through.
And that's a little rematch.
And they took down Italy already. Plus, it'd be kind of sweet to see my guy Rags and Woe going for another title.
It would be.
Plus Ned Coletti.
Ned Coletti,
Don't
man.
you know, dude?
He's out for blood.
He's out for blood, dude. Don't forget, Richard really pissed he's not on the coaching staff.
You told me that.
He did. He was riffing on it on stage, though, too. I think we can. He's like, why am I not on that coaching staff?
He should be.
We got to get a really out
fellow,
there, Ned.
a fellow paisano. Come on now.
That'd be great, dude. Maybe he can, if like Rags or Woe call it quits or something, maybe we can replace him with Richie on the coaching staff.
I kind of like
time
that.
around.
I kind of like that.
I like that too. That'd be sweet. Let's get a really out there, dude. That'd be awesome. Anyway, we'll keep you apprised. The winner is going to play Team USA in the championship. When is that? Is that
tomorrow?
Man, so they got to go back-to-back days.
It's not really fair, yeah.
I don't like that. They should be playing back-to-back.
It should be Wednesday for both teams.
Should have been yesterday.
What do
Like
you
they
mean
should have both played games.
They should have both played, yes.
It's just the way they set up the semis.
Yeah.
But they wanted the bracket. Again, they're not playing so many games that they couldn't have organized this round.
No, they definitely could have.
They could have done this differently.
That is lame, though. Yeah, tomorrow the championship game will be at 5 o'clock. Yeah.
There you go. All right. Are we? And we're carrying an ISU over on Mike Kohler's KNBR 1050.
Are we? Yes. Tim is nodding emphatically. Yes.
Oh man, dude, that's how you know that it's not even as big as like, I don't know, pick your sporting event because we carry any weeknight sporting. It's not as big as like Falcons and Rams on Monday night because we'd like take that live.
Well, that was playoff implications
You know
for
what
the
I mean?
Niners. Yeah.
Niner playoff implications. No, you're getting it.
Yeah.
No matter if it's division or not.
I'll take it.
Yeah, but you're not getting it if it's.
I mean, like that's the reality. Like I said earlier in the show, Logan Webb pitching on opening day is way bigger than what he did in the WBC on Friday night.
I agree. All right, Tim, let's get into it. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Your Sound Soiree for Monday, March 16th, 2026. Don't forget to wear your green tomorrow. Derek don't want me pinching him.
Don't you dare.
I thought that was real funny when you said that earlier. I said, you wearing green tomorrow? He said, yeah, I don't want you to pinch me.
I don't want you to pinch me. Pinch my cheeks. I'm talking about my face.
I've never pinched your face cheeks. Oh, man. Beef cheeks sound good, though. Get some barbecue beef cheeks over at Fiskey, dude. You know they got that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Get some cheeks over there.
That's pretty good barbecue over
Next
there.
time we're at Harmonic, it's really good. All right, let's get into the Sound Soiree. It starts with a man whose job is right next to Fiskey Barbecue. It's Steve Kerr.
Nice segue.
There you go. I was trying to connect him there.
Academy Award winning Steve Kerr.
Academy Award winner Steve Kerr. So he joins what? Shaq, Kobe,
Yeah,
and
that's it.
Steph. Does Steph have an Oscar?
I don't think so.
No, Shaq. No,
Shaq has an Oscar?
I think so.
For what?
Not Kazam.
I'm about to say steel.
No.
Blue chips.
Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure Shaq has. I'm sure it's like a producer.
Uncle Drew.
NBA players.
I can't think of anything else
with
Shaq's been in.
Oscars.
Grown ups.
No, dude, it's definitely something he produced, like Steve
produced
Kerr.
it.
Kobe, Shaq, and Steph Curry are the primary NBA
Oh.
players who have won Academy Awards.
What did Steph win for?
Kobe was the first to win when he did the
I remember
animated
that short film he did, yes.
Pure basketball.
Yep.
Shaq and Steph won in 2022 as executive producers of the same film, The Queen of Basketball. Kevin Durant and Mike Conley have also won as producers, apparently.
Nice. Good company.
According to this. So there you go.
Very interesting.
Anyway, here's Steve Kerr talking about none of that we just referenced. None of what we were going to play for you from Steve Kerr is about the All-Stars at all. Here he is instead on if he thinks Steph Curry will return before the end of the season. Here's Steve Kerr.
Well, we expect him back. He's trending in the right direction.
It's been a tricky injury, but I think he'll be back for sure. We just don't know if it's going to be a week or two or whatever. It's a day-to-day process.
Yeah, as Marcus was saying, what is he rushing back for at this point? But he will play. I do wonder if it's just going to be with the play-in and Steph's out there to give them a chance, but I don't know. Yeah, Steph will return, but I don't think it's anything significant.
Yeah, it's the season is what it is now. For lack of a better phrase, I don't care. I just want to use it as the placeholder, though.
I don't care.
Yeah, because it's not really that I don't care. I'm just like, what does it all mean?
What does it all mean,
Basil?
Basil?
What are we doing?
It has no impact on next season.
That's why I'm like, what is it? It's not that I don't, like, saying I don't care is unfair, because it's like, it's Steph Curry playing basketball. Of course I care. It's not totally, it's not pointless. It's just that from a fan perspective where I'm like, we got one goal and we're trying to thread act the smallest needlehead you've ever seen.
Yeah.
What does it all mean, Basil? That's where I'm at.
It doesn't mean anything.
Is that fair? Is that
no,
a fair feeling about it?
It's totally fair where, you missed it, but Sam Amick, when he was on when you were out, he was saying, we're in the moments now where Steph Curry, when he returns, is playing meaningless basketball. And that's just totally the opposite of what he intended for the last few years.
I mean, they're 4 games under 500 now?
No, they're 3 games under 500. They're 32-35. They're leading the Washington Wizards right now, but that's a spineless organization of a basketball team right now.
Wow, Derek. Okay.
It is. I mean,
wow. I know. I like that. Derek, I wasn't expecting on Monday, March 16th, 2026, Derek was just going to unveil to him, just peel back the curtain that he despises the spineless organization.
Hey, man.
That is the Washington Wizards.
I got takes about Michael B. Jordan and the spineless Wizards today.
Yeah, he's like, Michael B. Jordan wasn't that good. Who did you like? Who did you think was a better
role? I didn't
role?
say he was that. I did not say he wasn't good. I was just surprised he won the award for Best Actor.
Yeah, dude, all it takes is to play 2 guys for a black guy to win an Oscar for you, huh? Is that all right? Is that okay for you, dude? Just one time?
I guess
Every once in a while we get one, huh?
I guess so.
I mean, dude, he played twins.
He did. Twins, Basil.
Twins, Basil. Twins. Smoke and stack, don't you know?
I know. But Eddie Murphy was pretty impressive playing
Stop,
the Clumps.
Dude. The Clumps don't get credit for that.
Okay, what about Mike Myers playing Austin Powers and Dr. Evil? And Fat Bastard.
Dude.
And Goldmember.
They all 4 appear in.
Yeah.
When is it just 3? Hubris, though? I'm just going to play all the parts.
Nothing wrong with that. What about, this was a terrible movie, but Adam Sandler playing Jack and Jill.
Oof.
And then for whatever reason, in the Sopranos movie, Ray Liotta playing 2 parts, his brother, then his twin brother.
Did I tell you that? Did I tell you about how there's a season of Survivor? It's an episode, but of my favorite TV show, Survivor, where they used to have really bad rewards. Like you get later into the season, and it'd be like, now everybody's going to get to write a text message home on the brand new Motorola Flip Razr phone. And then it's all the survivors like, I'm really grateful to Motorola for giving us a chance to write a thing. I'm not exaggerating. They don't do it. They don't do the product placement like that anymore because it's just different. But they did it for a really long time in really funny ways. And you'd always really obviously see it. One year, not that long ago, this is always funny when they give one of the rewards they can win on a challenge is we're going to bring Applebee's to use. They do an Applebee's sponsor thing where they're actually eating Applebee's, but it's it's a reward, whatever, not a big deal. One of the funny ones, though, is one of the most ridiculous ones is you get a special movie theater showing here on the island, one of the rewards with popcorn and snacks and food and soda of Adam Sandler's new movie, Jack and Jill. Dude,
wow.
And I was like, dude,
prize.
That's the reward is they got Jack and Jill. So they watch it. And it's so funny watching them do the product placement read out. It's just really good. I have a sister at home, so I could really relate to the whatever they have, whatever dumb line they have to say to try to.
I can relate to Jack and Jill.
Yeah.
I've always had it where Al Pacino's trying to hit on my sister.
It's so funny, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, your sister's hot.
My name's Al Pacino. You can call me Dunkachino.
Come here and give me a hug. Oh. 510 says Eddie Murphy played 7 roles in The Nutty Professor.
It was impressive, honestly. Playing Sherman Klump. And then Buddy Love, and then the whole family. That whole dinner scene is him.
Dude, Buddy Love. 831 checks in, says, Derek, you do a lot of good voices. Please, all caps, drop the Italian. It sucks.
That's kind of the idea. It's not a good impression. It's kind of a joke.
My favorite one he did there was, how disappointing.
How disappointing.
You did that
you guys don't like it.
That's what happened last week when I was like, that isn't very good. He's like, oh, what a shame. What a sad shame.
So disappointing.
So disappointing.
You don't like my accent. Sorry.
Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. Carl Anthony Towns. CAT, they call him.
They call him that.
It's an acronym.
Yes.
It's 2 words in an acronym.
Kind of like the NBA grab.
It's not quite the same thing. It's much different, actually. This guy's a person.
That's right.
That's a bit in a bag we do on Tuesdays.
My mistake. I confuse the two sometimes.
So here he is.
NBA grab bag.
Here he is. His reaction. So it's after after he plays last night.
Yes, this is when the Warriors and
the Knicks
played
play
last night.
He finds out the Dominican.
He's Dominican. He was rooting for the DR last night.
He was rooting for the Dominican Republic against Team USA in the WBC. He's a baseball fan, Carl Anthony Towns is. He was not happy about the DR. Here you go.
Was it a ball?
The ball?
Was it a ball that last we watched in the highlight?
Hell yeah, that was a ball, man. Some bull.
Yo, I should have had a chance. We have Fernando Tatis Jr. coming up, bro. Come on, man. That was a ball as hell.
That was a strike.
No, hell no. You say that as an American.
The man's passionate. Nothing better than a sports writer laugh.
Did you think it was a strike? No, no, it was a strike.
You're so funny.
So you barely beat the Dubs, huh? By 3.
Yeah, seriously.
So seriously, 110-107. What was that about, Carl?
Mike Brown should lay into his team, be like, "Are you serious, guys? Do you know who played in this game? Like, yeah, we won, but good Lord, are we going to beat the Pistons or Celtics with this attitude? Probably not."
One more here in the Sound Soiree. You want the best of Conan at the Oscars? Derek likes giving us these best ofs after big shows.
Why not?
Do you think they hit?
Do you not want to play it?
No, we have to now. No, we have to. Just like I had to tell my Hackman joke.
We could play a next segment if you want to.
Tim, what do you think? Should we play it now, or should we? Do you think we should play it, Tim?
You know what? This is a Conan house. We all three of us love Conan.
We're pro Conan.
We're Conan guys.
My thing is just always are we really doing a service to anybody by playing it?
In case you didn't hear last night, I think Conan's funny.
Yeah, but it's out of context. You're just you're hearing visual bits sometimes.
Well, it's not visual in it. It's all the monologue stuff.
Oh, it's all monologue stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I say we play it on the other side.
All right, we'll play it on the other side because Derek begged. Dirty Work rolls on.
I like Conan. Or if you're Rick Tittle, you call him Conan.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, yeah, multiple times.
Conan?
I was like, dude, it's not Conan the Barbarian, it's Conan.
Conan? He did it like that, dude? He did. He's like, yeah, I love Batman. Spider-Man.
Might have been Tittle's biggest flub.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on
Love
back,
you, Tittle.
You'll hear from Conan. And also a big old pile of crap section. We dig through some of the best crap we can find. I don't even know what that means. Tim's going to read some crap. We'll do it next. Dirty Work on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Like a cat. Adam Copeland, T-Pop. Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. We will be live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Newark. That's right, Newark. Coming your way. Dirty Work hits the 880 Newark corridor there.
Hell yeah.
In between Fremont and Newark, then you hit Fremont again after that. Anyway, we'll see you in Newark at Jack's Restaurant and Bar on Friday from 2 to 6. Come hang out on a Friday. Watch some March Madness with us. Tim won't be there, but it'll be me and Derek, and I'm sure we'll get some Mr. KNBR or something else out there. Tim will be Tim will be wheels up or wheels down into
Well, you're
Reno.
leaning on driving, huh?
I'm leaning towards driving.
So if you drive, when are you leaving?
I'll still leave Wednesday. We'll just leave a little earlier. Fun fact:
You'll leave earlier if you drive?
The direct flight to Reno doesn't exist anymore, so it would have been a double leg. And the idea of flying to somewhere south just to come back seems stupid.
Wait. You can fly direct from the Beta Reno. David Lombardi just posted about it a couple weeks ago.
Well, I'm not on the airline that I choose to, or the one that I have a crap load of miles for. So.
Is it Southwest, Tim?
It might be.
Yeah, Southwest changing things now.
Yeah, dude, they're making you pay for bags now, huh?
Well, no more. Well, now it's assigned seating. I don't like that.
I mean, now you're just a bus with wings. Now, what's the point? Now, what are you? Why would I fly you now?
Where's the luxury?
The weather here is the biggest factor, and it feels like the clouds are going to part, and it's going to be a nice sunny time the entire time. I mean, we're looking at weather in Reno and also in Tahoe in the 80s, so it's like I don't really fear the weather so much right now. Now, which one of you is going to get the steak sandwich in my stead?
Oh, I'll be doing that. Steak sando.
I'm not going to commit to that on a Monday. I'm not. Tim's thinking about our meal on Friday already. He's not even.
Yeah, you know what?
Tim's licking his chops for a meal.
I've had the steak sandwich so much. It's time to branch off into something new on this menu.
That's what I'm saying. It is tough when you do. I know what Tim means though. Like when you find a place that you love, that you know all their stuff is good, but when you find an item that you eat over and over because you're like, oh, I'm going to get something different next time. But you show up and you just start thinking about that one item. You're like, why would I know? I know exactly what he means. It's too hard to get off that.
Well, how often can you find a steak sando, too?
It's tough. Well, dude, I really want to go back and I got those lamb chops that one time.
Oh, yeah.
Those little like lamb cutlets.
And their gyros are good, too.
It's incredible stuff.
It is a Greek restaurant. It's a Greek family.
They're not messing around.
Really
that menu is awesome.
Anyway, we'll see you at Jack's in Newark on Friday, this coming Friday, just 4 days away, the 20th. All right, why don't we, do we want to play this piece of sound first? Should we just play it in the crap?
Sure.
So, okay, then we can't, it's not in the soiree. We're playing it in the crap. So, Tim, why don't you open
something totally different.
Why don't you open up the crap section for us?
I should have a name for this. There already is a name for this.
There is. We call it crap.
It's called crap. They ought to have, a crap section. Yeah.
All right, so this is Conan from last night. He was hosting the Oscars. They haven't announced for sure yet if he'll be back, have they? Or was that the...
They have not announced that, no.
That wasn't the announcement at the end when they just did that bit. That was pretty funny. Anyway, here's Conan. Derek, I'll put together some of the best of our guy Conan at the Oscars.
I am Conan O'Brien, and I'm honored to be the last human host of the Academy Award. Yes! Yeah! Next year, it's going to be a Waymo and a Tux, so check that out. No, it's great to be back hosting the Oscars. Last year, when I hosted, Los Angeles was on fire. But this year, everything's going great. Security is extremely tight tonight. I just got to mention that, yeah. I'm told there's concerns about attacks from both the opera and ballet communities.
Oh! Chalamet dig, huh?
They're just mad you left out jazz. Netflix CEO Ted Sarandos is here, and this is exciting. It's his first time in a theater.
You're pro staying home.
This is what they're talking about. Why are they all together enjoying themselves? They should be home alone, where I can monetize it. Sinners director Ryan Coogler said he declined to become a voting member of the Academy because he doesn't like judging his fellow artists' work. Yeah, but the rest of you pricks seem to love it. It's the first time since 2012, that there are no British actors nominated for Best Actor or Best Actress. Yeah. British spokesperson said, yeah, well, at least we arrest our pedophiles. So we got that going for us.
There you go. Little pedophile joke at the end there.
Thanks, D. Thanks, Derek. Yeah, can always count on you, my man.
Hey.
No, dude, that was pretty good. Yeah, I felt like the Netflix one. I was like, does he know this guy?
Probably not. I mean, again, people are upset about the Netflix stuff, and I like Netflix, but I do want it to be where we go to the movies again. And I don't know if you saw Copes.
Well, it's never going back to what it was, and we.
I know.
I don't think they're going away.
I know that. I know that.
What I'm saying is, you keep saying go back. I'm like, I don't know. Like, I know COVID put a bigger halt to it all, but I also just think we're kind of back to what it's going to be.
No, you're right.
You know?
It is the way it is, but at the same time, Netflix buying up Warner Brothers was significant, but that's not happening anymore. Now it's going to be where Paramount's buying up Warner Brothers, so there may be hope for longer theatrical releases.
Yeah, they ain't buying up Great America again. That's all I care about.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, Tim, you got some crap for us, brother?
Oh, we got some crap, yeah. Okay, so Bob Kraft is very famous for going to a massage parlor and then,
And
right.
then what?
So that's
He
sort
also
of what
owns the
this
Patriots, but yeah.
story is about. Yeah, I mean, you're not a first ballot guy, but,
Yeah.
He's known for going to massage
Well, he's not
parlor.
getting rubbing tugs. He's owning the Pats. You know him.
Now, this is not in Florida, but this is in Mays Landing, New Jersey. An Atlantic County massage business has been busted for prostitution, something that, Bob Kraft would know something about. Police searched the facility, this Waterfall Therapy. The search warrant was the result of a lengthy and detailed investigation. Two people, Mr. and Mrs. Chen, were charged with prostitution conspiracy to commit prostitution. Both were released. Police did not disclose their relationship to the business. Now, this is how they got caught, right? Say a very lengthy investigation. A small note on the business's website noted that it offered, quote, happy endings, unquote.
Whoa, they posted it?
The website, yes.
Well, you got to advertise.
Just so everybody knows, the investigation remains ongoing. Anybody with leads, make sure you reach out to the Mays Landing, New Jersey Police Department.
What was the name of the business, just so I know which one not to visit?
Waterfall Therapy.
Okay, yeah, dude.
All right, noted.
Noted. Waterfall Therapy, you have the address, so I know to stay away from that.
I'm sure you could Google it, right? I have it handy, yes.
Can you give me driving directions, too, just so I know to avoid it?
Again, none of this is great.
I just want to make sure I ban that address in my phone so I don't know how to find it.
Yeah, I'll make sure you guys have it. I'll
So
write
you
it
don't
down.
have any points, so I can have, so I make sure I don't fly to that location.
Yeah, please.
Just don't go to the website because you'll get all the information you need.
Can you give me the website just so I don't not to click on it?
I would Google waterfalltherapy.com.
Okay, fair enough.
It'll be okay. Now, this is a story that I discovered while Adam was on vacation. I've purposely held it because of the names involved. Now, the story itself is not all that great. We're going to Davenport, Iowa, Scott County. A couple faces firearm charges. They've had 38 guns found in their home. The deputies searched the home and
that's
found,
too many.
Yeah, they found a crack pipe and 38 guns, 7 of which were unsecured. When they arrested the guys and they asked for the names, these are the names that were reported.
Okay.
Cadillac Saurus Rex and his girlfriend, Manda Saurus Rex. Double X's on both ends. Cadillac and Manda. Saurus being the middle name and Rex being the
Cadillac Saurus Rex, and then his wife, Mandasaurus. Yeah, it was Mandasaurus Rex.
Not even Amanda, Manda.
Okay, now what were they arrested for?
38 guns in their homes.
That's a
lot. Crack pipes.
But so
how many crack pipes to guns?
Officials said a search of Cadillac's home phone showed a pattern of illegal drug use and evidence of illegal drug sales starting all the way back in 2018.
Gotcha. They were being served with like some investigative warrant or something like that. And as you well know, Tim, this is in Florida?
No, this is in Iowa.
Oh, this is in Iowa. You know,
Yeah.
I should have known, dude, by the crack itself. The
Cadillac.
Yeah, dude, Cadillac. I mean, as you
Cadillac
well know,
Williams.
far too many guns to pipes. You can only go about 5 guns to pipes there. They're far over the allotted.
You need a better ratio.
I saw the story. I was like, that's not that big a deal. Then you see the middle and last name, Saurus Rex.
Is that what made the headlines? Was it the names? Tim?
Yeah, so of course made the
I'm
headline.
down with that.
That caught Tim's eye.
Now, do we know? Did they prove that those were not their names?
No,
Or
in
did
fact, when
were
they got arrested, that was what they were booked on in the jail, and that's what they said was their.
Maybe even better. they've changed their names legally too.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Commitment to the bit.
Not
like
just trying to get out of something, like changing your name to that is actually kind of fun.
Amanda Thoris Rex.
Okay, now the Saurus Rex is bad, but
Source.
Cadillac is a 10, right?
Is it
Cadillac.
How do you spell it? Like Cadillac?
Exactly how you think it would be.
Cadillac?
Cadillac. Yeah.
Dillac?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. All right, I'm going to do some work here on this guy.
Okay.
I'm going to dig him up.
You got any more, Tim?
Yeah, this story is another one that I held specifically for Adam because I thought it was very funny. There was a woman, where are we here? We're in Lake Worth Beach, Florida. She was arrested because she was cited for holding a cell phone in her hand. Now, obviously, this is something you don't want to do. You don't want to text and drive. People are guilty of it. You look at your phone, try not to do it. This woman, she was cited for having a phone in her right hand. She went to TikTok and posted a video, which has since gone viral, and driver's records show this, that she was, issued a citation for driving with a cell phone in her right hand. There's only one problem. She doesn't have a right hand. She's an amputee who only has a left hand.
Wait, hold on. Start over. So go back.
Yes, during the stop, the deputy is heard over video,
so
body
she
cam
gets
video.
pulled over.
Yes, that she had a device in her right hand.
And they claim she had a device in her right hand.
Yeah. The woman explained, "I do not have a right hand," and she plans to challenge the citation.
As you should.
It's a good plan. It's a good plan by her.
Then she goes to TikTok and shows the world that she doesn't have a right hand and says, "This might be Fugazi."
So why was
what
she
do they
stopped?
see, though?
I don't understand. This is the story after she was stopped, but she was pulled over.
Yeah, they think that maybe they were just trying to reach a quota, is sort of the idea here.
And so they pulled her over for, they didn't say speeding, they said driving.
They say, no, you had a device in your hand. And she says, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was the steering wheel. I got one.
I don't have a right hand.
Well, she has a case here, yeah. But my question is...
Are we just issuing licenses with respect to... You only need one?
Wait, say again?
You only need one to be licensed?
One hand?
Apparently. Whatever state this is.
It was obviously
I guess so. I guess
driver.
so.
Yeah.
Either way.
And they have to have a burden of proof, too.
Anyway, KNBR, how many hands do you need to be licensed in California?
And then it gets worse, where it says,
there's
now the cops sort of backtrack. It says, well, she's holding it in her right hand or her left hand. It doesn't really matter if we said that it was a right hand. Now they're saying, the phone was in her other hand.
I guess it doesn't matter, yeah.
And they also said...
kind of matters to me if you're going illegal with the citation. Kind of matters, officer. If it was enough to stop me and you thought it was impairing my driving, kind of matters to me that you're exact about what you saw.
They also reported that it was in a check box was between a school zone and a construction zone, which was neither in this case. So this might be getting thrown out.
Sounds like it's who has a better case, this woman or Tim, where the cop cited you for not having a front bumper? Whatever
No,
it was?
I'm guilty. I do not have a front license. I'm guilty, but it is a very easy fix. I have actually since put the license plate in the front window. Now all I have to do is track down a peace officer to sign said ticket, and then I got to send it back and avoid $100.
By the way, I've confirmed California DMV will license you, provided you can show if there's a medical evaluation, and provided that you can operate a vehicle. And some people have special things like a spinner knob or other things that go into their car. Yeah, no, totally fine.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah, I'm riding with this lady. Let her go battle it.
Yeah, I think that she's got a good case. Do you like spiders?
Nobody likes.
I don't know if I like spiders. I like Spider-Man.
My sister and her niece, or my niece, her daughter, have a collection of little spiders and whatnot. They're big fans.
They're arachnoids, huh?
All you got to do is be a web.
More like arachnerds.
Yeah.
Webbins.
Well, I think that you're right. I think a lot of people don't like spiders. In fact, one of the scariest movies I ever saw when I was a kid was Arachnophobia.
Yes, Jeff Daniels.
Hated that movie. It has not aged spectacularly, but when you're a little kid and you see spiders coming out of the showers and the toilets and everything, it's very scary, right? So this man evidently does not like spiders at all. He set fire to try to kill spiders. He ignited a blaze and ended up damaging his home and many homes as well. Police were searching for a man accused of setting multiple fires in a townhome in an effort to, quote, kill spiders, unquote, sparking a blaze that spread to several neighboring units. This was at 6 in the afternoon. It wasn't even late. According to investigators, witnesses reported seeing the resident identified as Sean McDermott. This is in Pennsylvania.
Wait, the head coach of the Buffalo Bills?
What? The former head coach of the Bills?
Yeah. Repeatedly lighting several small fires throughout his home
on hard
throughout the day.
times.
Jesus, dude.
Yeah, McDermott told witnesses he was, quote, trying to kill spiders, unquote.
Man, that guy needs a job.
I mean, tough, dude. From losing all those road playoff games to...
He fled the scene in a U-Haul.
To joking about American tragedies in hype videos.
Yep.
to killing spiders. No good on McDermott.
Can you imagine, like, in a year, he's, like, interviewing for, like, a head coaching gig? They're like, okay, all right, so, Sean, I think we got a deal here. Wait a minute, hold on. Did you burn multiple houses?
He's like, no. And he's like, what about 9/11? He's like, that was me. I said that one. Actually, that part was me. Surprising, I know, but that one was me. Spider one was not.
No, that was not me. Which one's worse?
That's ridiculous.
We also like Pope Leo, right? We're a big fan of Pope Leo.
I'm a big Leo guy.
Yeah, he's a White Sox guy, right?
We'll just give a headline. Pope Leo, he's a fan of the White Sox. He gave us that great soundbite. They lost!
Yes.
This was incredible. We'll just go headline here. California bishop is fired by Pope Leo after allegedly stealing $250,000 from his church and making several trips to Mexican brothels. Unquote.
Well, I like that. You got fired like a normal dude.
Yeah.
There's not another pope. There's not another company to go work for.
No, probably not.
He's like, I'm going to go to the Mormons, see what they got for me. I think I'll go somewhere else.
I'm out on Christianity. Got anything for me? Church of Latter-day
now.
Saints?
Yeah, I'm going here now, dude. I'm doing all these. Yeah. That's incredible. Dude, so you went $250K at brothels?
Yeah, he stole it from his own church.
Ooh. This guy's all sorts of
I thought this maybe was going to go, maybe go like full circle, and he was going to end up with like spent money at the, what was it? The relaxing waterfalls or something like that? What was the name of that first place?
Waterfall
Lounge
therapy
or whatever. Yeah.
Waterfall therapy. I got it written down. Yeah.
What was the address again? I don't want it, just in case.
Yeah.
Well, I could tell you, the guy that got fired, 69 years old.
And that's going to do it for your crap section for Monday, March 16th, 2026. Carlos Ramirez coming up with some Niners Nightly, and then Sports Phone, the sports leader, at the top of the hour. When we come on back, we will put the show to bed and hand it over to Carlos. It's Dirty Work on a Monday, a sunny Monday, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Well, according to Jordan Schultz, the 49ers have agreed with wide receiver Christian Kirk on a one-year, $6 million contract. This will be the 29-year-old's fourth team after spending 1 year in Houston, 3 seasons in Jacksonville, and 4 in Arizona. For everything 49ers, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.